The only person in the entire realm who could be carried out of a brothel with his bare backside exposed was none other than Wei Yuan, the greatest playboy of the Great Wei dynasty. Rumor had it that this notorious heir had died suddenly during one of his debaucheries, but miraculously, after 7 days of unconsciousness, he opened his eyes calmly, proudly celebrating his luck. After all, he had just survived the brutal onslaught of 36 lightning bolts as thick as vats falling from the sky. Who else could live through that? Wei Yuan, that's who. But as he gradually regained consciousness, he noticed everything around him was inexplicably off. Shelves made of Wang Wali rosewood, a Luohan couch carved from golden Nanmu, a cloisonne folding screen, a dressing table of fragrant agar-woodle, priceless pieces of ancient furniture emitting a strong aura of antiquity. More alarming still, a flood of unfamiliar memories surged into his mind, leaving him stunned. The conclusion came quickly. He had either traveled through time or his past life memories had awakened. In this unprecedented Great Wei dynasty, his grandfather Wei Yuan was one of the founding heroes. The Wei family had been loyal and heroic for generations. Wei Yuan had led 8 sons into battles, even died on the field, leaving only the heroic Wei Yingxiong to return home. But the glory of the Wei family had long faded by now. Wei Yuan neither excelled in literature nor succeeded in martial arts. His only talents lay in drinking, gambling, womanizing, and debauchery. His grandfather, old and frail, had struggled to find him a position in the court. Yet Wei Yuan had secretly snuck into the Wei Yuan palace to poison the beloved daughter of Emperor Nanzhao, Princess Nenji. Furious, the emperor nearly sentenced Wei Yuan to death by slow slicing. Only Wei Boyu's imperial pardon saved his life. To atone for his grandson's sins, the elderly general donned armor and led troops to the perilous mission at the Beiyu Pass with a resolve to die. During this crisis of potential clan extinction, Wei Yuan drowned his sorrows in brothels until one night, the soft belly of a courtesan almost became his grave. Now awake, Wei Yuan barely has time to think before the door bursts open and a dozen white-haired imperial doctors rush in. Without hesitation, they pry open his eyelids, check his pulse, apply acupuncture and massage, full-scale emergency treatment, making it clear he was on the brink of death but had been saved by fate. Yet beneath this care lay hidden schemes. As his memories returned, Wei Yuan began piecing together the tangled threads of his destiny. Song Naiyun, his fiancée in name only, was mysteriously pregnant, a fact he could not overlook. Clues pointed to a cunning plot dating back to the very night he sneaked into the Wei Yuan palace. Someone had orchestrated everything perfectly, not only targeting the downfall of the Wei clan, but aiming to seize control of the 300,000 strong Wei family army. He calmed his heart and understood that the days of reckless indulgence were over. Suddenly, the main door was kicked open. A blood-stained old man clad in iron armor stormed in. It was Wei Yuan, back in a whirlwind of urgency. He had spared no expense, even using a priceless millennium-old purple gold ginseng to save his bloodline. Though seasoned and stern, the general's anger was barely contained. He cracked his horse whip loudly, yet softened enough to refrain from punishing Wei Yuan harshly, sending him instead to the training room under confinement. Behind those prison walls, the playboy's mask slipped, revealing rare seriousness. Sitting cross-legged, he inspected his body, deteriorated from years of excess, but not beyond repair. More disturbing still was the toxin lingering within, the Hahuan divine water, a vicious poison that stealthily induced addiction to wine and women, capable of sudden death during intimacy. Wei Yuan pressed his lips thoughtfully, recalling every detail of that brothel night. It dawned on him that all of it had been a premeditated trap. As his thoughts churned, the voice of Fushun came from outside. A sycophant had brought in a delicate young woman, hoping to flatter the playboy heir. Though reluctant to keep her, Wei Yuan feigned acceptance to maintain his dissolute image. But the girl was no innocent. Expressionless, she drew a dagger and aimed it at him, shocking him further. The blade had been unsheathed from a place too shameful to mention. Wei Yuan's eyes narrowed, a deep frown creasing his brow. Silently, he cursed. Well, it seems someone's really willing to go to extreme lengths to kill me. Meeting the cold glare in the girl's eyes, he realized he was locked in a deadly game with no escape. Wei Yuan sneered arrogantly, one hand behind his back, staring at the girl in front of him holding a dagger. Just you? You actually think you can kill me, Wei Yuan? You're delusional, you worthless dog. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stepped forward with force. The girl instinctively took 2 quick steps back, but she couldn't figure out what gave him such calm confidence. Clenching his fists tightly, he planted his feet, made a few light hops, and sank his energy deep into his dantian, getting ready to fight at any moment. The girl stayed extremely alert, fully prepared for anything. Yet nothing could have prepared her for Wei Yuan's sudden turnaround as he broke into a full sprint, shouting as loud as he could. Help! The crown prince is being attacked. Somebody stop him. What? That's all. The girl hesitated, then recovered and charged after him fiercely, wielding her dagger. Her steps wavered unsteadily, like someone who spiced up too much chili and got hemorrhoids. But her strikes were merciless. After a few breaths, Wei Yuan was backed into a corner of the training room with no way out. He grabbed at a lacquered bamboo staff leaning against the wallen elite weapon only generals were allowed to wield. Since it was from the training hall, the staff had no spearhead. Closing his eyes, Wei Yuan swung the staff wildly, shouting in a panicked voice, "Don't come closer. In the grandson of Wei Buiyue, the war god of Great Wei. I can fight too, and I'm awesome." The crown prince rides a horse with a spear in hand, stirring up a storm, terrifying beyond belief. The girl sneered. Everyone knew Wei Yuan was useless both in academics, and fighting his martial skills were a joke. Sure enough, after about a dozen wild swings, he was red-faced and breathing heavily like a panting ox. She raised her blood-stained, filthy dagger and cried, "Die!" aiming straight for his neck artery. In a flash, Wei Yuan jerked his head up. His bloodshot eyes blasted with cruel resolve, and with a single stab, his spearless bamboo staff slammed into the girl's lower abdomen. Blood sprayed out from the front end of the staff, trailing a stream of crimson behind it. Puff! The girl spat blood mixed with entrails, murmuring in disbelief. "How? Is this possible? Who said a spear without a head can't kill?" Wei Yuan withdrew his staff calmly. "I was just pretending to be weak earlier, waiting for you to lower your guard the moment your blade went through thin air." He then pulled out several burning acupuncture needles stolen earlier from the imperial physician. He had intended to use them with the Jing martial skill to refine his marrow, but since a deadly assassin attacked him, he pricked the needles into his acupoints instead, activating the last of his internal power and instantly multiplying his strength tenfold. The cost was clear: muscle tears and agonizing pain whenever he moved for 3 days. The girl's body went limp as she collapsed, eyes wide open, her blood staining the training room floor. Wei Yuan sagged in exhaustion, gasping for breath. Just then, the door creaked open, and a woman in her 60s so ugly it was almost unnatural came in carrying a clay pot. To protect the maids from Wei Yuan's mischief, Wei Buiyue had replaced all of them with older women. Wei Yuan sighed in reluctant admiration. While older women were easy to find nationwide, it was rare to find ones this hideous, yet his grandfather somehow recruited so many in one go. The doctor said the crown prince is just recovering from an illness and needs nourishing food. Lord Wei specially ordered the kitchen to make some mountain ginseng and flying dragon soup. Her words stopped short when she saw Wei Yuan, drenched in cold sweat, and the girl pierced through and bleeding on the floor. She screamed in shock, dropping the clay pot with a loud crash, then turned and ran out in terror. "There's been a murder, a dead body. Someone's been killed." Deputy General Wang Xuanzi received the report and immediately rushed over with a dozen guards. The moment they stepped into the side hall, everyone came to an abrupt halt. The air was thick with the mingled stench of blood and filth. There, a naked young girl lay sprawled on the floor, a spear shaft piercing through her lower abdomen, fresh blood mixed with filth pooling into a glaring dark red stain. Wei Yuan stood nearby, drenched in sweat, his spear trembling slightly in his hands. Just then, Wei Buiyue, who had only moments before entered the hall to pay respects and still looked unsettled, pushed open the door. The scene before him ignited the fury burning in the old general's heart. "Damn bastard. If you want to mess with a woman, fine, but playing so sick-twisted?" Wei Buiyue swore fiercely, then roared, "Family disgrace must not be spread outside. Deputy General Wang, lead your men out." "Yes, sir." Wang Xuanzi immediately withdrew his men. The doors closed behind them as Wei Buiyue strode quickly up to Wei Yuan. "Grandfather, she was trying to kill me," Wei Yuan exclaimed urgently. "I saw that." Wei Buiyue's face was grim, his voice cold. "That knife in her hand, grandfather's no fool." With that, he grabbed Wei Yuan and carefully examined him from head to toe, only relaxing when he found that Wei Yuan was just weak and not wounded. Damn it, the spear went in 3 inches. That kind of force takes at least 5 years of hard training to pull off. "You really have that skill, boy?" Wei Yuan proudly pounded his chest and declared, "My surname is Wei, from a family of generals, the hero's tomb." Back in the day, grandfather rode into the city alone from the wilderness, charging the battlefield, joining the army, slaying generals, capturing flags, breaking the enemy line, for great feats that made his name feared on all sides. Silver saddle on a white horse, galloping like a shooting star, the late emperor personally wrote bravest of the army in praise. We Wei descendants should follow grandfather's example, painting the Lingyan and Shangan springs since ancient times. Young men carry the honor. His passionate words left Wei Buiyue momentarily speechless. "Damn, where did you copy that from? So flowery, it actually sounds decent." "Grandfather, I made it up myself." Wei Yuan puffed out his chest. "Bullshit." Wei Buiyue snapped, "I know your education well enough. You got kicked out of Beimer Academy for that nonsense, ode to snow. Piece by piece. One more piece, 2, 3, 4, 5. A laughingstock across the capital." With that, he smacked Wei Yuan hard on both cheeks, then said seriously, "I'm glad you're proud of me. But there's one thing you must agree to." "Say it first." Wei Yuan rubbed his face. "No, you agree first." Fine, I agree. Break off your engagement with the Tsang family and marry the princess. Wei Yuan nodded casually. That's it? I agree. Wei Buya was stunned, reaching out to feel his grandson's forehead. What the hell are you saying? You really agree? Yeah, so what? You were supposed to be crazy about the Tsang girl crying, screaming, even threatening suicide to oppose the edict. But you're acting strange now. Wei Yuan glared at him. Who cares about pickled vegetables and tofu when there's Buddha jumps over the wall? Princess Nanji of King Cheng's greatest beauty and talent in Daiwi Dam. That girl is stunning. Before he finished, Wei Buya slapped him again, roaring. Wei Buya, silver saddle on white horse, galloping like a meteor. How did I end up with such a useless bastard grandson? His face darkened like water. Where did this assassin come from? Delivered by Fu Shun. Wei Buya nodded tightly with a furrowed brow. No house arrest this time. The princess marrying into the Wei family meant that for a while, things had better settle down. If any more nonsense erupted about attacking the lower 3 routes, he'd break the offender's legs. As for the assassin incident, his grandfather would handle it properly. After speaking, he waved for Wei Yuan to leave. Under the heavy cloak of night, Wei Yuan returned to his room. No sooner had he lain down than Xishuan, the steward's son, burst in like a whirlwind. Young master, your reputation has spread all throughout the capital. Wei Yuan was bandaging himself and froze. What reputation? They're saying you're a freak digging into a girl's father's body and stringing it together like candied hawthorns. My reputation's been ruined by you brats. Wei Yuan raised his hand to slap Xishuan, but the torn muscles stung so sharply, he gasped in pain. He immediately realized the Marquis Weiss mansion was riddled with spies from all factions. This latest scandal was already public knowledge. Slap yourself. He snarled. Xishuan lightly slapped his own face twice and cautiously asked, Young master, can't even raise your hand now? Well, you did wear yourself out killing that girl. Get lost. Wei Yuan cursed, then gritted his teeth and ordered, Write this down. Go to the pharmacy, get 2 prescriptions, and carry me to the brothel. Xishuan blinked. Young master, you're so weak and pale. How can your body handle the brothel? How weak do you think I am? Heroic, valiant, handsome, just a slip of the tongue. Humph. Prepare a sedan chair. We're going to listen to some music. As you command. Meanwhile, Wei Boyu's study was still lit. His deputy commander Wang Guang entered, clasping his fists in respect. Marquis Wei, Fu Shun, was silenced in the canal. Smack. Wei Boyu slammed his palm down, cracking the corner of the table, his face twitching with rage. Damn it. I've lived an honorable life, but now it's all turning against me. If everyone wants the Wei family's ruin, then we'll die clawing and biting together. Before he finished, a guard came running in. Marquis Wei, the young master has gone out. Well, a little fresh air might do him good. Anyone following? Your personal guards Wei 1 and Wei 2 are secretly protecting him. Both have battle experiences safe. Wei Buya nodded but still asked casually, Where's the brat gone? First to the pharmacy. Then he took medicine to the brothel. Wei Buya covered his face with his hand. I shouldn't have asked. Where else? The gambling den or the brothel? Didn't expect him to go study. Not yet satisfied, he pressed. What kind of medicine? The guard handed him a prescription. Sistanch, daughter, Chuanxiong Sinomorium. Lowering his voice, the guard said. The doctor said it's an aphrodisiac formula. Enough. Wei Buya waved him off. I know what kind of lazy bastard my grandson is. I was just talking too much. He had hoped the boy might quietly recite poetry like silver saddle reflecting the white horse, but, looking at the prescription, Wei Buya clutched his chest in anger. He never imagined the kid hadn't changed at all. Bringing aphrodisiacs to the brothel was like trying to keep the show going and patch up the damage at the same time. The guard rushed in. Lord Wei, there's someone outside requesting an audience. He claims to be an old friend from your days in the martial world. Wei Boyu's brush paused mid-stroke. Memories of his early years in the Jianghu flashed through his mind. Those comrades who once drank and debated swordsmanship alongside him had either fallen on the battlefield or met their end by enemies' blades. Very few had survived to this day. Let him in. The door curtain was lifted, and an elderly man with white hair and beard stepped into the study. His coarse linen robe was faded from wear, and a yellow cloth pouch hung slung over his shoulder. Though his steps were slow, each one was steady and assured. Brother Buyue, it's been 30 years. Do you still remember me? Old friend Chinchio. Wei Buyue hastened forward, and the two shared a hearty, brotherly embrace. Then Buyue turned and introduced him to Wang Xuanzi. This is the greatest divine healer of the Jianghu, the former master of the Gigu medical sect Mu Chinchio. Even the emperor begged him to enter the palace, but he refused. If any of your distant relatives have complicated illnesses, just call on him. He'll cure them without fail. Brother Buyue hasn't changed an iota, still as dignified as ever. Mu Chinchio smiled but sighed softly, stroking his beard and shaking his head. I handed the master's position to my juniors long ago. Nowadays, I'm just a retired elder, wandering and healing freely. If it weren't for that brat Wei Yuan, I wouldn't be dragging this old body all the way here. With that, he gripped Wei Boyu's wrist and felt his pulse carefully. The rumors are true. Your old wounds have flared up and new injuries have appeared. Brother Buyua, I'm afraid your days are numbered. Wei Buyua scoffed. At my age, I'm indifferent to life or death. If it's time, it's time. What I can't let go of is that cowardly Wei Yuan. Old friend, how long do you think I have left? 3 months. If I personally treat you, maybe up to a year at most, sighed Mu Qianxiu, then picked up 2 freshly written prescriptions from the desk. His brows knit as he scanned their ingredients and dosages, then suddenly his eyes brightened. Brother, who wrote this prescription? Wei Buyue blushed faintly and cleared his throat. Huh, don't be ridiculous. I'm not at an age to need tonic medicine. It was my cowardly grandson Wei Yuan. This is not a tonic. Mu Qianxiu held the prescription tightly, as if it were precious treasure. The formulation is exquisite and gentle, addressing every limb, every organ. It's a miraculous remedy. Judging by the medical skill, whoever wrote this is even above me. Old friend Qianxiu, it's just a restorative tonic. Why are you making such a fuss? I'd stake my life on it. This is exactly the right prescription for your condition. Wei Buyue narrowed his eyes skeptically. You old rascal, you're not pulling my leg, are you? Mu Qianxiu nodded earnestly. Not a word of it is false. He then unfolded a second prescription, his expression growing more amazed as he studied it. This one relaxes the muscles and promotes blood flow, perfect for old tendon injuries. It even has effects to cleanse the marrow. It couldn't be more suitable for your wounds. Wei Buyue nodded toward Wang Xuanzi. What are you waiting for? Go get the herbs according to the prescriptions. Brother, are you sure these 2 prescriptions were really written by that brat? If so, his medical skill. His medical skill, my foot. Wei Buyue slammed the table in irritation. That scoundrel is a lecher who usually messes around with crude potions. I bet he just cobbled these together with money to impress people. But then he paused, looking toward Mu Qianxiu with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Old friend, maybe that kid really does have some knack for medicine. What if I drag him back here and have you give him a thorough check? Meanwhile, Wei Yuan had long anticipated that none of his moves could escape Wei Buyue's watchful eyes. Those 2 prescriptions in his hand were probably already in his grasp. He needed to find a chance to persuade Lao Deng to take the medicine. When the servants carried Wei Yuan into the brothel, all eyes turned to him. Just a few days ago, he had been drugged to unconsciousness, and now here he was again. In this condition, he still dared to visit such a place. Impressive being carried in to indulge. A true glutton for lust. The madam who greeted guests could not help but tremble involuntarily, the mole on her chin twitching, as she hurried over. Your Highness, welcome. I have a request. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. Get straight to the point if you've got something to say. The madam cautiously replied. Our girls are quite delicate, Your Highness, so please be gentle. There's been rumors all over the capital saying you turned one of our girls into a sugar-coated berry, and even exposed yourself a bit. At this, Shi Shun slapped the madam twice across the mouth, fuming. Damn it, keep gossiping and he'll beat this brothel to pieces. The madam immediately lowered her head and kept silent. With the Duke of Weiss' triumphant return, Wei Yuan was at the peak of his power. Who would dare provoke him? He pulled a gold ingot from his pocket and tossed it to the madam. Was it a comfortable beating? Seeing the gold, the madam instantly beamed, delightfully so. 2 slaps worth such a fortune, I almost don't dare take it. Should your highness give a few more slaps? So I can accept it with a clear conscience? Wei Yuan curled his lip. Stop talking nonsense. Arrange the girl quickly. Your highness, the 4 top courtesans are all here today. Which one would you fancy? Or perhaps all 4 at once? The madam feigned a casual tone. For a change, maybe someone big and strong, the stronger the better. Holy hell, the prince is feeling adventurous? The madam was startled, but quickly sent Turtle Uncle to make the arrangements. Before long, a thunderous stomp echoed in. A woman over 2 meters tall and weighing more than 400 pounds approached like a sumo wrestler. Her voice was booming and hearty. Mama, I never taken on this kind of work before. Which lucky immortal brother has honored me today? This is your immortal pardon me, your highness, the big woman said with a bold laugh, striking a coquettish pose. Jiang Yuan, honored to meet you, your highness. Rest assured, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. And I'm still a virgin. Wei Yuan looked at this moving mountain and felt dizzy. Are you strong? He asked. Jiang Yuan effortlessly lifted Shi Shun with one hand, swung him around twice, then gently set him down. Wei Yuan gave a thumbs up. You're the one. Come with me to my room. Your highness, I'll carry you off myself. Jiang Yuan hoisted Wei Yuan high with one arm and strode toward the room. Glug, the assembled guests swallowed hard. Truly a divine man. Even through the silk curtain, Jiang Yuan's enormous rear was visible. Sitting on someone could easily crush them. The prince must have some unusual tastes. Once inside, Jiang Yuan moved gently, carefully laying Wei Yuan on the bed. Your highness, I've been in this business for several years, but this is my first time on duty like this. Please don't pity me. Jiang Yuan grabbed Wei Yuan's collar and began peeling off his clothes. I've never done this before, so I'm a little nervous. Don't go easy on me just because I'm delicate. Come on then, your highness. Ravage me with all your might. Let the storm rage even fiercer. Wait. Stop right there. Wei Yuan abruptly cut her off. In Muskingdo, you know how to play the guqin or understand musical theory. I know how to spin cotton and stew fish. Do you play chess or understand the chess manual? I play sauce versus tigers. Wei Yuan had hoped to use the arts of qin and chess as leverage to demonstrate acupoint knowledge and guide her hand. But this girl was all brawn and no brain, big, strong, but clueless about everything else. Forget it, you probably don't recognize acupoints. Find someone else. I know. I know acupoints. Jiang Yuan eagerly interrupted. When I was a kid gathering firewood in the mountains, I found some small clay figurines painted with acupoints. What are the 14 meridians and acupoints? There are 361 in total, distributed along the 12 meridians plus the governing and conception vessels, like Jingming and Dadan. No way you really know? Where's Feng Fu? On the back of the neck. Snap. Wei Yuan snapped his fingers. You it is. Go boil some water, fill that large tub with it once it's ready. Got it. Soon Jiang Yuan returned with a heavy wooden tub full of water. She gathered her strength and lifted the massive double tub heavy enough to weigh 1,000 pounds over her head with one hand, then gently set it down. Wei Yuan was stunned, then gave a thumbs up. A warrior capable of lifting a cauldron. I hereby name you the finest hero of the Great Wei. He shed his expensive cloud-patterned silk robe. Yuan used the 3 meridians technique, press along the arm from chest to hand, then from hand to head. The stronger the pressure, the better, ideally all the way to the bone marrow. Understood. Jiang Yuan rolled up her sleeves, her thick, calloused, fan-sized hands suddenly pressing on Wei Yuan's arm and chest acupoints. Crack. The sound of cracking bones was crisp and piercing. Wei Yuan spat a mouthful of blood. My ribs, damn it, you crack my ribs. Go easier. Prince, you're weaker than the Wild Demon King in withstanding pressure. Wild Demon King? Who's that? The big bear from my mountain. You dare compare me to a bear? Wei Yuan nearly coughed blood again, but surrendered. Go easy. Even so, she pressed him from head to toe, eliciting screams like tortured ghosts wailing. Outside the door, servant Shishuan trembled in fright. The prince can control a hippopotamus, sure, but this racket. Several noble playboys who often hung out with Wei Yuan came over hearing the cries. Shishuan, heard the prince is doing something peculiar, let's come witness. Hearing the shrieks, they swallowed nervously. Playing this rough? Who's dominating whom here? Their minds flashed to an image of a hefty hippo sitting on a skinny mongoose in the African savannah. Gentlemen, I'd rather not watch, don't want to sty in my eye. Wise words, let's retreat fast. They dropped the phrase peerless prince and bolted. Inside, Wei Yuan felt like he was suffering through the 18 levels of hell, suspecting this woman would expose a palm-sized patch of chest hair if she lifted her clothes. Yuan, have the herbs in the bathwater dissolved? They have. Put me in. He endured the scalding hot water, circulating his jing muscles and tendons. The steaming heat forced every sweat pore open, gradually expelling toxins accumulated over years from deep inside his body. Jade offered, you're using qi to stimulate my Tianju acupoint. Young lord, what exactly is qi? He asked. It's located about 3 cun below your navel. That's pubic hair. No, that's 7 cun below the navel. I'm talking about the qi c, 3 cun beneath the navel. So that's what qi's called. I always thought it was p. Wei Yuan's mouth twitched. Although the dantian is near the bladder, it's positioned slightly higher. Wait, your qi has already reached the liquid transformation stage? Qi transforming into liquid? That's the mark of a grandmaster in martial arts. A grandmaster working as a prostitute? Never thought I'd see the day. Wei Yuan was stunned. Jiang Yuan's qi cultivation matched that of his aging grandfather. But his grandfather relied on spear skills and strategic formations to win battles. In raw strength, he was no match for this woman before him. Less than 2 hours later, the bathwater began to cloud. Wei Yuan's body was covered with a black, sticky liquid, emitting a nauseating stench, like melting tar. The filth was years of toxins and impurities buried deep in his meridians, muscles, and flesh. The pain of muscle cleansing and marrow drilling forced Wei Yuan to grit his teeth tightly. Gurgle gurgle, the urgent feeling in his stomach made him clutch his abdomen. Toxins and impurities were expelled through sweat pores, while waste from his internal organs was eliminated through his bowels. Wei Yuan was young and didn't accumulate many impurities in his organs, but the poison in his kidney water was the deadly Huan divine water venom. With a grunt, Wei Yuan burst out of the tub, grabbing his clothes to cover himself as he rushed to the latrine. The clients in the brothel, entwined with the girls listening to music, all simultaneously noticed the sudden appearance of Wei Yuan, a warrior-like man, suddenly running downstairs with his lower half covered in clothing. His entire body was coated in black, sticky, foul-smelling fluid, causing everyone nearby to grimace. Ugh, it stinks. Could it be poop? Has the young lord covered himself in dung? Or did he get so wild that it just sprayed everywhere? After all, he had the girl looking like a candied hawthorn. What a paragon. Peerless young lord. After expelling the internal toxins, Wei Yuan returned to his room. Jiang Yuan washed him down thoroughly with rice-washing water and soap pods, scrubbing him clean after multiple baths. Just as Wei Yuan dressed, the door was suddenly pushed open. Shishuan barged in. eyes scanning him suspiciously. Who are you? Where did you take my young lord? Explain yourself, or I won't hold back. Wei Yuan kicked Zishan's backside lightly. Open your eyes and really see who I am. Holy hell. Shishuan gasped. It really is the young lord. That aphrodisiac works wonders. It wasn't surprising Shishuan was fooled. Wei Yuan's physique was stronger than before. The sallow, drunken look had vanished, replaced by a pale, translucent complexion. The man radiated vitality. Clad in moon-white embroidered robes, he carried himself with the noble grace of a rare gentleman, like a divine dragon resting in the clouds, unreachable and awe-inspiring. Though slender, his presence felt as solid and weighty as towering mountains, as if he held the nation's stability on his shoulders. If the sky were to collapse, he alone could uphold it. Shishuan swallowed nervously, his legs trembling. Having served Wei Yuan for years, he thought had seen it all, even served the current crown prince drinks, but the prince's aura was less than a tenth as commanding as Wei Yuan's. Jiang Yuan was absolutely captivated, drooling silently, though unfortunately, she had forgotten to put on makeup. Wei Yuan turned away briefly before looking back again. His appearance was unchanged, but the previous elegant and commanding aura had vanished, replaced by the arrogant, spoiled, bully boy demeanor of a reckless rich heir. That's more like my young lord, Jiang Yuan murmured to herself. Maybe I was hallucinating just now. Wei Yuan glared at Shishuan. Prepare the sedan chair to return home, and fetch the Madame Redeem Yuan. Understood, young lord, right away. Suddenly, Shishuan blurted out anxiously. Wait, young lord, did you say you're redeeming that big river hippo? Just trying it for curiosity's sake. Can't play with her long term, right? Shishuan couldn't help grabbing Wei Yuan's middle finger and wrenching it upward. I remember the village elders saying, if you're possessed, bending the middle finger works to drive out evil. He pointed at Jiang Yuan with blame. You witch, you cast a curse on my young lord, didn't you? Don't think your trick is flawless and no one will uncover it. I'm as sharp as a monkey, I see right through your charade. He sighed deeply, one hand behind his back. If it weren't for me, the Wei clan would have fallen into ruin long ago. Wei Yuan kicked, she shone hard on the buttocks. You're such an idiot. Not even as good as Huang Pu. From now on, for a long time, Yuan has to give me shoulder and back massages. Remember, she's my personal guard, ranked higher than you, so watch your tone. In fact, before taking action, Wei Yuan had already pieced together Jiang Yuan's background through subtle questions and analyzing her microexpressions. She was originally the daughter of a hunter in the remote northern mountains. Years ago, bandits raided her mountain village, leaving the place awash in blood. The young girl was kidnapped to be a child bride. While attempting to escape, she fell into a mountain ravine cave and found several earthen figurines marked with acupuncture points. From then on, she trained herself according to those patterns. Her veins bulged, strength grew day by day, shoulders broadened, and back thickened. Though still young, she was already as sturdy as a bear. Because of this intimidating physique which made the bandits unwilling to assault her, she managed to keep her purity in their lair. But bandits do not keep useless mouths. She was forced to wash clothes, sweep floors, chop wood, and cook, yet was always hungry. When imperial troops came to clear the bandits, she was rescued as a human ticket. With no relatives or friends, the orphan was secretly sold by local officials to the slave traders. After changing hands several times, she ended up in a dilapidated brothel in the capital. This hippo-like girl was a complimentary gift forced on the madam by human traffickers. Over the years, she had never taken a single client, not because she refused, but because no one wanted to pay for her. Yet her appetite was enormous. One meal could feed all the girls and servants combined, so she was a financial loss. Still, her strength was terrifying. One girl could replace 6 servants. The madam wouldn't give her away for free, but treated her as a cheap laborer. One day, when the madam learned Wei Yuan intended to redeem Jiang Yuan, she jumped up excitedly and rushed upstairs, lifting her skirt. Young master, you really want to buy Yuan's freedom? Wei Yuan half lay on the soft couch, casually tossing a grape into his mouth, replying lazily, cut the crap and name your price. The madam immediately put on the face of a loving mother. Young master, Yuan has been with me for many years. We're like mother and daughter. If this child leaves, I won't let her go. At the words won't let her go, tears suddenly streamed down her face. Hearing this, Jiang Yuan sobbed too and stepped forward to hug the madam's waist. Mama, you're the only one who ever let me eat enough all these years. I don't want to leave you either. If I don't get redeemed, I'll stay with you, take care of you for the rest of your life. Before she finished speaking, the madam pushed her away sharply. Her tears vanished instantly, and she turned to Wei Yuan with a bright smile. Young master, 1,000 taels of silver. You may take her. I'm a young master, not a fool. Wei Yuan lifted his robe and stood up, snorting coldly. 1,000? Keep that for yourself. I don't want it. She shunned, prepare the carriage to go home. Seeing the deal was falling through, the madam stomped her foot in frustration and quickly grabbed his sleeve. Young master, wait. We're doing business here. It has to be negotiable. You have to give a price. Wei Yuan raised his hand and showed a number, 50 taels. That won't do. She's cost me way more than 50 taels all these years. At least 400. 100. 300. 50. Why are the bids getting lower? Fine, fine, 100 it is. To everyone's shock, Wei Yuan led Jiang Yu heir away. Guests, prostitutes, even the madam all popped up in their minds, picturing Wei Yuan struggling to pull that heavy cart, gasping so hard he seemed about to cough up blood. One after another, they couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Wei Yuan's retreating figure. Shun's cheeks flushed bright red under the gaze of the crowd. Keeping his head down, he whispered beside Wei Yuan, "Young master, if you really bring her back to the mansion, I'm afraid the master will beat you to death. And tomorrow, the whole capital will be gossiping about you redeeming the great hippo your reputation will be." Wei Yuan gave a self-mocking smile. "I still have a reputation?" Shun hunched his shoulders and added, "Well, no, but everyone says your character and virtue can be questioned, just not your taste. The maidens you picked before were all stunning beauties. But now even your taste is." Wei Yuan shot a sidelong glance at the timid, worried Jiang Yu, who seemed unaware that she had already reached martial arts grandmaster status. People like her were either the heads of top sects, commanders listed in the Lingyan Pavilion, or frontline palace guards. Even the worst were respected guests of noble families. And here he was, paying just 100 taels to take her away, an unbelievable bargain. He didn't say these words aloud. Instead, he patted Shun's shoulder to signal him to crouch down, then swung himself up to ride on Shun's shoulders so his hand could reach Jiang Yu's head. What are you worried about?" Jiang Yu's voice came dull and low. "I'm afraid I won't have enough to eat." "Huh? Will the Wei Duke's manor ever run out of food? From now on, eat whatever you want, till you're stuffed and you don't even have to work for it." Jiang Yu's face grew more distressed. "Young master, you don't know how much I eat 10 of rice in one meal. And you don't let me work, so how can I eat for free? If you get tired of me eating too much and throw me out, I don't want to starve again." Her voice was starting to break in tears. Wei Yuan waved dismissively. 10 You could eat 100 a meal, and I could still support you. Of course, it's not just so you can eat for free. Protect me. If anyone hits me, you hit them. If I say hit someone, you hit them. But hitting people is illegal." "Illegal?" Wei Yuan sneered. "I am the law. Even sleeping with a princess is no problem. What are you going to do, chicken feathers?" In broad daylight among the throng, he spat these blatantly rebellious words arrogantly, then jumped down from Shun's neck and climbed into the sedan chair. The sedan chair bounced all the way back to the Wei Duke's mansion. Wei Yuan lifted the curtain and spoke in a low voice. "Two tailing bugs at the back, beat them up for me. Don't use too much force. Don't kill or maim me. Don't want to have to explain this to Grandpa." "Understood, young master." "Well done. When we get back, have Shun arrange the kitchen to stew a few chickens and cook a big pot of rice for your late-night snack." Jiang Yu tugged at her skirt, standing like a giant, burly bear wearing a skirt in the center of the street. The sedan chair faded further into the distance before two men around 30 cautiously peered out. Suddenly, the moonlight was blocked. A solid human wall in front of them was Jiang Yu. She reached out with hands as big as fans, grabbing each man's head with one, and before they could react, she hurled them brutally into the air, slamming them back on the bluestone road. Crack, crack, terrifying sounds of broken arms and ribs echoed sharply in the night. Jiang Yu scratched her head, looking down at the moaning men. "Sorry, I didn't control my strength. I didn't expect you to be so fragile." Jiang Yu gave an awkward, apologetic smile and quickened his pace, chasing after the disappearing sedan chair of Wei Yuan. The night wind swept through the formidable gate of the Duke Weiss mansion, causing the long lanterns in the courtyard to sway gently. Inside the study, Wei Buiue sat upright behind his desk, his gray-white eyebrows and beard glowing with a cold shimmer in the candlelight. Opposite him stood a man in his 40s, with a dignified square face and an air of authority, his robe faintly embroidered with a golden dragon in flight. Wei Buiyu's gaze was indifferent, his voice sharp as a blade. "Your Majesty, as the sovereign ruler, the son of heaven, what urgent matter brings you to this old man's humble dwelling in the dead of night?" The visitor was none other than the current emperor, a southern Zhao emperor. He bowed slightly and said, "Father Ye, you are too modest. You are the backbone of the great Wei. When southern Zhao was but a cradle, you ventured alone 7 times through enemy lines to bring me back. Father Ye, you are the one I trust most in this life." Wei Buiue scoffed lightly, a hint of bitterness in his tone. "I recall the 9 sons' struggle for succession. I supported the crown prince, not you. No wonder you hold a deep grudge against me." "That was a different time," the emperor replied evenly. "Father Ye acted under the late emperor's orders, not against me. A ruler must have a broad mind and embrace all rivers. The old grudges are forgotten. I need not you to bring them up again." Their eyes met, crackling with unspoken tension and sparking like flint. "I have 2 matters tonight." The emperor raised a hand to gesture. "First, your health. Second, the marriage alliance between Wei Yuan and Nanji." Wei Buiue waved his sleeve dismissively. "I sent the imperial physician away because Mu Qianxiu is also in the mansion." "Oh, the divine physician Mu is here as well?" The emperor raised an eyebrow. Mu Qianqius' unparalleled skills were well known, but he preferred wandering mountains and rivers to court life. The emperor had invited him to serve as chief imperial doctor several times, only to be politely declined each time. Wei Buiyue raised a finger. I have only 1 year left before I join the late emperor. Though his voice was calm, it rumbled like distant thunder. This chaotic age will topple Great Wei. Border lords amass private armies. Powerful clans within the realm secretly stir rebellion. Even the underworld plots uprising. At these words, his white hair and beard seemed to lift despite the still air, and an aura of iron will and bloodlust filled the study. But as long as I, Wei Buiyue, draw breath, none in Great Wei will dare cause trouble, he said, fixing the emperor with a steadfast gaze. So your majesty has 1 year to break the deadlock. The eternal icy expression of Emperor Nanzhao remained unchanged, his eyes deep and inscrutable like a dark pool. Night pressed down on the palace eaves, the flickering candlelight casting sharp shadows across the emperor's brows. He raised a hand to signal, his voice low and decisive. Yafu, let us discuss the marriage between Wei Yuan and Nanji. From now on, Wei Yuan will be my ideal son-in-law. I vow to ensure he enjoys a peaceful old age. In the hall, the battle-hardened Wei Buiyue reigned in his stormy demeanor and lifted his wine cup. Suddenly, he stretched out 3 fingers. The princess is marrying into the Wei family, so naturally we will not be negligent. As betrothal gifts, I will offer the 300,000 Wei family troops stationed at the border. At these words, the palace lanterns that had dimmed with the night suddenly seemed to flare brighter. For the first time, a faint curve crept onto Emperor Nanzhao's lips, cold as a glacier cracking apart. Very well, I will not disturb your rest any longer, Yafu. Rising, his robes fluttered like flashes of a blade. I take my leave. I respectfully see your majesty out, Wei Buiyue said, walking to the mansion gate to watch the emperor mount his carriage. As the curtains of the sedan closed, Wang Xuanzi stepped out from the shadows, dripping with night dew. Lord Wei, the emperor's midnight visit was truly about the marriage between the heir and the princess, wasn't it? Wei Buiyue looked up at the sky and sighed deeply. The betrothal gifts are the 300,000 Wei troops, the dowry guaranteeing that wretched grandson's lifetime security. Wang Xuanzi furrowed his brow. Lord Wei, what exactly did you find in the Xiongnu palace? Your thinking has changed so much since returning. Proof. Wei Buiyue's voice was hoarse. Proof that my son and grandson were murdered. His back suddenly bent as though aged by decades. The Wei family won the Great Wei Empire by blood and steel, yet now the entire realm wishes us dead. Fortunately, that useless grandson is such a failure someone would have killed him if he were capable. I have little time left. I can only arrange matters in advance, not for him to live in riches, but simply to survive like a turtle. Wang Xuanzi warned anxiously. Serving the sovereign is like handling a tiger. Emperor Nanzhao is ruthless and mercurial in temper. If the heir does not hold military power, given his character, I fear. Military power? Does that wretched grandson even deserve it? Wei Buiyue snorted coldly. Wang Xuanzi had to be brave to offer comfort. Lord Wei, you must not underestimate him. The heir has his merits. Speak. If you can name one advantage, I'll admit you're remarkable. Wei Buiyue's face reddened. After a long hesitation, Wang Xuanzi finally muttered, the heir, while a libertine, at least only pursues beautiful women. His taste is decent. Before Wei Buiyue could respond, a family servant almost tumbled through the door, shouting in an urgent staccato, Master, the heir has gone again this evening to the brothel. Wei Buiyue grunted dismissively. He goes to brothels every day? What's the big deal? It's not that, Master. The servant's voice trembled. This time he took a river horse of 300 to 500 jin and covered himself in filth. Then he ransomed the river horse back. Now the whole capital is talking. Wei Buiyue trembled with fury, clutching the philtrum with one hand and repeatedly pressing his palm to his chest. It took nearly half a tea cycle to calm the storm inside. That wretched grandson has even lost his taste. Suddenly, he grabbed Wang Xuanzi by the collar. Tell me, what other merits does he have? Wang Xuanzi knelt on one knee, grimacing. Lord Wei, please do not make things harder for your servant. Wei Buiyue's chest heaved, his face dark as a jujube fruit, veins bulging, voice booming like thunder. Damn it. I must be ruthless. Before my time comes, if I don't act, that wretched grandson will haunt me in the netherworld. Steward, bring the halter ropes and thorn branches. When that grandson returns, I'll hang him up and whip him. The steward carried in thick hemp ropes, and Wang Xuanzi held thorny branches. The 3 men stood side by side, their shadows flickering in the lamplight as they awaited Wei Yuan's return to face family discipline. But before the door could be knocked, 2 burly men in black armor stepped inside instead. Covered in dirt and with blood at the corners of their mouths, their twisted arms showed clear breaks. Wei Buiyue was so frightened that he quickly asked, Wei heir, why have you come back? Where's Yuan? Was there an assassination attempt? The 2 guards knelt on the ground, battered and bruised all over. Lord Wei, the heir is unharmed. These wounds were inflicted by him. Before they could finish, Wang Xuanzi stepped forward, holding a blood-stained hemp rope. He whipped it hard against their backs. Nonsense. If it came to a real fight, the heir probably couldn't even defeat a woman, let alone take on 2 loyal bodyguards. Speak the truth. Wei Yuan gasped in pain, waving his hands frantically. It wasn't the heir. It was that huge hippo beside him. She's not even human, over 6 meters tall, weighing 3 to 500 Gene. She grabbed our heads and smashed them into the ground. Is that so? Wei Yuan squinted suspiciously. More real than pearls. Wei Yuan swore with a raised hand. That hippo's palm was bigger than a fan. Wei and I didn't even have time to resist before being knocked down. Wang Xuanzi leaned close to Wei Yuan's ear and lowered his voice. Lord Wei and Wei Heir are innate realm warriors, battle-hardened veterans who have tasted blood on the battlefield. Whoever pinned them down without a fight must be a grandmaster, or even a supreme grandmaster. Wei Yuan reached out, gently touching the backs of the 2 guards' heads, sensing the lingering qi. His expression darkened. Indeed, that woman's cultivation level is no lower than mine. She's definitely a supreme grandmaster. Wang Xuanzi frowned in doubt. If that's true, sir, I don't understand why would the heir let her attack his own men? He's sending a message to me that he's not just fooling around, but has a plan. Wei Yuan's lips curved into a faint smile. First, he used guns to kill. Then he revealed a top-grade medicine recipe. Now, he's spending 100 taels to hire a supreme grandmaster. This brat's intentions are more complicated than we thought. Lord Wei, I still don't quite get it. You don't need to understand. Wei Yuan's smile faded. Keep this strictly confidential. Investigate everything you can about Jiangnan. Also, from now on, cooperate with Yuan as much as possible, but report everything to me immediately. Understood. As they neared the Wei residence, Xishuan pulled out a velvet cushion from his sleeve and carefully handed it to Wei Yuan. Young master, you're probably in for a serious beating at home. Use this to pad yourself, at least the rod won't hurt as much. Wei Yuan waved him off. Don't worry. Grandpa won't hit me. Some advice never sinks in with you fools. Good luck back there, Xishuan muttered, still shoving the cushion into the young master's arms. Returning to the Duke Wei mansion, the gates were brightly lit, but the atmosphere was calm. Nothing like the touching filial piety scene Xishuan had imagined. The kindly grandpa's sword, the terrible grandson's punishment, and finally the feather duster spectacle. Unwilling to give up, Xishuan shouted loudly, "Welcome back, young master." The courtyard remained quiet. Not even the firelight flickered, let alone an enraged Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan appeared at the gate, addressing the guards. Didn't Lord Wei order you to take the young master to the study? The guards shook their heads. No such order. Then why are we just standing around beating each other? Never said that either. This doesn't make sense. Xishuan scratched his head, puzzled. Before he finished, Wei Yuan kicked him sharply on the backside. Stop spacing out. Go prepare a midnight meal for Yuan. Kill 10 chickens in the kitchen. Have 10 chefs cook 10 different dishes. Cook a big pot of rice and some light side dishes. Prepare a new bed nearby. Also get a tailor to make her 30 to 50 outfits. She needs to stay closey if I call. She must arrive within 10 breaths. Rubbing his sore backside, Xishuan scrambled off toward the kitchen. Wei Yuan returned to his own courtyard, where a few maids waited on him. He washed his hands and feet, drank a warming, calming soup, and slipped into bed, quickly falling into deep sleep. He wasn't worried at all that Jiang Yuan might be deceiving him because he trusted that now Wei Yuan had started digging into her family background going back 8 generations. After roughly checking his body, the severe strain on his vital organs had significantly eased, and the previously blocked meridians had begun to clear. Wei Yuan estimated that if he practiced his energy cultivation about 10 more times at this pace, he could fully complete the cleansing of his sinews and marrow. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan timidly followed Xishuan into the brightly lit dining hall. The tables and chairs were already arranged, with 10 imperial chefs lined up along both sides. First, the Sichuan chef presented a steaming pot of braised chicken in rich sauce, its aroma filling the air. Then the Hunan chef brought out the compass smoked chicken, the subtle pinewood fragrance wafting through the glossy chicken skin. One after another, dishes like roast chicken, salted crispy rice chicken, and poached white-cut chicken were served, quickly filling the table to overflowing. Swallowing nervously, Jiang Yuan timidly asked, "All of this is for me? Can I eat as much as I want?" Seeing Xishuan nod firmly, she couldn't hold back any longer. With her bare hands, she tore off a whole braised chicken and stuffed 3 big bites into her mouth, gnawing the tender meat right down to the bone. The 10 chefs and servants kept belching in astonishment. They'd seen plenty of eaters, but someone devouring a whole chicken in 3 bites was a first. Grease splattered onto her cheek, but she didn't bother wiping it off. She ate with tears streaming down her face. Tasted so incredible, so delicious. Though the brothel could fill her stomach, it was mostly coarse grains and pickled vegetables, and meat was only a rare treat during festivals. Now, with fine grains and fatty meat freely available, all prepared by imperial chefs under the emperor's favor, she secretly vowed in her heart. Even if it cost her life, she would protect Wei Yuan, because only if he lived could she eat her fill. At that moment in his study, Wei Buiyue lay half reclined on a soft lounge, listening to Wang Xuanzi report intelligence sent by pigeon post from the north. Lord Wei, we've checked Jiang Yuer's background. She's clean, basically no chance of enemy forces infiltrating the Wei household through her. Wei Buiyue nodded. At over 2 meters tall and weighing several hundred pounds, his massive frame was an unmistakable trademark. Impersonation was near impossible, so the investigation was straightforward. Before Wang Xuanzi finished speaking, Wei Buiyue noticed his subordinate's right arm hanging oddly at his side, the shoulder angle clearly off. How did you hurt your arm? Wang Xuanzi gave a weary smile. I just pretended to accidentally bump into her to test her strength, but she immediately dislocated it with a single hit. He shook his head in amazement. She's unbelievably strong. Her cultivation even surpasses mine. And she eats like there's no tomorrow. Wei Buiyue chuckled softly. When you have a grandmaster for free, what's wrong with her eating our household's provisions? Xuanzi, go find Mu Qianxiu and get that arm fixed before it turns into a chronic problem. Wang Xuanzi saluted and took his leave. After sending his subordinate off, Wei Buiyue settled back, gazing through the window at the bright moon hanging in the night sky. Moonlight spilled like water over the slight smile on his lips. He murmured with quiet amusement, "Let's see, you little rascal, how many more surprises you can bring me." The next day at noon, Wei Yuan's anguished wails echoed through the Wei Guogong estate, sharp and piercing enough to scare away the magpies perched on the roof. In the garden pavilion, Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu were engaged in a game of chess. Before the match could conclude, Wei Buiyue scowled, looked up, and shouted angrily, "I'm still alive. What's that brat screaming about like he's at a funeral?" The steward hurriedly bowed and reported, "Master, after the heir invited Miss Jiang Yuan into his room, we heard this commotion." Wei Buiyue snorted heavily, feeling turmoil rise in his chest. No wonder that grandmaster isn't after money, he's after pleasure. Imagining his grandson being pinned down by Jiang Yuan and crying out pitifully, he suddenly slammed the chessboard over, scattering black and white pieces everywhere. Mu Qianxiu frowned and spoke quietly. "Brother, I heard that woman has considerable skill, but together we can handle her. If not, we'll negotiate to make her release you honor. Let's go?" Wei Buiyue agreed immediately, face dark as he strode off. "We'll start with courtesy, then force. If she doesn't know her place, don't blame us for bullying a woman." Inside the bedroom, thick steam rose. Wei Yuan soaked in a scalding medicinal bath, his face pale, sweat mingling with the herbal liquid dripping from his chin. Jiang Yuan rolled up her sleeves, her arms muscular and tense, pressing firmly along the acupuncture points on his back. Each press felt like a sharp awl driving into the bone. Bang! The door was kicked open. Mu Qianxiu held a gleaming, herb-cutting blade, while Wei Buiyue swung in a heavy dragon head club. "Let go of my grandson!" Wei Buiyue's roar was cut off as Mu Qianxiu raised a hand to block him. The veteran general sheathed his blade and clasped his fists respectfully, addressing Jiang Yuan politely. "Heroine, we've come to ask what would you like for lunch?" Jiang Yuan looked up and smiled, revealing a row of bright white teeth. "Anything is fine, as long as it fills me up. I'm not picky." "Well then, goodbye." The two old men turned tail and slipped out sheepishly. In the corridor, Wei Buiyue clutched his chest, his face darker than soot. "Mu Qianxiu, you fold the moment you see her big frame? My poor Yuaner is covered in filth, looks like he's been doused in manure. That dirt is impurities his body is forcing out," Mu Qianxiu explained quietly. "They're stimulating the acupuncture points, combined with the medicinal bath, to cleanse his bones and tendons." Wei Buiyue was stunned, then exclaimed, "Cleanse his bones and tendons? Then that brat of mine? He's starting to rebuild his martial path." Mu Qianxiu nodded. "He abandoned it for years, his channels were blocked. This agonizing treatment is like scraping his bones. Ordinary people couldn't endure it, but Yuaner has persevered." Wei Buiyue's face brightened instantly. He slapped Mu Qianqius back repeatedly, laughing, "Huh? My grandson is no ordinary kid." Mu Qianxiu coughed at the pats. "Let's go, one more game, 300 rounds of battle." Wei Buiyue was in high spirits and turned back to the chessboard. Inside the room, the steaming medicinal bath glowed a dusky red. Wei Yuan felt lighter, his pores opening and closing, breathing more smoothly, and his mind refreshed. Several maidservants pinched their noses as they scooped water with wooden ladles, rinsing away the gray-brown impurities from his skin. At that moment, Shun peeked in like he was presenting a treasure, pulling out a carved silk box. "Heir, look what I snuck in." He opened the lid to reveal a neat row of emerald green cards resting on silk cloth. The cards were the size of leaves, about a finger long and a grain of rice thick, inlaid with pure white jade featuring colorful paintings of birds, beasts, flowers, and gods depicted vividly. Because of their size and shape, they were called leaf cards. They were the prototype of mahjong and poker, played similarly to the game Do Shou Qi. After some improvements, the game introduced numbers and characters, initially generals, marshals, princes, and emperors. When the Emperor of Nanzhao heard about this, he was deeply offended, seeing it as disrespect to the royal family. So, the game's pieces were changed to fictional mythological figures. for the common people struggling just to survive. This leaf game was purely a pastime for the elite, typically carved from bamboo or animal bones. But Wei Yuan owned an entire set made from jade. He had spent 8,000 taels of silver commissioning skilled artisans to craft it, using compensation funds he had embezzled from his father and brothers who had died on the battlefield. To put that in perspective, an average household in the Great Wei spent just 20 taels a year on food and clothing. Wei Yuan's extravagant gamble was unimaginable. Before his family's graves were cold, Wei Yuan stormed into a gambling house with the jade leaf game, claiming he would honor his ancestors, wield magical powers, and decimate all opponents. He ended up losing 10,000 taels in one night. Wei Boyu was so furious he nearly vomited blood. After beating Wei Yuan severely, he confined him for 7 days and confiscated the priceless jade game set. One day, Wei Yuan's personal servant, Shun, whispered in his ear, "Young master, the jade leaf game was hidden away by Lord Wei for my father. I sneaked into his room last night and stole it back." Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Did your father not notice?" Shun scratched his head helplessly. "My father was in a good mood then, busy with my mother having a baby. I had to hide in the wardrobe." Wei Yuan smacked him playfully on the forehead. "You were twisted spying on your parents like that." Rubbing his forehead, Shun replied softly, "I had no choice. But I overheard a secret." "What secret?" Shun sent away several older maids to ensure no one was eavesdropping, then lowered his voice. "Last night, the Emperor of Nanzhao personally came to our mansion and spoke with Lord Wei in the study for a long time. After the Emperor left, Lord Wei immediately dismissed 90% of the servants and guards, replacing them with the Wei family army." Wei Yuan nodded. He had planned to clear out spies in the mansion anyway, so this matched his grandfather's intentions exactly. The Emperor's late-night visit was most likely about the marriage alliance with the princess, talks of dowry and bride price. The bride price was simple: 300,000 troops from the Wei family army. The dowry was clear: shutting down Wei Yuan's military power for good. If Wei Boyu wanted to save Wei Yuan's life, he had to exchange 30,000 elite soldiers for the marriage contract, binding his grandson to a life trapped under someone else's protection. Wei Yuan stroked his chin thoughtfully and sighed quietly. His grandfather, though old, was still a war god of the Great Wei. The Emperor of Nanzhao had laid a year-long trap, but suddenly compromised, clearly wary of Wei Boyu's lingering might. Thinking this over, Wei Yuan gave a bitter smile. If not for memories from a previous life, who would have guessed that he had once been celebrated on Earth as the greatest military god in 5,000 years of Chinese history? An orphan adopted by 10 notorious villains who taught him everything. At 18, he descended the mountain, walking the fine line between justice and villainy, mastering martial arts to supreme levels, shaking all the factions of China. At 19, he destroyed the Eastern Islands and toppled Goguryeo, entered India alone, fighting endlessly one man against a nation. At 20, he unified the Middle East, drove his army into Europe, pointing his sword at the American Empire. After toppling the Statue of Liberty and replacing it with the Statue of Nuwa, and swapping out the presidential mountain heads for several great figures from Huaxia, Wei Yuan was struck by lightning and transmigrated into the Great Wei dynasty. The searing pain from the lightning strike still lingered deep in his memory. In the blink of an eye, he became the sole legitimate heir of the Wei family of Great Wei. Live as a hero, die as a ghost king, this creed was branded into his very bones and blood. No matter where he was, the hand that controls fate must be his own. He would never survive on pity, nor endure by clinging to others. Having lived 2 lives, Wei Yuan's true longing was for freedom. Freedom was not about doing whatever he pleased, but having the confidence and power to openly refuse what he did not want to do. And where does that confidence come from? Only by holding military power. He already had a plan. In half a year, his comingafage ceremony at 20 would mark him as an adult according to Great Weisold customs, allowing him to leave home and set up his own household. His goal was to command the Wei family's 300,000 strong army and take control of the North Sea Pass, known as Baiming Pass, the greatest stronghold under heaven. Once he held that military power, he could build high walls, stockpile ample supplies, and slowly declare himself king. At that point, no matter how angry the emperor got, he couldn't touch a hair on Wei Yuan's head. Lost in his thoughts, there came a sharp knock at the door. "Wei Yuan, I want an explanation from you." The crisp, angry voice belonged to Cong Niyun. Wei Yuan glanced at his attendant Shun and raised an eyebrow. Shun understood and quickly stepped forward to unlatch the door. As the door opened, warm steam billowed out, and water splashed in a bathing tub. Just stepping over the threshold, Cong Niyun caught sight of Wei Yuan's bare shoulder and back, her face instantly reddening as she screamed, "Ah, you scoundrel! You didn't say you were taking a bath? Put on your clothes right now. I've been waiting outside." She then hurriedly turned away, covering her eyes with her sleeve. Shun hastily handed clothes to his lord. "Young master, don't keep Miss Song waiting." But Wei Yuan leisurely cupped water with his hand, letting droplets slide down his muscles, and said coolly, "Keep washing. Let her wait." Inwardly, he scoffed. That fragrant vixen got me pregnant, and now she pretends to be pure like some innocent green tea in front of me. Shun hesitated a moment holding the clothes. Then seeing the young master's determined expression, reluctantly put them down. Wei Yuan casually instructed, take your time. No rush. The attendant muttered quietly, has the young master changed? Before, Miss Song only had to say a word, and you would obey completely. Wei Yuan raised a brow and asked, do you think Song Naiyun deserves me? Shun was momentarily stunned, then reflexively flattered. Miss Song is elegant and wise, smart and lively, poised and generous. Be honest. Wei Yuan interrupted. Shun swallowed nervously and whispered, then she definitely doesn't deserve you. Below the Great Wei imperial family are 37 noble clans, with the 4 dukes and 8 marquises highest in rank. Though now only you and the old marquis remain in the Wei family line. What is the Song family even? Wei Yuan lifted his eyelids slightly. Are you calling me a useless heir? No, no, no. Shun quickly waved his hands. It's just you and the old marquis left in the Wei family. Young master, don't mind the details. As for Tsang Naiyun, her father Tsang Qingkong is only a Ministry of Rights assistant minister, 4th rank, and was transferred from another post. If we talk about status, he probably wouldn't even be granted an audience after kneeling 3 days at the Wei mansion entrance. Lowering his voice, Shun added, of course, she looks somewhat like Lady Liang, so that's why young master listens to her so obediently. But Lady Liang and her are not the same person. You can't use your guilt over Lady Liang to make up for Tsang Naiyun. I think she's not worthy. Wei Yuan chuckled softly. That's the danger of a beauty trap. It's not how beautiful she is, but that she can touch the soft spot inside the one who falls for her. At this, he noticed Shun hesitated again, so he met his gaze. If you have something to say, say it. Shun dropped to his knees, fists on the floor, voice trembling. I just couldn't keep it in anymore. Young master, Master Wang's little Gizi told me when drunk that Miss Song often sneaks into Master Wang Teng's room at night and stays the whole night. The servants say they often hear, shouting from inside the room. After speaking, Shun sighed in relief but then squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Young master, I know you'll want to hit me, but it's been eating away at me to keep it inside. Shun waited a long while but saw no movement from Wei Yuan, so he slowly opened his eyes. Steam rose faintly from the bath, and Wei Yuan was leisurely wiping his arms, his expression indifferent. If you know something, you must report it, that's a good thing. Why would this lord hit you? Shun lowered his head, muttering quietly, but, my lord, you used to be the most intolerant of anyone speaking ill of Miss Song. That was before, as you said. Wei Yuan replied lazily, the sound of water splashing in response. After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Wei Yuan finished his bath and donned a dark brocade robe embroidered with subtle patterns, his black hair tied high. He stepped out into the courtyard, where Tsang Naiyun was already waiting impatiently. Her almond-shaped eyes flashed with anger, yet before she could speak, her young maidservant sprang up sharply and snapped. Wei Yuan, how dare you keep our lady waiting so long? Before the words finished, a faint chill curved the corner of Wei Yuan's lips. Shun, slap her. A crisp slap cracked through the air. Shun stepped forward, delivering a series of swift backhand strikes. The maidservant's cheeks instantly swelled, tears streaming down. Shun then bowed respectfully, awaiting further orders. Wei Yuan lowered his brows and flicked his sleeves, his voice cold as the depths of a frozen well. If I don't say stop, keep going. How dare a lowly maid from a minor official's household yell at this lord? That's defying the heavens. The maidservant backed away in terror. Tsang Naiyun wanted to intervene, but dared not. Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to her, deep and shadowed. Why have you come to see me? I. For the first time, Tsang Naiyun saw that look in his eyes, one of disdain and condescension, as if she were a lowly insect in a gutter. She had seen such looks from many noble young men in the capital, but since Wei Yuan began courting her, they had vanished. She tried to reassure herself. It didn't matter, he had always indulged her before. She must be overthinking. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself. I demand justice. Yesterday, you corrupted that girl until she died, and then you went to the brothel to seek out that fat woman, humiliating me utterly. She sought an explanation, but was met only with Wei Yuan's cold silence. Summoning her last courage, she raised her voice. I am furious, and so is my father. Therefore, I want the 10 shops at the front gate that belong to the Wei family as compensation, to give to my father. Wei Yuan lightly rubbed his knuckles, as if recalling something. You almost made me forget. Half a year ago, your father borrowed 30,000 taels of silver from me to grease some palms for a promotion. Remember to repay me with interest tomorrow, calculated at the highest rate in the Great Wei, that's a total of 100,000 taels. What? You want us to pay back the money? Tsang Naiyun couldn't believe her ears. Did I hear wrong, or did you say it wrong? You heard correctly, and I said it correctly. Wei Yuan's voice was icy. If you don't pay tomorrow, the day after it will be 200,000, and the next day, 400,000. Try to dodge your debt if you like. but then you'll see the Wei family troops storm your estate. The Wei family troops storm my estate. Song Niyun was stunned. Wei Yuan, don't you fear I might ignore you after this? Don't flatter yourself. With a sweep of his sleeve, a cold breeze drifted past as he spoke lightly. Suddenly, a short, richly dressed man with sweat on his brow burst into the courtyard, panting. Brother Yuan. Emergency. I lost my wife in a bet. Lend me 30,000 taels to cover my gambling debts. It was Liang Qiu, the grandson of Liang Guogong, one of the 8 dukes of Great Wei. The Liang family, like the Wei family, were founding nobles with hereditary titles. Sadly, Liang Guogong died early, and his son Liang Buwei proved useless, wasting youth on birdcages, cricket fights, and hawking dogs, idling away his old age with meaningless government posts. Liang Qiu was worse. Hopeless at both civil and martial skills, raised running with Wei Yuan around the capital, earning the nickname Second Playboy. Unlike the overall decline of the Liang house, one member shone brilliantly: Liang Qiu's sister Liang Hongchan. Though a woman, she matched men in valor, commanding 500,000 troops defending Yumen Pass in western Liang, feared by all who dared challenge her. The Liang and Wei families were somewhat connected through marriage ties. Wei Yuan's biological mother was the goddaughter of the Duke of Liang, making her the sworn sister of Liang Buwei, so this rotund fellow could barely be considered his cousin. At that moment, this balloon Liang Qiu was kneeling at Wei Yuan's feet, clutching his leg tightly, bawling his eyes out with snot and tears streaming down, sobbing and pounding his chest. Cousin, help me. I don't even know what I was thinking last night. I gambled all night with that Wang Tong, lost all my underwear, and even put my fiancée as collateral. If you don't lend me money, my father will kill me when I get home. Next to them, Song Niyun stood timidly. Whenever Wei Yuan saw her, he couldn't help but think of his own sister. Liang Hongchan envied Golden Phoenix. The resemblance between the two was uncanny, at least a 5 or 6 match. Looking at Liang Qiu's pathetic state, Wei Yuan silently cursed him as a stupid, relentless screw-up. In his past life, had been dragged down by people exactly like this right after his engagement to the princess. News only limited to the Wei family and the royal court, but top aristocrats always caught wind through various channels. No doubt, this was all an elaborate trap set by Wang Tong, first ensnaring Liang Qiu, then pulling Wei Yuan into the mire. But the Wei Yuan of today was no longer a dumb sucker. In his past life, had been ranked 6th among the top 10 villains, born into the Qian sect, a master of schemes, deception, and trickery. A silver-tongued charmer navigating social circles worldwide, once wooing the British Queen into bed, becoming the highest-ranking Chinese noble, romancing over half of Hollywood's leading actresses, owning hundreds of public companies on Wall Street, even briefly topping the world's billionaire list. That meteoric rise was thanks to the massive investment from his 6th master and the global network of contacts the old man had cultivated through intimate connections. Smirking at the thought, Wei Yuan thought, so Wang Tong wants to brandish a big knife in front of Guangong and sell rice cakes at the bank door? Fine, let's play along. Lend you money? Forget it. He patted Liang Qiu's head, but I can help you win it back. At that moment, the burly man Shishuan was about to take a swing at Liang Qiu's lackeys, but Wei Yuan waved him off. Stop hitting. Come with me to the gambling house and take down the house. Sweating and desperate, Liang Qiu's voice cracked. Brother Yuan, stop joking. You lose 9 out of 10 times. When have you ever won? Just lend me some money. Shut your damn mouth. Wei Yuan shot him a sideways glance. Either scram or lead the way. Your choice. Without waiting for a reply, he threw an arm around Liang Qiu's shoulder and headed out. At the doorway, he suddenly turned and stared coldly at Song Niyun, speaking sharply. If I don't see 100,000 taels by tomorrow, don't blame me for sending all the women of your family to the brothel. As for your little magistrate father and all the men, they'll be exiled to the frontier prison camp as a suicide squad. As night fell, Qinghai shone brightly with its lights. This was the grandest restaurant in the capital. The first floor thrived with patrons raising cups, listening to music, with flirtatious hostess girls hanging on their arms. The second floor doubled as an inn and a place of tender embraces, where doors closed and guests spent nights with singing girls. The third floor was locked tight, reserved only for true aristocrats, a casino with the most lavish amenities in the city, hidden behind the opulent golden facade. Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu led their group up to the third floor and pushed open the #1 imperial private room. Dragon-carved golden pillars and cloud-patterned brocade curtains gleamed under the lantern light, filling the air with a mix of sandalwood incense and the scent of gold and silver. Near the window, several richly dressed young nobles held glasses and smiled quietly. At the center sat Wang Tong, the proud eldest son of the Wang family and the marquis of brocade clothing. Beside him was Kai Kuan, the top scholar this year and son-in-law to the Wang family. Kai Kuan wore a gold-embroidered long robe, but had powdered his face with rouge, his every movement exuding an eerie femininity, an unmistakable pretty boy. How unfortunate he was born in the wrong era. If he had lived several hundred years later, why bother suffering through exams when he could wear suspenders, shoot hoops, and probably debut as a pop idol instead. As Wei Yuan took his seat, he instantly felt a surge of clarity and refreshment. Though the doors and windows of the private room were sealed tight, the air inside was surprisingly crisp, fresher than outside. A quick glance revealed fine copper tubes hidden in a dark corner, exhaling barely perceptible white mist. On the sandalwood table, milky white smoke curled upward, carrying a scent that mingled mint with camphor. The sharp fragrance pricked the nostrils, tightening his eyelids, yet sharpening his spirit. A faint smile tugged at Wei Yuan's lips, so this was the trick. The room combined high-concentration oxygen with invigorating incense, designed to keep reckless gamblers wide awake through the night. Fatigue became impossible, and the more losses piled up, the more intoxicating the thrill grew. The purification of oxygen had long been explored by ancient alchemists. The Ping Long run records, those containing true qi, may sink into the earth or rise above the clouds through metals, sulfur, and charcoal. Qi is divided into yin and yang. The yin is oxygen. In one sentence, the principle was laid bare. Though Qinghe Elegant Estate was officially a commercial alliance venture, the true power behind it was the Jin E Ho Wang family, one of the 4 dukes and 8 marquises. While slightly less prestigious than the Wei and Liang clans, they more than made up for it with their large and entangled family presence scattered throughout the court. The young man before him, Wang Teng, was son to the deputy director of the Astronomical Bureau. With their command over stargazing, calendar calculating, and alchemy, producing pure oxygen was a mere trifle. Brother Wei, I heard yesterday you took the brothel by storm, had the big river horse all messed up, and ended up covered in before Wang Teng could finish. Wei Yuan lifted his boot heel onto the gambling table and cut him off. Screw your little bullshit. He then flicked an eyebrow at his attendant, Shishun. Shishun immediately presented a tobacco pipe made of golden Namu wood and jade-hued copper, packed with the highest grade Guangdong Tai slices more valuable than gold. Wei Yuan exhaled a perfect smoke ring. I'm here today just to win back Liang Qiu's money. Liang Qiu chuckled dumbly beside him, patting his belly in agreement. Wang Teng said nothing, only gestured a polite please. Since Brother Wei is so eager to hand over the money, I respectfully accept. How shall we play? You decide. Dice. Big or small bets. Wei Yuan tapped the table with his fingers. Just then, the shopkeeper Bishi entered silently, his cuffs so fine they looked like spider silk. The dice cup danced in his palm like a rattle. Bet big or small, no changes once settled. With Wei Yuan's keen hearing, the dice clicks came clearly. 5, 6, 6 big, big. Wei Yuan coolly pointed. Shishun slapped a 500 taels silver note onto the big spot. Wang Teng lightly shook his sleeve, matching with 500 taels on small, then threw a glance at Bishi. The dice cup lifted. Numbers, 5, 6, 6 big. Bishi announced. The silver notes slid into Wei Yuan's pouch. He flicked the corner and smiled at Liang Qiu. See that? They're nothing but ripples. The Wang family's just a splash. Liang Qiu pounded the table, a triumphant start. Brother Yuan, you're awesome. The second round rang with a brisk, crisp clatter. 1, 2, 3 small. Wei Yuan slapped down a 1, 0, 0, 0 tael bet on small. But when the cup was lifted, 5, 4, 2 big. Wang Teng took back his notes, grinning broadly. Brother Wei, apologies. He'll take back the principal with interest. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, noting how Bishi had subtly shifted the dice angle with a hair entwined around his fingertips, cheating to change the outcome. Over the next 10 rounds, Wei Yuan lost consecutively. Silver notes flew like snowflakes, totaling 5,000 taels. Liang Qiu's forehead was slick with sweat as he muttered, Brother Yuan, are you cursed, or what? Such terrible luck. Wait, no, not cursed. You just got splattered all over last night. Losing this much, we stopped gambling. Lend me 30,000 taels to cover the debts. Then let's go downstairs to find some girls to celebrate. No way I have to win it back. Wei Yuan put on a show of being blinded by losing, then slammed down a 10,000 taels silver note, raising the stakes on small. Gritting his teeth, he growled, I refuse to lose every single round. Just as Bishi was about to reveal the cards, Wei Yuan suddenly roared, wait. He glared fiercely at Bishi and spat. Damn it. What are you staring at? Why are you looking at me? Before he finished, he pointed at the maid nearby who was serving tea. You deal the cards. Young master. That's against the rules. Bishi didn't finish his protest before Wei Yuan abruptly stood and slapped him across the face so hard his body and chair jolted backward. The hidden force behind the slap shattered Bishi's eardrum. Oh. Bishi clutched his ear and howled in agony, a sound like a pig being slaughtered. Wei Yuan showed no mercy. He grabbed 2 of Bishi's fingers and twisted them viciously. Crack. The sharp sound of bones breaking pierced the air. As a member of the Jiangnan, Bishi relied on his ears and fingers for his cheating skills. Now his face drained of color as he screamed, I'm ruined. My life is destroyed. In despair, bloodshot eyes wild, he suddenly drew a dagger from his waist and lunged at Wei Yuan's face. He knew without his cheating tricks, the Wang family wouldn't keep him. Knowing too much, he would be silenced. Since it was a dead end, he might as well take Wei Yuan down with him. But Wei Yuan didn't even flinch, expression unchanged. As the blade neared, Jiang Yurong stepped forward from the corner, grabbing He Bishu's wrist. Crack! She squeezed her grip too hard trying to stop him, crushing his wrist bone. Clanked dagger flew from his hand, tip driven into the wooden floor. Jiang Yurong said coldly, "Such a sharp knife. How dare you attempt to kill the heir? That crime deserves death." Seizing the moment, Wei Yuan advanced with a flying step and struck He Bishu's crotch with his knee in full force. Chaos broke out. The agonized wail from He Bishu's cock's lament made every man present flinch and reflexively clutch themselves. He Bishu curled in pain like a boiled shrimp, barely able to make a sound. The next instant, Wei Yuan locked onto his fourth and fifth lumbar vertebrae with his elbow and slammed down. Crack! The spine snapped, the impact tearing the cauda equina nerves. Barring a miracle, this man would be paralyzed for life, unable to control bladder or bowels. Stepping on his back, Wei Yuan shouted toward the door, "Shishun, head back to the manor and bring men. Tear this dump apart for me." Outside the hall, a loud crash echoed as Wang Tung smashed his cup in signal. A group of burly men stormed in. Jiang Yurong pushed with both palms, physically shoving the men back out of the private room. Then she stepped forward, shielding Wei Yuan behind her. Wei Yuan grabbed Wang Teng's collar with one hand, sneering, "The Wang family wants to end the Wei Guogong household line? Let's go see the emperor in the palace. My father-in-law sits in the dragon throne chair, let him judge this fairly. What should be done with this? Brother Wei, don't do this. We're all brothers, let's talk it through." Wang Tung was covered in cold sweat. Openly assassinating the heir was a capital offense that could punish 9 generations, especially since the attacker was from the Wang family and the place belonged to them. If this escalated, the Wang house wouldn't go unscathed, maybe not wiped out, but badly punished. He begged repeatedly, "Brother Wei, you've won. Tell me what you want, draw the line, and he'll take over." Wei Yuan smiled slightly and dragged Wang Tung over to the gambling table. "First, you roll the dice, so there's no chance to accuse me of cheating your turn." Wei Yuan pushed the dice cup to the center of the table. Wang Tung took a deep breath and lifted the bronze cup. 3 smooth jade dice lay quietly inside, showing 1, 2, and 3. Small numbers. "Let's keep things straight. You still owe me 10,000 taels of silver. We'll talk about that later. But you'll have to compensate me for attempting to assassinate this young master, won't you?" Wei Yuan smiled, but every word was sharp as a blade. "Fair enough. Brother Wei, just say what you want." Wang Tung forced a smile. Wei Yuan glanced around the noisy gambling hall, then suddenly pointed his finger and declared, "I want this place." "What? You want Chihe Yuan? Are you out of your mind? That's impossible." Wang Ting nearly jumped up. Wei Yuan knew exactly how valuable Chihe Yuan was to the Wang family. He threw out an extreme demand first to create a decoy effect, hoping to pressure Wang Tung into accepting a more moderate offer. Since young Master Wang doesn't want to compensate, let's try another approach. Wei Yuan slowly raised 2 fingers. "First, all of Liang Qiu's gambling debts are wiped clean. Second, pay me 50,000 taels in compensation, consider it damages for emotional distress." Before he could finish, a piercing scream came from the doorway. "No, don't." A man in his 30s lunged like a mad tiger at the Wang family's son-in-law and top scholar Kai Kun, wielding a dagger. Guards nearby scrambled and threw down a wine jug, deflecting the blade, which nevertheless plunged deep into Kai Kun's shoulder. "Ah!" Kai Kun's pale face twisted in pain as his scream echoed through the building. The attacker struck again, aiming straight for Kai Kun's throat. More guards swarmed in, flashing blades cutting tendons in his hands and feet, pinning him to the ground. Du Sanyang, the housekeeper and madam upstairs, stumbled down and embraced the injured attacker, weeping. "Young Master Wang, this is my cousin. He's not right in the head, please spare him. He'll cover all of Kai's medical expenses." "You wretched wench." Kai Kun clutched his bleeding shoulder and kicked Du Sanyang hard in the face. "I, Kai Kun, am the reigning top scholar, a disciple of the emperor himself. Drag this mutt out and slaughter him. Du Sanyang, you're fined 100 lashes for poor management." Blood streamed from Du Sanyang's nose, but she knelt down and kowtowed desperately to Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu. "Young masters, for old time's sake, please save us, save us." Liang Qiu sneered, "A madam like you? I have no dealings with you, don't bother me." Wei Yuan recalled how Wang Tung had set traps for him repeatedly back then, and how Du Sanyang had secretly warned him, though he had been too slow to catch her meaning at the time. He looked at Wang Tung and said, "Besides compensation, spare Sanyang and her cousin." Weighing the risks, Wang Tung gritted his teeth. "Then the 50,000 taels compensation comes down to 30,000. Agreed." Wei Yuan nodded readily. 50,000 was never going to happen. That he got them down to 30,000 was a win, and letting a madam and her cousin live while the son-in-law suffered a minor injury was acceptable to both sides. A short while later, Wei Yuan pocketed the 1,000 tael check he had just won and accepted the 30,000 taels compensation Wang Tung handed over. In high spirits, he clapped Liang Qiu on the shoulder triumphantly. Young Master Wei is unstoppable, huh? Liang Xiao, free of debt and feeling lighthearted, gave a thumbs up. What else can I say? Brother Yuan, you're the undisputed champion of the capital. He waved his hand confidently and declared, tonight, all expenses for Brother Yuan's food, drinks, and entertainment are on me. Come on, let's head downstairs to listen to music. Everyone find two courtesans, each well discuss life in bed. Just as the two were about to rise, Wang Tung came rushing over and blocked the staircase. Brother Wei, your luck's been unbeatable today. Why don't you want to keep gambling? I just don't feel like it. Wei Yuan responded indifferently, glancing up. Wang Tung grew urgent. Are you trying to win back the silver you lost? Please, if you beg me, we'll keep playing with you. Liang Qiu chuckled at the scene. Wang Tung, despite his thick skin, stiffened for a moment, then lowered his voice. All right, Brother Wei, I'm begging you. To the wealthy Wang family, a few tens of thousands of taels was a mere drop in the bucket. But for Wang Tung, a third-generation member, going home empty-handed meant scolding from elders and possibly staining his claim to family leadership. Xiu'er shook his head and clicked his tongue at Wang Tung. This little bastard has no sincerity. Agreed. Wei Yuan jumped in. Last night, he even made me bark like a dog. Tit for tat, little bastard, if you bark twice for me, I'll gamble with you. Wang Tung's face turned stone cold, a shadow flickering in his eyes, and his knuckles cracked as he clenched his fists. After a long silence, he bent down and barked twice. Brother Wei, satisfied now? Wei Yuan reached out and patted him on the head like a dog, grinning wildly. Little bastard, your barking is truly authentic, worthy of the capital's best ventriloquist, huh? Under all eyes, the four resumed their seats. Wei Yuan raised his hand, signaling she shunned to theatrically slam a jade leaf onto the center of the gambling table. Fight chicken, a single phrase that electrified the atmosphere. The casino's deputy manager appeared, a slick, oilskin man with a middle-aged face full of forced smiles. He shuffled the deck expertly and dealt 3 cards each to Wei Yuan and Wang Tung. Fight chicken originated from animal chess and was somewhat like a future card game called Golden Flower. In the first 2 rounds, Wei Yuan took the usual approach, winning a bit. In the 3rd round, things were still going smoothly. During the 4th round, Wei Yuan suddenly beckoned Liang Qiu. For players is dull. You join in. They'll cover all wins and losses just for numbers. Wang Tung laughed and pulled over the bandage Kai Kuan. Since the heir has asked, my brother-in-law will play too. He'll cover the wins and losses. From the 4th round on, the cards shifted drastically. Either Kai Kuan or Wang Tung had the better hand, and there were often nemesis cards that just barely beat Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu, forcing them to lose back the 30,000 taels they had gained. Sweat soaked Liang Qiu's temples as he leaned in, mumbling, Brother Yuan, these cards are rigged. Maybe we should quit. 30,000 taels lost isn't the worst. No. Wei Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. His excitement was obvious. We have to gamble till the end. Wang Tung caught that impulse and exchanged a look with the smiling manager. The man subtly tampered with the cards. Wei Yuan received the Heavenly Soldier's JJJ, while Wang Tung got the Ma Zhao and QQQ. Kai Kuan and Liang Qiu each held straights. Only the smiling manager and Wei Yuan knew the bottom cards. Silent bets and masked hands went round after round. Kai Kuan, intimidated, quietly showed Wei Yuan his cards before folding. Liang Qiu wanted to quit, but Wei Yuan held him back by the shoulder. The tension at the table tightened, and the surrounding crowd fell silent. Suddenly, Wei Yuan stood, draping an arm over Wang Tung's shoulder with a half-pleading sigh. Brother, I'm out of money. How much do you need? 50,000 taels. Wang Tung smirked knowingly, pretending to hesitate. 50,000 is no small sum. What collateral do you have, Brother Wei? What do you want? Wang Tung's gaze landed on Jiang Yuan. He pointed at her. I want her. This strong maid had just single-handedly taken down several of the Wang family's guards, proving to Wang Tung that she was at least a master-level fighter. Having her under his wing would strengthen his claim for family headship in the future. Wei Yuan frowned. Yuan and I are as close as siblings. Price goes up. Wang Tung didn't mince words, holding up one finger. 100,000 taels. Deal. Wei Yuan's reply was crisp. Let's sign the contract. They immediately fetched paper and brush and drew up the loan and servitude contracts. As Wei Yuan leaned down to press his fingerprint and hand back the documents, he flicked his fingers, silently switching out Wang Tung's 3 cards without anyone noticing. While signing Jiang Yuan's servitude contract, Wei Yuan also quickly swapped out Wang Tung's cards. Wei Yuan returned to his seat and shouted excitedly, I'm betting 10,000 taels. The crowd froze, stunned by the volume of his voice. Liang Qiu raised an eyebrow. Damn, going all in, huh? He had planned to bet against Wang Tung, but Wei Yuan stopped him, saying, follow me. Liang Qiu grabbed the cards in front of him, but as soon as his fingers touched the card face, something felt off. The small 2 in his hand suddenly turned into the divine martial Wen Qiong. His heart skipped a beat. Someone was cheating. Before he could say anything, he felt a kick under the table from Wei Yuan, forcing him to toss his cards into the discard pile. You 2 jokers play on. I fold. Confident of victory, Wang Tung was more than happy to see Wei Yuan raise the stakes, immediately calling the 10,000 taels. The two of them kept raising until it reached 100,000 taels. Suddenly, Wei Yuan dramatically flipped over 3 cards, a triumphant look on his face. 3 of a kind. Sorry, little bastard, this lord wins. He reached out to grab the silver notes. Hold on, brother Wei, you're not guaranteed the win. Wang Tang's chest rose and fell with a smug grin. He revealed the first card, a divine marshal, Zhao Gongming. This one's just a bit bigger than yours. He flipped the second three-eyed horse lord. Even bigger. Maybe I have 3 of a kind too. He spoke mysteriously, holding the third card face down, stretching out the suspense. Wei Yuan, today you'll learn there's always someone stronger. With that, he flipped the last card and laughed loudly. From now on, I think you should stop being called Wei Yuan, and just go by Grudge Seed. Haha, but his laughter abruptly stopped. The last card was a small 2. We won. Liang Qiu cheered, jumping onto the table and hugging the silver notes to his chest. Wang Tung pointed at Wei Yuan with a hoarse voice. You cheated. I clearly had 3 of a kind. Liang Qiu snorted, idiot. If you can't afford it, don't sit at the table. Then he continued stuffing the silver into his sleeve. Wei Yuan turned to Shishuan and instructed, I just borrowed 100,000 taels from young Master Wang. You pay back that amount plus 2 taels interest. Don't want people to say this lord is stingy. Wang Tung felt a pang in his chest, almost coughing up blood on the spot. Factoring in previous losses and the money lost with Kai Kuan, Wei Yuan had already taken almost 200,000 taels, a huge sum in the Marquis household accounts. If he just accepted defeat now, he'd face house rules punishment back home and might lose his future as head of the family. He hurried to Wei Yuan, pleading, Brother Wei, one more round? Please, one more round. Liang Qiu pushed him aside and sneered, bet your balls. 200,000 taels of pure silver more tempting than that courtesan's pale, white chest. He hooked his arm around Wei Yuan's shoulder and whispered, Yuanga, you actually know cheating tricks? How about we work together and win the Qinghe elegant courtyard too? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow, scanning the room. You're greedy. But after today, probably no one in the capital dares to play with us anymore. Let's go all in then. Liang Qiu's eyes curved like crescent moons. That bastard Wang Tung just got engaged to the daughter of Grand Tutor Wen. Let's take his fiancée too? Wei Yuan nodded, fine. But that little bastard will resist. You send 1,000 guards back to the Liang family. He'll have Shishuan call 1,000 guards from the Wei household. Brother Yuan, you're ruthless. Qiu, you're not innocent yourself. They exchanged sly smiles like foxes. After making arrangements, Liang Qiu was the first to speak. We can bet, but it has to be for players, and small stakes aren't fun. Fine, let's bet. Wang Ting barely managed to force out the words through gritted teeth. With a sidelong glance at the smiling tiger-faced man, he thought only one thing. They aren't scared of Wei Yuan, and Liang Qiu betting big fear, scared they won't dare to gamble at all. The game continued. Smiling Tiger was afraid of making a mistake, so he only tampered with Wei Yuan's and Liang Qiu's cards, while Kai Kuan and Liang Qiu were dealt random hands. The oil lamp in the center of the table flickered, casting shifting shadows across the 4 players' faces. As the cards were dealt, they took turns placing bets one after another. In no time, the pile of silver notes on the table reached 200,000 taels. Wang Tung clenched his cards tightly, his knuckles white, fearful that Wei Yuan might sneakily swap them. After another round of betting, Wei Yuan pushed the remaining 100,000 taels forward, then casually grabbed Liang Qiu's 150,000 taels and bet it all. Liang Qiu's pudgy face twitched arrogantly as he taunted, want to take us on? Put up 500,000 taels first. If you can't, just admit defeat. Wang Tung hesitated, glancing over to Smiling Tiger. Are you sure? Smiling Tiger lowered his voice, puffing out his chest confidently. Young master, I stake my life on it. The noble son's hand is definitely weaker than yours. Liang Qiu only has a small pair. You will win. Fine. If this goes well, he'll promote you to head steward of the 3rd floor. With that, Wang Ting suddenly stood up and slammed the table hard. I'm out of cash, but he'll stake Qinghe Yuan. It's worth 800,000 taels now. I'm betting 500,000. Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu exchanged looks, a flicker of a smile passing between them. All right, bring out the deeds, and let's sign the contracts right here. Learning from last time, Wang Tung pressed the cup over his cards and held it tightly with his hand to prevent tampering again. The property deeds were laid out, and all of them pressed their seals, completing the bet. After a brief silence, Wang Tung suddenly lifted the cup, revealing a 789 straight flush in bright colors. Wei Yuan furrowed his brow and flipped his own cards of 567 straight. I win. I win. Wang Ting almost jumped with excitement, scrambling to gather the silver notes on the table. Qinghe Yuan is safe. I even recovered what I lost before, plus an extra 150,000 taels. This feels great, really great. Liang Qiu looked sour and muttered, Yuan Ji, didn't you say you were guaranteed to win? If Wei Yuan were reliable, pigs would fly. Wang Ting laughed loudly. Wei Yuan hooked an arm around Liang Qiu's shoulder. I never said I'd lose. Open your cards. Liang Qiu sighed. What's the point? I only have a pair of fours. He flipped his cards 3 fours, a triplet. Liang Qiu was stunned for a moment, then realized Wei Yuan had tampered with the cards. He immediately grabbed Wei Yuan and kissed him twice. We won. 100,000 taels in hand. And Qinghe Yuan is ours from now on. You too cheated. Wang Teng lunged forward to grab the deeds, only to be stopped by Liang Qiu, who held them tight. Liang Qiu smashed his wine glass on the floor with a loud bang. You little bastard, you dare to snatch them? Want me to smash you instead? A dozen guards from the Liang and Wei households burst in at the noise, bowing in unison. Greetings to the noble son. Liang Qiu waved the deed with a sly smile. Sorry, the property now belongs to Wei and Liang. No smashing allowed. Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu laughed arm in arm. PFT. Wang Teng, furious and heartbroken, spat a mouthful of blood, grabbing Smiling Tiger by the collar. I want an explanation. Smiling Tiger's face turned pale. Young master, no one expected Wei Yuan to be so cunning and skillful. We all got fooled by him acting like a pig to lure the tiger. Then what now? I lost 300,000 taels plus all of Qinghe Yuan. When I go home, my family will surely kill me. The Smiling Tiger thought for a moment and said, Young master, let's keep gambling. This time ITLL, just be you and the heir. He can't swap cards with anyone else nearby. As long as you keep an eye on your hand and don't let him switch the cards, we'll win for sure. Yes, let's continue. Wang Ting's mind was a complete mess. Stumbling forward, he rushed to Wei Yuan as if had lost all reason. Brother Wei, Yuinga, I beg you, let's keep gambling. Wei Yuan raised his hand and lightly patted Wang Ting's cheek, his tone gentle, like coaxing a child. Over the years, you've won at least 200,000 taels of silver from me. But today you'll take back every penny with interest. You want to turn things around? This young master isn't going to give you that chance. He paused briefly, a mocking smirk curving his lips. But since you're begging, you'll have to show some sincerity. Get down on your knees and kowtow, and he'll keep playing. All right. Wang Tang's mental defenses completely broke down. Without hesitation, he flopped onto the floor and drummed his forehead hard against the ground. Without warning, Wei Yuan stepped forward and pressed his foot down on the back of Wang Tang's head, feigning annoyance as he shifted his shoe tip side to side. My shoe's a little dirty now. What should we do? I'll wipe it clean, I'll wipe it. Wang Teng hurriedly grabbed his sleeve and carefully wiped the shoe's surface. What a good dog you are. Wei Yuan pulled back his foot and flicked off his sleeve. Fine, let's continue. The new round of gambling was down to just the two of them. Two tables were pushed far apart. The special rules of the Jade Leaf game meant they couldn't swap cards across that distance no matter how skilled Wei Yuan was. He couldn't pull off a cheat from across the room. In truth, Wei Yuan had only come intending to maintain his playboy image and casually humiliate Wang Teng. He planned to bet a few small coins for show and never raise the stakes. But what surprised him completely was that the Smiling Tiger dealt another pair of feud cards. Each of them held a set of 3 matching cards, a leopard set with identical points. Stranger still, Wang Teng's leopard had a lower value than Wei Yuan's. Wei Yuan frowned and looked at the Smiling Tiger, who immediately put on an ingratiating smile. That's right, now I'm his boss. What a masterful betrayal this was, switching sides at the last moment. Wei Yuan couldn't help but laugh aloud, casually tossing down a stack of silver notes worth 100,000 taels before turning to Wang Teng. The silver notes unfolded with a sharp slap on the table, their gray-white surfaces gleaming coldly under the lamplight. You're all alone now, he said lazily, flicking his sleeve. And you want to bet with chicken feathers? Wang Teng's Adam's apple bobbed as he forced out some bravado. I bet my life. TSK. Liang Qiu hooked a chair leg with his foot and sneered without disguise. You little bastard, your live's worth less than a dog's. What good is that to anyone? Wang Teng's face drained of color, his voice trembling. Then what do you want me to bet? Your wife. Liang Qiu slammed the table hard, splashing tea everywhere. You won my fiancée last night. Today, they'll demand justice. I'll bet your daughter-in-law, the Grand Tutor's daughter who's not even married yet. Fine, I'll bet. They'll stake 50,000 taels for the Grand Tutor's daughter. You've obviously lost your mind. Liang Qiu snorted. Is the Grand Tutor's daughter inlaid with gold or diamonds? Is she really worth 50,000 taels? Wei Yuan raised 3 fingers, waving them through the air, at most, 30,000. Too little. Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Then no deal. Liang Qiu pretended to stand, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. Wang Teng steeled himself. 30,000 taels it is, I'm in. Still short by 70,000. Liang Qiu's eyes glittered as he continued. Hey, race the deal, bet 2 more taels on the wife of that pretty boy Kai Kuan, your own sister. Driven nearly mad by the huge hole in Qinghe Elegance Garden, Wang Teng clung to one thought. Win it back. Fine, I bet. Liang Qiu's grin turned cruel as he tried to raise the stakes again. How about your mother too? Wei Yuan quickly covered his mouth. Cut the sick games, okay? He then raised an eyebrow at Wang Teng. There's still a rare treasure in your Wang family, the human-shaped polygonatum plant the late emperor granted you. Count that for 50,000 taels. Fine. I'm betting. Wang Teng practically shouted. Sign here. Wei Yuan motioned him on. Shishuan promptly handed over the paper and brush. Wang Tung's hands shook violently, but he still carefully wrote his name stroke by stroke. Just as the deal was sealed, Wei Yuan slammed the deed and land certificates for Qinghe Elegance Garden down with a slap. The papers fluttered slightly. Little bastard, want to win it back? Of course. I want to. Wang Teng's eyes bloodshot as he stared at the deeds. Then keep going. Wei Yuan leaned forward. Isn't your Wang family from the tomb robber lineage? You dug up plenty back in the day. Rumor has it you've got a priceless treasure, Ling Guanji. Wanna bet that? Ling Guanji. The name exploded like thunder in Wang Teng's ears, shaking him back to some clarity. Ling Guanji, or human head fungus, is deadly poisonous and requires special preparation to be medicinal. It only grows on golden Nanmu coffins. If the wood is replaced, the fungus is eaten by worms before the coffin even decays. The owner must be an extremely strong young fireman who swallowed rare herbs before death, creating a medicinal aura that takes 1,000 years for the fungus to break through the coffin. Legend says it can revive the dead and restore flesh to bones. While exaggerated, it at least prolongs Lithian immortal treasure for the seriously ill Weibo Yu. I can't decide. Wang Ting sweated and looked unsure. Wei Yuan fanned the Qinghe Elegance Garden deeds lazily through the air. Liang Qiu leaned back, eyes alight with excitement. Brother Qiu, this place will be ours soon. When I get back, Grandpa's gonna praise me. My dad will praise me too. Liang Qiu chimed in, dreaming aloud. Qinghe Elegance Garden pulls in a fortune every day. Well, never be short of money again. Their words poured fuel on the fire, burning away Wang Teng's last shred of reason. He slammed the table hoarsely. Deal. Let's bet. Wei Yuan waved his hand, signaling him to sign. With everything settled, Wang Teng flipped over his leopard card in excitement and shouted, I win. I win. Take that, you sons of bitches. Look at what I've got. But before anyone could react, Wei Yuan, sitting right across from him, casually revealed an even bigger leopard hand. Wang Teng's smile froze, his spirit seemingly drained in an instant. With a thud, he collapsed to the floor, his lips trembling. Suddenly, he sprang up, trembling as he pointed at the grinning tiger beside him. It's you. You set me up. The grinning tiger bowed politely and said, Young Master Wang, I'm just the dealer. How could I possibly cheat you? Then, turning to Wei Yuan, he gave a deep bow. Master. Wei Yuan pushed the chips forward and nodded casually. Not bad. A wise man knows the right time. Hey race, 3,000 taels of silver as a reward. From now on, you're in charge of the third-floor gambling house. Pass the order one except for the Wang family members. Everyone at Qinghe Elegant Courtyard keeps their positions, but their pay doubles. Thank you, master. The burly guards who had been keeping watch all bowed in unison. Throw this penniless, empty-handed, useless Wang heir out. No money, and still playing games here. Yes, sir. A dozen or so tough men stepped forward, roughly hoisting the dazed Wang Teng and the slick-faced Kai Kun. The two unlucky fools were unceremoniously dumped outside the door. Only then did Liang Qiu creep up, a sly grin spreading across his face. Brother Yuan, isn't it time to split the spoils? Split what? Wei Yuan replied casually. I told you, once you're at the table, wins and losses are on me. Why would I share anything with you? Brother Yuan, a share for those who witnessed the scene is only fair. Fine, then I'll waive the gambling debt you owe that little bastard. That all you got? Liang Qiu's eyes widened. Brother Yuan, I obey your every order, from holding the reins to pulling the stirrups. I have use for money, just not for you. You're talking nonsense. Everyone needs money. Qinghe Elegant Courtyard I'll give you half the shares. That's still not enough. Wait, half the shares? Are you sure about that? Of course, but it depends on your performance going forward. Suddenly, Liang Qiu clutched his backside and howled. Damn, Brother Yuan. Never thought you were this kind of guy. I've treated you like a brother, and you want to screw me over. Just one Qinghe Elegant Courtyard, and you want me to pay in flesh? Heh, not impossible, but I'm still a rookie. Please have mercy. Wei Yuan kicked him squarely in the rear. Don't disgust me. I want you to come collect debts with me. Once that's done, you get half the shares. All right. In all my life, I've only ever had debts collected from me, never had to collect from anyone else. Today, I finally get a taste of the other side. Evening, Grand Tutor's residence. In the ornately carved front hall, Grand Tutor Wen was calmly dining with his family when suddenly a loud bang echoed. The mansion doors were flung open as two battered servants stumbled inside. Master, that Wei Yuan has broken in. Grand Tutor Wen put down his chopsticks, frowning. Wei Yuan? Wei Guogan's Wei Yuan. Yes. What business does that brat have with the Wen family? Why is he here? Before he could finish, a brazen voice called out from outside. Of course I'm here to pay respects to my father-in-law, and to bring my wife home. After last night's wild party, tall and short, fat and thin, a pair of Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu swaggered into the hall. Wei Yuan pulled out a stack of contracts and flipped through them. Holding one up with Sister Wang Shaoyan pledged written on it, he raised an eyebrow. Wrong one. It's this one. He switched papers, slapping a new document in front of Grand Tutor Wen with a snap. When glanced at it, his expression darkening. He slammed his hand heavily on the table. That damn Wang Tung. He pawned my daughter to you. Wei Yuan clasped his fists and bowed respectfully. Father-in-law, please accept your son-in-law, Wei Yuan. Sure, just send me the Chinese sentences you want translated or polished, and he'll provide natural, clear, and accurate English versions for you. By the side, Liang Qiu chimed in. Old mongrel, either give us the money or take your daughter away. Heh, you don't want her sold off to the brothel, do you? Grand Tutor Wen's face flushed bright red with anger. He flicked his sleeve and nearly smashed the sandalwood armrest, shouting, just how much do you want? Wei Yuan lazily held up 2 fingers. 200,000 taels of silver. Ridiculous. Why don't you just rob the bank if you want money? Grand Tutor Wen barked furiously. Wei Yuan smirked casually. Robbing a bank doesn't get you cash as fast as robbing you. Then he turned and nodded toward Liang Qiu. Qiu, you think anyone would pay top price for our Miss Wen if she ended up in the brothel? Liang Qiu's chubby face twisted into a sly grin. That little bastard Wang Tung got plenty of enemies despite his big family. With his fiancée and the Grand Tutor's daughter's reputation, there'll be rich young masters happy to spend a fortune for a night with Miss Wen. Yuan, our Qinghe elegant gardens, all ours now, why not just auction her off there? Qiu, you speak wisely. I take your advice. Wei Yuan laughed heartily, clapping his hands. You flatter me too much. Yuan. The two egged each other on, making Grand Tutor Wen's beard tremble with fury. But the tutor was suspicious and asked sharply, you really took over Qinghe elegant garden? Wei Yuan pulled out the house and land deeds from his sleeve and waved them in front of one. Then he tossed out an IOU signed by Wang Tung, grinning with meaning. More solid than pearls. 200,000 tael shares your receipt. Grand Tutor Wen was silent for a long moment, a vein twitching at his temple. Finally, he lowered his voice. Go to the accounting office and get the money. The old steward hurriedly tried to reason with him. Master, this is extortion. Did I tell you to argue? Get the money now. I don't want to see these 2 scoundrels any longer. Just looking at them makes my eyes dirty. Soon enough, the steward returned carrying a heavy black pouch filled with silver notes. Liang Qiu didn't mind the weight one by slung it over his shoulder as the silver notes rustled loudly. Wei Yuan immediately wrote a receipt, sharp and swift, and handed it to Grand Tutor Wen with a bow and a smile. Then the two turned and walked away as if just leaving a casual gathering with old friends. Once inside a spacious, lavish 8-pole sedan chair, Liang Qiu couldn't hold it in any longer. Yuan, what's up with that old mongrel? We're asking way too much, yet he didn't even haggle and just accepted? Wei Yuan pulled back the curtain to let in the night breeze and spoke softly. That's called an open strategy. What do you mean? He's smart enough to see Wang Tung's a useless prick. Grand Tutor Wen had arranged his daughter to marry Wang Tung as a political alliance. But now Wang Tung's ruined what alliance? Yet Wen doesn't dare break off the match openly. Holding our receipt for 200,000 taels, he's got the upper hand. Wang family must pay up, and he can then push for a breakup. Whether to ally with other Wang heirs later is Wen's call. Liang Qiu nodded suddenly, giving a thumbs up. Yuan, you're amazing. Ever since you almost died beneath that woman last time, you've suddenly gotten way sharper. Wei Yuan chuckled, shaking his sleeve. Everyone has to grow up. You're not bad yourself, Qiu. Of course. Me and my sister are both warriors and scholars. With us, the Liang family's bound to rise. All right, enough bragging. Where to now? Where else but the Wang family to collect our money? Wei Yuan waved, and the sedan chair poles lifted swiftly. The Jean E. Marquis mansion of Wang family. Wei Yuan, looking like a cocky upstart drunk on his own power, jumped down from the carriage and pointed at the main gate of the home mansion. Men, surround the Ho estate. Don't let a single fly get out. 2,000 elite Liang family soldiers immediately dispersed, their armor and sheathed swords clinking sharply. The guards at the gate were still stunned when the soldiers shoved them down. Wei Yuan raised his leg and fiercely kicked the massive vermilion door nailed with copper studs. The thick door didn't budge an inch, but the frail Wei Yuan was flung backward 2 or 3 meters, rolling several times across the bluestone ground. Liang Qiu, Shi Shun, and the 2,000 guards struggled to suppress their laughter until their faces turned red, yet no one dared to burst out. What the hell are you all waiting for? If you want to laugh, laugh. Don't choke yourself up. Hurry up and open the door. Several guards rammed the door with their guns, and the heavy gates crashed open. Beyond the encircling soldiers, Wei Yuan led hundreds of men in single file into the mansion. The household servants, never having seen such a scene before, scattered yelling, enemy attack. Enemy attack. Wang Shouhe, head of the Wang family, emerged at the sound. His broad Taoist robe billowed in the wind as over 100 Wang clan descendants followed closely behind. Now deputy director of the astronomical bureau with an official rank of 3rd grade, his rank was lower than a few elder Wang family members, but he held real power. The Wang family originated from tomb raiding, and their rules had been strictly passed down. The family head must master feng shui, the 8 trigrams, and mechanical mystical arts, passing a secret grave chamber test. Official rank was secondary. Wei Yuan, Liang Qiu, what's the meaning of you storming into the Wang residence with troops? Wang Shouhe demanded in a deep voice. Wei Yuan pointed at a young girl among the crowd. Wang Teng's sister, Wang Xiaoyan. Seize her. Several guards lunged forward, but a sharp shout cut through. Tong Wanjin, invincible iron palm. Who dares act rashly here? Tong Wanjin was over 40, with a leopard-like head, sharp eyes, a swallow-like chin, and tiger whiskers. Nearly 3 meters tall, his palms were thickly calloused with a metallic sheen. One palm strike sent guards flying and snapped a long blade in two. A master. Wei Yuan immediately recognized the high temple bulge at his temples and the strong external force, clearly an iron palm grandmaster. He nodded slightly to Jiang Yuer. This guy's tough. Don't hold back, hit him hard. Understood. Jiang Yuer stepped forward. Towering like a titan, she threw a heavy punch straight at Tong Wanjin. Tong sneered. Big doesn't mean strong. Today, this fat lady will learn what real martial arts is. Before he finished, the punch had already arrived. Crack. Tong's entire palm shattered, the bones crushed, flesh torn, his upper arm bone piercing through his shoulder. He was blasted over 20 meters, crashing into an artificial rockery and wedging into the stone cracks. Blood mixed with entrails flowed from his mouth as he passed out on the spot. Jiang Yuer hurried back to Wei Yuan, trembling and whispering, "Young lord, did I kill him? Will I go to jail? With me here, don't worry." "Well done." Wei Yuan patted her arm and spat toward the rockery. "So much for invincible iron palm, just a worthless imitation." Then he waved his hand. "Bring Wang Xiaoyan here at once." With their strongest attendant disabled in one punch, the rest instantly lost morale. Most of them were just drawing a salary, and nobody was eager to die today. Kai Kuan, his shoulder wrapped in bandages, charged in front of Wang Xiaoyan and shouted, "Jin Ku, top scholar and a disciple of the Son of Heaven. Anyone who harms me insults the Emperor's authority and shall lose their head." Wei Yuan stepped forward and kicked the pale-faced scholar to the ground, then ruthlessly stomped on his polished face. "I've already slept with the Emperor's own daughter. What the hell are you? A mere disciple." Words like these would mean the destruction of one's entire clan anywhere else in the world, but Wei Yuan shouted them shamelessly in public, as if justified. Grabbing Wang Xiaoyan by her hair, he lifted her up to scrutinize her contemptuously. Frowning, he sneered, "Rip off. Looking like that, only worth 10,000 taels? Not even close." He turned to Liang Qiu. "She's yours if you want her. Brother Yuan, I may be a womanizer, but I have standards. For trash like this, I wouldn't want her even if she were free." Wang Shouhe listened as the two exchanged filthy barbs back and forth like a crude comic routine, his face turning deathly pale with fury. He shouted, "Wei Yuan, Liang Qiu, don't take me for a fool. Do you really think the Wang family is made of clay?" Wei Yuan lazily unfolded a crisp, white mortgage contract with fresh ink. "Your son Wang Teng personally mortgaged Wang Xiaoyan to me. 10,000 taels of silver, every word written clearly. I'm just collecting what's rightfully owed. I've got the law on my side. Who am I afraid of?" Wang Shouhe shot a sharp glance at the contract and barked at his steward, "Where's Teng?" "Master." Young Master Ting locked himself in his room the moment he returned. "No sign of him now. Tell him to come out and face this." After a moment, the steward came back panting, "Master, no one's inside." It seems young Master Teng fled early. Veins throbbing at his temples, Wang Shouhe glared fiercely at Wei Yuan. "You want take my daughter, and you won't get a single cent from me. Get out." "Oh, going hard." Wei Yuan spat, hands on hips, bellowing, "Smash down the Jin Eho estate. Anyone who dares stop us, beat them to death. If you can't handle it, let Jiang Yuer step in." The guards charged in like tigers, their swords and clubs smashing exotic flowers, fracturing ornamental rocks, and tearing apart the winding corridors. Liang Qiu egged them on, dragged the feng shui koi from the goldfish pond, and roast them. In the chaos, Wei Yuan grabbed Wang Xiaoyan's hair, shouting at the house servants, "She's my servant now. Tie her to the back of the carriage with a wooden sign, daughter of the Wang family, around her neck, and parade her through town." Wang Shouhe clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles whitened but dared not approach, intimidated by the cold, lethal presence of Jiang Yuer standing next to Wei Yuan. He growled a warning. "Wei Yuan, think carefully about the consequences." Waving the mortgage contract, Wei Yuan broke into a wild laugh. "What consequences?" "Do share. The Wang family thinks they can strike back at both the Wei and Liang families. My grandfather Wei Buya earned immortal merit protecting the nation as long as he's alive. Who dares touch me? The Liang family may be a shadow of its former self, but Liang Hongchan still guards the border. Even the emperor has to show her some respect. I'm in the right. Who's going to stop me?" Wang Shouhe furrowed his brow, silently acknowledging the truth in those words. Wei Yuan may be a rogue, but Wei Buya still lived, and the Liang family commanded heavy military forces. The emperor was unlikely to intervene decisively. He took a deep breath and lowered his voice. "Tell them to stop. Make me an offer." Wei Yuan held up 2 fingers, 200,000 taels. "Outrageous." Wang Shouhe roared. "I was willing to reason with you as a junior, but you asked for a king's ransom." Before he finished, Wei Yuan revealed 2 more deeds for houses and land. Almost forgot to mention, Uncle Wang, your son mortgaged Qinghe Yuan too. Want to buy it back? Wang Shi's mouth twitched, chills rising in his heart. Mortgaging his daughter was already absurd, but to wager Qinghe Yuan too? That estate generated a fortune every day. It was the Wang family's most lucrative official business. Behind the scenes, the Wang family ruled over the notorious tomb raiding and treasure hunting guild. Most of the gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and jade unearthed from grave sites were laundered through Qinghe Yuan. Losing it was a disaster for the family's operations. Wei Yuan wore a look that suggested he had you completely cornered. Uncle Wang, the matter of Qinghe elegant residence can wait a bit. Right now, we're talking about Wang Xiaoyan. Will you pay the 200,000 taels of silver or not? If not, forget about Qinghe elegant residence. Wang Shi's expression flickered between doubt and resolve. After a long pause, he finally forced out, fine, he'll pay the 200,000 taels. Now, let's discuss Qinghe elegant residence. One thing at a time, Wei Yuan held up a hand to stop him. First, settle the money. Wang Shouhe snorted coldly, waving his hand dismissively. Soon, the steward arrived carrying a heavy purple lacquered box. Under the flickering candlelight, the silver bills inside shimmered coldly like polished ice. Liang Qiu's eyes lit up at the sight of the gleaming stacks of silver notes. Without hesitation, he snatched them up eagerly, clutching them close with a satisfied nod. Only then did Wei Yuan pull out the mortgage contract and hand it to Wang Xiaoyan. Her appearance was disheveled, her hands trembling as she ripped the papers to shreds and collapsed into Kai Kun's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Uncle Wang, now can we talk about Qinghe elegant residence? Wei Yuan asked, a steady smile on his face. Don't rush. Wang Shouhe changed course, pulling out a thin sheet of paper which he waved under the lamp's glow. I also have the contract for Wang Teng's pledge of his fiancée, Wen Yuan. More? The people present gasped in shock. Only now did Wang Shouhe realize why his rebellious son had fled. If he hadn't run, he might have had his legs broken right here. He clenched his anger and said, you should take that pledge contract to Grand Tutor Wen. Why bring it here, to the Wang family? To demand the dowry, Wei Yuan stated matter-of-factly. Grand Tutor Wen already sent the dowry. Now that Miss Dan belongs to me, you have to return it. Wang Shouhe ground his teeth in rage. Wei Yuan, do you really think the Wang family is easy to bully? Wei Yuan spread his hand and slapped down the property deeds for Qinghe elegant residence. Uncle Wang, this is the last chance. The dowry is 50,000 taels. Your family isn't short of that. But if you want to redeem Qinghe elegant residence, you have to settle the debts first. 50,000 taels or Qinghe elegant residence. Wang Shouhe knew which was heavier. He said grimly, bring the dowry list, and have the finance office prepare 50,000 taels. The silver bills and list arrived together. Wei Yuan put them away and pushed the mortgage contract back to Wang Shouhe. Just when Wang Shouhe thought the ordeal was over, Wei Yuan smiled and said, don't bring up Qinghe elegant residence yet. There's more to discuss. With that, he drew out another mortgage contract, one for a humanoid Chinese knotweed root. Wang Shi's face turned ashen. That root is a fine item, Wei Yuan said deliberately, dragging out the last word. I'm not after money, just the herb. I heard it's good for virility. Bring it. Wang Shouhe spat out the words through clenched teeth. Moments later, the steward carefully unveiled a box made of rosewood. Inside lay the humanoid Chinese knotweed tied with a red cord, its thick root resembling a faintly carved human face. A valuable item, Wei Yuan said as he closed the box and smiled at Wang Shouhe. Uncle Wang, we still have to talk. Talk more. Wang Shouhe almost slammed the table. How much has that rebellious son lost to you? The mortgage contract for the spirit coffin mushroom unrolled slowly. Wang Shi's pupils shrank sharply. We don't have that in our family either. He controlled his fury. If there's a grievance or debt, go find Wang Tong. Before he finished, a small, sharp-eyed guard hurried in. This man had been a scout in the Wei family army but was reassigned after an arm injury and now served in the Wei estate. Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened. Have you confirmed the location? The scout nodded and lowered his voice. I just followed the steward to the ancestral hall. The Wang family's treasure room should be beneath the hall. Wei Yuan smiled slightly and looked at Wang Shouhe. Today, you will hand over the Lingguanji no matter what, whether you want to or not. Wang Shouhe snapped back angrily. How dare you? Wei Yuan retorted. Do you think I don't dare? He raised his hand and waved it. Go to the Wang family ancestral hall. Anyone who tries to stop us, beat them mercilessly. Watching Wei Yuan lead his men charging toward the ancestral hall, the Wang estate steward lowered his head shamefully and whispered, Master, it was my carelessness. Wang Shouhe shook his head with a sigh. Wei Yuan sets traps with every step. His true goal is clearly the Lingguanji. Don't blame yourself, I admit. Even I fell into his trap. Then what should we do now? We have the time of one incense sticks burning. Commander Zhou will arrive with troops soon, and once he's here, that brat won't be able to act so arrogantly. Wang Shi's tone was calm, but his eyes were resolute. Trust the Wang family's mechanism skills. No matter how clever he is, there's no way he can crack our defenses in just the time it takes one incense stick to burn. Inside the ancestral hall, Wei Yuan did not order his men to spread out searching for secret doors. Instead, he immediately commanded, use knives as levers to lift all the thick stone slabs on the ground. Liang Qiu looked puzzled. Brother Yuan, why break the stone slabs instead of finding the mechanism? The Wang family's treasure chamber can't be floating in the air, it has to be underground. Their family has dug graves and tombs for generations. They're experts with secret passages and traps. No need to waste time, let's just tear the whole thing apart. It's faster and easier. Wei Yuan's words were concise and to the point. The men obeyed the order, lifting the stone slabs in large sections. Halfway through, a guard shout rang out from afar. Young master, we found something. Wei Yuan approached and saw a pulley installed beneath one of the slabs. Give Jiang Yuan a golden gourd hammer, he ordered, then added. Yuan, smash down with all your strength. He'll get you some good food when we're done. Jiang Yuan licked his lips. Just the chicken from yesterday is fine. Okay, he'll get you 20 of them. Wei Yuan agreed cheerfully. Rolling up his sleeves, Jiang Yuan's veins bulged as he gripped the hammer and slammed it down hard. Boom. The heavy sound shook the ancestral hall 3 times, causing the Wang family memorial plaques on the altar to sway crookedly. The Wang family's mechanisms were solid indeed. It took Jiang Yuan more than a dozen strikes to completely break through the nearly 1 meter thick cement-like layer embedded with wrought iron reinforcements. Once a gap appeared, Wei Yuan promptly signaled the guards to jump down. Anything visible, bring it all up. Before long, the guards climbed out carrying treasures. Over a meter-tall red coral, fist-sized luminous pearls, rubies, and various top-grade medicinal herbs. The last 2 guards worked together to carry in a massive blade. Its shape resembled a guan dao but looked even more fearsome. The entire blade was pitch black, shimmering with a cold gleam, forged from meteoric iron. This was the famed Santing Baoqi Dao, the treasured sword of Yuan Dingfang, the first great general who founded the former Daqi dynasty. Wei Yuan recalled his grandfather once saying this sword weighed 333 jin, the blade 3 qi 3 cun long, the handle 3 qi 3 cun, and the hilt also 3 qi 3 kun, hence the name Santing 3 stops. Now that it had appeared in the Wang family shrine, it was clear the Wangs had broken into Yuan Dingfang's ancient tomb and secretly kept this divine weapon from his burial. From now on, it's renamed the Santing Bao Yuan Dao, Wei Yuan said with a smirk as he glanced at Jiang Yuan. He held the sword horizontally in front of her. It's yours now. They'll teach you a set of blade techniques when I have time. Jiang Yuan grasped the sword's hilt with both hands. The black iron felt heavy but perfectly balanced. She nodded, placing it back on the rack, her eyes betraying her happiness. Put it all down, all of it. Wang Shouhe burst hurriedly into the shrine, his robes billowing in the sudden gust. He pointed angrily at Wei Yuan. You actually used brute force to break the mechanism. Put every treasure down immediately. Wei Yuan lazily leaned against a square golden treasure box. If you want, give me the Lingguan mushroom, then I'll have to take other things to settle the debt. To me, that mushroom is worth 5 million taels of silver. Once I gather 5 million, I'm gone. He lifted his hand to indicate a human-height red coral branch. This is 10 taels. Then he pointed at a lustrous luminous pearl. 20 taels. Each time he named an item, the Wang's faces darkened further. Wei Yuan lightly tapped Wang Shi's chest with the back of his hand. Uncle Wang, these things carry too much energy, it's probably all illicit. Even if I take it all, do you dare report me honestly to the emperor? Or try to come snatch it back from the Wei family? The Lingguan mushroom was your son's lost bet to me. Return it to its rightful owner. I won't touch anything else. How about that? I'd rather do anything but that. Wang Shouhe instantly dropped his refined facade and cursed with fury. Wei Yuan scratched his ear. Anyway, the treasure's in my hands now. You can scream all you want, but trading 1 Lingguan mushroom for all this is worth it. Wang Shouhe opened his mouth to retort, but Wei Yuan raised a palm to stop him. Don't stall. I'm giving you just half a cup of tea's time. If the Lingguan mushroom doesn't show by then, I'm taking all this back to the Wei family. If you've got guts, try to take it back right under my grandfather's nose. Before he finished speaking, Wang Shouhe choked violently, blood suddenly spraying onto the stone floor as he collapsed. Members of the Wang family rushed to support him, pinching his philtrum and calling for a doctor. His face pale and shriveled as if aged 20 years in a moment. Wang Shouhe hoarsely ordered the steward, go to the study's secret room and bring out the Lingguan mushroom. Moments later, the steward, escorted by guards, returned carrying a half-meter-long jade box. It was carved from a single piece of the finest mutton fat jade, impeccably seamless and gleaming pure white. Even the emperor's life-saving purple gold ginseng did not receive such exquisite treatment, illustrating just how precious the herb inside was. Wei Yuan cracked open a narrow gap in the lid, and an intense fragrance of medicine filled the entire shrine. The scent was tinged faintly with blood, but invigorating. Inside rested the Lingguan mushroom, deep blood red and dazzling, its veins curling like a coiled dragon, its medicinal power almost tangible and spreading around. That's it. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. carefully pocketing the jade box. He picked out several other herbs from the treasure pile and called the guards. Put it all down. Let's go before the Wang reinforcements arrive and create more trouble. Striding boldly, Wei Yuan left the shrine with guards hoisting weapons and herbs, their arrogance fading into the distance. Wang Shouhe knelt on the ground, pounding his fists on the stone slabs, teeth clenched, roaring, "We have to find that traitor Wang Tung. They'll have him beaten to death in public. Wei Yuan, damn that Wei Yuan. Contact the 9 Gates no matter the cost. I want him dead. I want Wei Yuan torn apart, utterly destroyed." At the Marquis of Weiss residence. The afternoon sun slanted through the carved window lattices into the training room, filling the air with the rich scent of medicinal broth. Wei Buiyue sat cross-legged, bare-chested, his chest rising and falling as beads of sweat rolled down his graying chest hair. Before him, Mu Qianxiu manipulated acupuncture needles with lightning speed, the silver needles advancing and retreating along the bladder meridian and governing vessel in a precise rhythm, the faint buzzing blending with the herbal aroma. "Qianxiu, my younger brother, with this top-grade tonic, how much longer do you think I have?" Wei Buiyue rasped out. Mu Qianxiu withdrew his needles, wiped the sweat from his brow, and answered truthfully. "Big brother, to be honest, you only had about a year left. The prescription the heir sent can stabilize your decline. As long as you avoid any major strain and focus on resting, you might stretch it to 2 or 3 years. Only 2 or 3 years." Wei Buiyue sighed deeply, his thin shoulders slumping. "At my age, I'm ready to go, but that worthless grandson of mine worries me most. Without my protection, what will become of him?" As he spoke, Mu Qianxiu gently opened the window. A cool breeze swept in just as the deputy general, already sweating heavily, hurried in upon receiving orders. Wei Buiyue noticed the deputy's pale face and frowned with curiosity. "What happened?" The deputy pursed his lips nervously. "It's the heir. He stole the Jade Leaf Theater and ran off to Qinghe Elegant Garden to gamble with the Liang heir. That cowardly grandson set that Wang family brat up to be the victim again?" Wei Buiyue's voice thundered. The deputy shook his head, expression now even more complicated. "No, he didn't lose. Actually, he won." "Well, winning's good. Why the long face, then?" "Marquis, the heir did win, but he won far too much. 10,000 taels." Wei Buiyue leaned forward. The deputy took a deep breath. "Just in silver notes, it's 300,000 taels." "Holy hell." Wei Buiyue nearly knocked over the medicinal furnace in shock. "That kid won that much." The deputy steeled himself and continued. "Not just silver notes. He also won back the Qinghe Elegant Garden, which brought the Wang family daily riches. Then, he won the Wang heir's fiancée. The worst part. The marched in with 1,000 soldiers each from the Wei and Liang families, stormed the Grand Tutor's mansion to seize the bride, and extorted 200,000 taels from the tutor." The air in the room thickened instantly. Wei Buiyue's eyes narrowed like knives. "Is there more?" Sweat beaded on the deputy's forehead. "Yes." The heir then led a large force to the Wang family, intent on kidnapping Miss Wang Xiaoyan. But he thought she was ugly and refused her as a gift. Mu Qianxiu burst out laughing, waving his hands. "Big brother, sorry, I couldn't hold back. Please continue." The deputy cleared his throat. The heir used Wang Xiaoyan to extort another 200,000 taels and forced the Wang family to hand over the Grand Tutor's daughter's dowry. Scouts even reported he made off with a batch of Wang family's rare aphrodisiac herbs. Wei Buiyue's face darkened like still waters as he sprang from the couch. "This has spiraled out of control. The Grand Tutor and Wang family won't let this slide. They might even alert the Emperor of Nanzhao. Thankfully, that worthless grandson holds a contract, so at least there's some backing. And dragging the Liang family into this mess too, otherwise, even I can't cover up his mess." Before the words finished, the old steward came running in, out of breath. "Master, Shishun and Jiang Yuerthy specifically want to see you. The heir said the items must be handed to you personally. Let them in." Shishun and Jiang Yuerthy entered, carrying several heavy brocade boxes, placing them reverently before Wei Buiyue. "Master, the heir insisted you open them yourself." Wei Buiyue raised an eyebrow and opened the top box made of agarwood. Inside lay a vividly red humanoid-shaped Hisho Wu root, its branches like limbs and tangled rootlets resembling hair. Mu Qianqiu's eyes flashed green as he snatched it up for a closer look. "Wow, it's almost grown facial features. A treasure, truly a treasure." Mu Qianqiu spoke excitedly to Wei Buiyue. "Big brother, with this thing, I guarantee on my own head you could live at least 2 years longer." As he said this, his gaze fixed onto the mutton-fat jade box on the table, the entire box carved from warm, lustrous white jade, glowing softly under the light, making even the surrounding air seem pearly and pure. He took a deep breath, his hands trembling slightly as his fingertips pried open the jade lid bit by bit. The moment the lid slipped off, a strong medicinal fragrance immediately spilled out, intense and crisp, like fiery liquor burning down the throat. Everyone instinctively held their breath, seeing inside the box a single Lingji mushroom of a nearly supernatural red, its veins twisting and seemingly flowing with fresh blood. "What?" Mu Qianqiu exclaimed sharply. Ling Linganzu. Wei Buiyue frowned. What the heck is Linganzu? Top 3 on the spiritual herb list. Mu Qianqiu swallowed hard. A precious medicine only seen in legends. Before finishing, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing Wei Buiyue's shoulder tightly. Big brother, with this, you can extend your life by at least 10 years. Wei Buiyue staggered from the sudden embrace, then lifted his head, eyes reddening. That rascal made all this fuss just for my old bones. Yuaner has grown up, he understands now. 2 streams of tears ran down his deeply wrinkled cheeks. He turned to shout toward the corner of the room. Shishuan, Jiang Yuer, what else did that scoundrel say to you? Jiang Yuer scratched his head and replied naively. The heir said these herbs must be personally handed to you. As long as the medicine exists, so do we. If the medicine's lost, the 2 of us will slit our throats. Oh, and he told the kitchen to prepare 20 chickens for me. Eat whatever you want. Wei Buiyue waved a big hand. Go choose in the kitchen yourself. Eat what you like, as much as you want. The deputy general at the door stepped forward and lowered his voice. Lord Wei, should I go to the Liang family and invite Prince Liang over to discuss how to deal with the Wang family? Deal with them. Deal with their Wei Buiyue's eyes blazed as he slammed the table. If I can live 5 more years, protect Great Wei for 5 more years, isn't that enough of a deal? When Emperor Nanzhao hears this, he'll laugh himself awake in bed. Mu Qianqiu hurried to correct him. Big brother, it's 10 years, not 5. You have to trust my medical skill. I don't not trust you, Wei Buiyue sighed. But Emperor Nanzhao is so suspicious by nature. If I say 10 years, he'll get even more paranoid. 5 years is just right, no more, no less. After a bitter smile, he added, living with a ruler is like living with a tiger. Scheming and plotting are not for a free wanderer like me. He beckoned Shishuan closer. Where's that scoundrel? Why hasn't he come back yet? Where did he run off to? Shishuan replied quickly. The heir said he wants to reward the troops, give each of the 2,000 guards 20 taels of silver as a bonus, then invite everyone to a big feast at Yuan. Wei Buiyue's face lit up, his beard trembling. No wonder he carries the Wei blood, treating soldiers like his own children. I'm with him on this. Shishuan added. The heir also said Yuan is our own business. All guards get half price if they go there for the girls. Wei Buiyue's expression darkened as he snorted heavily. A dog can't stop eating crap. On that, I'm not with him. In the spacious backyard of Yuan, 100 large round tables were set up, each seating 10 people, to accommodate 2,000 guards for the banquet. The tavern was brightly decorated with lanterns and streamers, and the dishes followed the highest standards of the capital's feasts. At the center of each table was a large, richly flavored cold dish, exquisitely presented. Next to it were the 8 delicacies of the capital, delicate pastries. Then the 8 capital dishes, 4 cold and 4 hot dishes. Beyond that, 8 large and 8 small bowls, showcasing a complete range of 8 cooking methods: braising, stewing, saucing, roasting, steaming, frying, and more. The guards were all towering strong men, and whenever a table cleared its dishes, the kitchen immediately replenished them. With both silver to earn and fine food to enjoy, everyone was deeply grateful to Wei Yuan. Besides, the heir had announced half-price admission for ladies today, so a few older lechers had already slipped quietly upstairs to the 2nd floor. Inside the main hall of Yuan, for top courtesans sat in pairs, coaxing drinks from Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu. Du Sanyang stood behind Wei Yuan, hands massaging his shoulder blades gently, her voice soft and syrupy. Young master, do you find the pressure just right? Not bad, Wei Yuan replied, eyes closed, enjoying the feeling. Du Sanyang leaned a bit closer, lowering her voice to remind him. Young master, now that you're the boss, both Xiao Dai and Xiao Ai are your employees. You must take good care of them, or they won't be able to make money for you. Her words hinted at the scandal that had rocked the city the day before, that female assassin who died from being used to death, with rumors even saying her corpse had excreted fluids. Wei Yuan cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's you all ruining my reputation. But his image couldn't be broken, so he had to endure the humiliation in silence like a mute swallowing gall. Suddenly, he changed the subject. By the way, San Yang, among the guests recently, have any moneylender or silver shop managers come by? Or the heads of any large rice merchants? Moneylenders? Rice merchants? Du Sanyang blinked. Young master, what are you planning? Investment. Before he could finish, from a nearby table, a man in official robes stood up and cupped his hands. Manager Shun, I must take my leave now. The man was the Deputy Minister of Revenue, a third-rank official. Left at the table was Manager Shun, in his early 30s, slightly plump. Smack. Manager Shin slammed the table, gritting his teeth and cursing, taking money without doing work. Those capital officials don't leave a single bone behind. The serving girls hurried to soothe him with wine, but he pushed them away. I'm done drinking. Bring the bill. Hearing the accent, Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Soft Wu dialect, from Jiangnan? Du Sanyang leaned in to explain. Young master, he's Shin Wansan, manager from Jiangnan, who opened a branch of his money shop here. But he's been constantly extorted and blocked from business, so he's frustrated and had a bit of a tantrum. In business, Harmony brings wealth, you shouldn't blame him. Wei Yuan smiled and patted Liang Qiu's shoulder. All 4 courtesans are yours tonight. I'm going to talk business. Liang Qiu's eyes widened. Yuan, all 4? That's not like you. You usually can't keep your eyes off women. Wei Yuan ignored the teasing and strode after Shen Wansan. Brother Shen, please wait. Shen Wansan turned, saw Wei Yuan, and caught Du Sanyang signaling him repeatedly. He quickly cupped his hands and apologized with a smile. Sorry, I was a bit drunk and loud earlier, no intention to cause trouble. I'm here to discuss business with you. Please have a seat. The 3 returned to the table as Du Sanyang quickly introduced. Manager Shun. This is the new owner of Qinghe, grandson of the Duke of Wei Yuan, heir to the Wei family. Shun Wansan felt like he had swallowed a fly and silently vowed never to return to Qinghe again. Wei Yuan, the top playboy of the capital, was infamous even in the distant Jiangnan. People knew better than to cross him. When someone saw him, they could only count themselves unlucky for the day. Despite a chill settling in his heart, Shen Wansan maintained a respectful smile, bowing slightly. So it's your highness the crown prince. I've long heard of your great name. More like a notorious one. Wei Yuan waved lazily and casually asked, Shopkeeper Shen, what rank does Yongfeng Bank hold in the Great Wei? Shen Wansan hurriedly replied humbly, it's just a modest Tianli, nothing to catch your highness' attention. The Great Wei's banks were divided into 4 tiers, Tianyuan, Tianheng, Tianli, and Tianjin. Tianyuan was the highest, reserved only for the top 4 dukes and 8 marquises of the capital or official banks. Tianli was the 3rd tier. Wei Yuan glanced up, sizing him up. Tianli, your bank's market value must be around 2 to 3 million taels, right? Feeling uneasy, Shen wondered why this playboy was suddenly sizing up his bank. Their status gap was huge, so he lowered his posture and cupped his hands. Your highness' judgment is sound. I'm merely a merchant with no power or influence, holding only a small amount of money. In your presence, I'm no different from a commoner. Wei Yuan dusted off his sleeve and got straight to the point. He'll offer 600,000 taels in cash for 40 of your bank's shares. 600,000 taels for shares worth over $1 million? Shen nearly refused outright, but was silenced by Wei Yuan. The noble families of the capital must have offered you cooperation before, but you couldn't get their approval because you didn't agree, Wei Yuan said calmly. I heard from San Yang that you came from humble origins and built your fortune from nothing, owning millions. Now that shows ambition. But commerce is ranked lowest. No matter how rich you get, without the backing of nobility, a single word can destroy you. Except in relatively free Jiangnan, you won't get far anywhere else in Great Wei. He tapped the table with his finger. If I invest, I only want dividends, no say in operations. Think of it as backing you with the strongest support. Shen still hesitated, so Wei Yuan glanced sideways and ordered Du Sanyang, go find the Minister of Finance who just left. Bring him back here immediately. Soon, the Minister of Finance hurried in, bowing deeply like a shrimp. Your Highness, you called for me. Du Sanyang stepped forward, offering a jade tobacco pipe to Wei Yuan. After a deep drag on his tobacco, Wei Yuan exhaled smoke directly into the minister's face and then slapped him sharply. I caused a scene at the Grand Preceptor's residence today and vandalized the Wang family of the Imperial Patrol. Are you aware? No. The minister broke out in cold sweat. So, dealing with a 3rd-rank minister like you is easy for me? Easy. You shameless bastard. Daring to extort the crown prince's business? The minister hastily shook his hands, trembling. Your Highness, what business are you referring to? Yongfeng Bank. Wei Yuan's gaze was like a blade. The minister's face instantly paled. I didn't know Yongfeng Bank was your Highness' property. He'll return to the office right away to draft the approval order and submit it tonight. He then pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket. The bribe he had taken earlier and respectfully placed it on the table. By rights, Wei Yuan held no official position. A 3rd-rank minister shouldn't bow so low. But this man had already witnessed 2 earth-shaking acts today, extorting 200,000 taels from Grand Preceptor 1 and smashing up the Wang family residence of the Imperial Patrol. The Vice Minister of Revenue was genuinely afraid of Wei Yuan. Like having fleas, you don't fear their bites, but you dread getting thoroughly beaten again. After all, as an official of the respectable 3rd rank, he was nothing compared to Wei Yuan and the 2 unlucky guys before him. Get lost. Wei Yuan waved lazily, dismissing the Vice Minister, then turned back with a playful smile toward Shen Wansan. This is what power feels like. How about it? Honestly, it feels great. Shen Wansan blurted out. Thinking back to that vice minister who had been so full of authority in front of him but immediately cowered before Wei Yuan like a scared child, it was such a stark contrast that it gave him a deep sense of satisfaction. Wei Yuan tapped the table. Have you thought more about the partnership? You can say no, I won't make things difficult. Consider the approval of the Yongfeng branch a parting gift from me. Shen Wansan ground his teeth. Young master, one last question I hope you'll answer honestly. Ask. There are so many moneylenders nationwide. Why did you choose me? Fate, I guess. Wei Yuan shrugged. We happen to cross paths here. More importantly, the source of this money is shady. I have to invest it quickly. Otherwise, everyone will want to cut, including my grandfather. Shin Wanson almost slid off his chair. He had imagined countless possibilities, but never expected such a bizarre answer, yet it perfectly matched Wei Yuan's unpredictable nature. It's bad. The young master is dead. The young master is dead. A woman's scream came from upstairs. Wei Yuan's face darkened, and he sprinted up the stairs. The door was kicked open. For courtesans, their clothes torn, huddled in panic in the corner. Liang Qiu lay on the embroidered bedspread, his face ashen, foam frothing from his mouth, completely lifeless. Du Sanyang cried out, "Find a doctor. Young Master Liang has died suddenly." Wei Yuan hurried forward and pried open Liang Qiu's eyelids, revealing a faint pink line across the eyeball. Hashin, divine water. The same deadly poison that had almost taken his own life before. Sanyang, send someone to the outhouse to fetch a bucket of manure soup, quickly. Having given the order, Wei Yuan immediately grabbed the physician who had just rushed into the room from Qinghe Elegant Garden. Take out all the strongest tonics for virility and force every last one down Liang Qiu's throat. The doctor's forehead beaded with sweat. Master, I think the priority should be saving young Master Liang's life first. If anything happens, he'll take full responsibility. Move. Wei Yuan's voice was cold and unyielding, allowing no room for debate. The doctor had no choice but to bend down, trembling as he shoved one large, dark tonic pill after another down Liang Qiu's throat. The pill slid down amidst blood and froth. He dared not delay. Wei Yuan flipped open a medicine box, flicked his fingertips, and silver acupuncture needles flashed with cold brilliance. His hands moved with ghostly speed and precision, piercing Liang Qiu's acupuncture points in rapid succession. When the last needle was in place, the dense array of silver pins resonated, emitting a low humming like a dragon's roar echoing through the room. The dragon's roar needle technique. The doctor hiccuped in fright, heart pounding. This skill was beyond even him, and he knew that the legendary healer Mu Qianxiu, Wei Yuan's mentor, couldn't replicate it either. Forget everything you just saw, Wei Yuan whispered, pressing steadily on Liang Qiu's chest performing CPR. The doctor straightened immediately, blurting out, "I, Hua Tianmiao, swear on my life to keep this secret. But, young master, is there any chance you could teach me the dragon's roar needle? If Liang Qiu dies, the Qinghe Elegant Garden won't survive. You damn well better pump him full of medicine first." Wei Yuan snapped, leaving no room for argument. Moments later, the stopped chest of Liang Qiu began rising and falling, faintly signs of life returning. Just then, Sanyang entered carrying a large bucket of manure soup, supported by Guigong, the pungent stench hitting everyone like a wall. Wei Yuan covered his nose. Prise open his mouth and pour every drop in. Du Sanyang tugged on Wei Yuan's sleeve urgently. "Young master, if Liang Qiu dies here, we're all doomed. But because of your status, the Liang family won't punish you as harshly. If you pour manure soup down his throat, you'll be finished. Liang Hanshan will never forgive you." Hua Tianmiao quickly tried to smooth things over. "Sanyang, don't doubt master. Whatever he orders, you must obey and trust his medical skill." Wei Yuan's cold gaze cut him off, forcing him to swallow the rest of his words. "I'm taking responsibility if things go wrong. Pour it in," Wei Yuan ordered. Guigong reluctantly opened Liang Qiu's jaws and ladled the foul brown liquid down, spoonful after spoonful. After more than 20 pounds of manure soup was drained, Liang Qiu suddenly opened his eyes. He violently pushed Guigong away, retching fiercely as the stench surged back up. Clutching the bed frame, he heaved uncontrollably. Ugh, the first heave was the worst, the smell overwhelming as the dry retching continued. Wei Yuan had anticipated this. He had stepped outside during the forced feeding, leaving the chaotic scene inside. After what felt like an eternity, the vomiting stopped. The door opened, and Sun Tianmiao wiped his sweat and approached Wei Yuan. Bowing, he said, "Master, young Master Liang is no longer in critical condition, though he has vomited so much he even brought up bile and has fallen unconscious. Move him out to the courtyard for a thorough wash. Then have the Liang family guards escort him back to the Liang mansion," Wei Yuan ordered tersely. Liang Qiu awoke from unconsciousness, vomiting violently. Chaos erupted at Qinghe Elegant Garden. All guests were promptly sent away. The guards forced 4 completely naked courtesans to kneel in the courtyard, each wearing terrified expressions. Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, voice icy, "Speak. Which one of you poisoned him? Young master poison? We don't understand," one stammered. "Don't play dumb. Liang Qiu was poisoned with the same Hehuan Xinxian potion you gave me a few days ago." At the mention of Hehuan Xinxian, Wei Yuan, who had been watching closely, saw Du Sanyang flinch, her body trembling slightly and her pupils contracting sharply. Whispering a few words to the guard beside him, Wei Yuan stood up and said to Sanyang, "Come with me into the room." The door creaked shut, and the dim light cast their shadows on the wall. As soon as Du Sanyang stepped inside, she collapsed to her knees, her silk skirt spreading out across the floor. "Young master, I swear I didn't poison anyone. I never said you did, so why panic?" Wei Yuan casually shook his sleeve and leaned against the bed, his eyes sharp as knives as he appraised her from head to toe. A teasing smile played on his lips. If it wasn't you, you must know something, right? I don't know. Du Yang's voice trembled. Before she could finish, the door was pushed open again. Two guards dragged in the young man who had earlier tried to assassinate their top scholar cousin. His hands were tied behind his back, and he staggered as he was brought forward. Wei Yuan rose and grabbed the man's chin, pulling sharply. The thin, translucent human skin mask was torn away in an instant. A little disguise like this might fool someone like Wang Tong, but not me. Wei Yuan, he scoffed. Beneath the mask was the face of a man around 25 or 26, with sharp brows, bright eyes, and handsome features. Good looks, but too afraid to show your real face. Could it be you're a wanted criminal? Wei Yuan motioned to the guards. Go summon the 6 doors agents and find out if he's a fugitive. No. Du Yang leapt forward, clutching Wei Yuan's calf. Young master, please spare Jiangnan. He'll tell you everything. A former courtesan turned saint, and now in love? Wei Yuan sneered. So this is your lover? If he's a wanted man, then today I've finally seen just how suspicious your cousin really is. With that, he kicked Du Yang down. You have no right to bargain with me. If you want to save him, you'd better cooperate. Otherwise, he'll have 1,000 guards from the Wei household tear your beloved Jiangnan to pieces right in front of you. Du Yang's nose hit the floor, blood seeping out, but she still looked up, pleading. It was Hua Kuei Xiaodai. She came to me a few days ago, threatening Jiangnan, forcing me to give her the Hahuan elixir. But I truly didn't know she intended to harm you. Where did you get such poison? Wei Yuan asked coldly. Last year, a guest ate everything but had no money. He left the recipe with me as collateral, so I secretly copied it. Who else knows about this? The only person who was with the guest that day was Xiao Dai. No one else knows. Wei Yuan's voice turned chilling. If that's the case, then you're useless to me. You didn't attempt to kill me yourself, but you're involved nonetheless. Today, you will die? Du Yang turned around, tears in her eyes as she gripped the young man's hand. Jiangnan's. Young master, I've told you everything. Please keep your promise and spare him. Is he even worth it? So far, he hasn't uttered a single word to plead for you. Jiangnan had his tongue cut out by Kai Kun. He can't speak. Du Yang choked up, her fingers trembling. 5 years ago, when I was still the top courtesan at Qinghe Elegance, he came to the capital to take the imperial exam and spent his entire fortune to buy a night with me. That night, he spoke only to me. 4 years ago, when he went to the provincial exam, he again spent a fortune just to talk with me through the night. Later, when I became the shopkeeper and stopped taking clients, I met him again. Wei Yuan yawned repeatedly, thinking to himself, a poor scholar chasing a courtesan. This story is as old as the hills. But the next words made his eyebrows twitch. This year, Jiangnan wrote an essay called Battle Against the Heaven's Wolf, breaking the Xiongnu cavalry, and was personally crowned top scholar by the Emperor of Nanzhao. His real name is Gongsun Jin. But the Wang family tampered with the exam, switching his essay with Kai Kun's. He finished speaking and looked down at their clasped hands, his expression unreadable. Jiangnan wanted to enter the palace to file a complaint, but he was caught halfway by the Wang family. They let that shameless scoundrel Kai Kun cut out his tongue. Just as Kai Kun was about to kill him, Jiangnan was rescued by his senior brother and brought to me. Who was the senior brother? The Imperial Academy's grand scholar, Zhu Sibo. Wei Yuan frowned. Zhu Sibo's father had once been a personal guard to Wei Buiyue and died protecting him from an arrow. In gratitude, Wei Buiyue had taken in Zhu Sibo's widow and daughter, treating Zhu Sibo as his own grandson. Zhu Sibo grew up in the Wei household, literate by age 3, composing poems by 7, and topping the imperial exams at 12. Now he was a respected 4th-rank grand scholar at the Imperial Academy, known throughout the capital as the #1 talent. Wei Yuan, who had grown up playing alongside him, knew the genius well was nothing but a hypocrite. Before Zhu Sibo moved into the academy dorms, every time he came to the mansion, he carried a faint scent of green tangerine. Wei Yuan, accustomed to the pleasures of the pleasure quarters, knew exactly what that scent meant: brothel music, flower arranging, intimate company, and buying green tangerines to mask the smell of makeup. Each time Zhu Sibo pretended to explain it away as little green tangerines brewed for tea, Wei Yuan teased him about it repeatedly, and Zhu Sibo stubbornly held his ground. He murmured to himself, piecing together the seemingly unrelated names and events: Hahuan immortal water, Xiao Dai, Song Neiyun, Gongsun Jin, San Yang, Zhu Sibo, and a faint thread of connection began to emerge. Women like San Yang usually treated men coldly, but once she cared, she was utterly devoted. Xiao Dai was much the same. With Zhu Sibo's talent and looks, winning Xiao Dai's affection was easy. If, in moments of intimacy, Xiao Dai happened to mention Gongsun Jin, San Yang, and the Hahuan immortal water, that would be enough to spark a ruthless plan in Zhu Sibo's mind. First save Gongsun Jin, then use that as leverage to control San Yang and seize the immortal water, and finally set a trap to kill himself off. Whether he succeeded or failed, he could wash his hands of the whole mess. Even more dangerous, the southern Zhao emperor who wanted him dead and the rapidly rising Wang family were both puppets Zhu Sibo had put in place to keep other powerful clans in check. As for Liangqiu today, it was probably an accident. Wei Yuan was negotiating business with Shun Wansan, and the four top courtesans had just gathered there, drawing trouble in. Suddenly, a month-old taunt from Wang Tung came to Wei Yuan's mind. We're both third-generation Wei family, but his grandson is already a grand scholar and this year's chief examiner, while your own grandson only knows how to run to the brothel for songs. That smug, gloating face now seemed to carry a hidden meaning. He turned to Sin Yang and asked, "How often does Zhu Sibo come here?" "All the time. Every 2 or 3 days," she replied. "He always disguises himself, and Xiao Dai is the only girl he requests." So it was true. It seemed this guy was colluding with the Wang family after all. No wonder he was well-versed in the classics. His skill at using others as weapons was masterful. "No, Jinlang, you have to survive. Only by living can you seek revenge." Wei Yuan stood silently by the window, weighing the consequences of the assassination. Behind him, in the cramped, dimly lit guest room, Du Sanyang clung tightly to Gongsun Jin, crying herself hoarse as if trying to pour all her grief into his chest. "Sanyang, do you know lip reading?" Wei Yuan suddenly turned around, raising an eyebrow. Sobbing, Du Sanyang nodded. "I come from a poor family. My mother is mute, so I learned lip reading from a young age. If you're involved in the assassination, you must die," Wei Yuan said coldly, then added casually, "But it's a pity to kill you since you run my shop and earn money for me. So if your Jin Lang is willing to die in your place, I might let you live." "Abba, Abba," Gongsun Jin cried out urgently. Du Sanyang quickly translated for him. "Jin Lang says he's unwilling to die for me." Before she finished, she saw him shake his head desperately. Wei Yuan smirked lazily and sharpened his words. "Sorry, Sanyang, I can lip read too. He says she will die for you." Gongsun Jin could only nod feverishly, cold sweat forming at his temples. Du Sanyang sobbed even harder, her voice raw. "Jin Lang, you are a top scholar, and I am a fallen woman. If I must die, so be it. You must live to avenge Yu Day. You will be second only to the emperor." Clasped together, they wept bitterly. Wei Yuan, growing impatient, kicked Du Sanyang sharply on the hip. "Go get the chessboard. He and I will play for your lives. If he wins, I spare you. If he loses, both of you die. Play against the heir. Jin Lang, you're a brilliant scholar, while Wei Yuan is just a spoiled playboy who knows nothing. You can definitely win." Du Sanyang blurted anxiously, then covered her mouth. "Your Highness, sorry. I accidentally spoke my mind." Wei Yuan rolled his eyes. "Still standing there? Hurry up and get the chessboard." As Du Sanyang turned to leave, Wei Yuan suddenly grabbed Gongsun Jin's wrist and twisted hard. Crack! The sharp snap of bone echoed in the air. Then he withdrew a silver needle and precisely stabbed the severed tendon. Gongsun Jin trembled but raised his hand, surprised to feel the previously numb arm slowly respond. "It's only temporarily reconnected," Wei Yuan reminded coolly. "If you win, not only will I spare your lives, I'll personally repair your limbs so you won't be stuck in a wheelchair." At that moment, Du Sanyang returned, panting as she carefully placed the chessboard before them. Gongsun Jin confidently pointed to the white stones, then to Wei Yuan. "The standard rule, white goes first. Since you let me start, I won't hold back." But in the next second, Wei Yuan placed a white stone with a crisp click right in the center of the board. A move to Tian Yuan, the board's very heart. To go first and claim Tian Yuan either a fool or a genius. Du Sanyang and Gongsun Jin exchanged looks, certain Wei Yuan was the former. Du Sanyang thought inwardly. This spoiled rich kid clearly knows nothing, yet he's playing chess against a top scholar. He must be giving us a way out. Grateful, she cast a secret glance at Wei Yuan. The second move followed swiftly, and Wei Yuan's previously careless demeanor suddenly sharpened. His eyes gleamed with the commanding aura of someone long accustomed to power, as if a razor-edged light had been cast over him. Du Sanyang gasped. How did he suddenly get more handsome? Does chess make you prettier? After 10 moves, Gongsun Jin's scorn faded. Veins twitched on his forehead as he carefully considered each step with triple deliberation. Black and white stones twisted and tangled, threats everywhere on the board. Suddenly, Wei Yuan raised his hand, placing a stone with a clear, decisive sound. Dragon Slayer. As Wei Yuan's stone landed, Gongsun Jin toppled backwards from his chair, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Wei Yuan. Sanyang doesn't understand the game of Go, so she asked Gongsun Jin, "Haven't you already won too much? Didn't I tell you to go easy on the heir, so you don't frustrate him and make him regret it?" Gongsun Jin lightly shook his hand, eyes still fixed on the board, lips silently moving. "I lost. Lost completely and utterly." In the first 80 moves, among the black and white stones, he saw the shadow of Wei Boyu's bravery that surpasses the entire army. Wei Yuan nodded in agreement. "Though I'm uneducated and untrained, Grandpa made me memorize his military strategies when I was a child." The game continued. Gongsun Jin closed his eyes and mouthed silently. "No one can match Wei Gong's abilities, but I, Gongsun Jin, pride myself on strategy. winning by a slight margin of half a move at best. At the 150th move, suddenly another figure appeared to him, a man who awakened the sleeping Eastern dragon with fiery passion, fighting countless battles across 30,000 miles of territory, single-handedly crushing millions with one spear, invincible under heaven. I lost, utterly and thoroughly. Gongsun Jin sighed. Wei Yuan closed his eyelids, speaking quietly. That is my shadow. Why do you pretend to be a playboy? Gongsun Jin asked softly. To avoid threatening the ruler. Wei Yuan smiled faintly. The Wei family is filled with loyal martyrs. If I didn't act like a playboy, the grass on our graves would have long grown over a man's height. He reached out to Gongsun Jin. You're willing to die for Sanyang. I see your character. On the board, I see your talent. A fine bird chooses the right tree. Follow me. His fingers hovered in the air. Gongsun Jin didn't immediately take his hand, narrowing his eyes and silently asking, you want to plot a coup? The ironclad general crossing the pass at night. Officials waiting through the cold pre-dawn hours. Wei Yuan scoffed. The throne depends on the emperor's performance. If he's capable, I am not interested. Then what do you want? To end this feudal old world. Wei Yuan spoke steadily, every word resolute. Break the noble houses, kill the powerful clans, rebuild a merit-based system so that children from humble backgrounds have a path forward. If successful, he'll propose 2 more policies. Redistribute taxes based on land to ease burdens on the landless and poor. Return state monopolies so common people earn more, fed, clothed, and educated. Before the last word had fallen, Gongsun Jin suddenly gripped that hand tightly, knees weakening as he knelt down. A real man does not change his name or surname. From now on, you'll travel the world by your real name. I want to see who dares to come to the Wei Duke's mansion to arrest anyone. Wei Yuan secretly rejoiced. Just 2 sentences, and he had tricked this brilliant top scholar into following him. Ancient people really were easy to fool. This was like promising big bonuses to employees in a past life. Sanyang stared blankly at them. Jinlang, what's going on here? I willingly follow the heir. No, follow my lord. Gongsun Jin said solemnly. My lord Wei Yuan, I vow to overthrow this corrupt world with you, and bring clarity and justice. Sanyang nervously bit her clothes hem and whispered, so, heir, who are you actually planning to kill? One of us? No one. Wei Yuan rubbed his forehead and shot her a look. From now on, you two will be separated at work. Your intelligence drops sharply around Jinlang, wasting my earnings. Sanyang bit her lip and begged, heir, Xiao Dai and I have been sisters for many years. Can you at least spare her some torment? Wei Yuan smiled meaningfully. Don't worry, I won't kill her. Xiao Dai is bite so long as she lives. Someone will be sleepless with worry, scrambling to kill her. Then the fish will bite naturally. Night fell over the Wei Duke's mansion. Liang Buwei, father of Liang Qiu, the heir of the Liang family, arrived waddling with his chubby face shaking. His features resembled Liang Qiu roughly 70%, but he was a full 2 sizes larger. He bowed to Wei Buiyue. Second uncle, I must come to get some answers tonight. You know Wei Yuan's reputation, the capital's top playboy, uneducated and good for nothing. I looked out for him because of my late sworn sister, and because his uncle, allowing Liang Qiu to hang out with him. Now look, he's ruining my son. Wei Buiyue's forehead darkened instantly. Do you even know your son is the capital's second biggest playboy? The second worst has no right to call himself number 1. Besides, before them, the top playboy in the city was you, Liang Buwei. Even if I was a playboy back then, I never dared drug a princess. Liang Buwei patted his round belly. Second uncle, let's talk seriously. Grand Tutor Wen and the Wang family are both demanding accountability. Those 2 kids cheated Tutor Wen out of money and destroyed the Wang family's reputation. The worst part is, none of the money went to us Liang family, but we have to share the blame with the Wei family. Also, that damned Wei Yuan even fed dung soup to Liang Qiu. Now no one's allowed within 10 meters of my son's room. The smell is unbearable. Wei Buiyue rubbed his temples. It's true you didn't get money, but didn't you know the Qinghe Elegant Garden gave half the shares to your Liang family? Damn it. Liang Buwei jumped up, his fat jiggle wildly shaking. That bastard Liang Qiu didn't tell me. It must have been that scoundrel trying to pocket the dividends. Let's see if I don't beat him when I get home. Wei Buiyue chuckled lightly. As for the matter of the feces soup, I know a bit about it. It wasn't my Wei Yuan who did it. Liang Buwei clenched his fists, his anger flaring up instantly. Then who was it? The relationship between the Liang and Wei families is clear. If it was Wei Yuan, I'd just scold him a couple of times and let it go. But if it's someone else, they'll skin them alive. And if I can't, they'll call my daughter Hanchan back to do it. It was Sun Tianmiao, Wei Buiyue said calmly, a disciple of my brother Qianqius registered student. That's quite a distant connection, Liang Buwei said as he shook his sleeves. I'm going to peel Sun Tianmiao's skin off right now. Before he finished, Wei Buiyue pressed down on his shoulder. The man is arriving soon. At the courtyard gate, the deputy general hurriedly led Sun Tianmiao, the resident doctor of Qinghe Elegant Garden, inside. The moment Sun Tianmiao saw Mu Qianxiu, his legs went weak. He stepped forward quickly and collapsed into a kowtow. Disciple Sun Tianmiao pays respects to master. Liang Bue's eyes widened in disbelief. You're really called Sun Tianmiao? You were the one who gave my son the feces soup. Wei Buye raised his hand to stop him. Tell us everything you know. Sun Tianmiao swallowed nervously. Young Master Liang brought 4 top courtesans into his chambers, and soon after, sudden death was reported. When I entered, he was already lifeless. Then I peeled back his eyelids and saw a delicate pink line across his eyeball. Mu Qianqiu stroked his graying beard, frowning deeply. Women, sudden death, and a pink line. The long-lost poison of the Jianghu Haoan immortal dew. Sun Tianmiao nodded repeatedly. Yes. At that moment I diagnosed it as Haoan immortal dew, so I gave him an aphrodisiac first. Haoan immortal dew mainly damages the kidney water, Mu Qianqiu explained. An aphrodisiac eases the toxin's effects. You did well. Then I applied acupuncture on the young master. Oh, Mu Qianqiu's eyes gleamed with interest. What kind of needle technique can bring someone back from apparent death? Something similar to our Giga Medical Sect's 5 elements acupuncture, but I combined it with the Southern Dipper's 6-star needle method. Beidou is death, Nandu is life. The 5 elements needles protect the 5 organs, Mu Qianqiu nodded. That combination is indeed brilliant, but it demands a high skill level and requires the dragon's roar hand technique. Even I can't do it. You can? This isn't important, Sun Tianmiao stammered. After acupuncture, I forced my way to make him drink the feces soup, and then he woke up. Forced vomiting to expel residual toxins from the intestines and shock the mind awake with strong stimulation. That's a good tactic, Mu Qianqiu approved. After the conversation paused, Wei Buye glanced sideways at Liang Bue. Understand now? Liang Bue rubbed his head. I do and don't. So my son was poisoned? Someone wants the Liang family line ended. No, I must send a pigeon to Hongchan at once and have her come back to investigate. He stood up sharply, bowed to Wei Buye and Mu Qianqiu, then casually shoved 3,000 taels of silver into Sun Tianmiao's palm before hurriedly striding out of the Duke's mansion in a bouncy gait like Chancellor Gui. The hall was left with just the master, disciple, and Wei Buye. Mu Qianqiu smiled, studying Sun Tianmiao. Tianmiao, your medical skill is excellent. Give Wei Gong 2 needles as a trial. Well, okay. Sweat appeared on Sun Tianmiao's forehead as his trembling fingers pressed needles into Wei Buye. After 2 needles, Mu Qianqiu raised his hand. Stop. He narrowed his eyes. Tianmiao, you didn't really save the young master, did you? Who was it that actually gave the acupuncture? Sun Tianmiao trembled on his knees. Master, please don't make this hard for me. I swore I wouldn't say. Since you swore, I won't force you, Mu Qianqiu sighed. Tell me, who was beside you when you saved him? Sun Tianmiao lowered his voice. The East Master, it was young Master Wei Yuan. Mu Qianqiu and Wei Buye exchanged a glance. It really was that kid. Sun Tianmiao quickly raised 3 fingers to distance himself. I didn't say anything, so my oath doesn't count. We old fellows didn't ask you anything either. Remember, not a word leaks out, or you'll be dealt with according to the family rules. You may leave. Wei Buye waved his hand dismissively. As soon as Sun Tianmiao left, Wei Buye threw his head back and laughed heartily, his coarse laughter shaking flakes of dust off the roof. Everyone says the Liang family has a golden phoenix, but who knew the Wei family has a hidden dragon? Qianqiu, my old brother, he nudged Mu Qianqiu with his elbow, pride shining in his eyes. I was originally going to ask you to take Yuanzi as your apprentice, but now it seems you're not worthy. How about I kowtow twice, and we acknowledge Wei Yuan as master instead? In the main hall, the 2 nearly 200-year-old old men laughed uproariously, their booming voices echoing through the air. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan returned to the Guogong mansion. No sooner had he stepped through the main gate than Shishuan came rushing up, carrying a velvet-padded tray with a piece of sleek black armor. Young lord, you caused quite a scene today. If Lord Wei had waited with a cane, don't say I didn't warn you. Better put this on for safety. Pointing to his forehead, he added bitterly, think of me, Shishuan, the top strategist under the young lord. If I lost my head because of you, what would you do then? Wei Yuan smiled wryly, trying the Liang Qiu trick of freeloading? But entering the Wei residence, he found no angry Wei Buye, glaring with family rules in hand. Wei Yuan smirked slightly. Wei Buye might not understand spirit coffin mushroom, but the divine Dr. Mu Qianqiu at his side certainly knew the situation. The grandson went to great lengths to prolong his life. Even if old Wei was forgetful, he wouldn't take it out on me. After settling Gongsun Jin and Third Madam, he placed Xiao Dai in the guest quarters near Deputy General Wang Zuan's residence. Before leaving, he quietly instructed Wang Xuanzi. This girl has someone after her life. Keep a close eye. If she acts up, stop her without killing her, understood? Wang Xuanzi puffed out his chest and clasped his fist. Serving the young lord is my duty. But underhanded tricks? That I want. Doi am a man of honor. Wei Yuan caught a flicker of subtle change in the old bachelor's expression, shifting gaze and a moving Adam's apple. A martial man in his prime is easy to lose his temper, especially Wang Xuanzi, a high-ranking general often sleeping alone. Grinning, Wei Yuan produced a palm-sized red wooden box from his sleeve. Honorable Uncle Wang, I found you a fine treasure. Wang Xuanzi took it and opened it to find over 20 slender, translucent white strips resembling dried fish intestines. What is this, young lord? Fish maw, also called fish bladder, nourishes yin and supplements yang, Wei Yuan replied lightly. Wang Xuanzi shook his head vigorously and tossed the box back into Zishan's arms. My boat is strong as an ox, I don't need this. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan lazily added, all courtesans and performers must have these. Soaked and worn on the head, they guarantee no pregnancy. Wang Xuanzi's fierce eyes snapped open. Suddenly, he reached out and snatched the box back from Shishuan as if seizing a weapon. Young lord, I've been feeling a bit weak lately and could really use some fish glue to restore my strength. You'll just take this with me. Take care, Uncle Wang. At dawn the next day, heart-wrenching screams echoed deep within the Wei Duke's mansion. The agony felt like bone being gouged out. After the torment ended, a few plump, kindly-faced maids brought a wooden tub and immersed him in hot water, scrubbing away layers of black and gray impurities. Moments later, they draped him in a top-quality brocade robe scented with agarwood. The fabric was soft and clung smoothly to his skin, the fragrance lingering in the air. The pallid face in the mirror immediately flushed with color. Full of vitality, gone was the ghostly howling from the night before. After he finished washing, Steward Shishun respectfully handed over a jade smoking pipe, its stone cool and lustrous. Young lord, shall we bear you to Qinghe Elegant Garden? No. Wei Yuan lazily puffed 2 words through the pipe, waiting for the imperial edict. Shishun froze an imperial edict? Before he could finish speaking, a loud shrill voice shattered the silence outside the gate. Imperial edict has arrived. Everyone at the Wei Duke's mansion, come receive the decree. In an instant, the courtyard knelt in unison, servants, maids, guards all dropping to their knees. Only 2 stood firm, Wei Buiyue and Wei Yuan. Wei Buiyue was a founding hero, sworn brothers with the late Emperor Tao Shan, boasting countless merits and enjoying 4 great privileges. No need to bow at court, no formal address and tribute, edicts not addressed by name, and entering the hall in sword and boots. As for Wei Yuan, he should have knelt, but being the capital's worst libertine, the aging eunuch simply pretended not to see. By imperial command, the emperor orders Duke Xianwei and heir Wei Yuan to enter the palace immediately, so decreed. The edict was brief, but Wei Yuan knew exactly what it implied. The Grand Mentor Wen and Wang Shouhe must have reported yesterday's incident to the emperor. Wei Buiyue clearly anticipated this too. He had donned golden helmet and armor beforehand and gripped the heavy gilded dragon head staff, accompanying his grandson into the palace for protection. The 2 crossed through layers of palace gates with the old eunuch escorting them, but they did not head toward the main hall. Instead, they were led into the imperial garden, bursting with spring blossoms. Wisteria hung in cascades, parrots chirped, and the breeze carried floral scents. This route alone spoke volumes about Emperor Nan's house stance. He didn't wish to tear matters apart in court, nor punish Wei Yuan, but rather smooth things over quietly. Entering the imperial garden, Wei Yuan couldn't help but admire the taste of the southern Zhao emperor. The entire garden centered around the Great Wei Lake, whose waters were as clear as a mirror, dotted with lotus leaves and delicate white and pink blossoms. Stone bridges arched over winding paths, while pavilions and sculptures were arranged with elegant balance. Layers upon layers of vibrant flowers and foliage unfolded like a vivid, fragrant scroll painting. In an octagonal pavilion at the lake's center, the southern Zhao emperor sat serenely on a stone bench, dressed in a bright yellow dragon robe, gently holding a cup of tea. Behind him, Han Shu, commander of the imperial guards, stood flanked by 4 eunuchs and 4 palace maids, all solemn in posture. On the open ground before the pavilion, Liang Buwei, Grand Tutor One, and Wang Shouhe stood side by side. Beside them stood Kai Kuan, the burly champion of the Jin-Ku imperial examination, his face bruised and swollen, serving as a witness. Though still 100 paces away, Wei Buiyue had already gathered his qi in his chest. His voice boomed thunderously, rolling across 500 meters. Veteran General Wei Buiyue pays respects to your majesty. Before his words fully faded, he grabbed Wei Yuan, skimming across the water's surface with a light step, flowing smoothly like stepping on floating leaves and gliding through the valley mist. In a flash, they landed together on the pavilion's stone steps. The southern Zhao emperor smiled as he spoke. Duke Wei, today I have summoned you mainly because of yesterday's. Before he finished, Wei Buiyue's gaze shifted to Han Shu, standing behind the emperor. Han Shu, your qi and blood pulse fiercely. I imagine your cultivation has advanced recently? Han Shu clasped his fists respectfully. Reporting to Duke Wei, I was fortunate to break through. To serve as His Majesty's bodyguard, training alone isn't enough, you must also hone your combat skills. Come spar with me. With that, Wei Buiyue sprang into the lake, balancing on a single lotus leaf like a golden rooster poised for battle. Han Shu glanced at the southern Zhao emperor, who gave a slight nod. Drawing his blade, Han Shu swiftly leapt to a neighboring lotus leaf to face Wei Buiyue. You have trained under me for 3 years and are practically my disciple. Today I'll test your progress and see if you've been slacking. Wei Boyu's gilded dragon-head staff descended like a mountain. Han Shu's long sword met it with a metallic clash that echoed sharply. In a flash of lightning and sparks, they exchanged dozens of strikes. Suddenly, Wei Boyu's momentum surged. With one mighty blow, he sent a towering spray of water bursting from the lake as Han Shu fell into the center. Before the ripples settled, Wei Buya hovered above the surface, silver hair streaming, his gilded armor glistening under the mingling sunlight and lake glow. He appeared like a god of war reborn. The southern Zhao emperor suddenly rose. Duke Wei, your health. Thanks to my son Yuan winning a rare spiritual Ganoderma, I have extended my life by 5 years. 5 years. The emperor sighed internally with relief. Wei Buya was the war god of Great Wei, the nation's top marshal. As long as he lived, no hostile forces along the borders dared act recklessly. The night before, Wei Buya had said only 1 year remained. Now 5 more years meant 4 additional years to turn the tide. Wei Buya stepped back to the pavilion. The southern Zhao emperor personally reached out to steady him. Father Ya, your well-being is my greatest comfort during troubled times. After a brief pause, he beckoned. Nephew, it's been days your appearance grows even more distinguished. Come, sit beside me. Your Majesty, rank and status must be respected. I should forego sitting, Wei Yuan said with a polite bow. No need, this is the imperial garden, not the court. The emperor's smile was warm as a caring elder, pulling Wei Yuan to sit by his side. Turning his gaze to Grand Tutor One, he said calmly, Grand Tutor One, with both my father and nephew here, feel free to speak plainly. The subtle shifts in how the emperor addressed Wei Buya did not escape Grand Tutor One's notice. Officials, especially those who held the Grand Tutor title, always knew how to read such cues and divine the sovereign's true intentions. Grand Tutor Wen cupped his hands respectfully to the southern Zhao emperor and said, Your Majesty, I must submit a formal complaint. The Wang family's Wang Tung is hopelessly addicted to gambling and has pawned my youngest daughter as collateral for his debts. Liang Buwei was stunned, scratching his head awkwardly. That's not right. Tutor, you just said something different. You claimed it was my son and Wei Yuan who cheated and even tried to seize your daughter. But Grand Tutor Wen waved his hands emphatically, his face serious and his tone firm. That is absolutely not true. Prince Liang must have heard wrongly. The southern Zhao emperor narrowed his eyes and turned to Wang Shoha. Minister Wang, what is your view on this matter? Wang Shi's face went pale as iron, his teeth clenched so tightly it seemed they might shatter. He lowered his head and admitted, My son Wang Tung has fled in fear of punishment. This is entirely my fault for failing to properly educate him. Since that is the case, the emperor said quietly but with icy coldness, I shall bear witness here. The marriage contract between the Wang and Wen families is hereby annulled. The Wang family shall pay 200,000 taels in compensation, and the dowry must be returned in full. His gaze sharpened, piercing straight through Wang Shoha like a blade. A turbulent thought stirred within the emperor's heart. The Wang family headed the notorious 8 tomb robber clans. He knew this well. Tomb raiding was inevitably forbidden and dangerous. Rather than let it spread unchecked, better to channel it like a river flowing into the sea, with the Wang family as the source. When the treasury was short, the Wang family must fill the gap. If they discovered treasures, these were to be submitted to the court first. Now that rare relics like the Ling coffin and spirit fungus had never been offered as tribute, he had reason to reprimand them sharply. Grand Tutor One, quick-witted, bowed again and suggested, Your Majesty, Minister Wang's second son, Wang Mao, is both talented in the arts and skilled in arms. Perhaps you could act as the witness for a new engagement between him and my youngest daughter. In that case, the dowry need not be returned. Agreed. The southern Zhao emperor answered promptly. Then, with a youthful warmth, took Wei Boyu's hand. Father Ya, you and Yuan stay and join me for a family feast. Grand Tutor One and Wang Shoha hurried to take their leave. Your Majesty, there are still matters at home that need attending. We humbly ask to depart first. Liang Buwei interjected, There are no matters at my residence. I shall also stay for the feast, but before he finished, Grand Tutor Wen pulled him forcefully away. You really don't know when to keep quiet. Now go. Wait. Wei Yuan suddenly raised his voice and saluted the emperor with a smile. Your Majesty, this is my first time in the imperial garden. Inspired by poetry, may I offer a humble composition? The emperor was taken aback. This fellow had once caused much amusement throughout Wei with his strange verses like 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4 pieces, earning the nickname disgrace of the literary world. Now he claimed a rush of poetic inspiration. How tiresome. The emperor glanced at the little eunuch in the corner, sighed, and waved a hand. Recite it then. Wei Yuan cleared his throat twice, clasped one hand behind his back, took 2 steps forward, and struck an overly elegant pose. The Great Wei Lake, the Wei Lake is great. The hall instantly fell deathly silent, every person bowing their head awkwardly. One line in, it was clear this was going badly. But Wei Yuan was only getting started. He raised his voice louder. The Great Wei Lake. The Wei Lake is great. Within the Great Wei Lake, lotus flowers bloom. On each lotus leaf rests a little frog. One poke, and the blasted thing leaps right off. PFT Wei Yuan had been trying to cover his embarrassment behind his cup, but couldn't hold back and sprayed tea across the table, his old face twitching uncontrollably. Grand Tutor 1, Wang Shouhe, and even the usually silent Liang Bui all shook with laughter. Wei Yuan puffed out his chest and finished with a flourish. Yuan, a humble scholar of limited talent, has shamelessly submitted this poor verse. Wei Bui's face darkened. He stood up and grabbed Wei Yuan's wrist. You're a damn embarrassment. Come home with me. But Wei Yuan abruptly broke free and pointed at Kai Kuan. I was merely setting the stage. He is the champion scholar, surely his talents far surpass mine. You should compose a poem about the lotus as well. Any form of poetry or prose is welcome. The Emperor of Nanzhao nodded slightly. Kai Kuan was the top scholar he personally recommended in the imperial examinations. Even when asked to compose an impromptu poem or song, Kai Kuan's talent clearly contrasted with that of Wei Yuan. In the Dragon Throne Hall, brightly lit by lanterns, the swelling bruise on Kai Kuan's forehead stood out vividly, looking like a purplish red pig's head perched atop him. Swallowing nervously, he forced himself to the center of the hall, clasped his hands respectfully, and bowed his head. His voice trembled as he began. Green leaves stretched to the sky, reflecting the crimson sun, gracefully poised, standing within the lake's embrace. The fragrance of lotus drifts, filling the pond's breeze. Elegance pure and transcendent, endless charm bestowed. Excellent. Wei Yuan was the first to applaud, his hands clapping loudly. This poem is quite good, almost at the level of those 3-cent street storytellers on Tianqiao. The emperor's slightly raised brow quickly furrowed into a deep crease, though impromptu. These lines were hardly outstanding, at best the work of a scholar. It was certainly better than Wei Yuan's earlier crude attempt about prodding a toad, but Wei Yuan was the biggest playboy in the capital, while Kai Kuan was the top examination scholar. This level of poetry truly did not add up. Noticing the awkward silence, Wei Yuan gently patted Kai Kuan's swollen, shiny shoulder and smiled. Brother Kai is good at passionate verses, but romantic poetry isn't your specialty. After all, your top-ranking thesis was on warring heavenly wolves. Kai Kuan felt warmth rising in his chest and nearly knelt on the spot, wanting to kowtow and thanks this rogue knew him better than anyone. Yes, yes. What I'm truly good at is passionate poetry. He quickly looked up toward the imperial throne to seek permission. Your Majesty, if it pleases, I shall compose another poem on my family's ancestral theme. The emperor raised his hand to signal him to continue. Kai Kuan took a breath, but before he could start, Wei Yuan took a step forward, his voice steady but with a teasing edge. This time, I will set the stage again. Standing upright, his eyes blazing like torches, Wei Yuan recited loudly. By lamp's light, I gaze upon my sword. In drunken dreams, the bugles sound the camp. 800 miles of flames follow my command. 50 strings echo beyond the frontier plains, as troops muster in the autumn sands. To fulfill the king's will and the realm's affairs, earning renown both alive and dead. Alas, white hair shows too soon. From breaking formations by the great talent Wei Yuan, dedicated to Buyue. Wei Buyue, who had been hiding his face in embarrassment, suddenly lifted his head with wide eyes, stunned. How could this damn poem come from this scoundrel? The hall fell silent for 2 beats, then bursts of applause erupted. Good, good, good. The emperor pounded the dragon table with enthusiasm, repeating the word 3 times, his gaze burning bright. Truly worthy of being Great Wei's greatest talent. The ministers nodded in agreement, marveling at the brilliance of the poetry. If such verses had long been known, they surely would have shaken the literary world. Since they had never heard it before, naturally they assumed it was a recent work by the greatest talent of Great Wei, Zhu Sibo. No one would believe the true author was Wei Yuan. Kai Kuan was stunned for a moment, then hesitated for a long while before barely managing to compose a poem, though its quality was probably not even enough to pass the provincial exam. The southern Zhao emperor narrowed his eyes and stared at him, his tone calm, yet imposing. Explain the specific tactics of the Zhan Tianlang military strategy. This time, Kai Kuan no longer hesitated and began to speak at length, but to everyone else, each sentence sounded like a rehearsed official speech. The southern Zhao emperor raised his hand to signal, bring the sand table. I want Master Yi to critique his shortcomings. The old eunuch walked briskly away and soon returned with a sand table, simulating 2 armies facing off. Wei Buyue and Kai Kuan each commanded the red and blue sides, arranging their pieces in formation as the battle quickly unfolded. Within fewer than 20 rounds, Wei Buyue wiped out Kai Kuan's forces at minimal cost. Sweat broke out on Kai Kuan's brow, and the back of his clothes was soaked through. He stammered a compliment. Why, you truly are the war god of Great Wei, unmatched in courage. I am utterly ashamed. Wei Buyue barely spared him a glance, dropping onto a stone bench. I didn't use the Wei family strategy. I merely employed the usual tactics of the Xiongnu cavalry. As for Zhang Tianlang, I have read it. It's an excellent piece of military prose. But during the match, you didn't use a single move from it. He didn't press further, but the truth was clear to everyone present. Wang Shouhe flared with rage and kicked Kai Kuan hard in the abdomen. You worthless scoundrel! How dare you cheat before His Majesty and deceive my daughter's sincere heart? I truly misjudged you. Then he fell to his knees with a thud, loudly petitioning, Your Majesty, this man is guilty of deceiving the sovereign, implicating his entire clan, and disgracing my Wang family. I earnestly beg for an imperial decree for his entire household to be executed by slow slicing. I also request that my family carry out the sentence, so we may avenge my daughter's grievance. Wei Yuan stood nearby enjoying the spectacle, smirking and adding fuel to the fire. Your Majesty, to be honest, Zhang Tianlang was actually composed by a friend of my nephew during the imperial exams, though for some reason it was signed under Kai Kun's name. Oh, what is this friend's name? The southern Zhao emperor asked. Gongsun Jin. The emperor tilted his head and gestured. The old eunuch quickly departed and shortly returned. Your Majesty, this year's exam records do show a person by that name, ranking in the middle lower tier. The emperor asked Wei Yuan, Where is this person now? At my residence. Summon him to see me. A surge of unease churned within the southern Zhao emperor's mind. Finding one cockroach often meant a whole nest was hidden. Kai Kun's impersonation was just the tip of the iceberg. How many fake top scholars and false achievements had infiltrated the imperial exams? Powerful clans and aristocrats had their fingers in the system, forming factions and manipulating outcomes. As an emperor, he felt increasingly powerless. Before these thoughts could even settle, dukes, marquises, and all officials of third rank and above began arriving at the imperial garden for various reasons. The speed of the news made it clear the palace had already been riddled with corruption from influential powers. The emperor clenched both fists beneath his sleeves, eyes scanning the crowd like cold blades. This palace of mine had become a sieve. Soon after, 2 Jinwu guards carried in a wooden wheelchair into the garden. Confused, Gongsun Jin was set down in the center. The southern Zhao emperor looked down at him. Though disabled, I grant you audience without the need to kneel. Are you the author of Zhang Tianlang? Gongsun Jin nodded repeatedly. Only then did the emperor realize he was mute. Wei Yuan spoke to Emperor Nanzhao. Your Majesty, his wife Du Sanyang is skilled in lip reading and should be waiting outside the palace. Why not have her come in as well? No. The current left chancellor stepped forward quickly, clasping his hands and raising his voice. Your Majesty, Du Sanyang is a courtesan from the pleasure quarters. Her arms have embraced countless men. Her lips have been kissed by thousands. If she sets foot in the imperial palace, it would shame the royal family. Bullshit. Wei Yuan swore loudly on the spot, his voice exploding through the imperial garden. Have you heard of the 8 beauties of Qinhuai? Or of Hongfu Nu? The brothels are full of loyal women, and many heroes come from humble origins. Don't you understand? He then scanned the ministers around him, his gaze sharp as a knife. Among the dukes and marquises, the wife of the Liang family's ancestor, Lady Liang Shizhong, was once also the wife of a famous general from the previous dynasty. Yet she came from the brothel district. Does that make the Liang family dishonorable? Liang Buwei, who had been quietly watching nearby, suddenly flushed bright red. Wei Yuan, you bastard, why drag my Liang family into this? The Liang ancestor had been a frontier commander and fought alongside the founding emperor of Great Wei, earning great respect. But his background in the pleasure quarters was the family's worst-kept secret and shame, and now it was exposed. How could Liang Buwei not be furious? Wei Yuan stood with one hand behind his back and continued loudly. The mistress of the Liang family was an outstanding courtesan. Though born lowly, she had keen insight. She traversed the land and contended in the Jianghu. She gathered heroes, embraced champions, quelled rebellions internally, and repelled formidable foes externally. She turned the tide in dire times and upheld the great house when it was on the brink of collapse. Throughout history, no other woman compares. Alas, fate was cruel, and she died prematurely, yet she remains immortalized, loyal and righteous forever. You old fool, remember this. A person's profession does not determine respectability, only loyalty to country and emperor. Turning to Emperor Nanzhao, he bowed deeply. I believe that anyone who is loyal to the emperor and loves the country deserves the respect of the whole realm. The emperor felt a surge of satisfaction, silently nodding. These words rang true to him. He mentally credited the praise to Great Wei's foremost talent, Zhu Sibo, and planned to spread this message far and wide. Whether singers, actors, merchants, or barbers, all must be loyal to the emperor and serve the country. United from top to bottom, Great Wei would grow strong. Despite years of war, the people's morale would rise, and conscription would be easier. In the crowd, Gongsun Jin looked toward Wei Yuan, his eyes slightly red, and silently mouthed, My lord understands me. Although Liang Buwei did not fully grasp the meaning, he vaguely sensed that his ancestor's origin as a courtesan was not shameful, but rather an honor. Emperor Nanzhao exchanged a glance with the grand eunuch, who seemed to grip his heart like a worm and shouted sharply, announced Du Sanyang may enter the palace. Soon, Du Sanyang was led into the imperial garden by a court attendant. She walked confidently, not intimidated in the slightest, nodding with a gentle smile to about 90% of the officials, men and women who professed righteousness but behind the scenes dealt with thieves and courtesans alike, who hadn't crossed paths with her. After a moment, Du Sanyang used lip reading to silently recount all of Gongsun Jin's recent experiences to the emperor. The emperor grew angrier and angrier, finally slapping the stone table so hard that dust scattered everywhere. This is rebellion. Cheating even in the imperial examinations? Over the years, how many top scholars have been worthless buffoons like Kai Kun? From now on, all who earned academic honors in the past 20 years must retake the exams. Those who fail will be executed for cheating. Your Majesty, please reconsider. This action would shake the very foundation of our great Wei dynasty. It is absolutely unwise. The entire court of civil and military officials erupted in protests. Inside the Golden Dragon Hall, beneath the purple gold plaque, the sea of black official hats crowded together. Low murmurs buzzed like a swarm of bees, occasionally punctuated by the words, "No further investigation." After years of corruption in the imperial examinations, everyone knew the truth no matter how brilliant one's talent. Unless you belonged to one of the 37 powerful aristocratic families, passing the exams was nearly impossible. If the emperor were to execute all those who had passed in the last 2 decades, many wrongful convictions would surface. But if he executed some and spared others, some would inevitably slip through. The officials' minds were as clear as a mirror. If Emperor Nanzhao pressed too hard, no one here would leave unscathed. Watching the ministers act as if they had the emperor firmly in hand, Emperor Nanzhao sat on the gilded dragon throne, his teeth clenched till they nearly shattered but powerless to act. The 37 local aristocratic clans had stood unshaken for thousands of years, monopolizing salt, iron, granaries, and military power like feudal lords, controlling official appointments tightly in their grip. Worse, these clans intermarried generation after generation with deeply entangled relationships. Tug one, and the entire network stirred. In times of peace, they were the revered 37 noble families. In times of war, they instantly became 37 feudal warlords. The previous dynasty had fallen precisely because the emperor had tried to weaken these fiefs and centralize authority. All the local clans raised arms to overthrow the old imperial house, with the Nan family themselves prominently among the 37. Emperor Nanzhao adjusted his breathing, forcing down the fury in his chest, his fist clenched so tightly his knuckles whitened. What you all say is indeed correct. Regarding Kai Kun, we shall treat this as an exceptional case. No need for further investigation. Immediately imprison Kai Kun in the heavenly prison and schedule his execution. Summon the exam chief to the palace for a direct confrontation with me, and reaffirm Gongsun Jin as the top scholar. Before he could finish, the left prime minister stepped forward, clasping his hands. Your Majesty, officials represent the face of our great Wei. They must have all limbs intact and features proper. Any disability diminishes our nation's image and your imperial prestige. This is utterly unacceptable. I concur with the left prime minister. I also agree. Voices surged like a tide throughout the hall, drowning out the emperor's proposal again. The surface reason was that disabilities harm the dignity of the state, but Emperor Nanzhao and the officials all understood the real reason. Gongsun Jin had never allied with any clan. Letting him break the clan's monopoly would be like tearing a hole in their control. Veins bulging beneath his sleeves, Emperor Nanzhao remained expressionless. If so, in your opinion, how should I compensate Gongsun Jin? 1,000 taels of gold, 3 houses, and 6 acres of fertile land. Just as the figures dropped, a slender shadow suddenly appeared at the corner of the hall. Du Sanyang could not help but stand tall. My Jin is a man of unparalleled talent, versed in military strategy, governance, and statecraft. He is a remarkable figure. How could he harm the country? Impudent servant. The left prime minister's voice cut sharply as he pointed at her. You stand here by imperial grace. What right have you to speak? How dare you boldly contradict the emperor? Guards, seize her and behead her at once. 2 golden guards responded instantly, their armored bodies clanking as they lunged forward. One outstretched arm gripped Du Sanyang tightly, binding her. The left prime minister glared furiously as the guards restrained her. I think Sanyang is right. Gongsun Jin is clearly a man of talent and honor. There's no way he would damage the nation's reputation. The hall fell utterly silent in an instant. Wei Yuan strode forward, pointing accusingly at the court officials, his voice cold and sharp. It's you lazy good for nothings, stuffed with food and drink, who truly disgrace the dignity of our country. How dare you? Someone shouted angrily, then scolded, Wei Yuan, you hold no official position here. Before the words finished, a thunderous roar shook the room like a gong and made everyone's eardrums ring. Wei Buya appeared proudly, cutting Wei Yuan off and pulling him behind him without hesitation. What are you saying about my grandson? Say that to me face to face. The chaos instantly stilled. The once loudmouth officials twitched nervously, lowering their heads shamefully. "In nothing, Your Highness." The Great Wei War God's name was as famous as a crashing thunderclap. In his youth, Wei Yuan had been notorious for his fiery temper and was privately called the Tiger General. Everyone knew what fate awaited anyone who angered this fierce warrior. The southern Zhao emperor had been weighing his options, but now he pressed down his doubts. Though the Wei family was dwindling, Wei Yuan still charged wildly ahead. If pushed far enough, he wouldn't hesitate to fight or even kill in public. Du Sanyang is but a common woman, ignorant of protocol and a first-time offender. She can be forgiven. I pardon her of any guilt, the southern Zhao emperor finally declared. Your Majesty, no? An elderly minister immediately stepped forward and spoke sternly. The emperor's dignity must not be insulted. Although this lowly woman is a first-time offender and can be spared the death penalty, she must not go unpunished. I propose 30 lashes with the cane as a warning to others. I second that. Voices in agreement rose up one after another. The southern Zhao emperor sighed softly with his eyes closed before nodding at last. 2 imperial guards raised the cane of authority and pinned Du Sanyang down. When the wooden rod landed with a dull crack, it was followed by her agonizing screams that tore through the silence. No blow was restrained. Blood soon soaked through her clothes. Gong Sun Jin's eyes burned with fury. He clenched his teeth until fresh blood seeped from between them, staining his chest. Wei Yuan closed his eyes in silence. This was all part of his plan. Gong Sun Jin was brilliant, destined to become his trusted right hand. By letting him lose faith in the court today, he would come to follow Wei Yuan wholeheartedly in the future. After 30 lashes, Du Sanyang's voice was hoarse, tears clouding her vision. She struggled to crawl up. Grand Scholar Zhu Sibo reporting to Your Majesty, a eunuch's shrill voice announced. The crowd parted as a young man around 25 or 6 stepped forward. His face was handsome and refined, lips red and teeth white, though his stature was short, exuding the air of a devoted scholar. I, Zhu Sibo, kowtow to Your Majesty. He bowed deeply, then respectfully knelt again before Wei Yuan. Greetings, grandfather. The southern Zhao emperor's gaze shifted, pointing at Gong Sun Jin. Are you familiar with him? Gong Sun Jin is my junior martial brother, Zhu Sibo replied calmly. His exam papers were switched. As chief examiner, what do you have to say? As if prepared for this moment, Zhu Sibo rose slowly. Your Majesty, after sealing the exam papers, I hosted a tea gathering with the candidates to discuss their essays, which Gong Sun Jin and others can confirm. When the official results were announced, I noticed irregularities. At that time, I was discussing famous calligraphy pieces with the left prime minister and promptly wrote a letter questioning the other chief examiner, Grand Scholar Chen Ziang. The left prime minister can attest to this. The left prime minister stepped forward and nodded. Your Majesty, I was present and can testify for Grand Scholar Zhu. Zhu Sibo pressed further. If I had really switched the papers, why would I save Gong Sun Jin instead of letting him take the fall? I have no motive and have an alibi. I implore Your Majesty to see the truth clearly and restore my honor. Wei Yuan studied Zhu Sibo closely and caught a flicker of cold calculation and the faint smirk of one confident in victory in his eyes. Wei Yuan was more than 100% certain. This entire scheme was the doing of that despicable Zhu Sibo. This guy isn't very old, but he's cunning as hell, meticulous in everything he does, always the first to clear himself. No wonder he never grew tall. His wits have certainly grown instead. In the imperial study, the southern Zhao emperor frowned and slammed his hand heavily on the dragon-carved desk. Why hasn't Grand Minister Chen Ziang been brought before me yet? Before anyone could answer, a royal guard burst in, breathless and gasping. Your Majesty, a sudden fire broke out at Grand Minister Chen Ziang's residence. The courtiers in the hall erupted into chaos. An elderly official immediately cupped his hands respectfully and said, Your Majesty, Grand Minister Zhu is truly innocent. The real culprit is Chen Ziang himself. Another loudly agreed. I believe Minister Chen committed suicide out of guilt. The matter is clear as day. The ministers kept talking over one another, making the emperor's temple veins throb. Today, these same officials had all gone against him, and now they dragged in accusations of murder and cover-up. He suddenly rose, his robe billowing. Summon the 6 doors 4 great captains to Chen's residence immediately. I will go see for myself whether Chen Ziang killed himself or was silenced by someone else. In the southwest corner of the capital, the 3-courtyard Chen Mansion still smoldered. The blackened signboard above the gate barely showed the characters Chen Mansion, with traces of burnt gold leaf faintly glimmering. Fire brigade men were busy gathering the water hoses, recounting the scene. The blaze came fast and fierce, but their timely fire breaks saved the neighboring homes. Once the flames died down, the 4 great captains entered one after another. Soon after, they emerged quickly and knelt with one knee at the emperor's horse. Reporting to Your Majesty, the fire originated in Minister Chen's study. The deceased is indeed Minister Chen. His body shows no external injuries. Evidence suggests he burned himself after death. The ministers seemed to find their anchor and all spoke in unison. Your Majesty, The truth is clear. Kai Kuan bribed Qin Ziyang heavily to swap exam papers. When the scheme was uncovered, Minister Qin took his own life. The southern Zhao emperor nodded slightly. He had suspected this outcome earlier in the imperial garden, but still chose to come personally, wanting to test the capability of the Six Doors secret police. Now, seeing clearly, apart from the Wei family who made him uneasy, and the Liang family guarding the frontier and staying out of politics, the entire court's dukes and marquises proved unreliable. Perhaps it's not so simple, a low male voice interrupted. Wei Yuan pushed through the crowd and approached the blackened corpse, lifting its chin with a steady hand. If a living person dies by burning, soot and ash collect inside the mouth. But this corpse's oral cavity is clean, meaning it was burned post-mortem. The lead captain's face darkened. Young Master Wei, are you questioning us? Cut the crap. Wei Yuan snapped without a hint of respect. I'm definitely questioning you. He turned to a nearby vendor's stall, bought a bamboo tube of sticky rice, and a raw egg. Mixing them into a paste, he formed a fist-sized ball and stuffed it into the burned corpse's mouth. Half an incense stick later, when he retrieved it, the sticky rice remained pure white. Sticky rice absorbs poison remarkably well. If the man had taken poison, it would have turned black by now. Since there is no poison, the man was killed and then burned to destroy evidence. The four captains exchanged uneasy glances. Wei Yuan sneered, curling his fingers like claws beneath the charred skin. Suddenly, he stopped at the chest. 7 ribs are broken. 2 pierced the lungs, 1 stuck right into the heart. Tell me, which suicide can inflict this kind of wound on themselves? The southern Zhao emperor's gaze darkened. Slowly, he shifted his eyes toward the 4 great captains. Explain this. The 4 great constables stammered. Your Majesty, the crown prince's reputation. You know him. He has no clue about forensic examination. He was just rambling. Before they finished, Wei Yuan crouched beside the charred body and plunged a gleaming autopsy knife into the chest cavity. The burnt flesh cracked and crumbled like brittle charcoal, revealing perfectly intact, well-cooked organs inside. The blood had long since congealed into dark red, tofu-like clots, with a clear cross-section. The crowd gasped but couldn't help leaning in to look closer. See this clearly? Wei Yuan held up a piece of the charred meat. 7 broken ribs, 2 pierced lungs, 1 impaled heart, and you still have the nerve to call yourselves the 4 great constables? They're nothing but 4 useless fools. The constables turned red with anger, but had no reply. Wei Yuan waved them off and ordered the attendants to fetch a jar of strong liquor and another of aged vinegar from a nearby tavern. He personally mixed a cloudy liquid of equal parts and strode into the ruined Qin mansion's main hall, pouring the mixture evenly over where the body was found. With a sizzling sound, the scorched earth immediately revealed dense dark red stains. The crowd was stunned, looking at him in confusion. Patting his hands, Wei Yuan smiled carelessly. This is called the vinegar blood revelatory method. The acetic acid dissolves dried blood proteins, making bloodstains reappear. Nearby, the elderly General Wei Yuan stroked his beard in realization. When armor is bloodied in battle, soaking it in white vinegar, first it's the same principle. Pretty much, Wei Yuan said, pointing at the red patches on the ground. Look closely, the entire Qin mansion was slaughtered. The killer's palm strikes are expert, each blow fatal. Qin Ziyang's chest is pierced with broken bone spikes in 3 vital spots. This wasn't a shame-driven suicide, it's a cover-up murder. Chaos erupted. The emperor, ministers, and great constables all stared in disbelief at the crown prince, once known as the capital's greatest playboy, now casually revealing such unheard-of forensic techniques. Wei Yuan inwardly worried in his zeal to drag Zhu Sibo into this. He forgot to keep up his playboy act. His eyes darted, stopping on the demure young eunuch behind Emperor Nanzhao. Don't be shocked, he announced loudly. I, the crown prince, have loved detective work since childhood and am somewhat skilled. For example, the young eunuch behind your majesty is actually a fake eunuch. What? The hall exploded. A fake eunuch in the imperial harem was not only embarrassing but a grave insult to the emperor's dignity. Wei Yuan was aghast and reached to stop him. Outrageous. Don't speak such nonsense. Grandfather, I'm not lying. Wei Yuan darted forward, yanking the youth's cap off. Shoulder-length black hair tumbled down. Delicate earrings sparkling, they were clearly a beautiful young woman. Grinning and inhaling subtly, Wei Yuan draped his arm around her slender shoulder and boasted, she's a womana, great beauty. Recognizing women by their scent is the Wei family's ultimate secret skill. Wei Boyu's forehead throbbed with veins. You're talking rubbish. Our Wei family would never stoop to such tricks. Under all eyes, the elegant grand tutor went hurriedly bowed, trembling. Your servant pays respects to Princess Qingqing. Princess Qingqing, the Wei Empire's top talent, famed as the moon-closing, flower-shamed beauty, Nanji. Wei Yuan smacked his forehead. He had only meant to put on a playboy show, but somehow ended up publicly revealing his fiancée's identity. Trying to act like a rogue, unexpectedly had just revealed his fiancée's true face. The southern Zhao emperor turned around, his face full of shock. Nanji, what are you doing here? Nanji no longer bothered to hide. She let her hand fall from her face and glanced sideways at Wei Yuan. Everyone in the hall had already heard that Wei Yuan had petitioned the emperor to approve his marriage to Nanji due to his military achievements. It was clear that Wei Yuan and Nanzi's marriage was a done deal. Instantly, they all understood. The beautiful princess had disguised herself today, most likely to secretly see her future husband. Under the flickering lights, Nanzi's skin was as smooth as creamy jade, her eyebrows fine as silkworm threads, her lips tinted a delicate red, and her eyes deep and clear like autumn waters. She smiled softly, and the room seemed to brighten. When she smiled again, the officials felt as if a vision of a world-shaking beauty had appeared. Her elegant aura, untouched by worldly dust, was enough to make one forget to breathe. She bent her knees and bowed. "Your Majesty, my respectful greetings." Her sleeves fluttered lightly, and her figure moved like willow catkins in the breeze or a white orchid in a secluded valley, graceful and refined, evoking pity and admiration. Normally, the princess kept to the palace gardens and was rarely seen. Many ministers had thought that the title Daiwei's most talented woman and most beautiful lady was just an empty praise given her royal status. Seeing her in person today, they finally believed that fish would sink and birds fall was no exaggeration. A few elder officials nodded quietly, finally understanding why Wei Yuan had lost control before. After all, any man would be overwhelmed by such beauty and charm. When Wei Yuan had met Nanji last time, he was focused on other matters and had barely looked closely. Now, examining her up close, he realized, across his 2 lifetimes, only Nanji perfectly matched all his aesthetic ideals. Suddenly, he grasped Nanzi's hand and blurted out loudly, "How about we name our son Wei Qing?" The hall fell completely silent. This guy had already picked a name for their child. Wei Yuan, gripping his dragon-head staff, eyes bloodshot, almost charged forward. "You little bastard. Wei Qing is my great-grandfather, also your great-ancestor. How can you be so unfilial?" Wei Yuan quickly backpedaled. Then we'll pick another name. "Wife, what do you think we should name our child?" "You scoundrel." Nanji snapped, swinging her hand sharply to slap his face. Then she turned on her heel and dashed onto the imperial carriage. A rare flower planted in dung. A minister muttered under his breath. All the men in the hall silently resented Wei Yuan, especially Zhu Sibathi, Dan Yuan's foremost scholar, who stared at him with killing intent. To Zhu, Wei Yuan was useless despite his good birth. He didn't deserve Nanji. The empire's greatest talents deserved to be matched with each other. The southern Zhao emperor showed a kindly, fatherly expression and gently patted Wei Yuan on the shoulder. "Yuaner, your talent today truly surprises me. The Wei family is a military household. Though the northern Xiongnu have been suppressed by your father Yan, the southern Xiongnu remain unconquered. I wish to grant you command. Will you lead the troops to fight the southern Xiongnu?" Wei Yuan cursed inward. Lithe old emperor's paranoia flared again, choosing such a moment to test him. He had wanted to refuse politely, but Zhu Sibo beat him to it, stepping forward with a deep bow and loud voice. "Your Majesty, I am Wei Yuan's sworn elder brother. The Xiongnu killed my father, a hatred that cannot be forgiven. They murdered my brother, a grudge eternal. If we don't avenge them, we are no sons at all. I beseech your Majesty to allow me to join my brother Wei Yuan in battle. Brothers united are unbreakable. We will surely destroy the southern Xiongnu." The emperor patted Wei Yuan's shoulder again. "Yuaner, will you accept?" Wei Yuan clasped his hands behind his back, looked up to the sky, and replied aloud. "The Wei family's hatred for the Xiongnu runs as deep as the sea. I, Wei Yuan, the last heir of the 3rd generation, consider it my duty to lead the campaign against the Xiongnu." With those words, Wei Yuan stepped back 2 paces and drew his long sword from the belt of a palace guard. "Today, I, Wei Yuan, will follow the example of the sages. Before me, blood will be repaid with blood." In the golden throne hall, lantern flames flickered, and a murderous aura swirled overhead with this vow. Officials and generals alike held their breath. At the center, the young man in his ornate robe, Wei Yuan, stood tall and steady, his gaze piercing. Beside the dragon throne, the emperor of Nanzhao bowed his head with a faint smile. Yet at the head of the hall, armored Wei Buiyue furrowed his brow, thinking to himself, "Yuan is still too inexperienced." No one expected that in the next moment, Wei Yuan suddenly sliced through his robe with a swift slash. The snowy white fabric fluttered to the golden floor bricks, the crimson threads scattered in the candlelight like droplets of blood. "Today I, Wei Yuan, sever all ties with my fallen father and brothers. The blood feud of patricide and fratricide shall be avenged in the next life." What was that? Sever ties with father and brothers? Wait for revenge in the next life? The hall fell into stunned silence. Ministers exchanged uneasy glances, awkward as if their breathing had faltered. Wei Yuan picked up the torn sleeve and cleared his throat. Yuan is but a scholar, usually immersed in ink and poetry, chasing elegance. If asked to seek pleasure at the brothel, that might be considered tolerance, but being sent to the battlefield, that would surely be a death sentence. His casual words shockingly placed tolerance alongside seeking pleasure. causing learned gentlemen to twitch involuntarily. So idioms could actually be used like this. Something's wrong. Duke Wei has fainted. Someone suddenly shouted. The attending physician staggered in, throwing off his robe to kneel, pressing acupoints and pounding the chest, sweating profusely and flustered, finally bringing the great warrior of Wei back from unconsciousness. Wei Yuan shot open his eyes, hair bristling, trembling from head to toe, pointing at Wei Yuan. Traitor! You cursed grandson! Heaven must think the Wei family has slain too many enemies guarding the borders, so it sent you as punishment. His iron-willed voice broke with thick tears. Many officials sighed quietly, looking at this robust, yet aged warrior broad-shouldered, youthful-faced despite his years, the greatest martial master in the world with a pang of sympathy. Who wouldn't be troubled raising such a sole heir? Two military officers hurried up to support him. Wei Yuan clasped his fists and requested leave. Your Majesty, my health fails me. I humbly asked to retire early. The Nanzhao Emperor raised his hand to calm the hall, smiling. Father Wei, hold on. A year ago you petitioned me for some minor official rank for your grandson. After consideration, today I find Yuan gifted in investigation and problem-solving. I hereby appoint him Deputy Commander of the Six Gates, granting him the imperial sword, allowing him to execute first and report later, to fully investigate this exam paper substitution case. Wei Yuan was about to refuse, but Wei Yuan strode forward, clasped his fists, and shouted, Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall guard the imperial city with horse beneath me and sword in hand, leaving no unjust case unpunished. From today, I shall be called Wei Qingtian. The emperor laughed heartily, tossing the sword waist to hand. Its blade sang like a dragon's roar, landing steadily in Wei Yuan's palm. Yuan, report to the Six Gates first thing tomorrow. With the decree complete, Wei Yuan darkened and grabbed Wei Yuan by the collar like a chick, striding swiftly from the hall. The ornate carriage slowly left the imperial city, the grandfather and grandson alone inside. The lantern swung gently, casting shadows across Wei Yuan's pale green and white face. Do you really think being deputy commander is a good post? He asked low and heavy. Wei Yuan lounged on the cushion, fingers tracing the imperial sword, and smiled wryly. The emperor wants to use this rebellious brat to stir up trouble in the capital, and in the process drag you into it. You've always ignored court affairs, guarding the borders, and pledging loyalty to Great Wei, the former emperor's Nanjing dragon. Even the Nan family, but not necessarily to this emperor of Nanzhao. He thought your life had only a year left and posed no threat. Now that it's 5 years, he's recalculating his little plans. Wei Yuan fixed his sharp gaze on Wei Yuan. He had known the boy was a wild but clever rake, but hadn't realized the depths to which Yuan had already dissected the entire situation, though inwardly no rake at all. He hadn't guessed just how thoroughly Wei Yuan had thought everything through. Since you knew better, why did you agree in the first place? Wei Yuan started off with a furious tirade. Do you even realize how treacherous the capital is? No matter how good you are in water, don't forget it's full of piranhas, venomous snakes, crocodiles disguised as dead wood, and snapping turtles lurking below, ready to take a bite out of you at any moment. Wei Yuan lifted his eyes calmly, unhurried. Danger and opportunity often go hand in hand. Nanzhao only wants to fish in troubled waters, but the one who truly stirs the waters is me. The pavilion closest to the water gets the first moonlight. I'm giving you this one chance only. Wei Yuan enunciated each word with weight. If you fail, 300,000 soldiers of the Wei family army will be your dowry, and you'll settle quietly as my son-in-law, living under someone else's roof your whole life. With that, he suddenly pulled back the sedan curtain. In the street, Gongsun Jin was being carried on a stretcher, dusty and windblown, but with a steady gaze. Wei Yuan glanced at him, and, recalling how the Nanzhao emperor had clashed with his ministers for this man, clicked his tongue. Such a talent wasted in your hands. He snorted at Wei Yuan. Let him join the Wei army, I'll give it a try. With your permission, grandfather. Wei Yuan's tone was indifferent. Stop the sedan. Wei Yuan strode out, circled around Gongsun Jin, his voice shaking the eaves. Are you willing to follow me and serve as strategist for the Wei family army? Gongsun Jin's eyes flicked to Du Sanyang beside the stretcher. Her large, swollen backside was clearly visible even through her clothes. Then he looked up, shaking his head slightly, mouthing, Wei Lord, I am already in the Wei army, but will not follow you. Jin's loyalty lies solely with the crown prince for life. Wei Yuan glanced at Du Sanyang, and suddenly everything about Wei Yuan's scheme that day clicked. Everyone present, himself, the Nanzhao emperor, the entire court had all become tools in Wei Yuan's plan. He swore a curse inwardly, but wore on his face a smile like an old chrysanthemum. Back inside the sedan, Wei Yuan crossed his legs and teased, Grandfather, did you hit a wall? Get lost. Wei Yuan kicked out, sending Wei Yuan flying from the sedan. I'm sick of your turtle grandson attitude. Wei Yuan rubbed his backside, dusted off his clothes, and watched the Wei mansion caravan fade into the distance. He turned to Gongsun Jin, raising his hand, share my sedan. The lantern light flickered inside. Wei Yuan got straight to the point. Do you hate me? He knew Gongsun Jin was intelligent enough to see now that even if he hadn't understood at first, all this had been orchestrated by Wei Yuan himself. It was better to be frank than evasive. Gongsun Jin replied quietly, "Why hate? Even without you, I would have taken this path eventually. I should thank you, my lord, for tearing apart the childhood dream of becoming top scholar and showing me the ugly faces of these powerful clans." Wei Yuan put his arm around his shoulder, drew up the curtain, and pointed at the bustling street. "When my power grows, I will leave here with the tiger tally in hand. The emperor's surname will change to Wei. All 37 great clans of the land will fall." He softly chanted, "When autumn comes, on the 9th day of the 9th month, after my flowers bloom, they will outshine all others. The fragrance will fill the capital, every street adorned in golden armor." Gongsun Jin's expression grew solemn as he clasped his hands together. "Jin trusts in you, my lord. That day will come." Deep within Weiyang Palace, the chamber of Princess Nanji, mist swirled above the water in a porcelain basin painted with blue flowers. Nanji lounged lazily, half reclining as the orchid-scented bath filled the air. Her figure blurred softly beneath gauzy silk robes clinging to her pale skin. As she rose, droplets traced down her collarbone like lotus blossoms, outshining every flower around. Her handmaiden fussed as she dressed her, pouting, "Your Highness, even Xiao Gizi said that Wei Yuan is no good. Not only did he plagiarize the great poet Zhu Sibo's verses, he humiliated you in public and even threatened to cut ties with your father and brothers. Were it not for your slap, I'd really be upset." Nanji smoothed her clothes with a faint smile. "I was playing along. Wei Yuan is no simple man." "Your Highness, what did you say?" "Swear, I didn't quite catch that." Nanji stepped barefoot into the study of Weiyang Palace. Her fingers drew out a copy of the Sibo poetry collection from the bookshelf. She skimmed only a couple of pages before tossing the book into the brazier. The paper curled and burned into ashes, the flames flickering across her composed face. She murmured to herself, "A person's temper can lie, but a poem never does." Zhu Sibo was talented yet arrogant and deeply ambitious, proud of his reputation. If Paizhenzi really came from him, such an extraordinary work would have been included in his collected poems, not given away to Wei Yuan. The maid Schwerer puckered her lips in protest. But what if Master Zhu, out of loyalty, really did give Paizhenzi to Wei Yuan? No what ifs. Nanji replied without hesitation. After speaking, she settled herself before the dressing table. Schwerer quickly brought over an agarwood comb and carefully began to tidy her hair. In the bronze mirror, worry flashed across Nanji's face. She spoke softly. "At this point, it no longer matters whether Wei Yuan is a prodigal or not. My father, the emperor, is cold by nature. I'm doomed to be his pawn. If I refuse to marry Wei Yuan, he'll be used as a bargaining chip to win over Liang Hongchan, or sent to the Liangqiu estate, or even wed off to the Chanyu in a political marriage." Her reflected image showed her slightly furrowed brows, eyes glistening with quiet tears, dimples shadowed with sorrow. Even Schwerer blushed. The princess was truly breathtaking. Beauty? What good is beauty? For royal daughters, it's a curse. Nanji's thoughts turned to history's princesses sent to foreign tribes, some serving 3 generations of grandparents, some stripped and killed as their tribes collapsed, branded as femme fatale. Rather than suffer such disgrace, she would rather marry an undistinguished wastrel. At least Wei Yuan was handsome. But today, her heart had shifted. She had come to realize Wei Yuan was not the profligate everyone whispered about. Nanji gently stroked her delicate cheek and whispered, "Wei Yuan, I truly want to see just how many people, including my cold-hearted father, Emperor Nanjiao, will be shocked when you, this hidden dragon, finally spreads your wings and soars." At the Weigua Duke's mansion, in the courtyard, Wei Yuan efficiently treated Gongsun Jin's severed tendon using the tendon separation technique. Then he ordered Shishuan to fetch top-grade healing salve from Mu Qianxiu and instructed the senior female servant to apply medicine for Du Sanyang. After completing these tasks, he personally demonstrated the 36 moves of the heavenly gangsaber technique to Jiang Yuan. He stood in the center of the courtyard, hands behind his back, and intoned gravely, "Man follows earth, earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao follows what is natural." The 8 trigrams and 6 lines encompass heaven, earth, and all things. The 3s are unending. The 6s are infinite, thus the 36 endless meanings. The heavenly gangsaber technique is the work of a great immortal. Jiang Yuer's face was puzzled. Wei Yuan wisely stopped explaining further. "Watch closely. First move, the turning of fate, would cleave the air as he swung his saber with wide, powerful strokes, the blade stirring fierce winds. Suddenly, he flicked his foot, propelling a small pebble to collide sharply against the roof tiles. Hidden in the shadows, Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu both instinctively ducked, muttering curses in astonishment. Since when did that brat learn such top-tier saber skills? And judging by the moves, he's been training for years, not a single clumsy step. The most important thing is, there's not a trace of chi in him. How did he even spot 2 hidden grandmasters like us? Who the heck knows? Snooping on juniors practicing martial arts is pretty embarrassing. Let's just retreat. Makes sense. Retreat. In the courtyard, blades flashed wildly. Gong Sun Jin and Shi Shuan were the first to clap. Well done. The young master's saber technique is really impressive. Wei Yuan sheathed his blade and glanced at the two of them. Explain what exactly makes it good? Gong Sun Jin, a scholar at heart, blushed and turned away. Honestly, I don't understand it. It just looks good. Shi Shuan put his hands on his hips, trying to hold the posture. First, the opening move is solid, then. Wei Yuan caught his act and could only smile wryly, turning to Jiang Yuer. I'm not asking if you fully get it, just which move is the easiest for you. Jiang Yuer thought for a moment. The last three moves are pretty simple. Nonsense. Wei Yuan immediately objected. Those last three are the toughest. I took 3 days to learn them, and it takes an ordinary person at least half a year to get them. Before he finished, Jiang Yuer was already wielding the Santing Bao Yuan saber, demonstrating those final 3 moves. Earth-shaking strike. Inversion of yin and yang. 7 piercing arrows. The blade wind was fierce, each form precise and full of intent. Wei Yuan's eyes widened. No way, you picked it up just by watching once. Try the other moves. He hurriedly taught her the remaining 33 moves, but Jiang Yuer just couldn't learn them. Her grasp was surprisingly below average. What's going on? Wei Yuan was baffled as she casually ate a chicken leg while wielding the blade. Jiang Yuer explained matter-of-factly, earth-shaking strike is like chopping firewood. I've been chopping for over 10 years. The inversion move is similar to feeding pigs, which I've done for years too. And 7 piercing arrows is like planting rice. Get your legs right. Look up and see if you're straight. Wei Yuan's face darkened. He turned and left. Hearing it described that way by her somehow knocked several centimeters off the prestige of his top-tier saber techniques from his previous life. At that moment, the steward brought in a slightly overweight middle-aged man with a friendly face. Young master, this gentleman says he has business for you. Wei Yuan was surprised. Shen Wansan. What's he doing here? Did the Yongfeng Bank's capital branch in the capital get blocked by the officials again? Shen Wansan quickly shook his head. No. I'm here on behalf of a friend with a small favor to ask. Wei Yuan pointed to Gong Sun Jin and the chicken leg chewing Jiang Yuer. They're with me, speak freely. One of my old neighbors borrowed money from Yongfeng Bank to do business, importing premium tea from home to the capital. But he can't find any buyers. If he can't sell, he'll go bankrupt, and Yongfeng Bank will suffer losses too. What kind of tea? Let me see. Shen Wansan handed over a delicate wooden box. When opened, the fresh aroma of bright green tea leaves drifted out. Wei Yuan pinched a leaf and sniffed, nodding. Top grade, Tigu Zhuzi Sun. Sharp eye, young master. That's exactly it. Wei Yuan smiled. Southerners know commerce best, but your friend's idea is weak. Capital city people prefer jasmine tea, thinking green tea is flat. Except for nobles, few drink green tea here. So that's why it won't sell, and he's forced to beg you. Wei Yuan suddenly raised his eyebrows. Tell him 70% of the price. Whatever tea he has, he'll buy it all. But young master, he brought 30 shithits, 4,500 jin. That's a huge sum of silver. Don't worry, he'll buy it no matter the cost. Wei Yuan patted Shen Wansan's shoulder. Get another batch of exquisite jade boxes. Call it jade tea. Shen Wansan suggested, call it imperial tea instead. It sounds better. Although it violates some taboos, your influence can easily smooth things over. Wei Yuan shook his head. This time I'm not stepping forward. Too reckless. Even my grandfather couldn't handle it. He quickly did the math. 300 taels per box. Buy 10 boxes now, and he'll return 3,000 taels in 3 days. Then every week, 10 taels profit per box. Shen Wansan hesitated. Isn't that a loss? They're counting on interest, but we want the principal. Set the price high so ordinary people can't afford it. No popular resentment. Only greedy noble clans get hit, and the emperor won't bother to investigate. A faint smile crept onto Wei Yuan's lips. The strategy of a time traveler was clear. Selling paintings or soap was too petty. Since I've already crossed time, why not do business that's outside modern laws, but forbidden by laws in my past life? They'll give you the chance. Once the job is done, whether it turns a profit or not, they'll pay you 10,000 taels of silver plus 10% of the proceeds as a service fee. Wei Yuan's voice was calm as he offered a second option. Or we take the risk together, win or lose. We split the losses 50-50, but if we make money, you get 30%. The great hall fell silent except for the crackling of the candle flames. Shen Wansan stood frozen, eyes narrowed slightly, his fingers tapping silently like an invisible abacus. Wei Yuan didn't rush him, letting the self-made magnate weigh the pros and cons in his own time. After the brief pause of about half a teacup's time, Shen Wansan came back to himself, bowed slightly with folded fists, and spoke softly. Young lord, I think we should add one more clause recruiting others to sell tea with profit sharing. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. As expected, the man was born with a natural business instinct extrapolated from the briefest hint and pushed the outline of this fundraising scheme to its fullest extent. Silently sighing, Wei Yuan nodded. Looks like you've made up your mind. That's right. I'm willing to gamble with you, young lord. Shen Wansan's eyes shone with ambition. Then let's get it done. When you're ready, we'll personally send people to back you up. Shen Wansan responded with a nod and left immediately. Jiang Yuan was completely confused the whole time, only seeing the other rush off like the wind. Gong Sunjin, however, heard clearly as he pushed his wheelchair closer and lowered his voice. Master, I didn't expect you to exploit human greed to set such a trap, truly ruthless. Before troops move, supplies must be ready. Wei Yuan shrugged. What I lack is money. But I've set a high threshold commoners can't get in. We're gouging only the rich, the nobles, and the powerful clan families. Their money isn't clean either, so taking it is justified. Before he finished speaking, heavy footsteps and ragged breaths sounded at the entrance. A round, chubby figure tumbled into the courtyard. Brother Yuan, where's third lady? Quickly call her to Qinghe Elegant Garden. There's trouble. Liang Qiu? Wei Yuan was surprised. Your health is good that fast back on your feet? A flashback to last night's manure soup incident caused him to take a step back reflexively. Gong Sunjin quietly wheeled himself further away, while Jiang Yuan pinched her nose and muttered, what a foul stench. Wei Yuan picked up a wooden training sword and barred Liang Qiu 3 paces away. Don't come closer. Speak from there. Liang Qiu was sweating nervously. It's serious. The Wang family bought the Yihong Pavilion across the street and renamed it Qinghe Elegant Garden. They've poached our girls, our laborers, even old Gui Gong. They put out 3 new songs to attract customers. The chef is the former imperial cook, and they're serving a drunken immortal brew. I just tasted it. It's damn good. Just then, footsteps clicked inside, and third lady shuffled out, stepping with a limp like a waddling duck. All my girls were poached? Her chest heaved as she cursed bitterly. Bitches have no loyalty. Actors no conscience. I treated them well, but these damn bastards. Wei Yuan waved her off. Cursing won't solve anything. Qinghe Elegant Garden was always the Wang family's property. They're just covering their bases. Everyone gathered around as Wei Yuan explained. After the uproar at the Imperial Garden, the Wang family knew Qinghe Elegant Garden wouldn't be profitable anymore, but it's a crucial front for their money laundering. So they simply started fresh, using the same team to open Qinghe Elegant Garden. Third lady patted her proud chest and assured them, I've been in this business for years, my connections are still intact. We can gather enough girls quickly, though the quality might suffer a bit. If quality's low, then make up for it with ambience, Wei Yuan said with a deep look in his eyes. Since they like Qing in the name, let's give it to them. Qinghe Elegant Garden will be renamed Heaven on Earth. The lighting on the first floor was dimmed by half, and the lampshades were changed to pink. This softened the scene, masking the quality gap between our girls and those across the way, while adding a hazy, romantic atmosphere. The hall immediately fell silent. Du Sanyang quickly pulled out paper and pen, furiously taking notes by candlelight. Wei Yuan scanned the room with a sharp glance, then ordered Liang Qiu, convert the center of the first floor into a revolving stage as soon as possible. Have the girls alternate wearing official uniforms, theatrical costumes, scholar outfits, even white fish scale skirts like Zhu Yingtai or Bai Sujin, recognizable yet half hidden, so the guests can admire them from every angle without obstruction. He'll call this setup the Uniform Seduction Rotating Bride Selection. He emphasized, only one full rotation during peak hours each day. Don't let the girls get dizzy. Liang Qiu's face lit up with excitement, giving a thumbs up. You're a true veteran of the Flower District. At 13 you'd already cruised the brothels and the music bureau inside out, and now you're still ahead of the game, Brother Yuan. But Wei Yuan remained unamused, waving his hand dismissively. Not done yet. The rest of the girls wore workwear, not palace robes, but uniforms for their duties. Sheer tops and tight silk pants, also semi-transparent. I'm calling these pants silk stockings, got it? Got it. Liang Qiu nodded eagerly. We have to upgrade the food too, Wei Yuan continued. We'll bring 3 imperial chefs here. Sanyang, send someone to the market to buy dried kelp, dried shrimp, and dried shiitake mushrooms. After soaking, dry the shiitake with the shrimp and grind them as finely as possible. Sprinkle some in the dishes to enhance umami. I'm calling this MSG. Du Sanyang hurriedly acknowledged. Liang Qiu suddenly remembered something, pulling 3 sheets of rice paper from his pocket. Brother Yuan, I've copied the new songs for you to check out. The one across the way is so good the crowds, all applauding. Wei Yuan cocked his head disdainfully and motioned for Shishuan to take the papers instead. Gong Sunjin, standing nearby, read through quietly and frowned slightly, mouthing to Wei Yuan, my lord. These lyrics are very sophisticated, ordinary scholars wouldn't be able to write this well. Wei Yuan snorted, pretentious whining, painfully affected classic Zhu Sibo style. Then he patted Gong Sunjin on the shoulder. I have the top scholar at my side. Writing some poems is nothing. Liang Qiu, go handle your business. He'll take care of the lyrics. Liang Qiu dashed off to hustle the craftsman. Wei Yuan called to Shishuan. Ink, brushes, paper, and inkstone. Shishuan muttered under his breath. Young master, your literary skills might only justify nonsense like 1 leaf, 2 leaves, 3, 4 leaves or lotus leaves poking a frog jumping. Before he finished, Wei Yuan gave him a sharp glare, and he scurried off to fetch the calligraphy set. Wei Yuan sat down and picked up his brush, writing swiftly. The cicadas' cries chill the long pavilion at dusk. The sudden rain has just ceased. As Wei Yuan finished Yulin Ling, Shishuan was still stunned, while Du Sanyang and Gongsun Jin stared in awe. Is this really your own impromptu composition, young master? Du Sanyang's voice trembled. Gongsun Jin solemnly cupped his fists. My lord is both cultured and mighty, wise and resourceful. I am deeply impressed. Wei Yuan chuckled softly. Impressed already? I said I'd write 5, so 5 I'll write. The brush resumed dancing across the paper. Searching and seeking, cold and desolate, sorrowful and mournful. When Sheng Sheng Man was done, its emotional depth rolled in like a tide, every line vivid and heartfelt. Gongsun Jin had thought the first poem was the pinnacle, but now he was even more amazed. Before anyone's admiration could fade, the third poem appeared. Red lotus fragrance fades, jade matte autumn, lightly shedding silk robes, boarding the orchid boat alone. The fourth and fifth followed swiftly, all refined and delicate compositions reminiscent of Li Qingzhao, Yin Shu, and Lu Yong, each word a gem. Gongsun Jin's knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, his chest heaving with emotion. I, though a top scholar, remain unfulfilled and feel as if my heart is being cut to pieces, while my lord harbors the greatest talents at heart, yet sacrifices his brilliance for the greater cause, enduring public mockery. He bowed deeply, voice choking. My lord, your bitter endurance and dusty brilliance pains me deeply. I, Wei Yuan, simply have no interest in chasing fame or fortune. Otherwise, how could that hypocritical charlatan Zhu Sibo possibly claim the title of top scholar? Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. Opposite him, Gongsun Jin stood respectfully by his side. Jin, Wei Yuan tapped lightly on the 5 sheets of Xian paper laid out on the desk. How do these 5 poems of mine compare to Zhu Sibo's? I want to result something that utterly crushes him, leaves him no chance. Gongsun Jin met his gaze steadily, showing no trace of sycophancy as he replied solemnly. These 5 poems will certainly make the top 10 on the Dawei literary scene's historical record. But what? Speak plainly. If these 5 poems are published, the whole world will claim you've plagiarized copying Zhu Sibo's work. Wouldn't that only serve to glorify him instead? Wei Yuan waved off the concern casually. It doesn't matter. I care nothing for reputation, only the advantage. Besides, do you know that among the 36 heavenly stratagems of the Thousand Gates, there is one called raising a flag to spread rumors? Rumor as in Yao? Wei Yuan nodded, his eyes dark and deep. Today I turn the world's scorn into profit. When the rumors eventually break apart, the harsher the slanders against me now, the greater my honor will be later. A sharp light sparked in Gongsun Jin's eyes. Likewise, the higher Zhu Sibo is praised today, the harder he will fall tomorrow. This is the stratagem of praise to kill the tricky ladder removal from the 36 heavenly stratagems. Wei Yuan laughed loudly. No wonder you wrote the warfare manual of the heavenly wolf. Exactly right. First, help him climb the rooftop beam. Then pull down his pants and yank away the ladder. When he falls naked, the damage he suffers will depend on how high we've praised him. Thinking of his sworn brother Zhu Sibo, Wei Yuan's eyes darkened with a cold edge. Since we lack proof to move against him legally, let's just ruin his reputation first. Liang Qiu has always been sharp with money. That very night, he had the preparations for heaven on earth well in hand. As night fell and the tea house was at its busiest, a warm amber glow flickered at the entrance. Several beautiful girls clad in black stockings and golden embroidered corsets appeared, their faces half veiled by sheer silk, plucking softly at their pipa. Searching and wandering, cold and lonely, sorrowful and mournful. The unfamiliar, melodious new tune caught all the guests' attention. After a brief moment of surprise, desire was quietly aroused, and they eagerly stepped inside heaven on earth. Across the street, Qingqi Elegant Garden refused to yield. All the courtesans except Xiao Dai appeared outside, singing in competition. The manager of the former Yihong Pavilion with heavy makeup waved customers inside. Du Sanyang, her freshly bruised backside still red from the manager's slap, wasn't intimidated. The cakes on our side are fair ground stealing thieves across the street. Let's see whose skills are best. Afraid of your big behind? Came the sharp reply from the heaven on earth staff. Tension flared instantly. The street buzzed with nearly explosive noise. Deep within the imperial city, pale candlelight flickered in Weiyang Palace. Maid Shuer hurried over to Princess Nanji, clutching several sheets of Xian paper. Princess, look. The latest 8 poems from the capital, both the literary world and the pleasure districts, are in an uproar. Nanji took the papers and gently tapped Shuer's nose, teasing, deliberately leaving out the author's name. Is this some kind of test for me? She focused intently, reading carefully before pulling out 3 poems. These must be Zhu Sibo's work. He tried to change his style, but the core can't be hidden. As for the other 5, they were written by several hands. I cannot tell who. Shuer puffed out her cheeks, then burst out the truth. Princess, you're wrong. All 8 poems were written by the great Zhu master. Among them, 5 are signed with Wei Yuan's name. Wei Yuan is shameless after yesterday. He's even stolen Zhu's poems. Nanji studied the poems carefully for a long moment. No, she was certain the 5 lyric poems could not have been written by Zhu Sibo. Shuer scratched her head. But princess, everyone in the realm is saying these were written by Zhu Sibo for his sworn younger brother, Wei Yuan. Nanji sneered. The Wang family and the Wei family have a feud. Zhu Sibo, though Wei's sworn grandson, is standing up for the Wang family. With rumors swirling, the Wang family will eventually resent. Zhu Sibono fortress is stronger than its weakest internal link. Shuer froze. Princess, you mean? Whoever wrote those 5 poems doesn't matter. Wei Yuan's open scheme has succeeded. The Wang family and Zhu Sibo are bound to clash. The real show is just beginning. Have someone keep a closer watch. At the marquee of Brocade's mansion, the Wang estate. Bang! A porcelain cup shattered to the floor. Wangsha's fury boiled over. You two-faced Zhu Sibo. A household guard reported. Master, the envoy sent to the Hanlin Academy returned. Zhu Sibo denies writing those 5 poems. If not him, then Wei Yuan? What nonsense about silk stockings, concubine selection, uniform temptation. That lecherous brat might think of such things. But those 5 delicate poems? Impossible. The guard hesitated. Could it be the top scholar Gong Sun Jin, who's close to him? No way. Gong Sun Jin specializes in military strategy and writes bold, unrestrained poetry. Those 5 are clearly of a restrained, graceful style. Still fuming, Wang Shouhe overturned the tea table with a kick. Send someone again to the Hanlin Academy. Tell Zhu Sibo since his family's 2nd and 3rd generations died on the battlefield, he's the mastermind, with no way out. If this happens again, the Wang family will see him ruined and disgraced, unable even to rest in peace. Within just a few days, a sheet of lyric poems had stirred a secret undercurrent throughout the capital, breeding suspicion among many factions. At the Wei Duke's mansion, the instigator, Wei Yuan, lay sleeping soundly, snoring thunderously. The next morning, as dawnlight spread, a rooster crowed. The mansion echoed with Wei Yuan's agonized cries from his grueling morning exercise, marking the start of a new day. After washing and dressing, he strode out with Jiang Yuan towards the 6 Doors headquarters. At the entrance, 2 armored guards with crossed spring knives blocked their way. What's with the trembling? 1 slap each, to teach you a lesson. Wei Yuan squinted. Before he finished, Jiang Yuan swung both fists, smack, smack. 2 sharp sounds sent the guards tumbling aside. The 6 Doors were well informed. Last night's uproar stirred the entire city. This blockade was clearly meant to give newly appointed Wei Yuan a rough welcome. Wei Yuan, you haven't received your official seal yet, and don't count as deputy commander. They have every right to stop you. A middle-aged man in a Qilin robe began, but a cold blade pressed to his throat cut him off. Wei Yuan brandished his imperial sword. Recognize this. Dare to talk back, and he'll cut you down right now. Sword in hand, he strode through the gate without a glance aside. Along the way, black-clad constables stepped aside. They were lowest rank in 6 Doors, but equal to county magistrates. Next came the armored guards, equivalent to 6th rank, leading squads of 10. Above them were the Flying Fish captains, famous enforcers with teams under their command. Above them were the 3 deputy commanders in Qilin robes of 4th rank. At the top sat the commander in a Mang robe, equivalent to 1st rank, the highest authority. Wei Yuan pressed the sword tip to a Flying Fish captain's throat. Where are my Qilin robes and official seal? Lead the way, or he'll cut you down. Lord Wei, please calm down. Swords don't discriminate, he'll lead you now. Donning the Qilin robe embroidered with auspicious patterns, Wei Yuan bellowed. Everyone assemble, roll call. Anyone late strips and scrams. Despite dissatisfaction, the constables formed ranks under the authority of their deputy commander. Wei Yuan paced with hands behind his back. I know you don't respect me. Hey, race a challenge, beat Jiang Yuan, then my grandfather Wei Buyue, the war god of Great Wei. Then take on my army of 300,000 solo. Only then can you come for me. The constables exchanged glances, dark lines cutting their faces. The capital's top playboy lived up to his notorious reputation. It seemed he truly had no shame left to lose. Wei Yuan paid no mind to the disdainful looks from the constables and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Since none of you dare to challenge me, he declared arrogantly as he stopped in the hall, a defiant smile playing on his lips, then I shall sit comfortably in this deputy commander's seat. His gaze shifted to the middle-aged deputy commander, dressed in a Qilin robe, who had just had the imperial sword pressed against his throat. How many squads can a deputy commander lead? Each leads 5 men, the man answered calmly. There is also an elite squad directly under Commander Hua. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Now that I've joined, how do you divide the 4 squads? The young lord is personally appointed by His Majesty. Naturally, you have authority over all 4 squads. The man shrugged with an amused smirk, stepping back against the doorframe alongside the other 3 deputy commanders, cracking seeds like old ladies chatting outside a northern village. Wei Yuan snorted and strutted with an arrogant swagger. one leg twitching as if daring anyone to challenge him. Does my charisma really need forcing? Every time I visit the brothel and purse my lips, the girls swarm around me. Which captain wants to follow me? Don't be shy, step forward. A burly captain in his 30s wearing a flying fish uniform strode up boldly. His dark, square face was full of stubbornness. Young lord, I, Lu Tsuanxiao, will never submit. If you want to boss me around with your rank, I'd rather quit than be your worthless lapdog. Hey, you want to see if I dare cut you down with one sword? Wei Yuan drew his blade, threateningly. At that moment, a small, shrewd-looking captain in flying fish garb jumped out. If you're cutting one, cut me too. I'm sure. The four great constables, humiliated by Wei Yuan yesterday, stepped forward in unison. The six doors stand united. If you want to cut us all. Exactly. Lu Tsuanxiao sneered. Let's see if the great Wei war god Wei Buiyue can save you then. The crowd shouted together. Come on, young lord, kill us all. Wei Yuan's sword hovered in midair before he suddenly dropped the imperial sword with a clatter and reached into his cloak. The crowd tensed. Hidden weapons? Poison powder? The dreaded Buddhist lotus? After all, his grandfather was Lord Wei. He must have plenty of tricks up his sleeve. But the next moment, a thick stack of silver notes glinted in his palm. Follow me and earn 5 times your salary. Wei Yuan tapped his foot and fanned himself with the silver. 5 times. Who wants in? The small constable stepped forward with a cold snort. A true man born under heaven will never bow for mere coins or live under the thumb of a spoiled noble. The others shook their heads as well. No to money temptations. We are true heroes, not swayed by that. Everyone understood. Wei Yuan was a good for nothing who wouldn't last long. Even with 5 times the pay, it would be at most a month or 2 before he left, probably without a cent paid. When he left, they'd be the ones facing retaliation. Only a fool would agree. Wei Yuan saw their hesitation and raised his voice. You think I won't last? No matter. Join me, and he'll pay you 5 years' salary up front. Count it out right now. If I leave, and you don't want to serve anymore, you can come with me to the Wei estate for a good post, same salary guaranteed. Wei Yuan's words stirred up a huge commotion, leaving everyone exchanging uneasy glances. The hierarchy within the 6 gates was strict. Although rank came with considerable authority and many opportunities for bribery and corruption, the real spoils ended up in the hands of the chief commander and deputy commander. The 16 divine constables could at best get a small portion of the benefits. The squad leaders only caught a whiff, and the lowest-ranking officers stared longingly at even the faintest scent of it. Now Wei Yuan was offering 5 years' worth of salary all at once, 5 times the normal amount, effectively saving everyone from toiling desperately for 25 years. Heir, young lord, am urgently in need of money, please let me follow you. Someone finally lowered their head and spoke up amidst the crowd. Indeed, generous rewards always attract brave men. Wei Yuan beckoned to LV Tsuanxiao with a broad smile. Calculate your 5 years' salary, multiply it by 5, and pay it on the spot. I will add another 500 taels as a bonus for being my very first follower. He then ordered his attendants to bring out 2 heavy silver chests. When the lids were lifted, the dazzling silver coins flashed brightly, causing everyone in the room to draw a heavier breath at the crisp clinking sound of him sorting through the ingots. The sight of the gleaming silver completely broke down everyone's restraint. Those who hesitated before surged forward, nearly dropping to their knees to pledge loyalty. Wei Yuan raised his hand to stop the rush. There are limited openings. I will be selective. This isn't a chance for just anyone to come. His gaze landed on the small, skinny man who had mocked him earlier. Just now you scoffed that a true man wouldn't stoop for mere coins. What changed so quickly that you're ready to sell yourself to a worthless playboy like me? The thin man chuckled awkwardly and gave Wei Yuan a light punch on the arm, adopting a sycophantic tone. Young lord, you must have misheard. That was them talking, not me, old sure. I've wandered all my life, just wishing for a wise master to serve. If you will have me, I, old sure, am willing to call you my sworn father. Wei Yuan suddenly felt a tightness in his chest and took 2 steps back, clutching his chest as if bracing for a dagger. No, that line sounds way too familiar. As more and more people gathered to sign up, Wei Yuan handed the decision over to his most trusted man, LV Tsuanxiao. You look honest. Pick 3 team leaders for me. Remember, character first, ability second. Me choose. LV Tsuanxiao was momentarily stunned. Yes, I always base my appointments on those 2 factors. Wei Yuan nodded. Me. Old Sure immediately raised his hand and shouted at LV Tsuanxiao. Old Lu, we're from the same hometown and childhood friends. You have to choose me. LV Tsuanxiao shook his head. Sorry, Old Sure. You're a good person, but among these 11 your skills aren't outstanding. Personally, I want to pick you, but officially I can't. Bullshit. Old Sure's face turned red with anger. Lu, we're breaking brotherhood, going separate ways. LV Tsuanxiao looked apologetic. You're only here for the money. I'm willing to give you a share, and will come to apologize to restore our friendship tomorrow. Others quickly pulled Old Sure aside. Stop cursing. You know LV well. When it comes to business, he's always strictly impartial. Today, Even if his own father was here, rules must be followed. Wei Yuan quietly nodded. Being blunt but holding high office must mean LV's competence made up for any lack of social grace. Thinking this, he patted LV on the shoulder. Since he's your hometown buddy and childhood friend, and you work for me, I don't want to put you in a tough spot. Give him one spot, and pick two more. Thank you, young lord, for your kindness. LV bowed and smiled at old Sure. In that case, I won't share the money with you or bother apologizing. Soon LV chose two more, a pair of twins named Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. As for why the twins had different surnames, Wei Yuan didn't dare press the matter in public and simply kept his doubts to himself. The four divine constables knelt before the hall, their faces pale with regret clearly written on them. Seeing this, Wei Yuan felt a spark of admiration for talent and turned to Lu Tsuanxiao. If you could choose again, would you still pick from those four? Without hesitation, Lu Tsuanxiao shook his head. His voice was sharp and cutting like a knife. Their skills rank just below mine and are truly top-notch, but their character is poor, far from your standard. Having worked alongside them for years, he knew their temperaments better than anyone. The four divine constables ground their molars angrily at his words, but could only glare venomously at him. This guy really had no fear of offending others. It was a miracle he survived official life so far. Wei Yuan chuckled inwardly. Lu Kungxiu's blunt, poor character made him give up on these four famed constables entirely. Call all our men. We're throwing a victory banquet. Wei Yuan waved his hand with a surge of boldness. As for the venue, let's be democratic, anonymous voting. Anywhere in the capital except the palace kitchens. Wherever gets the most votes, he'll pay for it. The captains not chosen felt a sting inside. Although the young lord was somewhat useless, he was generous with money. Compared to bosses who only filled their own pockets with empty promises, he was a breath of fresh air. The vote was nearly unanimous in favor of the capital's most prestigious restaurant, the 8 Great Halls, with only a few stray votes for less reputable places like Qingxi Elegant Garden. Just as Wei Yuan nodded in approval, he suddenly spotted a glaring little note. Xiao Chong Chun fried liver. He looked sharply at Lu Tsuanxiao. Did you write this? I remember that place is just an open-air street stall. Lu Tsuanxiao nodded. The young lord has already advanced us a lot of cash. I don't think he'd feel comfortable wasting it on fancy restaurants. No matter. The one thing I'm not short of is money. Wei Yuan raised his arm and shouted. Brothers have risked their lives for me. Wei Yuan. He'll repay you in kind. As long as I get a piece of meat, no one will be left gnawing on bones. In the end, they changed the venue to Chui Hua Lu. Wei Yuan declared. Those on duty stay. The rest of you, come feast with me. If you can't make it, send me your orders, I'll pack them up for you. Long live the young lord. The young lord rules. Roared the crowd. Over 200 constables surged out with Wei Yuan, striding down the street like a parade. Vendors stopped talking. Passers-by exchanged puzzled glances. Was there a major case in the capital to warrant such a display from the 6 doors? Wei Yuan carried his imperial sword, swaggering as he loudly declared to everyone he met. Greetings, fellow townsfolk. I am Wei Yuan, current deputy commander of the 6 doors. If you have any grievances, come to me. My childhood name is Wei Qingtian, fair and impartial. I distinguish loyalty from treachery. The crowd winced from his booming voice and shook their heads sadly. The Great Wei is doomed if the emperor makes this guy second in command of the 6 doors. When they passed the Tsang residence, Wei Yuan suddenly stopped. Hold up, brothers. I've got an account to settle. The constables jeered. Oh, the boss money? Let us help. Wei Yuan lifted his foot and kicked the Tsang mansion's door open with a loud bang. Don't ignore me. If the 100,000 taels aren't here today, it doubles to 200,000. Turning back to the constables, he shouted, collect the money. I'll reward everyone with 10,000 taels from what comes in, and the rest will be split evenly. The constable's eyes flashed red. Pay back the money. Minister Tsang, pay up. Not a coin less, or we draw swords. From the crowd, the small, skinny old Sher leaned close to Wei Yuan and whispered, Foster father, we've long had proof that Minister Tsang embezzled, took bribes, and misused public funds. The problem is he's backed by the Wang family. No one dares touch him. Tsang family is connected to the Wangs. Are you sure? Wei Yuan squinted. For sure. Everyone outside thinks Tsang depends on Wei family. Actually, Tsang Qingkong works for the Wangs. Not many know this, old Sher added quietly. Then he blinked flatteringly at Wei Yuan. Foster father, your courtesan that night was gorgeous, but too expensive. My pockets are light. You want money or company? Only kids choose. I want both. Wei Yuan waved his hand. 5,000 taels, pick any courtesan you want to spend the night with. They'll cover the bill. Deal. Old Sher beamed in delight and secretly pulled a few tightly sealed envelopes from his back, discreetly handing them over. He opened the envelope and scanned the contents. Reports of bribery and unlawful land approvals for temple construction. The Ministry of Rights oversaw the provincial exams, imperial civil service examinations, diplomatic receptions, and religious affairs, making it a lucrative post. But as Wei Yuan read on, his expression grew darker. For bribes of staggering sums stood out glaringly. 1. 20,000 taels paid to illegally approve the building of Qingfeng Temple on the outskirts of the capital. A mere temple wouldn't dare shell out that much without something shady behind it. 2. A tenth the sandtail bribe simply marked with the character Zhu. Wei Yuan checked the dates right before and after the civil service exams. It was almost certainly Zhu Sibo scrambling to secure the exam supervisor's spot through rampant corruption. 3. Half a million taels a year ago. Unknown source, unknown purpose. 4. 1 million taels 1.5 years ago. Equally unexplained in origin and use. The sums behind those last two bribes were colossal, far beyond what a mere Ministry of Rights deputy minister could arrange alone. Wei Yuan waved over old Sure. You promised me a month of free pleasure with a courtesan. I want to know, what do the third and fourth payments really mean? Old Sure swallowed nervously. Brothers investigating found the third bribe is connected to you, godfather. It's money from selling a daughter. Wei Yuan's brow tightened sharply. And the fourth? Old Sure lowered his head. No leads. A few who tried looking into it died mysteriously the next day, over a dozen in all. Anyone who touches this matter is doomed. No one dares try anymore. Looking up, lowering his voice, he added, from my experience, this involves powers bigger than heaven itself. Godfather, think back to what happened around that time. No need. Wei Yuan clenched his fists under his sleeves and spun away quickly, concealing any flicker of expression. Only one major event occurred a year and a half ago. His father and brothers died on the battlefield. Upon hearing the news, Wei Buiyue locked himself in the training hall for 7 days, replaying the battle in his mind. There was no way they should have lost, much less been completely wiped out. Wei Yuan, you've gone too far. Aren't you afraid he'll cut you off for good? In front of the Tsang estate, no one from the family appeared, only Tsang Naiyun, pushing the emotional angle. Suppressing his anger, Wei Yuan said coldly, debts must be repaid. I'm just here to collect. Brothers, what's wrong with that? Exactly, boss, you're right to take what's owed. The officers accompanying him surged forward. Tsang family, pay up now or don't blame us for dragging you all to the Ministry of Justice's prison. Wei Yuan barked, search. Bring out everything of value. Count it. Convert it to pay 20,000 taels. Yes. The officers tore into the Tsang estate like wolves. Down the corridor, tearful Tsang Naiyun sobbed, her tears streaming like rain. She grasped Wei Yuan's hand. Tower, why are you doing this to me? Boom, memories exploded in Wei Yuan's mind. His thoughts went blank, and the search nearly stalled. Born on March 3 RDA Day, said to be the Queen Mother of the West's Peach Banquet, had been nicknamed Tower Little Peach by the young girl betrothed to him during childhood. Only she ever called him that. Wei Yuan yanked his hand back sharply. How long have you been rehearsing? What I owe Liang Hanchan, I'd pay with my life. But you're not her. He roared again. Keep searching. You've got some nerve, Wei Yuan, daring to make a scene at my Tsang estate. Seeing Tsang Naiyun useless, Tsang Qingkong finally stepped out personally. Dressed in the official robes of an attendant minister, he strode out with a swagger, his steps measured and deliberate. Wei Yuan raised his hand and landed a sharp slap across the man's face, sending him staggering back a couple of steps. His golden silk official hat nearly fell off. You're nothing but a lowly fourth-rank official, without any noble title in our great Wei dynasty. At best, you're barely a cut above a commoner, yet you dare to address meth rightful heir as if we're equals? Wei Yuan's gaze was icy cold. His voice thundered through the courtyard. Over the past year, Wei Yuan had bent over backward in front of Tsang Naiyun, fooling the entire Tsang family into believing they were somehow noble. But this slap like a bucket of ice water awakened them completely. Just as Shishuan often said, the difference between the Tsang family and the Wei is like a divine dragon and an insignificant ant. What the commoners consider a giant is no different from any commoner before the Wei family. Even if Tsang Qingkong knelt outside the Wei Duke's mansion for 7 days straight, he probably wouldn't get a meeting with Zishan's father. Seize everything. Outside the gate, the constables filed in one after another. Soon, several guards carried out celebrity calligraphy, paintings, and gold and silver jewelry. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu scanned ledgers at the front of the group. A genuine piece by a master calligrapher from the previous dynasty, worth 3,000 taels. Before he could finish, Old Sure jabbed him sharply in the side and whispered, fake. Ahem. A replica, 3 taels of silver. Zhao Hu hurriedly corrected himself, then held up a gold hairpin. Imitation gold hairpin, 1 tael. Watching their prized treasures worth tens of thousands of taels be discounted to less than 100 caused Tsang Qingkong's face to go pale, nearly spitting blood on the spot. Wei Yuan heir, you and my daughter after all. Tsang Qingkong started, but Wei Yuan cut him off with a raised hand. I almost forgot about this. Shishuan, the 4 treasures of the study. He spread out paper, ground ink. The brush danced like a dragon moving through water. Wei Yuan quickly penned. Since our hearts differ, it's hard to return to one mind. Let us part with kindness and joy, never to meet again. A 200-word letter of broken engagement was completed in an instant and tossed casually at Tsang Naiyun's feet. Boss, found it in the basement. A few constables hauled up a heavy wooden box, lifting the lid to reveal gleaming gold and ivory items. Boss, no land deeds or property titles here, but cashing these in would fetch around 50,000 taels. Wei Yuan nodded. 20,000 taels I lent out myself. Half a year ago when the engagement was arranged, my grandfather gave 50,000 taels as betrothal gift. Now that we're breaking it off, the full amount will be returned. What? It was only 10,000 originally. Song Kong stammered in protest. Nonsense. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. My grandfather wouldn't be that stingy. If you don't believe me, go ask him if you dare. Then he glanced at Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. How much can the properties and land deeds bring? About 20,000 taels. They quickly revised, having initially planned to say 80,000 after catching Wei Yuan's sharp look. Shishuan, haul everything back to the Wei mansion. Wei Yuan gave Song Kong's face a light slap. From now on, the Wei and Song families owe each other nothing. He leaned in with a cutting whisper. Hey race, the truth, the emperor will soon announce that I'm engaged to Princess Qingqing. The son-in-law can't have concubines, so I have to cut ties with your daughter. Nanji is the most beautiful woman in all Wei. Your daughter next to her is like a hen beside a thoroughbred. Who the hell turns down Buddha jumps over the wall soup to eat pickled vegetables and tofu at your place? Huh. Wei Yuan laughed heartily as he left. Around the corner at a wonton stand, he bent down and murmured, Wei 1, Wei 2, stop pretending. Why, your highness, you recognized us. 2 undercover guards bowed deeply. Someone's tailing me. Cut the chatter. That Song families at a dead end follow them, and see who they turn to for help. Understood. After making the arrangements, he waved to Old Sher and the other constables. Brothers, let's go celebrate. The Tsuehua restaurant, the top of the 8 great restaurants in the capital, was bustling with diners at just the right time for dinner service. When Wei Yuan arrived with more than 200 men, the innkeeper hurried over. Young master, you're here. Your private room, Divine Hall number 1, has been prepared. Not using the private room today, Wei Yuan interrupted arrogantly, raising his hand. I'm here to drink and celebrate with the common folk. Raise a glass with my brothers. The innkeeper's face fell instantly. Even with over 200 people, no matter how big his place was, it couldn't hold them all, not to mention the kitchen's stock of ingredients. Young master, you've brought too many people. There isn't enough space or food. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan drew his sword with a bright flash. Look closely, this is the imperial sword bestowed by the Nanzhao emperor, my father-in-law. Killing at will is legal with this. Are you scared? The innkeeper's legs went weak as he nodded repeatedly. Yeah, I's afraid. Good. Then clear the place quickly. My brothers are starving. Wei Yuan sheathed his sword and tossed the scabbard into the innkeeper's arms. If anyone refuses to leave, use this sword on them. With a thud, the innkeeper dropped to his knees, trembling as he held the sword. Young master, this is truly the imperial sword. I dare not touch it. Enough nonsense. Wei Yuan spat, shouting, clear the floor. If one of my brothers is dissatisfied, they'll see this tavern wrecked, all the men slaughtered, and the women sent to the brothel. The innkeeper could only force a smile and apologize at each table. Seeing this, the diners wisely paid their bills and left. No one wanted to provoke such a ruthless tyrant. Out of the corner of his eye, Wei Yuan spotted 2 pale-faced, clean-shaven men trailing behindeniks in coarse cloth. Since he left the 6 doors, these 2 had never left his sight. Clearly, they were sent by the Nanzhao emperor to keep watch on him. At the same time, he quietly observed Lu Tsuanxiao, Lao Shi, Zhang Long, and Zhao Hu. The 4 captain-level police's counter-surveillance skills were indeed excellent. Having long detected the eunuchs but seeing no life energy on them, they deemed them harmless and ignored them. More than 200 people sat down and stayed most of the day. The innkeeper ran around buying supplies from other taverns when his own stock ran out. Compared to the innkeeper's misery, the 6 doors officers ate happily, laughing from afternoon until the sun set. Wei Yuan only sipped a few glasses symbolically and didn't touch any food. Knew well that after his arrogant entrance, the kitchen most likely doctored the dishes with old phlegm. After 3 rounds of drinks, Wei Yuan, drunken-eyed, swayed to his feet. Let's go. Time to head to my own place and listen to some tunes. The streets were lively, with Tianshang Renjian and Qingqi Elegant Garden both pulling out all the stops, singing at one door, dancing at the other, both trying to show off. When Wei Yuan and his crowd arrived in full force, music and chatter instantly fell silent, and the curious onlookers all turned their gaze on him. Isn't that Wei Yuan? Wearing a Qilin robe, the second-in-command of 6 dorshes, actually an official now? People whispered among themselves. Wei Yuan ignored them and strode straight into Qingqi Elegant Garden. The madam reluctantly stepped forward. Young master, if you're not going to your own place, why come here? Smack. Wei Yuan slapped her hard. Mind your own damn business. Do you think you can boss me around? Want me to chop you up with the imperial sword? Wei Yuan raised the imperial sword and strode into the Qingqi Elegant Garden, grabbing hold of a young nobleman who was embracing a young lady and listening to music. The red candles flickered as the music abruptly stopped. Everyone in the hall was stunned silent by the sudden commotion. 6 doors investigation. Wei Yuan pressed the sword blade against the man's throat, his voice icy cold. What's your name? The young nobleman was lifted onto his tiptoes, face pale, forcing a smile. Cut it out, brother Yuan. We've known each other for over 10 years, okay? Enough with the fake friendliness. Wei Yuan slammed him down on the floor. Sword light flashed like cold lightning. You claim to know me for over 10 years, yet instead of living it up over there at the brothels, you come to my rival's spot to feast and play? With a wrist flick, the sword was drawn fully, its deadly gleam piercing the lamplight. Answer my questions honestly, or this imperial sword in my hand is definitely harder than your head. Zhang Yilong. The man replied in fright. Gender? Brother Yuan. Can't you tell if I'm a man or a woman? Who the hell knows if you're disguised or not? Refuse to answer, and he'll strip you right here and now to check. Okay, I'm a man. After confirming the identity, Wei Yuan swept his sleeve and stood up, grabbing a cup of wine from the table and downing it in one gulp. This wine is aged, at least 300 years. The waiter stammered nervously, honorable guest, please understand, it's blended. The entire jar only had a small amount of real aged wine. 300 years of wine concentrate, where the hell do you get that stuff? Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, scanning the room. LV Sun Xiao blurted out. The most come from burial tombs as funerary offerings. The words hit like thunder in the hall. The group of young noblemen instantly went ashen and doubled over, retching. Damn your Wang family. You're giving me death wine to drink? Wei Yuan smashed the wine cup down on the floor. Bring me the wanted criminal portraits from the court. The scrolls were spread across the table. Wei Yuan scrutinized each one, dragging away anyone who resembled the portraits by at least 80%. Take them all to the Ministry of Justice first, 100 lashes each, then pull out their fingernails. Young master, I'm the son of the Minister of Justice. We've been childhood friends. Cut the crap. I'm the cold-hearted, ruthless Wei Qingtian. The man forced a bitter smile. Fine, I don't want to mess with you, Wei Yuan. They'll skip dinner and head over to the heaven on earth across the street. You're smart. Go and don't let me see you again. Wei Yuan didn't even bother to look up. At that moment, a man about 20 years old pushed his way through the crowd, wearing luxurious clothes and flanked by attendants. His features bore a 7 or 8% resemblance to Wang Tong, his expression dark as storm clouds. Wei Yuan, don't go too far. The young man growled. You're playing with fire, do you know that? Fire? You're the one who's wetting the bed, Wei Yuan sneered. You think I'm like your old lady, pissing the bed every day because of you? Wang Mao. Wei Yuan jabbed his finger at the man's nose. Your brother's been crippled by me and has since disappeared from home without a trace. What else do you have to bark about? The air seemed to freeze like frost. Everyone fell silent in fear. Suddenly, Wei Yuan drew his sword sharply. Little bastard, the sword of Wei is razor sharp. Stay back, or it'll shatter your turtle shell. Wei Yuan, are you really going to take things that far? Take things that far? How am I? Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed with a look of disdain. Ask my men, this is a legitimate interrogation. I haven't used any torture at all. What's wrong with that? The boss handles things fairly, no complaints. His men echoed in unison, their voices loud and fierce. Smack. Wei Yuan suddenly slammed his palm on the table, recalling the poison incident involving Liang Qiu the night before. His gaze shifted to the stage. In the Tsuehua pavilion, shadows danced in the flickering lantern light as 3 top courtesans sat side by side, plucking the pipa and singing melodies. Their slender waists and silken skirts shimmered faintly in the lamplight. I almost forgot. A chilling edge crept into Wei Yuan's voice. Last night, the young master Liang was poisoned. 4 top courtesans were present. Seize all 3 of them and take them to the Ministry of Justice prison for thorough questioning. He sneered. Daring to poison the young master is a grave crime. Since you've betrayed me, you'd better prepare for your deaths. As you command. The constables stepped forward, ropes gleaming coldly in the lantern light. The 3 courtesans were quickly bound tightly, their cries muffled as they were dragged out of Tsuehua pavilion. The clatter of wooden clogs faded into the dark alley. Inside Qingshi elegant garden, Wang Mao's face was ashen. He watched Wei Yuan swagger away, then roughly pushed the girl in his arms down onto the ground, venting his anger with drunken shouts. Wei Yuan, you treacherous scoundrel. Damn you. The imperial palace, the study room. Emperor Nanzhao wore a sky-blue court robe and was immersed in reviewing memorials at his desk. 2 disguised junior eunuchs quietly entered and whispered all they had seen and heard in the city. After speaking, the 2 bowed and left. The senior eunuch paced to the dragon desk, sweating in sympathy for Wei Yuan's arrogance. Your Majesty, today he bought loyalty at the 6 doors with money and women, then led men to Tsang family to force a broken engagement and extort them. He openly flaunted himself on the main street. At Tsuehua Pavilion, he slapped the imperial sword onto the shop owner's table to clear the crowd, then abused his power to suppress the Wang family's Qingshi elegant garden and arrested 3 courtesans. Your humble servant fears he has become lawless. The emperor looked up, a faint, enigmatic smile curling his lips. I had already expected Wei Yuan to cause trouble. It was inevitable. The senior eunuch counseled softly. He has gone too far. Should the command seal and imperial sword be revoked? If this continues, the entire capital may be thrown into chaos. To turn the heavens upside down is better. Emperor Nanzhao folded his hands behind his back and walked to the window. Moonlight spread silver on the golden bricks of the Zechen Hall. If Wei Yuan obeyed the rules, I wouldn't have the chance. The capital skies need to be stirred up so that I may seize the advantage like a fisherman. The Ministry of Justice prison, cold winds biting to the bone. Old Sure wore the fish-patterned prison guard uniform, short and gaunt, his cunning eyes gleaming sharply. Holding a long cowhide whip, he stood before the three tightly bound courtesans. The firelight crackled, casting twisted shadows on the stone wall. Why was young Master Liang poisoned? Don't make me get brutal. He snapped his wrist. The whip cracked sharply against the bricks, sparks flying. The courtesans were already pale and trembling. They hurriedly pleaded, "We didn't do it. Really, it was Xiao Dietas has been investigated and has nothing to do with us. Assassinating the young master means extermination of 9 generations." Old Sure grinned viciously, revealing yellowed teeth. "Even accomplices deserve death. No, we never tried to kill young Master Liang. Fine, you want talk? I have ways to make you speak." He sheathed the whip, waved his hand, and motioned the constables to step outside the cell. The iron gate clanged shut, footsteps receding, leaving only the cold silence of darkness. The torchlight sputtered out, plunging the cell into pitch-black silence. Suddenly, pairs of eerie green eyes gleamed from 2 rows of shadowy cages. "Women, women." A hoarse voice cracked with 10 years of prison dryness. "Such beautiful women. I want women." The iron bars rattled, chains clanked. Prisoners in tattered rags, with matted hair and stinking of filth, struggled against their shackles, reaching out with grimy arms from the darkness. "Ghosts!" The 3 women screamed and backed away, but nowhere to run. The corridor deliberately left by the guards was narrow as a knife edge, and the prisoners' fingers already grasped their skirts. "Women, bring me women. Sorry, but I can't fulfill that request." Knowing full well what he was doing, Gong Sun Jin swung his blade at Kai Kun's limbs, his voice filled with deadly resolve. "Of course, I'm going to repay you for everything you've done to me, principal and interest included." Blood instantly soaked Kai Kun's trouser leg, then slowly dripped down his leg. The cold liquid fell with a steady pattering sound, breaking the silence of the prison. Kai Kun's eyes glazed over as he trembled, pleading desperately, "Brother Gong Sun, I beg you, remember that we were once classmates. Spare me, let me cling to life a few more days. After all, death is inevitable." His cries were broken and weak, flooded with terror and despair. But Gong Sun Jin grew even more merciless, itching to cut down this detestable pretty boy before him. Yet his reason reminded him that Kai Kun carried the death warrant personally bestowed by the Emperor of Nanzhao. If he killed him, it would only bring trouble to Wei Yuan. His hesitation turned to cold cruelty as he ruthlessly sliced off Kai Kun's tongue, blood spurting out. Gritting his teeth, he said, "You owe me, and now I've collected every bit of it, with interest. Your worthless life, I leave that to the court to collect. From this moment, we're square." With that, Gong Sun Jin turned and strode out of the cell. Outside the cage, Gong Sun Jin bowed respectfully to Wei Yuan, his voice steady. "Jin thanks you, my lord. From today onward, you can leave the past behind completely." Wei Yuan lightly patted his shoulder, a trace of relief in his eyes. "That's right, Jin. Let bygones be bygones." Nearby, the prison warden took the gold bar from Wei Yuan, his face greedily beaming. "Thank you, Deputy Commander." He spun on his heel and rushed off to find the doctor, muttering nonstop, "Find someone quick. Don't let this one die." The gold flashing fire in his hand under the candlelight. After the Flower Queen's fall, the Qingxi elegant garden's atmosphere grew cold and dull. The drunk immortal's brew was spiked with funeral wine paste, a wretched mix. Coupled with Wei Yuan's recent commotion, the madam's attempts to attract customers brought in only a handful of small-time patrons, barely more than a few alley cats. Meanwhile, at Tianshang Renjian, the sky-high palace, voices rang out in a lively uproar. Wei Yuan called to Du Sanyang by his side, a smile appearing. "Boss, please enjoy yourself." Lao Shi had already taken a Flower Queen straight into a nearby room. Wei Yuan casually instructed, "Those 3 are my brothers. Take good care of that girl. Go upstairs, open a room. Remember, no charge, put the tab on me." LV Xiao, embarrassed, waved his hand. "Young master, that's not right. I think you shouldn't waste the boss kindness." Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances. Clearly the twins liked the Flower Queen too, but were too shy to say. Wei Yuan cut them off sharply. "I said, play as you want. I'm paying. Go." Deep into the 4th watch of the night, the air dry and tense, danger lurked in every breeze. With each sounding gong, the Wei Kingdom's ancestral hall suddenly erupted into fierce flames. Tongues of fire danced wildly, coloring the night with a seductive glow. Servants grabbed buckets and ancient, practical fire pumps, scrambling to douse the blaze. A girl in the Wei household maid's uniform, decent looking but panicked, ran swiftly to Wei Yuan, urgently shouting, "Young master, There's a fire. Get out of here. Find somewhere safe. Before she could finish, she suddenly drew a gleaming dagger from her sleeve, moving swiftly and without hesitation to stab at Wei Yuan directly. Just as she launched her attack, Wei Yuan seemed to anticipate it, dodging her assassination attempt instinctively. Yuer, come out quickly, it's time to eat. Wei Yuan called out loudly. Jiang Yuer, still rubbing drool from the corner of her mouth, shuffled out wearing an absurdly oversized pajama set, her eyes foggy with sleepiness and morning grumpiness. Time to eat. Then I better hurry. Hold. An assassination attempt on the air. The maid's shrill screams echoed through the courtyard. In a moment of desperation, Jiang Yuer grabbed a massive stone pillar weighing over 200 pounds from the ground. Veins bulging in her arms, she swung it in a wide arc. The stone flew like a cannonball, slicing the air with a thunderous whoosh. Boom. The girl's chest was crushed, her body pinned to the ground by the heavy impact. Blood mingled with shattered organs gushed out violently. What are you glaring at? Our servant maids are all stout women. When did a young assassin like you appear? Wei Yuan sneered. The girl coughed, spitting blood twice, her throat choking, unable to utter a word. With defiant eyes, she breathed her last. Flames roared up in the northern courtyard, accompanied by frantic shouts calling for fire help. Wei Yuan didn't dare linger. He grabbed Jiang Yuer and dashed toward the southern courtyard. Approaching the southern courtyard, the sharp clashing of swords rang out suddenly. Xiao Dai lay crookedly on the corridor floor with her neck broken. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. In the courtyard, Wang Xuanzi was locked in combat with a black-faced high monk. The monk wore a blood-stained kasaya and had iron-like arms. Each of his strikes forced Wang Xuanzi to step backward repeatedly. Seeing reinforcements arrive, the monk suddenly pushed Wang Xuanzi away and lunged at Wei Yuan. Protect. Wang Xuanzi barely got out the word protect before a sweet taste flooded his throat. He spewed blood and collapsed to his knees. Jiang Yuer threw Wei Yuan behind her and clenched her fist, delivering a punch the size of a clay pot straight at the monk. Disgusting fat woman. The monk growled, swinging hard to meet her. Their blows collided like rolling thunder. The monk, who cultivated the Prajna dragon elephant skill and considered himself unbeatable at his level, realized Jiang Yuer's brute strength surpassed his own. You've got some strength, monk. I've only been holding back half my power so far, but I guess that's over. Jiang Yuer's second punch landed heavily. The monk no longer dared to trade blows. Surrounding himself with 8-colored mystic light, he infused all his energy into his arms. Crack. Bones snapped. He was flung backward like a kite with its strings cut, flying over 20 yards and smashing into the ground, leaving a deep crater. Jiang Yuer swiftly pursued, shadowed by a storm of punches ready to strike again. The monk fiercely shook off his shattered sleeve. 3 incense sticks flew through the air. He caught them in his mouth and crushed them. Instantly, his chest swelled as gray mist mingled with a strange fragrance sprayed toward Jiang Yuer. The sweet and metallic scent invaded her nostrils, freezing her fist midair, her pupils glazing over instantly. Seizing the opportunity, the monk pointed his toes and darted toward Wei Yuan like a ghost. No. Wang Xuanzi, bloodshot-eyed, lunged forward, but gravely injured, he was too slow. The monk reached Wei Yuan but didn't even glance at him. With a light jump, he vaulted over the high wall, trying to escape the Wei residence. Breaking into my Wei family's grounds, and still wanting to leave alive. A booming shout exploded from the darkness like a great bell. Suddenly, the vanished monk was struck by an invisible force, sent flying back and crashing heavily at Wei Yuan's feet. Without hesitation, Wei Yuan pulled out silver needles from his sleeves and swiftly pricked key acupuncture points, sealing the monk's meridians completely, stripping him of all mobility. Clad in a robe and holding a long spear, Wei Bua descended from above. Only after seeing that Wei Yuan was unharmed did he relax and shift his gaze to Wang Xuanzi. Your internal injury is severe. Go find Mu Qianxiu for treatment immediately, or you'll be left with a chronic condition, he warned quietly. As Wang Xuanzi dropped to one knee, a tightness gripped his chest, but he forced himself to clasp his fist and bow slightly. Lord Wei, it was my incompetence that led to Xiao Dai's death. The great martial master snuck in to assassinate us secretly. I simply couldn't stop him. Dispose of the body quickly. Then announced to the public that the great monk's assassination attempt failed. She was just bait. Her survival or death doesn't matter. As long as the enemy remains unaware, Wei Buyue said coldly. Footsteps approached from afar. Du Sanyang and Gong Sunjin walked up side by side. Du Sanyang smiled and pointed to the young man beside her. This is what my Jinlang said. Wei Buyue flicked his spear, tossing Xiao Dai's cold corpse into a corner flower bed. Then he struck the air with an open palm. With a dull crash, the body shattered into pieces. Flesh and blood sank into the earth, becoming spring soil to nourish the flowers. You poisoned my grandfather and grandson, filthy wench. You don't deserve an intact body. Boom. Jiang Yuer smashed a rock formation with a punch, scattering debris. Rubbing her eyes, she frowned in confusion. Where's the great monk? I remember she was right in front of me. Wei Yuan patted her shoulder gently. You were hit with a smoke bomb. You did great this time. Later, go to the kitchen and order anything you want for a late-night meal. The moment she heard eat, Jiang brightened instantly and trotted excitedly toward the Wei family kitchen. On the stone path, Mu Qianxiu casually hoisted a young girl dressed as a maid by one hand, one of the assassins killed earlier by Jiang stone, but there was something more to her. Brother, this girl's covered in concealment ointment and old scars everywhere. She's obviously a trained assassin from an organization. Her meridians and dantian still have residual qi, same as the girl who tried to assassinate Yuan before. They're from the same group. Mu Qianxiu said this, then tossed the body aside and squatted beside the great monk, who was unable to move. He checked her pulse, then looked up. Great master level cultivation? Brother, if this person were from the Wei martial world, I'd recognize her for sure. She probably isn't from Wei. I suspect she isn't working with those two assassins either. Wang Xuanzi cupped his fists in addition. Lord Wei, this person passed by the heir without attacking, clearly does not know him. Wei Buyu sighed deeply. Just how many forces see the Wei family as a thorn in their side? You damn brat. Make sure you bring more bodyguards when you go out. I won't tolerate losing good sons to bad luck again. The great monk was dragged away to the Wei family prison, locked down and heavily guarded. The night air was chilly as Wei Yuan and Gongsun Jin began their journey back. Lowering his voice, Gongsun Jin asked, My lord, he didn't recognize you but still killed Xiao Dai. Could he be one of Zhu Sibo's men? Wei Yuan nodded. I underestimated that hypocrite. To maneuver between noble families and even summon a great master to do his dirty work's got some skill indeed. My lord, Lord Wei is personally interrogating the great monk. Shall we go see? Wei Yuan waved dismissively. Maybe you all missed if this person is also an assassin. A great master-level assassin? That's impossible. Gongsun Jin's eyes widened. There are many ways to cultivate assassins. The girls who attacked me were just the lowest tier. Wei Yuan looked up at the night sky. The great monk's type is advanced. Have you ever heard of fanatics? Fanatics? Madmen who would sacrifice their lives for their beliefs? Exactly. Wei Yuan recalled the look he'd seen earlier. The madness in his eyes told Mei he's a fanatic. No matter what tortures my grandfather or Mu Qianxiu use, he won't utter a single word. By the way, you're heading to the prison for some excitement. Make sure to tell my grandfather to spare my life. I have great plans. After saying this, Wei Yuan stretched lazily. Being woken up midway through sleep put him in a foul mood. He needed some more rest. The next morning, just at the break of dawn when the roosters began their chorus, a piercing scream shattered the stillness inside the duke's mansion. Usually, Wei Yuan howled for only about an hour, but today his agonized wails dragged on for a full 2 hours sharp, long, like knives scraping eardrums. The servants and attendants, used to such scenes, carried on with their chores while quietly grumbling about what nonsense their master was up to now. Suddenly, the screams cut off abruptly, replaced by a wild burst of laughter. Hahadao's done it. Finally done. Ha ha. All heads turned toward the door. There stood Wei Yuan, bare-chested, smeared with thick layers of black grime. Sweat mixed with foul odor rolled off him in the morning breeze. He tilted his head back, laughing maniacally as if risen from hell itself. Over the past days, Jiang had been painstakingly purging his body, manually breaking and resetting his bone shear torture day after day. But now, he had broken through. The unbearable pain gave way to relief. Like a snake shedding its skin, he felt reborn, his spirit soaring wildly. Wei Yuan ignored the nearby maids and servants and snatched up his robe, dashing straight for the mansion's dungeon. Inside the dim chamber, the flickering torchlight danced on iron sconces. The captured great monk was covered from head to toe in wounds, bruises mingling with dried blood so thick no intact skin remained. Yet his eyes remained like stones, hard and fanatical. He laughed hoarsely at the guards whipping him. Strike harder. Strike harder. I'd rather die than betray the Buddha. Beside him, Gongsun Jin rubbed his sleepy eyes and casually closed his cloak. He gave Wei Yuan a thumbs up. My lord, you were right, this guy's completely unhinged. Even after all that flogging, he hasn't flinched once. My lord, maybe you should wash up first. He covered his nose, gagging. That smell rivals a cesspit. Wei Yuan ignored him, grinning with a near bloodthirsty excitement. After watching this beating for so long, you're not normal either. Stop grossing me out. He waved the guards away, his hungry gaze locking onto the monk, like a prisoner starved of women for years, burning with unhidden desire. You know why I won't let you die? Because I need what you've got right here. His eyes deliberately dropped 3 inches below the monk's navel. His Adam's apple bobbed as if swallowing hard. Gongsun Jin stumbled back in shock, clutching his head and screaming. What the hell? My lord, you're crazy. Stofy's a man. Before he finished, Wei Yuan shoved him aside and drew a needle, as thin as a fine hair, then plunged it lightning fast into the monk's dantian. The delicate pin trembled like a red snake burrowing into mud. Instantly, streams of crimson energy surged out, visibly drawn into Wei Yuan's palm. The veins on the back of his hand bulged rapidly as red light shot up his arm toward his chest, penetrating his skin and slowly flowing into his body. Visibly, Wei Yuan's skin started turning bright red, beginning at his fingers. The intense redness quickly climbed up his wrists and arms, inch by inch, soon spreading across his entire body as if he had been plunged into boiling oil. Amid the searing pain, he forced the qi drawn from the great monk's dantian into his limbs and bones. His tendons, muscles, and blood vessels strengthened under the assault of this violent energy, all while circulating his internal qi according to the ascending dragon path technique from his past life. This qi wasn't cultivated through his own efforts and was naturally rejected by his true qi system. Now, as it surged through his veins, the agony was at least 10 times worse than the pain he endured during his previous intensive soul and marrow purification. Gritting his teeth, Wei Yuan endured the heat like fire burning through his bones after 20 years of stagnation. If he wanted to surpass his peers, he had to bear what ordinary men could not. Time ticked by slowly. The burning heat roasted the black impurities expelled during the marrow, cleansing into hard shells that cracked, crumbled, and fell to the ground. Within these shells were putrid, oily residues, filling the entire cell with a horrifying stench resembling boiling excrement. Gongsun Jin could no longer bear it. Holding his nose, he rushed to the ventilation grate, retching. The qi transfer was finally nearing completion. The great monk's once dark face had turned pale as paper, his years of hard cultivation drained completely, leaving only a sturdy mortal body behind. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan's complexion was as red as a ripe jujube, like a living portrait of Guan Yu. Confirming there was no qi left inside the monk, he slowly rose and slammed his fist hard onto the dantian point in his chest. Uft! A blackened mixture of dirty blood and gray vapors burst out like a thrown knife, severing the unconscious monk's legs. The blood mist was the filth sucked from the monk's body, expelled all at once. Seeing Wei Yuan stand, Gongsun Jin hurried back and silently asked, "Lord, was that the legendary married robe divine technique you just used?" Wei Yuan shook his head. "No, it's just a special application of my ascending dragon path. Want me to teach you?" Gongsun Jin eagerly nodded. Though a scholar, who hadn't dreamed of wielding a sword and roaming the world since childhood, Wei Yuan smiled. "I can teach you. But remember, using another's qi to circulate your own energy field can skyrocket your cultivation rapidly, but it breaks the rules. The pain is extreme. Anyone with a weak will can lose focus, reversing the flow in their meridians, resulting in broken tendons, internal fire disorders at best, or exploding bodies beyond help at worst, even by a golden immortal standards. There are side effects too. If your mental state can't keep up with your sudden power, you might go mad, or if your body is too weak, your meridians could rupture and you'll be crippled." He paused, then added, "The pain is probably 100 times worse than losing your tongue." Gongsun Jin looked at Wei Yuan's blackened, cracked, burnt skin and recalled the agonized screams from a moment ago, shaking his head in fright. The torment from losing his tongue had once driven him to the brink of suicide. Now, facing this hellish burning agony, he knew he never could withstand it. Yet because of this, his respect and gratitude toward Wei Yuan grew into fiery worship. Suddenly Gongsun Jin's gaze flickered, intentionally or not, toward Wei Yuan's lower body. After all, that part of a man is most sensitive to heat. Otherwise, it wouldn't be outside the body. If it got too hot, it would only be good for urination, losing its primary function. No sooner had he spoken than Wei Yuan saw through Zishan's dirty thoughts. He raised his hand and smacked him on the forehead. "Damn it! Can you think about something serious for once? I was just protecting that spot." Shishuan quickly responded and turned to grab some herbal medicine for burns from the pharmacy. Once the herbs arrived, Wei Yuan immediately plunged into a wooden tub filled with medicinal water. The coolness touching his scorched skin felt like an icy spring pouring over him. He couldn't help but let out a low, satisfied moan, a rare relaxed smile appearing on his face finally. He had some means of self-protection. His former playboy lifestyle had left him with many enemies, and the Wei family had made even more. He had lived almost every night in constant fear. Now, after absorbing the cultivation of great monk Tuanlian, and having consumed 60 of a grandmaster's qi to refine his body with 30 strengthening his muscles and blood, and the remaining 10 consumed during practice even, if only a fraction truly settled within him, it was enough for his martial path to leap beyond the beginner's level into postnatal perfection. For ordinary people, reaching this stage would take at least a decade of hardship. Even geniuses required 3 to 5 years. Knock 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 knock. Shishuan peeked inside. "Young master, shopkeeper Shin requests an audience." "Let him in." Soon Shun Wanson strode in, immediately noticing the burns on Wei Yuan. Concerned, he asked, "There was a fire at the Duke Weiss mansion last night. Did you get hurt?" "Minor burns, nothing serious." Wei Yuan waved off the details and got to the point. "Is the matter settled?" Shin Wanson nodded. "All taken care of. I didn't rent a cheaper or better located shop in the Wei family's area. Instead, I chose the Wang family's place. I stayed out of sight and had my trusted men handle everything. Once finished, they'll make sure that man keeps quiet forever. He even motioned at his neck with his hand. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. I'm guessing your teasling friend didn't survive either? Shin Wanson smiled awkwardly. Your insight is sharp, young master. This would have endless repercussions if left unchecked. Since he's dead, you must have taken on a lot of his debts. Come on, cough up 80 for me. Well, Shin Wanson grimaced but nodded. 80% it is. Wei Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Well done. When business resumes, have your men hire some pretty girls from heaven on earth to give me an excuse to buy tea. Make sure they flatter me and play along. Shin Wanson took his leave as ordered. Behind the screen, Gongsun Jin appeared slowly and said, My lord, that man has a rebellious mind and harsh methods. He is untrustworthy. Wei Yuan paid no mind. Kindness doesn't command armies. Righteousness doesn't manage money. Who builds wealth from nothing without a ruthless heart? Besides, he gave a meaningful smile. I bet my life he didn't kill anyone, just hid them in a secret place. Is he wary of you, my lord? Gongsun Jin frowned. The fact that he mentioned killing his trusted men only after things were done is deliberate psychological manipulation. He wants me to believe the tea merchant is dead. My lord, he'll arrange for scouts to take 12-hour shifts daily to stake out and find where he's hiding them. Wei Yuan nodded. Go ahead and arrange it. That Shun Wansen weighed over 150 jin, but had the rebellious spirit of someone heavier. Only use him once. No repeats, or who knows if he might suddenly jump out from the shadows and bite me hard someday. Shishuan, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Shishuan, his skin dark from sun and labor, came running in and bowed as soon as his feet met. Young master, what can I do for you? Go find Liang Qiu and make sure he's at heaven on earth by the hour of C. Wei Yuan ordered in one breath. Send someone to Jing Guogong's residence to fetch young Master Li. Don't forget young Master Zhang from Bing Guogong's house either. And the third son of the general. Basically, everyone who used to hang with me, not a single one missing. Tell them this young master has a promotion and fortune to celebrate. Invite them for food, drink, and fun. Also ask them to help hold the scene. After giving his orders, he went through 3 or 4 more medicinal baths. The burns on his body that had been red and blistered were now healing into fresh pink skin. A group of sturdy but nimble middle-aged women dried him off, dressed him in a bright vermilion Qilin robe, fastened his jade belt, and slung his imperial sword diagonally at his waist. The sound of the scabbard brushing his robe made him look even more imposing. Clean and dressed, the 8-carrier sedan chair waited outside the courtyard gate. Wei Yuan mounted it easily. The silk curtain dropped as the bearers lifted and set down their broad shoulders in steady rhythm like a drumbeat. Before the hour of C arrived, he reached the most glamorous pleasure house in the capital known as Heaven on Earth. The usual night revelers hadn't shown up yet. The huge main hall was empty except for Liang Qiu, who occupied the Grand Minister's chair, lazily fanning himself. Across the street, the Qingxi elegant garden had its gates firmly shut, a closed for business sign with gilded characters pasted on the door looking permanently shut down. Wei Yuan snorted, a hint of contempt curling his lips. Cousin, come over no, better yet, go over there. Eureka bit. He beckoned to Liang Qiu. Liang Qiu sprang up with a snappy motion and jabbed a finger at Wei Yuan's nose. Aren't you afraid he'll slap you? Oh, who gave you the nerve to talk to me like that? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. My dad sent a pigeon post to my sister at the border. She's coming back soon. Liang Qiu curled his finger smugly. Xiao Yuan, behave and come over so I can hug you. If not, when my sister gets back and slaps you, don't expect me to stop her. I almost married your sister back in the day. So what if Liang Honchan is coming back? This young master doesn't fear a woman. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan kicked Liang Qiu squarely in the backside. Liang Qiu clutched his rear, looking at him with mournful eyes. Indeed, from the womb, they had been betrothed since birth, growing up together as childhood sweethearts. If not for what happened a few years back, they might have really become family by now. Unfortunately, after that incident, the Liang family called off the engagement. Liang Honchan became disheartened and went off to serve at the border, never returning. Back then, Wei Yuan had been a spoiled playboy, but not as completely degenerate as he was now. The worst rogue in the capital. Cut the whining and get serious for a moment. Watch my lead and do exactly as I say. I promise it'll bring you some quick profit. Wei Yuan lowered his voice, every word sharp and resolute. Seeing Du Sanyang's wary look, he pulled her aside and spoke quietly. Do you know how to manage a silver bank or money house? Du Sanyang blinked, instinctively shaking her head. Definitely not. Then learn it quickly, Wei Yuan said, glancing at her sharply. Soon I'll entrust you with managing a very large money house. I can't learn that, she replied weakly, waving her hands. Young master, you're putting me in a bind. Reading makes my head hurt. Why don't you find someone skilled in this instead? In my eyes, character and loyalty are far more important than ability. Wei Yuan cut her off with a cold look, then added quietly. You're just a madam. A mute servant is fine. But if that mute someday commands troops and becomes a strategist respected by all under heaven, will you still be worthy of him? That. Du Sanyang's heart pounded hard. She didn't fully trust Wei Yuan, but she believed in Jianlang's talent and was sure he would rise to great heights one day. She whispered then, "He'll step back and silently wish him well. Why not make yourself stronger and stand by his side all along?" Wei Yuan gently patted her shoulder. Though his voice was soft, it cut through the fog like a blade. "This is your one chance. Don't waste it." A determined gleam flashed in Du Sanyang's eyes. She nodded solemnly and clenched her teeth. "For Jianlang, he'll learn to manage a silver bank no matter what. Remember," Wei Yuan warned, "don't use feelings to hold others hostage. If you stand still while they move forward, the distance between you only grows. Study hard, I'm counting on you." After helping Du Sanyang settle on a new resolve, he turned and left the back courtyard of the heavenly realm, walking straight to the main gate. Under the night sky, luxurious sedan chairs and intricately carved carriages pulled up one after another. Lantern light glinted off gilded fittings, dazzling the eye. Over the years, Wei Yuan's so-called brothers and dubious friends all came upon hearing there was a banquet none absent. "Hey, our brother Yuano." "No, it's Deputy Commander Wei now, Master Wei." "Haha, Master Wei, that official robe looks mighty impressive on you." Their voices were loud with laughter and flattery, but oily beneath the surface. Wei Yuan greeted each with a polite, hollow smile, eyes cold and detached. After the greetings, he motioned to Jiang Yuan and said, "Bring out the things I brought from home." Jiang Yuan nodded, climbed into a carriage, and after a while returned carrying a tall object covered with a red cloth. Judging from its shape, it looked like an oversized wine jar, slender in outline. She placed it in the center of the doorway. Wei Yuan's hand shot out, pulling the cloth away. The roux kiln bloomed white, glaze shimmered coldly in the lantern light. But what made everyone step back wasn't the precious porcelain, it was the head stuck at the jar's mouth. A large bald head, thick beard covering the cheeks, dark skin, and on the crown 9 ritual scars, clearly a burly monk. "Is that a person?" someone gasped. Wei Yuan raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap to the skull. The crisp sound rang out in the night air. "This filthy dog set fire to my Wei family shrine last night, then tried to assassinate me. If my grandpa hadn't arrived, none of you would even be seeing the young master today." He signaled Shishuan forward. Shishuan brought a tall wooden board, over a foot high. Together they hung it before the jar. The bold black characters read, "Whoever identifies this man will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of gold." Wei Yuan patted the sign, voice grim. "This evil monk is thoroughly wicked. I've severed his limbs, crushed his bones, and made him suffer untold torment. He can't even die no matter how he wishes." The young noblemen below exchanged nervous glances, falling silent. The 3 top courtesans of the heavenly realm glanced through the bead curtains, shivering at the sight. After all, they were the ones who had just betrayed him. The impact of the scene was overwhelming. The 3 women had already decided. Even if the entire heavenly and earthly pavilion was ransacked, they would sweep the floor completely before leaving. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was calling out to his rowdy friends, come on, eat, drink, and have fun, the whole tab's on me." The young masters perked up immediately and flooded into the private rooms, summoning a parade of courtesans. The mingling scents of rouge and fine wine filled the air, while the sound of the pipa drifted softly through the windows. Cups clinked one after another, and soon the whole place was alive with raucous merriment. By the afternoon, San Yang came rushing over, clutching her skirt and lowering her voice to Wei Yuan's ear. "Young master, there's a man claiming to be from the Jiangnan Merchants Association. He says a new shop just opened and wants to rent our girls for a whole day. If he's paying, then rent them out," Wei Yuan said casually, propping his chin on his hand. "She wants to rent away the top 3 courtesans and 20 first-rate girls," San Yang whispered. "If that happens, heavenly and earthly pavilion will have to close." Wei Yuan dusted off the wine stains on his crimson Qilin robe and smiled nonchalantly. "If the money's right, closing for a day is worth it. Bring the man up, I'll negotiate personally." Soon, a middle-aged man with an honest face but extravagant clothes was led inside. Upon seeing Wei Yuan, he immediately bowed deeply. "Your servant Zhang Wanfu pays respects to your highness, Lord Wei." Wei Yuan raised a hand, and Shishuan handed him a jade pipe of icy jade to his lips. Wei Yuan inhaled, then exhaled a cloud of smoke with a playful look. "This servant has sharp eyes to pick me out among all these heroes and great men. Really impressive. You get a 10% discount when you rent the girls." Zhang Wanfu hurriedly shook his head, eager almost to the point of panic. "Young master, you are too modest. Sitting here seemingly at ease but truly extraordinary. Your aura overwhelms all like a shining star illuminating the skies, making others unable to meet your gaze. This servant knows at once you are a true hero, the greatest of champions." The flattery was over the top, but smooth, and Wei Yuan found himself a little dazed. He had instructed Zhang to flatter him, but this was next level. Still, he had to admit feeling a little puffed up inside. Zhang Wanfu kept going. "Your reputation precedes you from Jiangnan itself. Across all of Great Wei, you alone embody loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, courage, and faithfulness, along with propriety, justice, integrity, honor, and filial piety. The girls in our Jiangnan cry out to wed you. As the saying goes, at the pinnacle of Wei, proud in the world, with Wei Yuan, the sky is clear. Uft. Liang Qiu nearby burst out laughing. Which girls are blind enough to say that? What does he even have to do with loyalty, righteousness, benevolence, courage, faith? The whole hall erupted with laughter from the young masters. Slap. Wei Yuan's face darkened. He slammed the table and pointed at Zhang Wanfu. I think he's right. What are you selling, commoner? He'll show you some favor. Tea leaves, Zhang bowed. If you can talk that well, he'll grant you some face in gold. Tea leaves? Fine. He'll buy them for 100 taels, Wei Yuan said with a raised eyebrow, waving grandly. The young masters all gasped. A single compliment worth 100 taels? Wei Yuan really had struck gold. Yet Zhang Wanfu looked troubled and bowed again. Pardon me, young master, but I cannot sell even half a portion. What the? The room exploded. Tea leaves with golden edges? 100 taels can't even get half? So a full portion is 200 taels? No, more than that. 300 taels per portion, Zhang said solemnly. This tea matches the quality of the tribute tea offered to the emperor himself. Under the table, Wei Yuan bent his head and discreetly kicked Liang Qiu's calf. Liang flinched and leaned over, muttering, Yuan, you boasted too much. If you don't buy it now, it won't look right. Wei Yuan's face flushed blue then red, but he clenched his teeth and waved his hand. Shishuan, pay up. Wei Yuan was still the same as before, a walking disaster waiting to happen. On the noisy second floor of Chuanxi Pavilion, a group of young masters chatted quietly over their cups while watching the well-dressed middle-aged man carefully place an exquisite jade box in front of Wei Yuan. Everyone was curious about this supposedly 300 taels per box. What could possibly justify such an outrageous price? The jade box was opened, revealing pale green tea shoots with tender-pointed leaves. Liang Qiu sneered. Guju purple tips isn't a bad grade, but even at the high end, it's worth maybe 3 taels. Marking it up 300 times, are you trying to make our brother Wei some kind of fool? A misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. The middle-aged man quickly waved his hands, then pulled out 10 taels of silver from his pocket and handed it to Shishuan. The tea is just a cover. Our Jiangnan Merchants Association is promoting a new shared prosperity investment plan. Shared prosperity? The crowd immediately gathered closer. That's right. The man lowered his voice, but spoke clearly. Buy 1 box of tea, and for the first month, you get daily returns of 10 taels. For the next month, daily returns of 5 taels. And after 6 months, the profit period ends. If any of you doubt I'm a fraud, here is the official document from the Jiangnan court. He offered the official paper with both hands. Wei Yuan, deputy commander of the 6 doors, glanced at it once and could immediately tell if it was genuine. Liang Qiu leaned in to whisper, Brother Yuan, the seal looks kind of smudged, but before he could finish, Wei Yuan kicked him aside discreetly. Without changing expression, Wei Yuan returned the document. I certify this is the real seal. Real returns? Someone pressed. What if you run off? You're all from top noble families. If I ran away, even at the ends of the earth, I'd still be caught, chopped up, and quartered. The man smiled humbly, exactly what the young masters wanted to hear. He went on, if the young lord introduces buyers, for every box sold, they'll pay 5 taels daily for the first month and 2.5 daily for the second month with the same 6-month payout period. Wei Yuan waved to Shishuan, who immediately produced silver notes worth 30,000 taels. Buy 100 boxes. With the silver in hand, the man counted out 1,000 taels on the spot. Here is your return for day 1. Wei Yuan glanced at Liang Qiu. What about you, Liang? Not buying. Liang Qiu laughed nervously. I'll buy 1 box. Seeing Wei Yuan's insistent smirk, he gritted his teeth and corrected himself. Fine, 100 boxes. I just don't have the money on me. The middle-aged man quickly handed 1,000 taels to Liang Qiu and another 500 to Wei Yuan as an introduction fee. Liang Qiu's eyes went wide. This thing really makes money fast. Wei Yuan called out, come on everyone, limit 10 boxes each. If you lose money, it's on mule sign contracts in black and white. With a promise of guaranteed profit, the young masters eagerly took out more silver notes. For each box sold, the man gave half the profit to the buyer and half to Wei Yuan as a referral fee. In just the time it took for an incense stick to burn, over 1,000 boxes of jade tea had been sold. Amid all the commotion, Du Sanyang came rushing upstairs, breathless. Young lord, the Qingqi elegant garden has opened. So what? Their booze is dead man's liquor, and their girls are hideous would go there? Wei Yuan said dismissively. This time it's different. All the guests have run over there. Huh, why? I sent people to scout, but they haven't come out since entering. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes and waved a hand. Shishuan, go to the 6 doors and call Lu Tsuanxiao and the other 3. Bring some men. I want to go check it out. Shishuan looked puzzled. Young lord, why not go right now yourself? Nonsense. My men aren't back yet. If I rush over alone and get beaten up, what then? Better to bring enough people after all. All fear comes from not having enough strength. Soon, the loud quacking voice of a drake echoed out. Foster father, we've brought the brothers. Lu Xiao, dressed in a dark green flying fish uniform, was the first to push open the door, his expression stern and resolute. Behind him came the shifty-eyed old Shi, followed by the nearly identical Zhang Long and Zhao Hu brothers. The four joined Wei Yuan and Liang Qiu standing by the desk. Go meet me across the way and investigate. I suspect this has something to do with the exam paper swap scandal, Wei Yuan ordered in a low voice. Foster father commands it, we naturally follow. Let's go? The four responded in unison. As everyone straightened their collars, Liang Qiu leaned close to Wei Yuan and murmured, they really are martial artists. Especially old Shirha called for 4 girls at once yesterday, while Zhang Long and Zhao Hu only brought 1 each. But those 2 girls both took the day off today, saying their legs are swollen. Can you find out what kind of training they're doing? Wei Yuan glanced at Liang Qiu's bulky frame and retorted dryly, training doesn't matter as much as constitution. And you look like a fat sack. Then, remembering something, he added, wait, didn't Lu Xiao bring any girls? He didn't, but he gave third madam money to exchange. Wasn't he just advanced 5 years of salary? Already out? What in the world is he spending so fast? The two continued whispering as they walked briskly, soon arriving at Qingqi Elegant Garden. The garden glowed with lantern light and buzzed with voices. Tables and chairs were fully occupied, so Wei Yuan's group had to stand off to the side of the hall. Across the crowd, Wei Yuan spotted the tall bodyguard of heaven on earth. The man was curled up in a corner, chin resting in his hand, staring unblinking at the stage. What could possibly have him so transfixed? Wei Yuan wondered. Brother Yuan, look at the stage. Liang Qiu tugged his sleeve quietly but excitedly. This woman is unbelievably beautiful. Following his gaze, Wei Yuan saw a woman in a teal dress leaning slightly as she played a pipa, her delicate fingers plucking the strings. Silken threads a refined melody. The clock towers gears marking time. Eve's bell rings dingly-dang. Her soft Wu dialect flowed like a clear spring, the pipa and her singing weaving a gentle yet captivating tune, like heavenly music that could strike the most tender corners of the heart. Wei Yuan lightly pressed his tongue to the roof of his mouth. His true qi shivered slightly, clearing the daze over him. He glanced sideways. Lu Xiao and the other 4 constables, along with Liang Qiu and many dissolute young men, were all spellbound, mouths slightly open. This woman's skill is no joke. At least a grandmaster, possibly a great grandmaster, Wei Yuan thought rapidly. She's embedded a demonic charm in her song, bolstered by deep, powerful qi, trapping listeners unknowingly in a sound illusion. Suddenly Lu Xiao trembled and regained clarity, looking at Wei Yuan with suspicion if even he struggled to shake it off. This young lord seemed unaffected. I've seen too many women to be fooled, Wei Yuan said lightly, turning away from the stage. The woman on stage had ink-black hair flowing like a waterfall and finely sculpted features, as if carved from jade. In terms of beauty, she rivaled the empire's first beauty, the enchanting Princess Nenji. The difference: Princess Nenji's noble talent was gentle and soft, while this woman was like a winter plum, cold and sharp, as if born of frost and icy wind. That kind of aloof chill only stirred a stronger desire to conquer within the audience. The music ended, the strings fell silent, and the guests awoke from the spell-like trance. Wang Mao, with a blissful smile, wiped sparkling saliva from his lip and threw his hands out toward the stage. Miss Qiushuang, you must be tired from singing. I've prepared simmered snow pear with white fungus gum. Have some. His greasy hands were just inches from touching her shoulder, when the woman spun lightly and slipped away like a swallow. The movement was so airy that Wang Mao didn't catch even the hem of her dress. Thank you, but no, she said coldly, emotionless. Liang Qiu jabbed Wei Yuan's lower back. This woman is really beautiful, and she sings so well. No wonder our Tianshan Ranjian has been empty of visitors lately. I don't even want to go back now. Lung Kaishuang's singing echoed through Qingqi Elegant Garden, the lantern light casting her face as pale as snow, making even the wine in the cups feel chillier. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, observing carefully. It was already strange enough that Jiang Yuan, a grandmaster of martial arts, had suddenly appeared in the brothel. Now there was a mysterious woman too, and something about it all felt off. Remembering that this garden was owned by the Wang family, and Wang Shouhe despised Wei Yuan enough to want him dead, the truth was obvious. This woman had come for him. Rather than wait to be hit, better to strike first. Wei Yuan immediately raised his voice and ordered the officers guarding the event, including Old Shi, to seize her. I suspect this woman is a suspect. Take her back to the Ministry of Justice prison. Saying this, he adjusted the imperial sword at his waist and strode forward with arrogant, swaggering steps, his domineering presence instantly chilling the atmosphere. Little lady, the ministry prison is no pleasant place. He raised his eyebrows with a mocking smile. They'll pay you 5,000 taels for a night. I guarantee you'll be comfortable. Before he finished, Wang Mao, Kaishuang's protector, shoved him aside. Our Miss Lung Qiushuang sells her art. not her body. Sells art, not body. Perfect. Wei Yuan rolled up his sleeve. If I don't pay, it's not selling. You really have no shame. Wang Mao shouted furiously, pointing at the wooden plaque hanging by the door. Want to enter Kai Shuang's chamber? Bring some mind-blowing literary talent. Literary talent? Wei Yuan laughed. I sparkling. I've got nothing but a belly full of steaming, hot talent. The young men spat out their tea laughing. Lord, your talent shocks the world. Someone teased, raising the sedan chair. You're 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3, 4 pieces, 4, 5, 6, 7 pieces. Poem at the academy once shook the dean to his core. And Great Way Lakia frog crawls, a poke, and it hops like my grandfather has spread nationwide. Everyone calls you a savior of literature. Laughter erupted again, but Wei Yuan ignored them. He turned to Qiu Shuang and said, give me a prompt. Kai Shuang's expression was calm as she parted her red lips. The Lord, how do you see me? How I see you. Wei Yuan clasped his hands behind his back and signaled to his attendant. Shishun. Shishun immediately presented an expensive sandalwood folding fan. Wei Yuan snapped it open with a crisp sound, twirled it through his fingers, then perched 1 foot on a chair, his robes fluttering like a prince ready to ride his charm and arrogance into the night. Looking at Lung Qiushuang, he spoke clearly. There is a beauty, who once seen, is never forgotten. Huh. The crowd laughed again. Wei Yuan just couldn't get past calling her beauty. Brother Wei, with your talent like this, better forget poking beauties and just poke frogs at home. Huh? Came the teasing. Amid the laughter, Wei Yuan's voice slowly grew steady and clear. One day apart, madly I long. The phoenix soars, seeking its mate across the 4 seas. Alas, my beloved, is not beyond the eastern wall. I play my zither, to voice my heart. When shall I see her? To soothe my wandering soul. The hall fell silent except for the crackling of candle wicks. Everyone glanced at each other. Actually wrote this. Wei Yuan gently fanned himself and recited again clearly. Phoenix, O Phoenix, return to your homeland. Soaring the 4 seas in search of your mate. At a time when there was nowhere to turn, no one to rely on, how did I suddenly find myself ascending this hall? Both wings spread wide, soaring high, yet my thoughts remain unmoved, stirring only sorrow within me. That was an impromptu composition of Phoenix Seeks Phoenix. Just as Wei Yuan finished speaking, the lingering scent of ink still in the air, Wang Mao exploded. Damn your impromptu act. Spitting arrows of anger, he pointed at Wei Yuan fiercely. Who the hell do you think you are? You? Capable of writing such prose? You're nothing but a plagiarist. Copying Zhu Sibao, right? A thief of words. Before he could finish, a sharp smack echoed. Wei Yuan slapped Wang Mao hard across the face. You dare hit me? Wang Mao clutched his cheek, tears welling in his red-rimmed eyes. He was no delicate, weak brother like Wang Tang, trained in martial arts for 7 or 8 years. Though his practice was irregular, he had some foundation. Compared to Wei Yuan, who spent his days indulging in wine and women, looking perpetually drained and frail, he seemed hardly capable of fighting. Fueled by rage, Wang Mao clenched his fists and swung violently at Wei Yuan's face. Wei Yuan casually lifted his wrist, seemingly indifferent, but with a smooth motion, he redirected the force, blending with the incoming punch through his Tai Chi sticky hand technique, then suddenly pressed down. Bang! Wang Mao's fist was pinned firmly to the thick wooden table. A searing pain forced his fingers to splay wide open. With a swift motion, Wei Yuan grabbed a nearby ivory chopstick and drove it through the center of Wang Mao's palm with a sharp push, nailing his hand to the table. Ah! A guttural, agonized scream filled the house. Grabbing Wang Mao by his hair, Wei Yuan's voice dropped low and threatening. Anyone can insult me, but if you dare curse my mother, you will pay the price. Next time, the chopstick won't stop at your palm. It'll pierce your skull. Before he finished speaking, he yanked Wang Mao's head and slammed it down onto the solid wooden table. Crash, crash, crash. A series of dull thuds rang out. Blood splattered. Wang Mao's face was shattered, cheeks torn apart, nose crushed inward, 4 or 5 front teeth broken and scattered. His whole visage was a bloody ruin, too horrific to look at. Only then did the guards sent by the Wang family rush upstairs, as if awakened from a daze, but they were stopped cold by Lu Tsunxiao and his men blocking their path. Whoever dares attack my lord here will all be taken straight to the Ministry of Justice prison. Lu Tsunxiao ordered coldly. The guards froze, unwilling to move further. The stench of blood spread through the air, but Wei Yuan appeared unfazed, brushing dust off his sleeve as he looked coolly toward the nearby cold and disdainful Lung Qiushuang. Young lady, what do you think of this piece I composed? Would you honor me by accepting it? Would you consider this humble son worthy of entering your inner circle? Disgust filled Lung Qiushuang's eyes as she raised a hand in a dismissive, beckoning gesture. I humbly ask, Your Highness, please step upstairs. Wei Yuan followed Lung Qiushuang upstairs, holding Jiang Yuer's hand. In the largest chamber on the 2nd floor, the carved window shutters were half closed, and the faint fragrance of winter plum blossoms lingered softly in the air. As soon as Wei Yuan entered, he casually sat down on a round pearwood stool without even turning his head, speaking lazily yet with unmistakable authority. Put your hand down. The soft sword at your waist can't compete with my wearer's Santang Baoyuan saber. Lung Quzhuang's usually icy expression darkened slightly, her brows knitting tightly. You're a spoiled playboy. How do you know about weapons? Why can't a playboy have some knowledge? Wei Yuan turned to cross his legs, his gaze resting on her delicate, snow-white footsteps. You move very lightly, a top-tier lightness skill. If I'm not mistaken, you're an assassin. In the dark, you might be able to take Yuer's life, but if you duel Hedon, not even 10 of you could shake her. Lung Quzhuang met his gaze steadily, finally revealing the sharpness beneath her cold exterior. So the Die Weiss one playful waste air act was all a ruse. Since you've seen through me, why bring me upstairs? Heaven envies beauty. Wei Yuan sighed softly and stood, approaching her slowly. I don't want you to die. Lowering his voice, he said, you only have 3 months left to live. Tonight, you boldly came to kill me, probably thinking, even if I write terrible poems like stabbing a toad, and it leaps you might still succeed. But what if I can save you? How about a deal? Lung Quzhuang sneered. Disciple of the divine Dr. Mu Qianqiu is powerless. The current head of the Gigu medical sect shakes his head too. What makes you any different? Before she finished, Wei Yuan shot a glance to Jiang Yuer. Swiftly, Jiang Yuer moved, decisively pinning Lung Quzhuang against the carved writing desk. Don't rush. Let me show you a thing or two first. Wei Yuan placed his palm on her pale wrist and paused to examine. 9 in cold ice body top among the 10 martial heaven talents. Without a true divine healer, you won't live past 18. With that, he drew a fine silk-like serpent needle from his sleeve, its silver light cold and sharp, slowly inserting it into the Tianzong acupoint on her fragrant shoulder. The chill from the needle surged through his own body in reverse. In an instant, frost formed on Wei Yuan's hair, brows, and lashes. Puffed suddenly, he spat out a mouthful of black blood tinged with cold air, staggered back, and sank weakly onto the bed's edge, gasping for breath. For the first time, Lung Quzhuang felt a warmth like spring sunlight on her shoulder, as if pulled from an ice cellar into daylight. She froze in place. Softly, she asked, what kind of deal do you want from me? Supporting himself on the bedpost, Wei Yuan stood with a weak yet resolute voice. With my life, I will extend yours. What must I pay? Lung Quzhuang's heart flashed its worst fear that this lustful playboy only wanted her body. If that were true, she'd rather die embraced by ice. But Wei Yuan smiled, his eyes sincere. All I want is to see you smile. My smile? You are already breathtaking. If you let yourself smile, you would be even more enchanting. You shouldn't always be so cold. Lung Quzhuang stared at him in disbelief. Why are you being so kind to me? Wei Yuan recited softly. There is infinite meaning in a single gaze, as if we met before in a past life. Miss, have you ever heard of love at first sight? His eyes softened. Before seeing your smile, I've already pictured that glimpse through a glance, and a smile can bloom 100 charms, making all the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison. Suddenly enlightened, Lung Quzhuang tentatively said, a glance and a smile can bloom 100 charms, making all the beauties of the 6 palaces pale in comparison? Did you write that? Could it be that the previous Feng Qiu Huang was your work, not a copy of Zhu Sibo's? As a member of the Wang family, how could you not know that Zhu Sibo, that hypocrite, conspired with the Wangs to harm my Wei family? Lung Quzhuang's tone was sharp, but it couldn't mask the resentment in her eyes. That shameless lecher. The moment he saw you looking like that, his eyes were full of lust. Why would he sincerely write poems for me? Besides, he's only known as the top talent by name, but he's all show and no substance. There's no way he could compose something like Phoenix seeking the Phoenix. Her words made Wei Yuan's gaze flicker. He silently confirmed to himself. So she really has realized Zhu Sibo's secret dealings with the Wang family. Lung Qiushuang, however, seemed unaware of his thoughts and continued pouring out her heart. Before, I couldn't be sure. But hearing you say that, the whole truth has come to light. At that moment, a sharp pain gripped her chest. Her eyes turned toward Wei Yuan, a boy clearly gifted with unparalleled talent, yet forced to endure the world's scorn and ridicule. What kind of courage was needed to hold on until now? She took a deep breath and raised her hand in a solemn gesture of respect. Young lord, I won't ask you to heal me for nothing. As long as it doesn't cross my bottom line, I'm willing to do 10 things for you. Even killing people from the Wang family? Wei Yuan asked with a knowing smile. Of course. Lung Quzhuang's expression was calm. The Wangs have nothing to do with me. They only cooperate with the organization behind me. The assassin group, you mean? Those 2 young female killers who tried to assassinate me before they were sent by you? Wei Yuan said casually, seeing through it. That's right. Lung Qiushuang nodded. I sent them, but they both failed, so I had to act personally. Wei Yuan clicked his tongue inwardly. This silly girl really has no experience in this world, spilling everything with just a few words. The corner of his mouth twitched, about to savor his advantage, when Lung Qiushuang suddenly grew serious. She pushed open the window, turned to him with a sweet smile, then leapt lightly down from upstairs. Wei Yuan immediately wiped the smile from his face, eyes darkening. A little female assassin, daring to make trouble before me, this young lord. Before he finished speaking, a shadow flickered by the window, and Lung Qiushuang returned quickly. Seeing that, Wei Yuan pretended his chest heaved violently, clutching it as he plopped back down on the ground. I feel so weak. Young lord, Lung Qiushuang bent down and said, I have one more favor to ask if you can heal me. I won't rely on the organization's life-prolonging pills anymore. I want to leave them, so please save my sister. Where is your sister? At the Wang residence. She handed over a portrait. This is her, about 13 or 14, still youthful, but clearly a good seed. After I get treatment here at the Wei mansion tonight, if you can save her, I'm willing to pay anything. All right. Wei Yuan glanced at the girl's delicate features in the portrait and nodded. Thank you. Wei Yuan Gij. Lung Qiushuang whispered her goodbye, then vanished again. Go check by the window, see if she really left, Wei Yuan quietly ordered. Jiang Yuan nodded and looked out, reporting back. Young lord, she's gone far away now. Only then did Wei Yuan shake his shoulders, tug at his collar, and suddenly fling himself against the doorframe. With a loud bang, he burst the door open and tumbled outside. At the doorway, Shishuan was shocked. Young lord, are you all right? Somebody, young lord, has been attacked. Damn it. How dare they move our cash cow? Nearby, Lao Shi cracked his whip and rushed forward first. I can endure, but second aunt won't. Foster father, I, Lao Shi, am coming to your rescue. He yelled, and the officers marched furiously after him. Over 400 constables carried the barely alive Wei Yuan, their faces full of murderous intent as they charged toward the Wang residence. Elsewhere, Wang Shouhe, having received advance warning, guarded his mansion gate. Seeing the dark tide of officers approaching, he swallowed nervously but forced a show of strength. Wei Yuan, you brought too few people this time. My Wang guards outnumber yours tenfold. You won't pull the same trick as last time. Wei Yuan lay on the stretcher, weakly clutching his chest but smiling scornfully. Brag all you want. Want me to call my grandfather? If not for the soft armor he gave me, making me immune to blades and guns, I'd have died when they tried to assassinate me at your Wang family's Qingqi elegant garden. Wang Shouhe, your Wang family owes me an explanation. An explanation? You stabbed my son Wang Mao's palm with chopsticks. I'm not done settling this with you. Screw that. If you don't explain yourself, it'll go straight to the emperor. Go ahead. Even in front of his majesty. I've got my own words to say. At the main gate, Wei Yuan and Wang Shouhe stood facing each other, eyes locked like two predators sizing one another up. They first tested each other cautiously, then exchanged cutting words, and finally just started hurling insults. For a whole instant sticks time, it was all talk no fists. The tension in the air thickened like gunpowder, but no one drew their blade. A constable dressed in a bullfighting outfit slipped up silently from the side and whispered urgently in Wei Yuan's ear. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes, then shot a few harsh words at Wang Shouhe before turning on his heel and striding away from the mansion. Just outside Wang's residence, beneath a dim lantern at the alley entrance, he saw a skinny old Shi leading a timid girl, around 13 or 14, carrying a large white-feathered rooster. The girl kept her head down, clutching the rooster's wing nervously, as if ready to bolt any second. Foster father, this is the person you wanted, old Shi whispered low. You really are a genius. I sneaked in early to keep watch. As soon as the Wang family heard you were coming, they moved her overnight. I tracked them secretly, knocked out the guards, and managed to get her out. Wei Yuan flipped out a wad of silver and stuffed it into old Shi's hand. Don't let the men's efforts go to waste. Take them out for a good meal, and pick 4 more to go to the heaven on earth. They'll foot the bill. Thanks, foster father. Old Shi beamed, then turned and led them away. Wei Yuan crouched down and gently stroked the softness of the girl's head. Don't be afraid, come with me. Your sister will come to get you tonight. Distrust filled the girl's eyes as she took a step back, clutching the rooster tighter. Just then, a sparrow fluttered down and perched on her shoulder, chirping nonstop. She paused, glanced suspiciously at Wei Yuan, and finally climbed into the sedan chair at his nod. Can you understand bird language? Wei Yuan asked casually. No, she said flatly, cold and stubborn. The whole trip, he tried to start a conversation, but only silence met him. As the sedan stopped inside Wei's compound, a sharp shout rang out from outside. Assassins! Wei Yuan sprang out like lightning. 10 or so figures clad in dark clothes formed an arc blocking entry and exit, surrounding Lung Qiushuang in their center. Moonlight glinted off their sword sheaths and black armor, cold and lethal. That deadly aura was something Wei Yuan had only heard of before the infamous 18 demonic riders, an elite death squad personally trained and commanded by his grandfather, Wei Yue. It seemed the monk from yesterday had already put his grandfather on alert. Every secret agent in the manor was showing up. Wei Yuan's heart tightened. The Wei family's trump cards went far beyond this group. Who are you? I don't kill unknown assassins under my spear. Wei Yue and Mu Qinxiu appeared side by side. Sensing the killing intent radiating off Lung Qiushuang, Wei Yue didn't hold his usual dragon head staff, but gripped an old battlefield spear instead. The spearhead reflected the moonlight like cascading cold steel. Lung Kaishuang's gaze was indifferent and silent. Her hand lightly brushed her waist, and the pale blue soft sword flashed out like flowing water, pointing directly at the Grandmaster opposite. Don't attack. Wei Yuan rushed between them. She's one of us. You little bastard, get away. She's a Grandmaster-level assassin. Wei Bui didn't finish. Suddenly, a faint blush colored Lung Kaishuang's ice-cold face. She bowed slightly to Wei Yuan, voice as soft as spring sprouts. Wei Yuan Gij, I'm here. Come on, into my room. Lung Qiushuang nodded, sheathed her sword, and followed him inside. With a loud clatter, Wei Boyu's spear slipped from his hands, the tip striking the blue bricks with a shudder. So the bastard grandson dragged home another grandmaster? Mu Qianqiu chuckled and shook his head. Yuaner really knows how to handle women. The night breeze rippled Wei Boyu's clothes as he stood with hands behind his back, posture straight and proud. Leave this to me. When I was young, I was handsome, graceful, and a true gentleman. Mu Qianqiu rolled his eyes. Bro, you can fool the youngsters with that nonsense. We've known each other since youth, and back then, you ruled the mountain with a leopard head mask, clubbed eyebrows, and a long beard. You were fierce, sure, but there was nothing gentlemanly or graceful about you. How do you want to die? Say the word, and it'll make it happen. Lung Qiushuang undressed, wearing only a light blue cloth pouch and pristine white undergarments, quietly lying on Wei Yuan's bed. She shyly closed her eyes tight, a faint blush spreading across her cheeks, her tightly pressed lips trembling slightly. In the flickering candlelight, her face appeared both cold and pure, the rosy flush on her cheeks adding a touch of youthful innocence. This stark contrast was not jarring. Rather, it was like the interplay of ice and fire strangely captivating. Wei Yuan watched her long eyelashes flutter nervously, clearly sensing her tension and shyness in that moment, a mix of fear and helplessness. He was certain that any man who saw her then would find her irresistible, let alone himself. Lung Kaishuang's constitution was extraordinarily rare, allowing her to advance in martial cultivation at a speed hundreds of times faster than normal. But every advantage has its drawback. Her rapid progress stemmed from the cold energy inherited from her mother's body, known in medicine as cold dampness, which caused the fetus to suffer from an exceedingly rare congenital illness. Among every 10,000 fetuses, only 2 or 3 had this condition, most miscarried, and only a precious few survived to birth. Even born into the world, those with cold constitutions absorbed this chilling energy from infancy, spreading through their bones and meridians, leaving them frail and often sickly. Most children did not live past 10, their bodies overwhelmed by the cold. Very few lived beyond 12. Lung Qiushuang, as a martial artist with a strong body and regular medications to suppress the cold, had barely reached 18. Although the cold energy was terrifying, it was fundamentally a primordial qi, purer than the cultivated qi of ordinary people. This was exactly the treasure Wei Yuan longed for, so despite Lung Qiushuang once attempting to assassinate him, he was willing to take the risk. Originally, he planned to seize the cold qi while she was under Jiang Yuer's control at Qingqi Elegant Garden, but when he discovered how easily deceived she was, he adjusted his plan. After all, extracting the cold qi and teasing her a bit wouldn't hurt. If successful, gaining such a grandmaster to both utilize and command would be endlessly entertaining. Wei Yuan's hand rested gently on her delicate navel. Lung Qiushuang immediately let out a low, shy moan. Her face flushed as if dripping with embarrassment, her beautiful eyes squeezed even tighter shut. He softly caressed her skin, white and smooth like jade, marveling at the exquisite texture beneath his fingertips. Wei Yuan placed a slice of ginger on her body, then applied acupuncture through the warm moxibustion heat of the ginger, guiding the cold poison inside her downward toward the dantian beneath her navel. Holding a slender, silky needle glowing with a faint blue light, Wei Yuan leaned close to her ear and whispered, I'm about to insert the needle. It'll sting a little at first, just endure it. Lung Qiushuang closed her eyes and whispered softly, her voice faint as a buzzing mosquito. Her fingers trembled slightly as the needle slowly pierced her tender, alabaster skin. The dense and pure cold qi flowed upward along the needle, merging into Wei Yuan's palm. The cold. It was bone-chilling to the extreme, like standing on a Siberian wind-blown ridge in the dead of winter, all while holding a bowl of icy herbal tea. Wei Yuan's whole body shook involuntarily as the fierce cold instantly extinguished the wild desire that had been raging in his heart. Both his body and emotions were utterly suppressed by the biting chill. The brother who had just lifted his head immediately bowed that proud neck quietly, like a ripe ear of wheat, in the piercing, bone-chilling cold. Although Wei Yuan had previously overestimated the purity of this cold qi, it was only upon truly absorbing it that he realized his judgment was still insufficient. The purity of this qi far exceeded his expectations. Less than 30% of it within Lung Kaishuang's body was already enough for Wei Yuan to break through his cultivation limits and enter the innate realm of martial arts. The cultivation method Wei Yuan had practiced in his past life was called Rising Dragon Path. What is a rising dragon? It is the process of a fish leaping over the dragon gate and a cicada shedding its shell to be reborn. Every breakthrough must break the old and establish the new, transforming both body and chi flow qualitatively, like being born anew. Originally lying in bed, Lung Xiaoshuang gradually felt the cold within her body slowly dissipate. The warmth returning bit by bit intoxicated her. However, the cold chi suddenly halted its advance, and the chill spread instead. Wei Yuan let out a heart-wrenching howl. Lung Xiaoshuang hurriedly opened her eyes and sat up anxiously. She saw a thin layer of frost covering Wei Yuan's skin. He trembled violently, crimson beads of blood bubbling from his pores. She screamed, "Brother Wei Yuan," and hurriedly jumped off the bed, holding him tightly, fumbling to check his condition. She found Wei Yuan's meridians fractured segment by segment, many bones shattered, and his internal organs near failure. But she did not understand the break, then rebuild meaning within Wei Yuan's cultivation method. She only thought he was on the brink of death. Tears blurred her vision. She wept bitterly with a choking voice and raining tears. Lung Kaishuang's fate had always been tragic. Born into a poor farming family in Jiangnan, she was weak and sickly. When she was young, her parents died in an epidemic. She and her younger sister relied on each other, but were kidnapped by human traffickers known locally as Ya or Fangs and became Yangzhou Slim Horses. Slim Horses was a cruel nickname given by traffickers in Jiangnan to abducted girls sold cheaply like small horses, fattened, then sold at high prices to nobility as servants or concubines. This also explained why Lung Xiaoshuang could sing such heartrending songs. Wei Yuan silently nodded and held her tightly, slowly revealing his thoughts. Later, I was taken by the organization of Wuxing Laomo. To keep you alive, I fought with all my strength, killing enemies. For Xiaoshuang, besides family, Wei Yuan was the only one who had ever shown her gentleness. She begged through tears, "Brother Wei Yuan, please, don't die." Wei Yuan weakly reached out, gently stroking her cheek and wiping away her tears. His voice was soft but firm. "Everyone must die eventually. Death is either as light as a feather or as heavy as Mount Tai. To die for you is the heaven's mercy. Promise me, you must live well for the rest of your life. I want to see you smile one more time." Xiaoshuang, exhausted from crying, forced a faint smile and slowly closed his eyelids. "Brother Wei Yuan, I will never forget you. Go peacefully. I will keep vigil over you as your widow." Suddenly, Wei Yuan opened his eyes again. He was not gone yet, for he still had one wish. "Brother Wei Yuan, I'll do anything you ask," Xiaoshuang said, trembling. "I am cold. Hold me tight." She clung tightly to him. For the first time in her life, she truly felt the warmth of her own body, and for the first time, she used it to warm the life of this dying man. Wei Yuan's voice was low. "Xiaoshuang, I want your kiss. Let me remember the taste of your lips." Before the words had fully faded, his injured body responded to her tender invitation. She was struck like lightning, her body went limp, her mind blank. Forgetting even to resist, she instinctively complied. At that moment, Wei Yuan's hands restlessly roamed her smooth shoulders and back. Using his medical expertise and knowledge of human anatomy, he gently triggered certain switches of desire within her. Noticing the praying mantis tattoo on her wrist, Xiaoshuang lightly waved her hand, transforming the bracelet into golden threads that wrapped tightly around the wardrobe door, preventing outsiders from disturbing them. They held each other tighter, their bodies rising onto the bed as their clothes gradually fell to the floor. Perhaps this was fate's design. Wei Yuan silently vowed, "If one day you betray me, I will never forgive you." The tattoo on his wrist seemed to bloom into crimson plum blossoms scattered across the bedsheets. Cradling Lung Xiaoshuang, Wei Yuan habitually took from the bedside an icy jade tobacco pipe and drew a slow puff of Canto Tai slices. His gaze lingered on her exquisitely beautiful face, drenched in fragrant sweat. Her cheeks remained delicate as creamy jade. The blush hadn't yet faded, her tiny brows slightly furrowed with faint beads of sweat at their edges. In this moment, the fates of Wei Yuan and Lung Xiaoshuang intertwined so tightly it felt as though time itself had stopped around them. Weiyang Palace. Late at night, in the quiet of a side chamber, faint sounds stirred. The maid Shuer, holding a bronze palace lantern, nervously pulled back the curtain. The flickering candlelight revealed Princess Nanzi's slender back. She sat upright before her dressing table, repeatedly stabbing a small straw doll with a long, narrow silver hairpin in her palm. "I say you're my beauty. I say you vanish. I say you, Phoenix, return to your homeland. I say you, Phoenix seeking the Phoenix, will pierce you to death. He'll pierce you to death." Nanji ground her teeth, her voice low but fierce. Frozen at the door, Shuer couldn't hold back her curiosity and stepped closer, only to see the two characters Wei Yuan neatly written on the doll's chest. "Princess, what are you doing?" Her voice trembled. Startled, Nanji quickly hid the doll behind her, and a faint flush rose to her exquisite cheeks. "Nothing. Princess, you're in trouble," Shuer carefully said. "How am I in trouble?" Nanji frowned. You're jealous of that playboy, which means you're doomed. You've fallen in love. How could I be jealous of Wei Yuan? It's just that he, a mere prince consort, wrote such beautiful and romantic verses for a courtesan. I can't help but feel furious, Nanji insisted. Muttering softly, Schwer said, Isn't that jealousy though? Then she added, Your Highness, the phoenix-seeking phoenix is indeed exquisite. Maybe Wei Yuan just plagiarized from the talented Zhu. Impossible, Nanji scoffed. Zhu Sibo doesn't have half the talent to write something like that. Thinking of the poem's lines full of affection, an indescribable jealousy welled up in her heart. The greatest genius and beauty of the Wei dynasty, the emperor's favorite daughter, yet jealous over a mere courtesan. Frustrated, she threw the straw doll marked Wei Yuan onto the floor and stomped on it twice before feeling a bit better. Schwer, notify the 6 doors. Tomorrow, seal off the Tianshang Renjian and Qinchi elegant gardens. She then went to her writing desk, picked up her brush, and sketched boldly on the rice paper. Wei Yuan, you've only written 5 lousy verses and think you're so great? They'll compete with you in poetry. Genie Marquis manner. Wang Shouhe was furious, slapping Zhu Sibo hard across the face. You've really disappointed me. You're no man. Phoenix-seeking phoenix could never have been written by that useless Wei Yuan. Zhu Sibo clutched his face, trying to speak, but Wang waved him off. I don't want to hear your excuses. That brat secretly kidnapped Leng Kaishuang's sister. If I'm right, Leng Xiaoshuang has already turned to the Wei family for help to cure Mu Qianxiu. Don't trouble yourself with this. The Wuxing sect is furious at the betrayal by the Holy Maiden and will focus all efforts against the Wei family. You'd better behave and make them tear each other apart like rabid dogs. Fired up, he grabbed Zhu's collar. Back when you colluded with the Tibetan monk to kill Wei Yuan's mother, you sealed your fate. Then you conspired with the Xiongnu royal family to orchestrate the deaths of Wei Yuan's father, Wei Yingxiong, and his brothers Wei Tan and Wei Hu on the battlefield. If these facts ever come out, Wei Buiyue will rip you apart. I hold all the evidence. If my clan master discovers you colluding with the Wei family again to sabotage Wang's affairs, I won't hesitate to hand it over to Wei Buiyue. Zhu hurriedly bowed. Clan Master Wang, please believe me, I have never colluded with the Wei family. Wang sneered. Gong Sun Jin writes passionate, fiery works, not those delicate lovesick verses. Those 5 poems by Wei Yuan. And Phoenix seeking Phoenix, if not you. Then who else? Could it be that Wei Yuan actually has talent himself? Slap. Wang Shouhe raised his hand and delivered a sharp slap, the sound cracking sharply. Are you the fool here, or do you take me for an idiot? Wei Yuan, that damn guy writes poetry and verses? Sure, they'll believe he's got some skill running brothels and Casinos low-class stuff, but he can handle it. And he'll even believe he can write those nasty poems like poking toads. But Phoenix seeks the male? Not a chance, no matter what. His gaze darkened as he pointed at the man in front of him and barked, Don't make excuses. I'm not threatening you, I'm warning you. If you ever favor the Wei family again, be ready to face Wei Buiyue, the war god of great Weiss wrath. Early the next morning, at the Marquis Weiss residence. Bang bang bang, the heavy wooden mallet hit the door, so hard the beams vibrated. Amid a tangled mess of clothing and silk blankets, Wei Yuan and Leng Xiaoshuang woke with a start. From inside the massive gold thread wardrobe came Jiang Yuer's long-suppressed complaints. It's breakfast time. Open up and let me out. I'm starving. Wei Yuan scratched his head awkwardly. The night before, worried Leng Xiaoshuang might try to kill him, he had Jiang Yuer hide inside the wardrobe so that when he smashed a cup as a signal, Jiang Yuer could break free. But after the bloody battles of the past night, that plan had completely slipped his mind. He quickly forced a smile and opened the cabinet door. Go find the cook in the kitchen, order whatever you want. Jiang Yuer's face instantly brightened. He bounced out with the force of an earthquake toward the outer corridor. On the bed, Leng Xiaoshuang wrapped in a brocade quilt stared at Wei Yuan with confusion. Wei Yuan, brother, yesterday you said you didn't have long to live. So how come? Wei Yuan scratched his nose. Maybe that's the magic of love. Let's get up and have something to eat first. As Leng Xiaoshuang set her feet down, a ripping pain at her waist nearly made her fall. She glared at him with resentment. Wei Yuan hurriedly got dressed. They'll bring the food over. In the main hall at the dining table, Wei Buiyue held his bowl and glanced at the steward. Why hasn't that bastard shown up for breakfast? The steward bowed low and whispered, Master, I heard from Shishuan that the heir's room was filled with noises all night long. That bastard getting a massage again? No, not this time. It was a woman's cries. Wei Buiyue raised an eyebrow. A dog never stops eating shit. I thought head reformed. Mu Qianxiu chuckled and patted his hand. Calm down, big brother. That's the sacred maiden from the Wuxing sect, the top assassin organization in the Jianghuan, a dream girl to the talented youth of Great Wei. Getting her by Yuan's side is quite an achievement. He paused and lowered his voice. Unfortunately, the Wuxing sect requires disciples to be women only, and they must remain pure. Losing their virginity means expulsion and death. Yuan will face great danger ahead. Wei Buiyue scoffed carelessly. If that were true, would the Wuxing sect not have tried to kill that bastard Yuan long ago? As long as I live, No expert dares move against him. Don't forget, he has 2 grandmasters at his side and a whole squad of divine enforcers behind him. Killing him is as hard as reaching the heavens. Mu Qianqiu shook his head and sighed softly. But Mistress Wuxing is insane and unpredictable. He trailed off, resigned, and resumed sipping his porridge. Elsewhere, Wei Yuan was eating in his room when Shishuan knocked lightly. Young master, Turtle Elder from heaven and earth requests an audience. Send him in. The Turtle Elder trotted in and handed Wei Yuan a piece of paper. Master, I came by last night, but Shishuan said you were busy with important matters and wouldn't let me in. So I've been waiting outside the main gate until now. The inner courtyard's lanterns had not fully dimmed yet, and the morning breeze rustled the eaves, setting the wind chimes softly ringing. Wei Yuan raised his hand and took the sheet of Xian paper offered to him. The paper was immaculate, though already saturated with the scent of ink. A few lines of delicate small regular script appeared before his eyes. The moon reflects upon the palace walls, the night grows cold. A lone lamp and shadow keep me company through troubled sleep. The beaded curtains stir slightly in the breeze. The jade flute's silent notes weep unseen. Recalling past events, dreams vanish like smoke. After all the splendor fades, only an empty face remains. Not bad. Better than Zhu Sibo by a margin, Wei Yuan said, his thumb lightly pressing the corner as he pondered. But it's overly sentimental and affected, most likely penned by a woman. Where did you get this from? The man rubbed his hands nervously, whispering back. All the city's brothels, pleasure boats, and even the music bureau were ordered by the court to sing these songs overnight, except the heaven on earth establishment. Inside the palace? Wei Yuan's brow twitched. The Nanzhao emperor targeting a single brothel and gambling house? Even if they planned to move against the Wei family army, he could understand the motive, but this made no sense at all. Lost in thought, sudden footsteps grew urgent. Liang Qiu pushed open the door, his robes billowing. Yuangdam, isn't Miss Qiu Shuang the one who tried to assassinate you? How come you and her are still living together? Cut the crap, Wei Yuan snapped, putting the paper back on the desk. What do you want? Trouble. Lao Shi from the 6 doors brought men and sealed off heaven on earth. Lao Shi? Has he gone mad sealing his own turf? Liang Qiu blurted out in anger. That traitorous bastard. If I weren't outmatched by him, I'd beat him to death when my sister returns. But Wei Yuan remained calm, contemplative. Lao Shi's always been sharp. If he personally leads the seal-off, it's probably to send me a message. I'll go check it out myself. With that, he bent down and gently cupped Lung Kaishuang's cheek, pressing a soft kiss to her forehead. Rest assured and recover. He'll be back soon. She replied softly, obediently nodding. The two stepped out into the corridor, where the morning light was cool. Liang Qiu rubbed his hands and muttered under his breath, I get it now. You must framed Miss Qiu Shuang, first slandered her as an assassin, then forced yourself on her. Nonsense. It was all because of my personal charm. Wei Yuan raised his hand and swatted Liang Qiu's head hard, making him grimace. You've got charm? She jumped ship to heaven on earth for sure to get rich. Before he finished, another smack landed. From now on you call her sister-in-law. Want her to go to heaven on earth? Not a chance. Damn, Yuinga, are you serious? You want to marry a courtesan? Would your grandfather ever approve? Even if Lord Wei agrees, what about the emperor? And the princess? How about you name your price? I could take her. No one else's business is just too beautiful. Footsteps stopped sharply. Wei Yuan glanced sideways with sharp eyes. What did you just say? That you name your price. No bargaining. Even if you want shares of heaven on earth, I'll give you. Not that, the line before. Liang Qiu hesitated. What about the princess? Wei Yuan frowned deeply as an absurd yet clearer suspicion arose in his mind. Could last night's poem he wrote to Lung Xiushuang, Phoenix seeking Phoenix, have made Princess Nanji jealous? Crazy? Was this woman's head kicked by 10 donkeys? Jealous over him, Wei Yuan, because of a courtesan? Foster father. When Wei Yuan arrived at Tianshang Rinjian, old Shi, who was drinking flower wine while holding a courtesan, quickly stood up. Before Wei Yuan could say a word, old Shi whispered urgently. The palace has issued orders to seal off both Tianshang Rinjian and Qingqiyan. If I don't come forward willingly, the 4 divine captains will take matters into their own hands. They bear a grudge against you. And when that happens, the shops will be wrecked, and there'll be a big scene. No sooner had he finished speaking than loud sounds of dishes shattering erupted from Qingqian across the way. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the twin divine captains, stormed in with dozens of constables, pushing out all the shop girls, madams, and cooks. Then they slapped official seals onto the grand vermilion doors with a sharp crack. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked quietly, Do you know who gave the order? Old Shi glanced around nervously, leaning close to whisper, I've heard it was Miss Shuer, the personal maid of Princess Qingqing. Of course it's her, Wei Yuan sneered. That woman's lost her mind. Her brain must have gotten squished by a door. Gongsun Jin probed cautiously, My lord, have you offended the princess? Who the hell knows how? I don't think it's jealousy, Wei Yuan waved dismissively. Du Sanyang hugged the book The Business Sutra of Tao Zhugong and said earnestly, I'm just a woman, no strategist. But if Jean wrote poems for another woman, I'd definitely be upset and, if given the chance, I'd get revenge. Shishuan muttered, Princess Nanji should be strongly against this marriage, maybe even hate the heir apparent. So what exactly does she see in him? Wealthy and rough around the edges. Wei Yuan kicked him. You don't understand how awesome I am. Du Sanyang sighed. If a woman marries a rake or a heartbreaker, her life's over. Like that courtesan whose husband lost her gambling, I wish we could divorce someday, without the gossip and judgment. Wei Yuan was impatient. It's all that damn phoenix seeks the phoenix causing trouble. I spread my favor around evenly. They'll write another poem or song to appease her. Shishuan, get the writing tools ready. Shishuan quickly brought the scholars for treasures, and Gongsun Jin grew curious ground ink himself, eager to see if they could produce anything comparable to Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix. Wei Yuan laid out the paper and wrote, In the 3rd year of the Great Wei calendar, I passed through the capital and glimpsed a beauty by the cliff's edge. Her figure was like a startled swan, graceful like a wandering dragon, radiant as autumn chrysanthemums, flourishing like spring pines. She seemed as ethereal as a light cloud veiling the moon, drifting like the wind swirling snow. From afar, she shone like the sun rising in morning glow. Up close, she burned bright like a lotus emerging from clear waters. I shall return eastward, holding reins tightly to urge the horse, yet lingering, unwilling to depart. Shishuan smirked, Young master, I know a bit about literary style. Honestly, this rhapsody on the Luo River goddess seems inferior to Phoenix Seeks the Phoenix, full of nonsense, just piling on flowery words. Before he could finish, Gongsun Jin shoved him aside. Curling his lips, Gongsun silently mouthed a few words. Abba abba? Abba abba. Though Shishuan didn't understand lip reading, he could tell it was rude. Wei Yuan translated for him. You don't know shit. Only those ignorant of literature would say that. Anyone who's studied a bit knows this is a masterpiece rich in vivid description, delicate details, abundant imagination, tender feelings, with hidden meaning. Gongsun Jin stomped and beat his chest, overwhelmed. Jin, blessed across 3 lifetimes, to witness the birth of such an immortal rhapsody. Shishuan gave Gongsun Jin a thumbs up. In the entire capital, I thought I was already pretty good at flattery, but your skill, Gongsun Jin, makes me bow in admiration. The study was dimly lit, with sandalwood incense curling through the air. Gongsun Jin set down his inkstone and spoke seriously, I am not flattering you, my lord. Once this ornate piece is published, it will stir great waves in the literary world of Great Wei and beyond. Wei Yuan's name will be celebrated by generations of scholars. Is it really that amazing? Shishuan scratched the back of his head. Gongsun Jin looked up and spoke clearly, analyzing every word. With your talent, this piece may seem ordinary to you now, but when you pass the imperial examination as a Jiren, it will appear like the moon's reflection on water. Standing by the table, Wei Yuan smiled faintly, until one day you top the exam as the champion. Then looking at this, you'll feel as insignificant as an ant staring at the vast sky. Gongsun Jin nodded continuously. I may be a champion myself, yet this ornate essay humbles me. I'm certain that even in my lifetime, I could never produce anything to rival it. Wei Yuan instructed Shishuan to prepare sealing wax, then stroked his chin and murmured to himself, could it be that last time my poor acting was seen through by Nenji? Gongsun Jin thought for a moment and replied, My lord, Nenji is known as the greatest talented woman of Great Wei. Though her noble status helps, her wisdom is far above that of ordinary women. It's very likely she saw through it. Wei Yuan nodded slightly. I will test her then. He picked up his brush and wrote a short poem. Sitting alone by the pond like a crouching tiger, under green shade, I nurture my spirit. When spring arrives, I do not stir first. Which bug dares to make a sound? Gongsun Jin leaned in, eyes lighting up and then widening in surprise. My lord, this is about frogs? You wrote about frogs again. Remember last time's poem about that noisy toad? But his expression suddenly changed. Are you sure you want Nenji to see this? Although the words are simple, it exposes your ambition completely. When spring arrives, I do not stir first. Which bug dares to make a sound? Is this about frogs? This kind of all-consuming ambition is clearly about a dragon. You're telling Nenji you want your own army and power. Wei Yuan lightly brushed the paper and smiled. You know my true nature, so you come to this conclusion. If I were still a mere playboy in your eyes, how would you interpret a frog ode? A decent little poem. Gongsun Jin pondered for a while before answering reluctantly. Defensive yet ready to strike. Wei Yuan rolled up the poem. It's just right to test this Nenji. Gongsun Jin still looked puzzled. My lord, I don't understand. What's the purpose of this test? Is Nenji willing, given she doesn't share your surname? Wei Yuan pulled him aside to a corner of the bookcase and lowered his voice. Nenji's role is to bind my grandfather to the Southern Zhao Emperor's throne. Do you think Southern Zhao is only wary of the lords and noble families? They're just as wary of their own sons. When the princes fight for the throne later, whoever wins will probably turn on me. If I die, Nenji won't be safe either. Gongsun Jin looked even more confused, but the princess is the prince's sister. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. Royal families are ruthless throughout history. They don't hesitate to exploit even stepmothers. A sister means nothing. If Nanji were old and without charm, that would be one thing. But as long as she's still beautiful, she'll be married off to foreign tribes like the Xiongnu as a political pawn. Would she rather be a powerless princess at others' mercy or an empress whose own son sits on the throne? Any sane person would choose the latter. Even if I gain the military power and rule the borderlands as a local king, wouldn't it be better for her to be a royal consort? Sometimes, being born into royalty and adored like a star comes at the price of losing the right to choose your own life. Gong Sunjin nodded. It makes sense, but I still can't believe she would betray her father and siblings for your sake, an outsider. A daughter married off is like water Spoleto. You think that's just a joke? Wei Yuan's tone was calm, but every word carried a deep, lingering sense of nostalgia. Throughout history, few women have obsessed over political schemes. Among the steppe tribes like the Xiongnu and the Hu peoples, women were counted among spoils of war along with cattle and sheep. By nature they admired strength. The victor became their rightful partner. Defeated men were often executed, forced to fight desperately to protect their clan. This social instinct was ingrained deeply into their bones. It was nearly impossible to change. After speaking, he turned back to his desk, dipped his brush, and added a date and signature at the end of Ode to the River Goddess. Then he handed that ode along with a short poem praising frogs to Shishuan. Seal these and give them to Old Sure. When he goes to the palace to report, have him hand them over to Nanji. Imperial study. Emperor Nanzhao sat bent over his memorials as the chief eunuch leaned in close to whisper, Your Majesty, yesterday the princess ordered the sealing of Wei Yuan's Qinghe elegant garden. It's now renamed Heaven on Earth. Just now, Wei Yuan sent a letter through a messenger. This old servant made a few adjustments. It contains a poem and an ode. The eunuch spread out the scrolls, his fingers trembling slightly. The ode is not bad, full of meaningless lamentations and affected sentimentality, flowery diction comparing the princess' beauty to a celestial fairy. I suspect it was mostly commissioned. But the short frog poem, that's definitely his own handwriting. It's brief. He'll recite it to your majesty. The emperor frowned as the eunuch read, then spat disdainfully, another childish frog poem, dirtying my eyes. But I must say, the boy truly loves writing about frogs. Nanzhao smiled and shook his head. Wei Yuan is indeed a seasoned player in affairs of the heart. He knows Nanji adores poetry and gifts her verses to win favor. Such youthful, mushy sentiment. No need to report every little thing to me in the future. Weiyang Palace. Old Sure knelt half-bowed under the eaves, clutching the box, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, but not daring to look up. Nanji broke the silk seal, and Shui'er pouted beside her. It's okay, but I still think Wei Yuan copied it. Nanzi's fingers gently brushed the pages. Her eyes shone remarkably bright. To write such parallel prose, none in the world have the skill, none I know. Who else could he have copied from? As her initial awe faded, she clenched the ode to the river goddess tightly, as if letting go might let the wind carry it away. Shui'er muttered again, I really think it's kinda average. You still lack 3 levels of literary taste. Nanji shook her head. This text is for you like the moon's reflection in water or flowers in the mist. Once your insight rises 3 levels higher, you'll realize that reading it makes you feel like a frog at the bottom of a well gazing up at the bright moon. Shui'er asked eagerly, what if my skill caught up to yours, princess? It would still feel powerless, Nanji answered softly. This ode cannot be surpassed or imitated. It's the greatest composition of all time. She began softly reciting, faint as if light clouds veil the moon, drifting as if the wind returns the snow. As emotion filled her voice, Nanzi's cheeks flushed delicately, her teeth lightly biting her lip, her heart surging with tender longing. I hold such an important place in his heart, and to think it's so beautifully expressed. Nanji glanced at the little poem about frogs, while Shui'er sneakily took a peek. That guy's always writing about toads. A junior palace maid muttered quietly. Nanji's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, her embroidered eyebrows knitting together. Then she curved her lips into a smile. Wise move. Wei Yuan, testing both my talent and my thoughts. She pulled out the imperial crystal seal bestowed by the Nanzhao emperor, dipped it in dragon spring ink, and firmly pressed it next to the date on the inscription of the rhapsody on the Luo goddess. Shui'er, go ask mother to lend me her phoenix seal and stamp it beside mine. Then borrow the Empress Dowager's seal to stamp all my father's consort seals on it. Also, order someone to unseal Heaven on Earth. After giving her orders, Nanji looked up at Lao Sure, whose legs were numb from kneeling. Go back and tell your master that I have completed his instructions. Also, pass along this message: when voices unite like drums and stringed instruments, harmonizing like a finely tuned zither. Yes, my lord. Lao Sure wiped the sweat from his brow, but dared not ask more. He kowtowed and hurried back to Heaven on Earth. Under the night sky, tea fragrance wafted gently. Lao Sure carefully recounted what had happened at Weiyang Palace. After listening, Wei Yuan raised his hand, signaling Du Sanyang to arrange for a few ladies. Gong Sunjin stroked his teacup, whispering praise. Master truly has foresight. Voices united like drums, and Zithersit clearly means husband and wife in harmony. But Jean has one question. Both the poem and the rhapsody were written before your eyes with no acrostic cipher. What exactly did you instruct her? Wei Yuan smiled mysteriously, lowering his voice. Do you remember the date on the inscription? Suddenly Gongsun Jean understood. The removing the ladder after the beam is in place from the 36 trigrams. Master is setting a trap for Zhu Sibo. You see through it well, Jean. Wei Yuan nodded. This is an open strategy praise to kill. The higher Zhu Sibo is lifted, the harsher his fall when the ladder is pulled up. He will have no choice but to cover his face and jump, and everyone he supports will be smashed too. Gongsun Jean recalled the accusations that Wei Yuan plagiarized Zhu Sibo's work and felt a chill. So earlier it was mere provocation. Now comes the trap disguised as praise. Outside the window, the full moon hung like a silver plate, spilling clear light over everything. Wei Yuan raised his eyes. The emperor only reopened the first pavilion of literary saints for the imperial exams because of cheating. He invited all literary talents to pick sides. Half a year from now is the day the ladder comes off. The day Wei Yuan, stop holding back. Thinking of that day when Wei Yuan bested the scholars, Gongsun Jean clenched his fist, blood boiling with excitement. The night was still young when Wei Yuan returned to the Wei mansion, just before the city gates closed. Inside, Lung Kaishuang's room was quiet as she and her sister Lung Xiushui whispered by the couch. Seeing Wei Yuan enter, the usually quiet Xiushui spoke softly for once. Brother-in-law. She handed him 2 crow's-eyed crows. No matter where they are, they can track the scent back to the Duke of Weiss residence and find you too. An upgraded carrier pigeon? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Xiushui nodded, gently placing the crows in his arms before jogging to the door, glancing back and sticking out her tongue. I want to disturb your romantic moments, or rather, your treatment session. Xiushuang instantly blushed. Brother Wei Yuan, my sister is just messing around. Wild and carefree behavior is just part of life among those in the martial world. Understood. Please provide the Chinese sentences you would like me to translate and polish into natural, clear English. I will ensure the translations are smooth, accurate, and culturally appropriate. Feel free to share the text whenever you're ready. Lung Xiushuang blushed deeply and lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. Your cultivation is weaker than mine, yet you're so arrogantly self-important. Do you even know how many masters there are in the martial world? Before she could finish, Wei Yuan silenced her with a kiss. After a long while, they parted. Wei Yuan's breath remained warm and heavy, a playful smile curling at his lips. What if I told you I've only been practicing for 3 days? Woman, I'm like a garden buried deep with treasure. I'll have to keep digging every day to discover more. Lung Kaishuang's cheeks flushed bright red as she lightly spat out. Bragging about yourself like that? Aren't you ashamed? Whether I am or not, you're the one who's going to be ashamed later, Wei Yuan teased before sweeping her up effortlessly. Without pause, he carried her over to the bed and gently laid her down. I'm not coming, she whined, but her protests were drowned out by a low, mischievous chuckle. Half an hour later, the room was thick with the scent of sweat and passion. Lung Xiushuang rested softly against his chest, lightly tapping with her fists. It's all your fault. We'll have to eat in bed again tonight. Wei Yuan laughed heartily, flipping off the bed and grabbing his inner garment. Being too strong has its drawbacks. Just then, urgent knocking sounded outside the door. It was Xishuan, breathless and anxious. Young master, third lady requests an audience. Tell her to wait, Wei Yuan said, swiftly fastening his belt and pushing the door open. The corridor lights flickered as third lady rushed in, panting. Young master, someone's identified that Grand Monk's true identity. He's not from Great Wei at all, but from the Tibetan region of Shiyu. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Zhu Sibo's colluding with the Tibetans? Is that guy some kind of social butterfly? He then instructed Xishuan, change clothes and prepare the carriage. We're heading to Tianshang Rinjian. Under the night sky, Tianshang Rinjian blazed with light. Wei Yuan strode in wearing his Qilin robe, radiating authority. A shabby, nervous merchant with an accent from Jianghuai came forward, bowing. A humble servant greets the young master. You know that monk? Wei Yuan asked bluntly. Yes, young master, I've met him a few times. But money, the merchant hesitated. My reputation may be bad, but no one calls me stingy. The info's solid 1,000 taels of gold, no less. Xishuan immediately handed over a gold voucher. The merchant's eyes lit up as he accepted it. That man is the disciple of Yang Lianxinjia, the former master of Tibet, whose dharma name is Tulba. I did a few trades with him, always cash on delivery. That's all I know. After the merchant left, Wei Yuan turned to Gongsun Jean. You familiar with Tibet? Pushing up his slim spectacles, Gongsun Jean replied. During the previous dynasty, the founding general Wei Qing defeated them badly, so they kept quiet for over 200 years. A few decades ago, they tried to rise again during the chaos, but were beaten back by Wei Buyue. That's about all I know. Check the 6 sector gate archives. There should be records. The archives were lit late into the night. towering piles of documents surrounding them. Wei Yuan calmly sipped tea while Gongsun Jin scanned through the scrolls with the keen eye of a top scholar. Within the time it took 2 incense sticks to burn, he rushed out, clutching a hefty volume, his eyes red from reading ancient texts. Master, I found it, he declared, pointing at the dossier. Yang Lianxinjia, former Tibetan master, failed a rebellion 2 years ago. His so-called Buddha title turned into that of a sorcerer monk, whereabouts unknown after fleeing. Among his followers is the disciple Tulba, now head of the sacred Buddha palace, adept in spells like casting soldiers from seeds and Arhat's descent. Wei Yuan scoffed. Nonsense magic, merely tricks for deception. Yet as they read further, unease crept in. The sacred Buddha palace rituals, a 16-year-old virgin girl is sacrificed, 36 demons subduing maces struck, followed by skin stripped to make drums. Her body made into lamps. Gongsun Jin's voice trembled. Wei Yuan slammed the document shut, frowning darkly. Damn, this cult's beyond evil. The illustrations on the desk depicted ritual implements all made from living human skin, hair, organs, and bones. The air felt frozen solid. Even well-read Gongsun Jin and battle-hardened Wei Yuan shivered with a creeping sense of dread. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of drums echoed outside the door. Wei Yuan paused his reading as Gongsun Jin stepped outside. The drums thundered like war drums, shaking the entire bureau of 6 doors, causing every constable inside to poke their heads out. These constables, even at the lowest rank, were once top detectives from various regions, handling massive corruption and high-profile cases, all reporting directly to the Southern Zhao Emperor. Though they were officially investigating cases, an unwritten rule prevailed at the bureau. Anyone who dared to beat the drum here to cry injustice, no matter how grievous the wrong, would first receive 100 lashes. 40 blows could cost half a life. 100 was enough to shatter a common person's hip bones and spill their intestines, often resulting in instant death. Because of this, the infamous Heir You drum had long been entangled with vines, untouched by anyone. But now, the drum was beaten by a dark-skinned young farmer dressed in coarse cloth. His name was Wu Min. He slowly pushed a simple wooden cart carrying 2 cheap, thin coffins. The constable's eyes fixed on the cracked seams of the coffins, as if smelling the blood within. Though a farmer, Wu Min recognized the bureau's robe ranks. The vermilion Qilin robe marked today's highest-ranking official present. Wei Yuan stepped out, his Qilin robe glowing like fresh blood in the sunlight. Wu Min suddenly fell to his knees with a thunderous crash, his voice rough but resolute. Your Honor, I am Wu Min from Wujiapa near the capital. My sister died wrongfully. He bowed repeatedly, his forehead smashing against the stone steps, drawing blood. Pointing to the 2 coffins in the cart, he added, the one on the right holds my sister's remains. The empty coffin on the left is for me. If your honor refuses to act, I will endure 100 lashes just to petition for justice. Wei Yuan lifted his robe and took his seat, an old attendant quickly bringing over a grand official's chair. With a crisp knock, Wei Yuan pointed at Wu Min. I am Wei Qingtian. State your grievance clearly and quickly. Wu Min choked back his tears. A month ago, my sister went to the river to wash clothes and never returned that night. The county magistrate only told me to wait at home. Yesterday, villagers found her bottomy sister was only 16 and was skinned alive. His voice trembled as he wiped his tears with his sleeve. The coroner claimed a wild beast killed her, but the knife marks are clear. A clerk secretly warned me it was human, but the culprit is powerful beyond measure. The magistrate dares not intervene. Before he finished, Wu Min had already knelt again, covered in blood. My parents died early, and she and I depended on each other. She died cruelly no matter what. I must seek justice. Open the coffin. Wei Yuan's voice rumbled low and commanding. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu lifted the right coffin and flipped the lid. A pungent wave of blood hit their nostrils. Though seasoned in grisly cases, the constables frowned involuntarily. Inside lay the faint outline of the young girl, her delicate form visible but skin completely flayed. Zhang Long used his sword to lift the blood-stained cloth, revealing a hollowed torso where the skin had been carved away in one piece. Gongsun Jin's gaze hardened as he exchanged a look with Wei Yuan. It was the same brutal cruelty detailed in the files they had just reviewed from the heretical cult case at the sacred Buddha palace. Wei Yuan pointed again at Wu Min, his voice like thunder. No matter how influential the killer or how high their backing, I don't care. There are few above me in all of Great Wei. If I can't handle these beasts that your lowly county magistrate fears, then who can? Today, this official will make the judgment for you. Speak, who is the murderer? In the courtroom, Wu Min knelt and bowed his head repeatedly, blood seeping from his forehead, but he ignored it. His voice was trembling yet resolute. Thank you, Lord, for standing up for this humble man. The culprit is Wei Yuan. Bang! A chair scraped loudly as Wei Yuan nearly fell over. Around the judge's desk, a dozen constables snapped their heads toward him, their eyes sharp and piercing like blades. What did you say? Wei Yuan. The presiding judge looked up in shock. Wei Yuan, the eldest son and grandson of Duke Wei Guo, the talented heir? Wu Mint's voice rose sharply. Yes, your lordship. It's that infamous scoundrel of Greater Wei, the spoiled brat, the despicable grandson of Tiger Lord Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan spat contemptuously, suddenly rising. His sword hilt slammed on the desk. Damn it! Which motherfucker dares to ruin my reputation? Lu Tsunxiao glared coldly at him before sweeping his sleeve and turning to leave. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu exchanged glances and followed behind toward the doorway. At the door, Old Sher cleared his throat twice, looking toward the coffin containing the bloodied, skinned corpse. He sighed in sorrow over leaving his comfortable life behind, but shook his head at Wei Yuan. This is the last time I will call you my sworn son. You have gone too far this time. Everyone, stand the hell still. Wei Yuan roared, his mind racing through past misdeeds, certain he never did this crime. Just because he says him the murderer, am I really? If he said the Emperor of Nanzhao was the killer, would you all storm the palace and behead the Emperor? The courtroom gasped collectively at his blasphemous words. No one in the land but Wei Yuan dared speak such defiance openly. He drew his sword and pointed it at the kneeling Wu Min. I'll take this case. 100 lashes, and I won't even punish you. Overjoyed, Wu Min kowtowed 3 more times. Lord, you are truly just as the blue sky. I am forever grateful and vow my life in return. May I ask your honorable name? The Wu family will worship your eternal tablet for generations. Wei Yuan. So it's Lord Wei, the just one. Wait, you're Wei Yuan? The damn scoundrel I just cursed? Wu Min's eyes turned bloodshot in sudden realization. I'm going to kill you. He lunged forward violently, but Zhang Long and Zhao Hu leapt to restrain him. Lu Kongxiu's voice was heavy as he asked the struggling Wu Min, is there any proof that Wei Yuan is the killer? He's a spoiled villain, what wouldn't he do? Proof or not? So no evidence then? Lu Tsunxiao turned to Wei Yuan. You're the deputy commander. Whether to file a case is up to you. After all, you got away clean even after forcing a princess. Killing a common woman should be nothing. Quit the sarcastic nonsense, investigate. Wei Yuan slammed the desk. Find out who's using my name to do this disgusting thing. Me, robbing women? I throw money at them until they're willing. I know every move. Big splits, small splits, twisting roots, inverted hangs, front hold, back hold, skirt reach backs. But skinned alive? That's sick stuff? I'd never do that. Lu Tsunxiao looked him up and down, still half doubtful. You really want to open a case? I swear on my life, Lu Tsunxiao, that we will get to the bottom of this. And if the evidence points at you, you'll be in real trouble. If it's trouble, then don't bother. Wei Yuan sneered, gripping his sword hilt and pressing the blade to his throat. I, Wei Yuan, swear if this was my doing, I will draw my sword and kill myself on the spot to make amends. The 4 officials exchanged looks, seeing the sincerity in Wei Yuan's expression. Reflecting carefully, Wei Yuan's character was reckless and arrogant, guilty of many misdeeds, but killing someone like this was truly unlike him. Thanks to Wei Yuan's reputation, once the blame is pinned on him, he can't shake it off no matter what. So it's no surprise that some villains are using his name to commit crimes. Inside the 6 doors at this moment, Wei Yuan stood in the courtyard with his hands on his hips, his face dark. Suddenly he stomped his foot and pounded his chest, his voice shaking the roof tiles. This is just outrageous. My reputation was never great to begin with. Now I'm almost married to the princess, and they're still slinging mud all over me. He raised his hand and pointed toward the entrance. Old Sher, notify the brothers. We're heading to Wujia Slope in the capital to get to the bottom of this mess. Tell other departments anyone who wants to come is welcome. Tonight the young master is treating everyone to dinner 10 taels of silver each. 50 for those in bullfighting robes, 100 for flying fish robes. No sooner had he finished speaking than all the able-bodied constables inside 6 doors rushed out, excitement written all over their faces before the coins even hit their hands. Seeing the crowd quickly gather, Wei Yuan's gaze swept over and spotted the 4 legendary, making dirty money captains among them. He raised an eyebrow and asked, "You 4 coming too?" The 4 clasped their hands and declared firmly, "The young master is our deputy commander of 6 doors. If someone slanders the 6 doors, it's our duty to act." Wei Yuan laughed heartily. As expected of the 4 great captains, so no subsidies for you then. Don't say that. The 4 quickly waved their hands. We want the subsidy too. It wouldn't be right otherwise. Exactly. The crowd cheered in agreement. No one gets left behind. Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Gong Sun Jin, then grandly waved his hand. Raise the sedan. To the capital, Wujia Slope. Whoever can clear my name this time will be rewarded with 500 taels of gold. The constables roared their assent, and the government office instantly buzzed like a market, armor and weapons clanging. After everyone set off, Gong Sun Jin rushed back to the Wei family and reported the entire situation to Wei Buiyue in detail. The lights flickered in the hall. Wei Buiyue's aged face darkened. His white eyebrows knotted tightly as he said gravely, "Xiao Jin, I'm glad you caught this. Following that bastard turtle was a waste of talent. Have Wang Xuanzi take the Wei family's 18 demon riders with you on this trip." Gong Sun Jin kept his head bowed the entire time. his body almost pressed against Wang Zuan's side because he was scared. Truly scared. The so-called 18 riders of the heavenly demons were the sharpest, most sinister blades of the Wei family army Wei's own death squads. All 18 were prisoners taken from the southern barbarians, northern Dizi, eastern Yi, and western Rome tribes, brutally trained by Wei Yuan to become battlefield fiends. Though few in number, these riders could cross mountains and forests under pitch-black moonless nights, strike behind enemy lines, and assassinate generals with a single blow. Their most glorious feat was leading a mere 3,000 light cavalry on a surprise rear attack, beheading over 20,000 enemy soldiers. Wei Yuan then piled those severed heads into grisly skull towers before both armies, terrifying the Xiongnu cavalry into utter panic and breaking their morale, securing a magnificent victory for the Great Wei. Later, the 18 riders alone silently crossed a mountain range and wiped out an entire Jia tribe for 500 souls, young and old, none left alive. Countless bloody victories like these made even Great Wei citizens shudder upon hearing their name, with enemy states fearing them like living nightmares. Rumors swirled everywhere. Some claimed not a single rider had ever been killed or wounded. Others insisted they secretly rotated reserves, replacing fallen riders to keep the number always at 18. The truth was known only to Wei Yuan himself, who had forged this demonic unit with his own hands. Now, just the distant sight of those 18 men made Gongsun Jin shiver to his core. Though he forced himself to hide his fear, he couldn't resist sneaking sideways glances at them. The 18 warhorses were all scarred and tangled, but still spirited. In the sweltering heat, the riders wore heavy cold weather clothes. Their waists were hung with crescent-shaped sabers, faces covered by fierce demon masks. Black riding boots tightly wrapped their calves, with shining daggers tucked inside the boot shafts. Across their backs hung stiff longbows, each carrying 50 arrows. Saddle sides were strapped with iron bone spikes designed for piercing armor. Wang Xuanzi gently tapped Gongsun Jin's shoulder, smiling wryly as he lowered his voice. I know you're scared. I've met them more than once, but every time I see them I still get chills. Just hang in there. Near the capital's outskirts, beneath Black Wind Mountain at Wujiapo, villagers from 10 miles around gathered at the village entrance for a spectacle. Over 700 officers from the 6 pass gates all traveled together. Such a show made people believe someone was trying to rebel. But the real center of attention was Wei Yuan, clad in a Qilin robe, holding a horsewhip as he ruthlessly lashed the county magistrate and his advisor, both hanging upside down at the government office gate. You sons of bitches. The honest and reliable young lord reputation I've built has all been ruined by bastards like you. You toss every bit of crap on me because you think I'm soft and easy to bully, huh? The whip cracked furiously, tearing flesh and skin. Blood dripped from the upside-down men, making the watching townsfolk gasp in horror. Old Shi and Zhang Long and Zhao Hu brought several large carts loaded with shining silver coins. Foster father, this was dug up from his cellar, totaling 30,000 taels. Wei Yuan glanced sideways, voice cold. Why do I only see 10,000 taels here? Well, 10,000 taels go to the treasury. 5,000 taels are for the brothers' team building tonight, eating, drinking, gambling, and debauchery. The rest will all be sent to your Wei Guogong mansion. Wei Yuan waved dismissively and looked toward the villagers watching, their faces gaunt and yellowed, clothes full of patches. This silver rightfully comes from the people, and it must be used for the people, he declared loudly, divided evenly by head count. LV Tsuanxiao, with his leopard's face and wide staring eyes, nearly jumped up. My lord, are you sure you want to divide this pure silver among the poor? Yes, this is the people's wealth. Returning it to the people, what's wrong with that? Why? You still want to report me, this heir apparent? Report me? Let's see who dares to report me, lord. Lu Tsuanxiao pointed at Wei Yuan, stammering for a long moment before forcing out. Boss, you've really made me see you in a new light. As soon as he finished speaking, he bowed respectfully to Wei Yuan with a martial salute. Then he kicked the old sheriff's backside. Let's go supervise the distribution of the money, make sure it's fair and square. We can't let the boss' hard work go to waste. From lord to boss, just like that? Soon you'll be calling me your foster father. Wei Yuan sneered coldly, drawing the imperial sword in his hand. His eyes gleamed with fierce intent. A low-ranking official with control over such a small area, and yet greedier than a pig? I'm going to execute you today. Before anyone could react, Wei Yuan swung the sword in a flash, slicing off one of the county magistrate's ears. Blood spurted, staining his neck crimson. The magistrate's scream tore through the air like a slaughtered pig's. Wei Yuan kicked him in the mouth. Cry out again, and he'll cut off the other ear. Tell Muho told you to slander me, the heir apparent? The magistrate muttered through clenched teeth. I can't say if I tell, my whole family will perish. Wei Yuan showed no mercy. With his right hand, he slapped the back of the magistrate's head with brutal force, so hard that his eye popped out and rolled on the ground. Wei Yuan stomped on the eyeball, crushing it to pieces in front of everyone. Who do you think you are to call yourself magistrate? Turning to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, he said, Under Great Wei law, what's the punishment for an official embezzling 30,000 or 10,000 taels of silver? Dismissal and imprisonment, followed by execution after autumn. He frowned. Still too lenient. Looking at the silver they had just distributed and the villagers shedding tears of joy, Wei Yuan said solemnly, "This bastard usually bullies you all, but today your officer Wei Qingtian stands for justice." Yet the villagers remained fearful and hesitant, reluctant to speak. Wei Yuan raised his voice. "He will die for sure. We're gathering evidence to give him a chance for total extermination, wipe out his entire clan along with him." An old woman stepped forward trembling, her voice choking with tears. "Lord, he's the accomplice of the heir Wei Yuan. He kidnapped my daughter, humiliated her, and sold her to a brothel. I sold my house and land, barely scraping together silver to save her, but now she can't even marry." Wei Yuan's expression grew cold as steel, his gaze sharp as a knife. "Is your daughter here?" "She is," the woman nodded. Wei Yuan pulled over a woman who still had some beauty left, looking at her sharply. "Do you know this officer?" The woman shook her head, stammering, "Lord, this commoner doesn't know you." Next, another villager angrily shouted, "Lord, this corrupt official is the heir's lackey, forcing us to sign land sale contracts. If we refuse, he breaks our legs." Wei Yuan's muscle twitched. "You're using the word dog a little too much there." More villagers spoke up. "He labors for the heir, takes our fields away, making us work for others, drives us like chickens all day. Worst of all, the steward makes us imitate rooster crows in the dead of night, waking us before dawn." Someone muttered, "He's just like Show Poppy." Over 30 villagers stepped up one after another to accuse the official. Wei Yuan's face darkened almost to dripping. He turned to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. "Did you record everything?" "Yes, Lord. It's all documented." Wei Yuan said grimly, "Multiple crimes, enough to exterminate 9 clans?" Zhang Long replied, "Extermination of 9 clans requires treason or harm to royal relatives. These crimes justify execution, but not extermination." The cold reality struck like a bucket of ice water. Wei Yuan clenched his teeth in frustration. Suddenly, seeing the villagers kneeling together, cupping their silver, he said, "You are our just and righteous Lord. Please tell us your honored name. You will build a long-life shrine in your honor for all the neighboring 10 villages." Wei Yuan replied sternly and coldly, "I am Wei Yuan, the heir apparent." The villagers exchanged stunned, bewildered looks. Wei Yuan turned back to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. "Add one more charge: impersonating the heir, fraud, crimes against the state, and murder. Does that count for extermination of 9 clans?" Low Lord Zhang Long stammered, "Execution of the entire family is enough, but full clan extermination still falls short." Wei Yuan roared in anger. "Are you trying to force my hand?" He grabbed the magistrate's hand and slapped it lightly against his own face. "Damn it! This bastard disfigured my face. Assaulting the heir in public and ruining my looks, does that meet the criteria for exterminating 9 clans now?" "That's enough," Zhang Long shouted excitedly. Wei Yuan bellowed, "Use this magistrate's family tree to arrest everyone, nail every one of the 9 clans." He squatted down, slapping the fat, disfigured face missing an eye and an ear. "That man behind you will kill your whole family. But believe me, I will make your entire 9 clans suffer worse than death. Tell me, will you speak or not?" The magistrate, forgetting his pain, stammered, "Aye. Wei Yuan turned to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. "Bring his wife, daughters, concubines, his mother, stepmother, all his aunts, every female relative. I saw plenty of old bachelors in the village just waiting." Before long, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu returned leading the magistrate's captured female family members. The village's old bachelors' eyes gleamed with anticipation, barely able to contain themselves. The magistrate, shivering at the loss of his eye and ear, helplessly watched his wife and children call for help before his head drooped in despair. Finally, he muttered brokenly, "I am the brocade guard, a disciple of the Wang family, and I serve Zhu Si." Before the county magistrate could finish speaking, a sharp gleam flashed swiftly through the air and struck his corpulent body. In the blink of an eye, his lips turned purple as thick black blood gushed forth, died instantly from poison. "Protect the heir." Shishuan stepped forward and shielded Wei Yuan with his sturdy back fully exposed. Jiang Yuan gripped his greatsword tightly behind them and shouted urgently, "Where is the attacker? Who dares to kill the heir?" Zhang Long and Zhao Hu simultaneously drew their embroidered spring knives, positioning themselves on either side of Wei Yuan with eagle-like gazes, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Elsewhere, Lu Tsuanxiao and Old Shur had pinpointed the direction of the attack. Lu Tsuanxiao grabbed 2 seasoned copper maces while Old Shur cracked his short-handled long whip, spinning it like a whirlwind toward the treetops. Atop the canopy, a boy monk about 15 or 16 was loading a poison needle into a blowpipe. Old Shur's whip struck like a swift serpent, coiling tightly around the boy. Lu Tsuanxiao surged forward, smashing both maces down fiercely, shattering the boy's shoulder bones. Then he gripped the boy's chin to prevent him from biting down and ending his own life with poison. The two dragged their battered captive back, bloodied and bruised. Wei Yuan's expression was ice cold. With a swift gesture, his long sword sliced cleanly across the boy monk's throat. Boss, why kill him now? We still need to interrogate. Lu Xunxiao started to protest, but Wei Yuan just shook his head to cut him off. Nothing useful will come from a death soldier's mouth. They only waste time and give the enemy openings. Before anyone could respond, Wei Yuan pulled out a shining silver ingot and loudly announced to the gathered villagers, "Whoever can tell me which temple he was ordained at, this ingot is yours." Amongst the crowd, a stout middle-aged woman wearing Buddhist prayer beads nervously stepped forward. Lord Wei, his name was Miofa. He was a monk at Qingfeng Temple on Little South Mountain. Qingfeng Temple? Wei Yuan's mind raced as he suddenly recalled the first of Tsang King Kong's 4 crimes, illegally approving the land for temple construction. Qingfeng Temple. It all smelled fishy. He casually tossed the silver to the woman and barked at the constables. These monks, cloaked in robes, have brutally attacked and murdered young women. This is intolerable under heaven. Arrest them immediately. Anyone who resists shall be killed on the spot. Kill 1 monk, reward 10 taels. Decapitate a minor leader, 20 taels, a major leader, 50 taels, and the abbot, 100 taels. The constables, already inflamed by the horrific death of the Marshall family's young lady, burned with righteous fury. These orders were just, backed by reason and profit. No one dared back down. They sharpened their weapons in determination. Even surrendered monks swore their heads would fall. Wei Yuan turned to his companion, Wu Min. You know where Qingfeng Temple is? I do. Wu Min's eyes were red as he pointed southward toward a lone peak. Right at the summit. Are you willing to go? To avenge my sister, I don't even care about my life. Good. Lead the way. At the mountain's base, the group encountered Wang Xuanzi and the 18 riders of the heavenly demons arriving. Wei Yuan's gaze suddenly swept to the back of the crowd with a deep, unsettled look. Wang Xuanzi glanced and asked, Your Highness, what do you see? Wei Yuan smiled faintly. Nothing. Let's go up the mountain. Qingfeng Temple covers over 50,000 square meters and has been repaired across 3 dynasties, bearing an ancient and venerable air. As Wei Yuan's group approached the temple gates, they saw the incense burning thickly inside, with devotees bowing low and monks wearing compassionate expressions. The place was peaceful, almost like a world apart from reality. It looks like an ordinary temple, at first glance, someone murmured. Lu Xunxiao shook his head, lowering his voice. No, there are 2 strange things here. First, every monk has martial arts skills. Second, all those coming to worship are women. Watching them put money into the donation box, coin by coin, yet their clothes were patchy and worn, it was clear these women weren't from wealthy families. In front of the temple gate, as the wooden fish drums ceased, a sturdy monk in his 30s lifted the curtain. He pressed his palms together, smiling with respectful politeness, but a cold, sharp gleam flickered in his eyes. Honorable sir, what brings you to this humble temple? How may I be of service? Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sharp as a blade. There's been a murder on Wu family slope below the mountain, and the clues point straight to your temple. I'm here under orders to investigate, and I expect your full cooperation, master. For the country and the people, this poor monk will surely comply. The monk bowed slightly and intoned, Namo Amitba. Search. With a flick of his sleeve, hundreds of constables surged in like a tide, spreading out in all directions for a thorough sweep. Incense smoke curled through the temple halls, but the chant of the Buddha was drowned out by chaotic footsteps. Wei Yuan stepped toward the monk, his brow furrowed slightly as he raised his chin and took a deep breath. Master, the Buddha's sanctuary is meant to be pure. You should carry only the scent of sandalwood and incense. His tone steady, yet every word landed like a hammer. But I smell a trace of rouge. Either you secretly delight in powders and cosmetics, or you've just lain with a woman. The monk's knuckles whitened as he pressed his palms together, forcing a smile. Sir, you jest. The temple is filled with incense and perfume mixed together. How could you say for certain it's from me? Old Sher sidled up, nostrils flaring. I don't smell anything myself, but I trust my sworn father's nose. He grinned. When it comes to identifying a woman by scent, no one is more accurate than him. May not be cultured or virtuous, but that nose unmatched in the world. Are you flattering or insulting me? Wei Yuan shot him a sideways glance, memories making him awkward. In youth, reckless as had been, only that nose was trustworthy. Suddenly, loud voices erupted from the side yard. How dare you? Stay out. Don't touch me. Wei Yuan's brow lifted. He strode forward to lift the curtain. His constables followed closely. Inside the yard, a constable's face was bloodied, gripping his sword handle, but hesitating to draw. He bowed his head guiltily. Sir, these laywomen forbid us from searching their meditation rooms, and struck back. Before he finished, over a dozen women, ages ranging from 15 to late 20s, knelt in a row. Their lay robes were disheveled, strings of prayer beads scattered on the ground. They wept openly. Please, sir, you must intervene. Those constables are beasts burst into our meditation chambers, laying hands on us. When we refused, they drew blades to threaten us. You're slandering us. The wounded constable protested, crimson-faced. Wei Yuan paced among the women, nostrils twitching. Has any of my men taken advantage of you? They blushed deeply but all shook their heads in unison. No, nothing like that happened. If that's true, then why do your bodies still smell freshly of intimate contact? Wei Yuan's voice turned cold. Preposterous. How can you accuse us falsely to protect your men? The eldest woman's shame boiled into anger. Wei Yuan raised his hand. Seize them. The constables, barely restraining their fury, rushed forward and pinned the women down. Their robes were torn open to reveal bare skin beneath. Shock rippled through the crowd. Despicable, impure monks turning this laywoman hall into a den of debauchery. Wei Yuan barked. Bring in the coroner. Old Sher stepped forward, tore a strip of cloth to cover his nose, crouched to examine, then nodded upward. Sir, your nose does not deceive. They've all recently engaged in sexual acts. Who's acting like a dog here? Wei Yuan kicked him sharply before his expression hardened. He turned to the 4 chief detectives and ordered grimly. This is a sacred Buddhist Pure Land. Those who cannot keep its rules and harbor filth must be expelled. Seal this temple. Have the brothers guard every exit. No monks or pilgrims allowed out. Anyone trying to escape by force is to be killed on the spot. Yes. A group of constables rushed into the meditation room and began searching, but soon returned empty-handed. Sir, we found nothing suspicious, they reported, bowing respectfully before Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan raised his hand and lightly patted Old Sher's shoulder. His tone was calm but carried an undeniable authority. Sun Xiao said you used to be a Buddha in the Wuxing Sanjia before joining the 6 doors, and not just any Buddha, but the kind who could plant flags and raise poles. Buddha was underworld slang for a master thief. Old Sher shot a sharp glance at Lu Tsunxiao, then laughed sheepishly. I was reckless in my youth, dragged in by some ruffians, and went astray. That's all. I don't care what you did before, Wei Yuan said coolly. Scaling walls, lockpicking, treasure hunting, that's your specialty. If you can find any secret mechanisms or hidden passages here, they'll grant you 3 days off. Take your pick of any girls you want at your place, unlimited fun. Old Sher swallowed nervously, vivid images of wild nights at Tianshangren, Jin, flashing in his mind. His eyes gleamed green. Godfather, I swear I'll use every trick in the book. If there's really a secret passage, they'll find it. Before he finished speaking, Old Sher darted into the meditation room, his hands flying rapidly over walls, floor tiles, and the wooden bed. In less than a teacup's time, he poked his head out excitedly. Godfather, I found a hidden door. But before he could say more, the large monk who had been meditating motionless suddenly sprang up. A cold, dark green poison dagger slipped from his sleeve, aimed straight at Wei Yuan's throat. Wei Yuan didn't move an inch, but Lu Tsunxiao was already in action. His heavy bronze double maces crashed down with a crack, shattering the monk's wrist bones. Blood splattered as shattered bone fragments spilled out. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu followed swiftly, drawing their embroidered spring knives, each stabbing into the monk's armpits to immobilize him. Trying to kill my livelihood? Kill my heir? Jiang Yuan thrust a fist at the monk's face, eyes flashing coldly. Bones cracked under the blow, and the head spun clockwise like a broken hinge 7 or 8 full times. Half the skull caved in as blood poured from every orifice. The monk died on the spot. Wei Yuan's gaze was calm and unshaken. He signaled to Wang Xuanzi, take the 18 riders. Kill every monk in the temple, leave no survivors. As you command. Wang Xuanzi spurred his horse. The 18 riders vaulted off, taking down their great bows. Arrows rained down like a storm, piercing every monk through the forehead without mercy. Any resistance was met with thunderous hoofbeats and sweeping crescent blades, severing heads one by one. Shaved heads rolled and blood sprayed. The 18 worked like a single killing machine, efficient, ruthless, as cold as stomping a cockroach. We'll leave the outside to them. Let's take the secret passage, Wei Yuan said, turning to enter the meditation room. The interior was simply furnished, a palm-sized golden Buddha statue on a wooden altar, a meditation cushion in front, and an old single wooden bed. Old Sher reached out and gently twisted the Buddha's base. With a clicking sound, the bed split down the middle, revealing a pitch-black tunnel wide enough for 2 to walk side by side. He'll lead. Protect the heir. Lu Tsunxiao gripped his bronze maces and was the first to enter the tunnel. Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, the 4 great detectives, and a dozen captains in Feiyu uniforms flanked the sides. Wei Yuan and Gong Sunjin followed closely. Suddenly, the darkness lit up. Ahead on both sides, flames flickered like human-shaped candle holders. Wei Yuan and Gong Sunjin exchanged a glance they had guessed correctly. According to records in the books, the oddly shaped lamp before them was the exclusive fixture of the sacred Buddha palace, the corpse wax red candle. Its exterior was made from human skin rendered into wax, and when lit, it emitted a faint, mysterious fragrance said to summon deities and Buddhas to the mortal realm. Lu Tsunxiao lifted the aged copper mace and gently probed the candlestick. The texture of the candle's body was indistinguishable from living flesh, even giving off a subtle, natural scent. He muttered under his breath, cursing, damn it, turning people into wax candles? What kind of monster could do something this cruel? The 16 divine constables drew their weapons and scattered, moving cautiously into the depths of the palace. After a few paces, shadows flickered ahead. 3 monks sat cross-legged on meditation cushions, hands joined in prayer, chanting sutras while their handheld drums rhythmically echoed dong-dong. Before each sat an incense burner made from a human skull, each holding 3 sticks of yellow incense. Gongsun Jin tugged Wei Yuan's sleeve and mouthed urgently. That's incense crafted from their mother's skull. Infant bones wrapped in infant skin made into Buddhist incense sticks. When burned, the strange fragrance is said to summon celestial beings like the Gandharvas and Kinnaras. Will be hallucinatory for sure. Wei Yuan shouted a warning. This scent is the same as the confusing smoke used by the big monk who tried to assassinate Xiao Dai last time. Even holding your breath, it seeps through the skin and disrupts all senses. Combined with the corpse wax candle, the hallucinations will only get worse. Before he finished, the surroundings spun wildly. All the others vanished, leaving Wei Yuan alone in what felt like a heavenly paradise. From the dense flowers emerged a group of pale, beautiful young women, their movements enticing, eyes full of seductive charm. The constables instinctively swallowed hard, their minds filled only with thoughts like, spring is here, life is waking, and it's time for the little animals to find mates. Wei Yuan bit his tongue hard, the sharp sting grounding his consciousness. He rapidly circulated his internal energy, his booming voice breaking the monks' chanting and the drumbeats. Everyone follow my command energy to the chest center, rising from the lower dantian up to the divine court. The constables complied, moving their energy as instructed. Wei Yuan then loudly recited a mental formula. Heart method supreme Tai star, unceasing adaptation. Wisdom clear and pure, spirit calm and serene. 3 souls everlasting, no loss or collapse of the spirit. A cool sensation surged from each person's forehead. The illusion of the seductive maidens shattered instantly, revealing a full human skin mask pasted on the wall. The 3 monks, realizing their prey had broken free, grabbed their poisoned daggers and charged in panic and disbelief. How could mere mortals escape the hallucination? Losing their advantage, they were swiftly cut down by the constables. Before the blades cooled, all eyes turned to Wei Yuan. Someone whispered, "Foster father, that's a top-level meditation technique. With this, you never fear demonic possession when cultivating. Where did you learn it?" "My grandfather passed it down," Wei Yuan said in a low voice. "Let's talk. The sacred Buddha palace knows we've broken and we need to exterminate this cult quickly before it backfires on us." Lu Tsunxiao nodded emphatically. "Boss is right. This sect is more insidious than anything we've faced before. Everyone, stay sharp." At that moment, Gongsun Jin and Wu Min, who had not yet practiced the technique, finally snapped out of the lingering hallucinations. Wu Min spotted a particular human skin on the wall and rushed over, sobbing, "Sister, this is my sister. Those monsters." Gongsun Jin bit his lip and silently mouthed to Wei Yuan, "Skin masks. Sisters drummed the royal family must be insane to have turned the sacred Buddha palace into their state religion." Wei Yuan explained coldly, "The sacred Buddha sect specializes in brainwashing, which conveniently lets the royal family control the people. To those high officials, commoners are worth less than pigs or dogs. Losing a few lives means nothing." Gongsun Jin, watching Wu Min's grief, deepened his understanding of the darkness in feudal society. At the same time, he felt a profound yearning for the just land Wei Yuan dreamed of, a place where the people could live in peace, have enough to eat and wear, and see their children receive an education. Smooth, mirror-like rocks lined both sides of the passage. As Wei Yuan and the others appeared, pale pink smoke billowed from the center of the lotus-shaped opening. Still haunted by past mistakes, LV Tsunxiao and the others nearly simultaneously pinched their noses and mouths, holding their breath in concentration. The thin mist swirled around them as they stepped into the tunnel. The reflective rock walls loomed softly in the fog, mirroring their tense faces. After barely a few meters, a sudden scream broke out from behind them. "What's going on?" Wei Yuan commanded sharply, turning back first. Through the mist, 3 constables lay sprawled on the ground, faces upturned, black blood trickling from their mouths, their life extinguished. Each had a slender black and silver needle, as fine as an ox hair, embedded in their necks, emanating a chilling poison. Wei Yuan's voice was low but firm. "The enemy is hiding unpredictably. Advance in groups of 3, back to back." The constables immediately formed ranks, their embroidered spring knives raised in front of their chests, moving cautiously step by step. After about 10 paces, the passage suddenly narrowed. New mirror-like rock walls flickered on all sides, creating a maze-like effect. Suddenly, a row of oil lamps flickered to life overhead with a sharp hiss. The flames shimmered through the pink smoke, casting dazzling spots of light that reflected wildly off the rock, instantly stinging their eyes. "Ah!" Agonized screams rang out repeatedly. Wei Yuan swung his arms, flicking several silver needles from his sleeves, extinguishing every lamp. Darkness fell abruptly all around. In his heart, he was already certain. A confusing mist trap layered with a golden light formation, reinforced by these dazzling tricks, St. Buddha Palace was showing real skill. With his royal sword drawn, its cold gleam flashing, he lunged fiercely at the rock wall beside him. Clang! The sword tip rebounded from a metal clash. Wei Yuan twisted and swung his sword at the opposite wall in one smooth motion. Thud! The hard rock shattered like paper, revealing the corpse of a monk in his 30s, still dripping with cold, pink mist. A demon monk hidden inside? LV Tsunxiao and Old Shur were shocked, then quickly regained their wits and shouted, "Everyone!" Chop open the stone mirrors on both sides. Blades flashed wildly, collisions and cries merging into chaos. Fragments of rock and poison needles flew everywhere. The team pushed forward, suddenly facing a fork in the path. Wei Yuan glanced quickly but immediately knew which way to go. Still maintaining his nonchalant image, he slipped off one shoe and casually tossed it aside. Soul facing up, he said lightly, "Take the left." Old Shur frowned in frustration. That's reckless. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan was already the first to step into the left passage. The others exchanged glances, then reluctantly followed. At the second fork, Wei Yuan tossed off another shoe. At the third, the fourth unhurriedly. He repeated this 5 times. To everyone's astonishment, they truly navigated the maze following the trail of discarded shoes. When the mist cleared, the constables exhaled deeply. Old Shur shook his head with a bitter smile. My sworn son really was born with a silver spoon. His only skill is sheer luck. Who would think just tossing shoes could break the formation? The others nodded in agreement, except LV Tsunxiao, who squinted thoughtfully, clearly remembered at the third fork. The shoe was soul side up, yet Wei Yuan chose the right path instead. Was Wei Yuan deliberately using this absurd, careless shoe-tossing act to hide his real ability to break the formation? The idea had barely formed before Lu Tsunxiao dismissed it. He gave a bitter smile, quietly mocking himself for overthinking. Given Wei Yuan's antics, where would any method to break the formation come from? Once the pink mist cleared, the group regrouped to assess casualties. In less than 200 or 300 meters of the maze-like passage, they had lost nearly 100 men, even while holding the key to breaking the formation. Without that knowledge, half of the several hundred strong would have been wiped out. A few dozen meters ahead, a pool of dark, inky, dead water blocked the path, about 20 meters wide, splitting the passage into 2. Several small boats floated near the center of the water's surface. "I'm a good swimmer. He'll go pull the boats over." One bounty hunter, skilled from years spent near the Heir River and eager to impress Wei Yuan and earn a bigger bonus, rushed forward. "Don't go in the water." Wei Yuan shouted in time, but it was too late. The bounty hunter dove sharply in. Only a few dark ripples broke the still surface. Help, help! Before he could finish, his skin, clothes, and even bones dissolved visibly. In the blink of an eye, only a murky foam puddle remained. Gong Sunjin pulled out an ancient 6 Eastern Gates text and silently conveyed to Wei Yuan. The holy water of the sacred Buddha palace. According to the book, it was said to have descended from the spiritual mountains Buddha. Any mortal who touches it corrodes instantly, leaving no trace of bone. Sniffing the sour, foul stench in the air, Wei Yuan cursed inwardly. Holy water, my foot. This is obviously some kind of strong acid, whether hydrofluoric or sulfuric, who knows? He couldn't help reflecting that many scientific inventions had been developed in ancient times, disguised under religious robes and hidden as secrets, only to be lost to history. Everyone looked at him expectantly. How do we get across? Look to me for solutions? I'm just a spoiled rich kid. What clever ideas could I have? Wei Yuan shrugged off the question. Old Shur grabbed a string of Bodhi beads from a comrade's wrist, dipping them in the black water, and the beads quickly corroded away. Foster father, this water's deadly. Ordinary wood won't hold. We'll have to rely on those boats. Seeing their helplessness, Wei Yuan muttered, "A bunch of fools," then kicked a broken stone into the black water. Ripples spread out in circles. He thought. Finally, with this deputy commander rank I've clawed for, the emperor already dislikes me. If I can capture these demon monks, the glory will cement my position. The ripples expanded, the boats wobbling slightly but not drifting. The group sighed, stuck. Wei Yuan poked Gong Sunjin. "My lord." Gong Sunjin looked up in confusion, but Wei Yuan gave his shoulder a firm pat. "Gong Sunjin, you're the clever one." The ripples spread out, and the boats float. "If we shoot the anchors loose and then toss stones into the water, we can use the ripples to push the boats to shore." Lu Tsunxiao suddenly woke up, then enthusiastically gave Gong Sunjin a thumbs up. "Truly worthy of a top scholar's talent," he said sincerely and admiringly. If bandits hadn't stolen his rightful honor, his future career would have been boundless. Everyone else nodded in agreement. Gong Sunjin had been well-read since childhood, known for his integrity and stubbornness, and seldom told lies. Now, praised by a group of rough constables, his face flushed deep red, and he lowered his head until his chin nearly buried in his chest. A true top scholar is still so humble. "Scholar Gong Sun, you must accept the praise gracefully." Amid good-natured teasing, Gong Sun Jin wished he could hide his head inside his waistband out of embarrassment. The brief laughter had barely faded when action erupted. Several feathered arrows whistled through the air, slicing through the thick ropes binding the boat's anchor. Immediately after, large stones were thrown repeatedly into the water, splashing densely. A few small boats drifted downstream. The men leapt aboard, lightly rowing short oars, silently crossing the cold, dark river. On the opposite bank was a shadowy stone corridor winding left and right for over 100 meters before opening into a wide space. Torchlight tore through the darkness, revealing more than 200 monks, bare-chested and exposed, in a filthy, disgraceful scene. The women there, like the laypeople seen earlier, had dull yet stubborn eyes, as if brainwashed into fanatic devotion. "Scoundrels! How dare you harm the women of Great Wei?" roared the lustful yet fiercely protective old Shur. He cracked his whip as he charged forward. The whip's sharp sting sliced through the monk's robes and flesh alike, blood spurting from the wounds. The intense pain shocked these debauched, bald monks awake from their lustful stupor. "Enemy attack!" Shouts broke out from all sides. The monks pulled the women away and drew iron demon-subduing staffs and meditation staves with fierce hostility. "Leave not a single one alive." Wei Yuan barked coldly. The constables sprang forward like tigers unleashed. Jiangnan was about to charge, but was stopped by Wei Yuan's outstretched hand. "You must stay behind and protect my powerless yet handsome and clever heir." Though the fake monks knew some fighting moves, they were miles below the elite constables selected from nationwide martial contests. It usually took 5 monks to bring down just one ordinary constable. As for Lu Kungxiu's 16 captains, these impostors couldn't even touch their hems. Suddenly, a monstrous roar like an angry elephant burst out. One of the 4 divine constables was blown backward dozens of feet, crashing heavily onto the ground. A bull's-eyed wound appeared in his chest, shattered organs and blood gushed out. His breathing ceased instantly, dead on the spot. In the firelight, a towering monk stepped forward from over 2 meters away. Bare-chested with bulging muscles, his skin bore fierce, glaring Vajra tattoos. He looked about 50 years old. Old Shur's pupils contracted sharply. Yang Lianzenga. The tattoos and features match perfectly the former Tibetan state preceptor. I've seen him in paintings. This man was a wanted criminal with a 10,000 tael silver reward from the court. Even more tempting, a civilian capturing him could be promoted to nobility directly. A noble capturing him could be raised to first rank. Anyone who caught him would be assured the deputy commander position. The other 15 captains didn't even glance at their fallen comrade. Their eyes locked onto Yang Lianzenga, ready to strike. This wasn't callousness, but the ruthless norm for constable swell paid with high rewards. Their lives had long been pinned on their belts. Years of bitter training had steeled their hearts like refined steel. "To the attack!" Lu Tsunxiao shouted, swinging his familiar twin bronze maces and charging first. The divine constables surged after him, eager not to lose the honor of the first blow. Yang Lianzenga pushed both palms forward and again issued a fierce elephant roar. With his bare hands alone, he took the full force of Lu Kungxiu's twin maces hidden. As everyone drew their weapons, Yang Lianzenga suddenly stomped his foot, releasing a burst of energy that sent 15 people flying. Old Shur was shaken, rolling several times before looking up at the great monk in the center of the battlefield, disbelief written all over his face. "Latest stage Grand Martial Master?" The intel clearly said early stage. If it were truly early stage, they still might have had a fighting chance, but latest stage? In the entire Great Wei, only the war god Wei Yuan could match him. The mischievous look on Jiang Yuan's face vanished in an instant. She stepped forward, standing between Wei Yuan and the monk. "Young master, be careful. He's very strong." Wei Yuan leaned close and whispered, "I know. He's a grandmaster at peak level. You go and fight him, but don't be reckless. If you can't win, take me and Gong Sun Jin to retreat. As for the rest, let them be unlucky." Jiang Yuan nodded, gripping the San Ting Baoyuan blade tightly. With swift strides, she charged forward. The blade gleamed cold and sharp. Yang Lianzenga had long sensed her threat and no longer dared to fight empty-handed. With a flick of his wrist, a small, exquisitely crafted golden hidden dagger appeared. Clang! The wide San Ting Baoyuan blade clashed heavily against the hidden dagger. Jiang Yuan staggered back 3 steps before regaining her footing, but Yang Lianzenga stood firm, unmoved. "Strong woman," he growled. His aura transformed into streams of golden Buddhist light rising around him, radiating brilliance like a Buddha incarnation. "Lady devotee, you have a fate with Buddha. Why not lay down your sword and become enlightened? I guarantee you silks and satins to wear, handsome young men to choose from, and limitless gold and silver." Jiang Yuan sneered. "These worthless things are not even as good as a fat chicken. Whatever I want, just say the word, and my young master will grant it." Before she finished speaking, her long blade slashed fiercely again. As the blades crossed, a snowy white shadow slipped silently into the fight. Cold Xiaoshuang had somehow infiltrated the melee. Wielding a slender sword, and twisting it swiftly toward Yang Lianxinjia's back with a deadly angle. Yang Lianxinjia hastily tried to catch the strike, but one hand holding the sword limited him as Jiang Yuer's pressure forced him back. His golden hidden dagger was knocked away, clattering to the ground. Cold Xiushuang failed to land her blow. Lightly pressing off her toes, she floated back like a celestial maiden ascending heavenward, blurring reality and illusion as she retreated into the shadows. Terrifying concealment technique. Yang Lianxinjia's heart turned cold. A Grand Master-level assassin. His gaze shifted to the young official seated at the main chair. You're no ordinary bureaucrat. To have hired 2 Grand Masters as your guards, who exactly are you? I'm your father. Wei Yuan snarled loudly. Yuer, chop him to pieces for me. Xiushuang hides and strikes from the shadows. Kill these damn bald monks. Then he turned to LV Tsunxiao and the others still seated on the ground. What are you idiots waiting for? If my 2 bodyguards die, who can hold the line? Attack together. Oh, the 15 divine captains finally snapped out of it. Many of them had seen cold Xiushuang before, but never dreamed she was a Grand Master specializing in stealth assassination. Across the entire Great Wei, there was only one assassin of her caliber, the mysterious Holy Maiden of the Wuxing sect, a legendary figure revered by countless young martial artists in the Jianghu. Even the Nanzhao Emperor would treat such a figure like a treasure, so why was she foolish enough to side with that stinking dog Wei Yuan? For the first time in her life, Jiang Yuer summoned all her strength and matched Yang Lianxinjia almost evenly in raw power. Unfortunately, her practical combat experience and techniques were far inferior to his, allowing her only to barely hold her ground. Had it been the peak assassin of the Great Wei, Lung Xiushuang, before her injury, Yang Lianxinjia would have been dead long ago. But since Wei Yuan's treatment, Lung Kaishuang's cultivation had dropped by half, forcing her to fight alongside 15 divine constables. Apart from the exceptionally strong Lu Tsunxiao, the weapons of the other 14 left at most faint white marks on Yang Lianxinjia's body. Individual strength alone always has limits. Earlier, Yang Lianxinjia had the upper hand briefly but quickly fell into a stalemate with the group. Now, after taking repeated heavy blows, he was driven back step by step, barely holding on. It wouldn't be long before his defeat was undeniable. Sweat rolled down his smooth bald forehead as Yang Lianxinjia suddenly raised his arm, unleashing a tidal wave of energy that pushed the attackers back half a yard. Then he lunged toward the hidden door at the back of the hall. His disciples raised their weapons defensively and fell back, retreating alongside their master into the secret passage. The pursuers followed and entered a spacious circular chamber larger than the previous hall. The floor was cluttered with hundreds of black lacquered coffins arranged haphazardly, their corners worn and with chips scattered all around. Lao Shi spat contemptuously, mocking. Sure enough, the demon monk's clairvoyance is uncanny, even prepared his own coffins well in advance for the day of death. These are all for you. Yang Lianxinjia pushed both palms forward, and with a thunderous roar of energy, the coffin lids flew open in unison. Bang! Bang! From each coffin sprang a hulking corpse, blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin, muscles knotted beneath battered chainmail armor. Their empty, lifeless eyes resembled puppets pulled by unseen strings. Gong Sun Jin quickly warned silently, "Young master, these things have never been recorded in any scripture." The intelligence manual compiled under duress from a fallen disciple of the sacred Buddha palace only contained information about low-level traders who had barely entered the palace. The high-level secrets remained unknown. The true backbone were fanatics who would never reveal a word, even to their death, much like the great monk Turba, who once killed Xiao Dai. Suddenly, hurried footsteps and the deafening clash of armor came from outside. Wang Xuanzi burst in with the 18 cavalry of the celestial demons and respectfully reported, "Young master, all demon monks on the surface have been slain." Wait, these are the Jie tribe? Having fought across the south and north, Wang Xuanzi was familiar with various armies and explained to Wei Yuan. The Jia were categorized among the 5 who by Duke Wei, distinct from the Xianbei, Turkic, and Xiongnu. They have bright white skin, high noses, blonde hair, blue eyes, dense body hair, and both men and women emit a strong fishy odor. They lack nomadic traditions and remain stuck in a primitive hunting era, still eating raw meat. Tribes like the Xiongnu and Xianbei often use them as cannon fodder. In my battles against them, I found them low in intellect but fearless, unable to cultivate qi but possessing strength like oxen. They don't need rations on campaigns because they practice cannibalism. Wang Xuanzi's words were steady, but a chill ran down everyone's spine. Wei Yuan understood that by later standards, this was describing the ancient European white race, but he kept silent. Fearing more reinforcements, Yang Lianxinjia shouted fiercely, "The control techniques I made you practice every morning, why aren't you using them?" The disciples, seeing these corpses for the first time and still in a daze, suddenly understood and sprang into action. In an instant, all the bodies of the Jia tribesmen suddenly stirred. The constables stumbled backward, their faces pale as death. Though they often dealt with corpses, they had only ever heard rumors of the undead rising. They had never witnessed it firsthand. Yet now, these corpses, which should have been cold and stiff, not only lunged forward with rigid steps, but even raised their blades high. Whoosh! A flash of cold steel. The 18 riders of the demonic cavalry, wearing ghost-faced masks, showed no fear whatsoever, swiftly beheading the foremost corpse with a single strike. The headless body collapsed with a thud, no blood spilled, but in the next moment, it shakily got back up again. The constables' scalps tingled with dread. Were it not for their captain holding them firmly in place, they would have scattered long ago. The demonic cavalry struck again, slicing each corpse into 8 parts. Yet the severed limbs twitched and bounced on the floor like fish out of water. Wei Yuan suddenly patted Gong Sun Jin's shoulder, praising, "My Jin is sharp's figured it out. Those corpses are connected by fine threads, puppeteered by those demon monks. Light the firebrands." Lu Tsunxiao commanded sharply. Almost simultaneously, hundreds of constables drew out firebrands, sparking them to life. Though the flames were small, together they illuminated half the circular hall brightly. With the sudden light, they clearly saw nearly transparent threads wrapped around each corpse's skin, the other ends clasped tightly between the demon monk's fingers, as precise as marionette strings. "So it's all a big trick to scare us, well, I'm not scared anymore." Old Sher leapt out from behind Lu Tsunxiao, cracking his long whip to entangle the strings behind a corpse. He gave a hard tug. Snap! 5 of the monk's fingers were sliced off cleanly by the threads, falling to the ground. The constables, who had nearly peed themselves moments ago, flushed with shame and quickly drew their swords and staffs. Instead of fighting the corpses, they now focused on cutting the strings. Flash! A captain wearing a Feiyu garment slashed the strings on one puppet and beheaded it in one motion. But the corpse did not stiffen. It swung its blade back violently. "It's really risen from the dead," Old Sher shouted, retreating behind Lu Tsunxiao. Wei Yuan shouted angrily, "Are you blind? Don't you see its chest still rises and falls? That's a living person, a living foe hiding among the corpses?" The mixture of truth and illusion finally dawned on everyone. "Bend at the waist, all of you," Wang Xuanzi shouted. The others hesitated, but he bent first. One of the demonic riders stepped on Wang's back to propel himself upward, drawing a bow behind him. His arrow flew straight into the forehead of a large monk. The monk collapsed with a crash, and the corpses in front of him toppled along with him. The constables, awed by the impeccable archery, bent their knees and waists like Wang. The demonic riders took turns standing on their backs, firing volley after volley of arrows midair, each piercing a monk's brow without fail. "Everyone, put a golden body in front of you as a shield," Yang Lianxinjia shouted fiercely. Over 100 corpses immediately withdrew, forming a shield wall to protect the demon monks. Seeing the corpses thin out, Lu Tsunxiao ordered a charge immediately. Jiang Yuan, brandishing the Santing Baoyuan blade like a raging bull, crashed into the corpse horde. Wherever she went, Jie tribesmen's corpses were sliced in half, spilling rotten black and bloody innards onto the ground, filling the air with a sickening stench. Shi and Lung Quzhuang then flanked Yang Lianxinjia, but without the aid of the 15 divine constables restraining him, he pushed them back blow by blow. "Go help," Wei Yuan urged. Wang Xuanzi and the demonic riders promptly turned to offer support. But just as the 19 of them left Wei Yuan's side, he suddenly sensed murderous intent behind him. A piercing sound whistled through the air. His foot slipped, and he barely moved in time before a blood-red spear slammed heavily into the exact spot he had been standing. The spear was deep crimson, its shaft coiling with 9 dragon images, the tail wrapped like a 9-dragon tassel, the guard carved with 9 dragon heads, and the tip twisted like a dragon's mouth biting down. Wei Yuan's gaze tightened, a flicker of shock crossing his mind. The Red Moon 9-dragon coil. The divine weapon once wielded by the Wei family ancestor, Wei Qing, during his battlefield campaigns, should have long rested with him in the grave. The Wei family ancestral hall also enshrined a replica, which Wei Yuan had known since childhood, so he recognized it instantly. A towering monk with obvious atavistic features, his body covered in thick black hair and clad in a cassock, charged forward. He grabbed the spear shaft and thrust it into Wei Yuan's shoulder. Capture the leader. Furzda was convinced that subduing Wei Yuan would immediately intimidate everyone else on the battlefield. "Don't harm the heir." Wang Xuanzi dashed back into formation, leading the 18 demon riders to surround the black-haired monk. Wei Yuan's eyes flickered as he glanced toward Gong Sun Jin. The latter urgently warned, "This man is Hanuman, the second disciple of Yang Lianxinjia. The records say he's Yang's most prized student, his cultivation surpassing Turbis, and his combat power nearly rivaling his master." Across the 3 battle circles, the Wei forces were steadily pushed back. A cold dread washed over Wei Yuan. The intelligence had failed. Yang Lianxinjia was hiding his strength deep. If this dragged on any longer, the entire army might be wiped out. Before the thought finished forming, Hanuman had already knocked Wang Xuanzi's weapon away with a spear strike and charged at Wei Yuan with fierce wind slicing the air. The crimson spear tip instantly pierced through Wei Yuan's shoulder. Blood. The searing pain made Wei Yuan's face go pale. He collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound desperately, his voice hoarse and torn. Grandfather, save me. Someone's trying to kill me. Grandfather, where are you? Scorn burned in Hanuman's eyes as he grabbed Wei Yuan by the neck and lifted him up. His harsh, quacking voice pierced the tense silence. Everyone stop, or he'll kill this useless heir. Heir, brother Wei Yuan, foster father, boss. Shouts erupted in waves, freezing the battlefield. Regardless of past grudges, all the captains suddenly felt panic. This was the future prince consort, the only grandson of Duke Wei, the reigning heir. If he died here, Wei Boyu's wrath would bury them all. Lu Tsunxiao shouted clear and loud. Release the heir, and he'll spare your lives. Release him? Hanuman sneered, cold eyes locking onto Lung Xiushuang. Look how nervous you are over this spoiled brat. Strip him now, or he'll snap his neck straight away. No, don't kill brother Wei Yuan. Lung Xiushuang grit her teeth and tremblingly went to loosen her waistband. The demon monks burst into rude, coarse laughter. This little woman just killed many of our brothers. I say, why don't we all take turns in front of the heir? Sound good? Good. Hanuman, great job. From afar, Yang Lianxinjia licked his lips, a disgusting, lecherous aura radiating from his body as he stared at the tear-streaked, half-bare shoulders of Lung Xiushuang. He'll go first, everyone else line up behind me. Amid the jeering and vile laughter, Hanuman's expression suddenly changed. Wei Yuan's fingers moved like lightning as a sliver of cold, gleaming silver needle silently pierced into his body, instantly sealing his 8 extraordinary meridians. With Hanuman's late grandmaster cultivation, the paralysis wouldn't last more than 2 breaths, but it was enough. Everyone expected the heir to seize the opportunity to escape. Instead, Wei Yuan suddenly spun around, both palms striking Hanuman's ears simultaneously. Close the ears. His eardrums shattered first, twin trails of blood shot out like arrows. Then, Wei Yuan's knee drove viciously upward at Hanuman's groincock and balls crushed. A piercing howl echoed through the circular hall as Hanuman's body curled up violently like a boiled shrimp. No one had expected Wei Yuan to know martial arts, and these 2 strikes targeted the most lethal weak points of the human body. Normally, with such a huge gap in cultivation, Wei Yuan would attack for 1 second and then escape within the remaining second. But he didn't retreat. Instead, after his strike, he smoothly reached to gouge the eyes, his 10 fingers grabbing Hanuman's wrists. With a swift twist of his body, he neatly executed the move known as single capture with a fluid turn, followed by pinching and grabbing. Lu Tsunxiao, watching nearby, blinked in disbelief, silently counting the moves in his mind. Binding the wrists, twisting the elbows, blocking the throat, each technique flowed effortlessly into the next. Such seamless and beautiful tendon-stripping grappling, even I can't make it this smooth. After 2 seconds of gene sealing Hanuman's meridians passed, his energy began flowing again. He raised his hand for a powerful blow, but blinded and deafened, it landed on empty air. Wei Yuan's upper body moved like a boneless snake, suddenly wrapping around Hanuman's back. A long silver needle plunged between the vertebrae. Under normal circumstances, Hanuman's protective energy would have blocked it completely, but now, racked with pain in his groin and unbalanced energy, his defenses were scattered, allowing the needle into a vital acupoint. Once the needle was in place, Wei Yuan's palms became afterimages as he struck various points all over Hanuman's body. To outsiders, it looked like wild strikes, but only top masters could tell each hit landed on a deadly acupoint. Although light, the sheer volume over 100 strikes per point made up the difference. After the relentless barrage of palm strikes, Hanuman sank to one knee, blood pouring non-stop, unable to believe it. A nearly peak master like himself had been defeated by the worthless, spoiled young lord everyone mocked. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed sharply. Wei Yuan's hands finally gave way under the high-frequency assault. Over 10 hand bones shattered. Cold Xiushuang, who had long suspected Wei Yuan was hiding his true power, reacted first. At the instant of bone crack, she flashed to their side, swordlight flashing as she severed Hanuman's leg tendons, then quickly carried Wei Yuan several meters back. By now, Wei Yuan's skeleton was broken in over 20 places, and almost all his upper body joints dislocated. He licked the blood at his mouth's corner and grinned at Cold Xiushuang. Damn it, you really think this lord is a pushover? Before finishing, his body wriggled like a caterpillar, dislocated joints cracking back in place, broken bones aligning rapidly again. He forced himself upright, voice still loud and clear. I want Hanuman and Yang Lianxinjia alive. The rest, kill them all, leave no one. Having said that, he kissed Cold Xiushuang lightly on the cheek. Everyone shook their heads, thinking, even badly wounded, he still cares about women, but no one heard that in that kiss. He quietly passed an order. The battle reignited as Wang Xuanzi led the 18 riders of the heavenly demons charging in, tipping the scales completely in their favor. Yang Lianxinjia, battered and with his internal energy in chaos, leapt into a pile of coffins, drawing out a small black flag and shouting, Nu Chavudra. Heed the command before he could finish. Cold Xiaoshuang had already set her deadly trap. With one slash, she severed his entire arm, then hurled the severed limb at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan caught it, drew out the black flag, and cried fiercely, Nu Chavudra. Hear my order, kill all the monks. Among the corpses, hidden living men's eyes turned dull as they silently rose to attack the group of grand monks. Holding the flag, Wei Yuan smiled at Yang Lianjinjia. These guys are failed products of top-level death soldiers, defective like Toba and Henyamanthi. Don't think. Only obey tokens, right? Now, they belong to the Wei family. Damn you, Wei Yuan. Yang Lianjinjia, blood spurting uncontrolled from his severed arm, gritted his teeth and shouted in fury. You've hidden your true strength so deeply, deceiving the whole country. With Yang Lianjinjia and Hanuman gone to top-tier experts, the remaining 100 demon monks were utterly defeated, with over 30 captured alive. The air still reeked of blood, broken weapons and fallen helmets scattered across the stone steps. Wei Yuan looked down at the chaotic scene and muttered coldly at the 18 riders of the demon army, kill them all. The constables froze, hesitating at his tone. Though they wanted to intervene, none dared speak first out of respect and fear for the riders' ruthless reputation. Old Sher swallowed nervously, jogging over to Wei Yuan's side and lowering his voice. Foster father, the 6 doors place a higher bounty on live captures than on corpses. If you do this, some brothers might harbor grievances. Wei Yuan patted his shoulder lightly. Eyes drifting to the fallen female lay devotees atop the steps. Why do you think they willingly let the demon monks control them? Because they were brainwashed, Old Sher blurted out. Then let me ask you this: when you first broke in and saw a small stash of gold and silver, which did you take? Gold. Old Sher answered without hesitation, then immediately corrected himself. No, I'd take everything, plunder the feathers along with the meat. His eyes suddenly sparkled as realization dawned. If you can brainwash people into giving their lives, surely you can brainwash them into handing over money too. Figured it out? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Let's get to it. Without another word, Old Sher pounced onto the stone floor of the round hall, groping around with both hands. Sure, have you lost your mind? Acting like a dog? A constable sneered, embarrassed on his behalf. Old Sher ignored him. You don't get it. Unless I'm mistaken, Yang Lianjinjia wants to found a sect, gather disciples, then strike back at Tubo. What do you need for that? Money. Exactly. So you're saying there's a treasure vault? Absolutely. Old Sher's voice rose. The constable's eyes lit up in unison as they joined the search for traps and hidden compartments. Before long, one constable tapped on a stone wall. There's space behind here, but no sign of a trigger. Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Jiang Yur. Jiang Yur blinked in surprise. Young master, is your eye bothering you? Ugh, I told you to break down the door. Why didn't you say so earlier? A wink doesn't mean anything. I don't read eyelid language. She grabbed a heavy coffin lid nearby and slammed it forcefully against the rock. Boom. The coffin shattered immediately, dust swirling as spiderweb cracks appeared on the wall. Again and again until the 5th coffin broke. The thick rock wall crumbled with a thunderous roar. Rubble cascaded down, and a dazzling array of gold, silver, jewels, and jade spilled from the crevice. The flickering oil lamp flames danced across heaps of treasure, the radiant glow rippling through the chamber. We hit the jackpot. Old Sher bounced over, trembling with excitement. Foster father, let's quietly take 2/10 and hand the rest to the court. Why only 2/10? Why not split it all? Wei Yuan's tone was calm. What? All of it? Raiding families was the 6 doors' favorite task. It was an unspoken rule to pocket a small cut from the spoils while handing most over to the superiors. No one expected Wei Yuan had the guts to take everything for himself. He glanced over the vast pile of treasure. Gold, silver, jewelry all totaled about 200,000 taels of silver. The brothers worked hard on this mission. I won't take a single cent. Well, allocate a portion to the families of the fallen, and the rest will be rewarded according to merit. Leave it to Tsun Xiao to handle. You're kidding, foster father. Did I hear right? You really want none of it? Of course not. With that, Wei Yuan stepped back, clearing a path. The constable's eyes glowed red as they surged forward. Captain Liu, I killed 10. I got 12. Meanwhile, Wu Min, nursing a wounded leg, hesitantly knelt before Wei Yuan. Young master, I misunderstood you before. Do whatever you want with McKill, ma'am. Wei Yuan waved him off. My reputation stinks. It's normal to be misunderstood. You're forgiven. Wu Min seemed to reach a decision, then kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Young lord, I am willing to follow you. Though I lack talent, I can block arrows for you, and even give my life. Please take me in. Kneeling on the ground, Wu Min's voice was hoarse but resolute. Wei Yuan looked at his dust-covered face and waved his hand lightly. It's too dangerous to stay by my side. Someone ordinary like you isn't suited for this. Go take your share of the money later and return home to live a peaceful life. Beside him, Lung Xiaoshuang hurried forward to help, but Wei Yuan shook his head and refused. It's nothing, just a fracture. Jiang Yue has massaged me so many times, I'm used to it. As Wei Yuan and Lung Xiushuang turned to leave, Wu Min remained kneeling, gripping his fists until the knuckles turned white. Old Sure approached carrying a bag of silver and set down a heavy 20 taels in front of Wu Min. Kid, your sworn father's right. Don't be fooled by his high status. But his world is soaked in blood and danger. You're just an ordinary farmer. Following him means a quick death. Take this money, go home. Your wife, your kids, a warm hearth, that's the right path. No. Wu Min lifted his head. I stubborn. I will repay the young lord. For the life he gave me. I, Wu Min, swear to repay this debt. That kid really won't listen. Old Sure shrugged helplessly. Then his eyes glinted as he rushed into the treasure vault, filled with riches. No one noticed that at this moment, a single act of loyalty would one day bring Wei Yuan a sworn warrior who would be immortalized among the ancestral martial gods. Elsewhere, Gongsun Jin leaned close to Wei Yuan's ear, mouthing a reminder. Young lord, you should take your share of the silver. Money will be useful to you. Who doesn't need money? Wei Yuan smiled softly, his voice low. But this time, we have leverage over them. ITLL make future dealings easier. Besides, we already have the most valuable prize. There's no need to fight over silver. He pulled a small black flag from his sleeve. The so-called New Cha Jin gang are thoughtless, fanatical warriors created through faith and psychological conditioning. Wei Yuan explained quietly. They don't practice cultivation but rely on brute strength. This causes headaches even for the Wei family army. After soaking in special elixirs, their strength doubles, their pain nerves are cut off, and combined with the body refinement techniques from the sacred Buddha palace, they aren't truly invincible, but not far from it. He shook the flag slightly and smiled faintly. With bodies like these, they're born to carry the great banner. The great banner. Gongsun Jin fully understood its significance. It symbolized the army's faith and purpose. When the banner fell, the army scattered. Those who guarded it were always the elite of the elite. She glanced at the 100-plus New Cha Jin gang not far off. Expressionless, muscles bulging, seemingly incapable of feeling fear or pain, truly the perfect banner guard. Suddenly, quick footsteps approached from afar. Sworn father, I found something. Old Sure ran over, carrying a dark skull. All eyes focused on the strange artifact in his hands. Half the skull had been hollowed out, its edges rimmed with silver and studded with precious gems, resembling a grotesque skull cup. A skull cup? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Old Sure nodded quickly. Yes. Most ethnic minorities regard it as a military honor symbol, with records at home and abroad. Making drinking cups from the heads of defeated generals is how victors boast of their achievements. It's called a Gabala bowl. I found a stone tablet near the treasure room that explains its origin. He swallowed nervously. It says this cup was made from Wei Qing's skull. What? Wei Qing? Wei Yuan's expression darkened instantly. They turned my ancestor's head into a drinking cup? Saying this, he spun sharply, eyes falling on Wang Zuan's red moon 9 dragon plate. According to the genealogy records, in the early days of the previous dynasty's founding, when Tubo invaded, the Wei family's ancestor, Wei Qing, wielded this very spear and crushed the Tubo forces into total defeat. He then pursued them all the way to Tubo's capital, forcing them to submit and become a vassal state for an entire dynasty. Beneath the swirling dark clouds, the stench of blood still lingered. The demon monk Yang Lianzinjia, missing an arm, was kicked to the ground, mud splashing. Wei Yuan looked down with murder in his eyes. Damn it. You actually robbed my ancestors' graves? Turning my ancestor's skull into a wine cup. The hell you did. Blood dripped from Yang Lianzinjia's severed arm as he rasped to defense. I, as the national tutor, would never stoop to grave robbing. Those things were gifts given to me. Don't ask him, certain it was the Wang family behind this. Before he finished, Wei Yuan kicked him again, sending him sprawling far away. Outside the tent, the night wind moaned while torches flickered. Zhang Long and Zhao, who came swiftly holding a bundle of bamboo slips, then handed over a just-completed report. Boss, how's this draft? Give us the nod, and we'll send it out. We'll have the brothers double-check to avoid any slip-ups if we get interrogated. Wei Yuan took it, quickly scanning the details: battle progress, casualties, captures all included. He had special lines added. Wei Yuan's keen intuition and brilliant command, and the demon monks fought to the death with no survivors. A satisfied smile tugged at his lips. Good. Remember to tell the brothers, if anyone asks, say some imposters were impersonating me. So I led the team to catch them, but accidentally ran into Yang Lianzinjia. I just watched the whole time. The whole operation was commanded by Lu Tsunxiao. Afterwards, I pressured you all into crediting me. Zhang Long and Zhao, who exchanged glances and eagerly agreed, noting the talking points in their minds. They couldn't help but ask, Boss, from these days we've seen, you're actually pretty decent, not like what outsiders say. Why not take this chance to clear your name? Wei Yuan patted their shoulders, his voice low but amused. Being a spoiled rich kid doesn't mean I have no friends. Out of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, trust, loyalty, filial piety, integrity, shame, and courage, I only claim the righteousness part. From now on, get along well with the crown prince. If it doesn't work, maybe look at your own faults. The two took their leave. Inside the tent, only flickering shadows remained, trembling with the wind. Lung Xiaoshuang stepped forward and gently supported the faintly bloodstained Wei Yuan, her voice soft. Brother Wei Yuan, I wonder why don't you take credit for the victory yourself? Wei Yuan raised his hand and lightly traced the bridge of her prominent nose with his fingertip, smiling and whispering. The Southern Zhao appointed me deputy commander not because they appreciate my talent, but to use me as a figurehead to muddy the waters of the Six-Door secret police and secretly purge them so the Southern Zhao clan can take control again. To achieve political correctness, it suits their purpose if the men under me grumble. The firelight reflected in Lung Kaishuang's clear eyes as she caught half of it. Then what kind of men are the emperors of this land? Three types: wise rulers, tyrants, and fools, Wei Yuan said slowly. As for the Southern Zhao emperor, he smiled faintly, voice low but firm. He's a combination of all three, ruthless, but wants to be wise. Unfortunately, he's both foolish and jealous, and extremely arrogant. Most of the time, the aristocratic clans see through his petty schemes but play along with the act. Lung Xiaoshuang suddenly understood and repeated softly, almost to herself. In other words, Emperor Southern Zhao wants everything but lacks the means. The imperial palace, the emperor's study. The candlelight flickered, casting a vast shadow of the golden lacquered dragon-patterned screen. The elderly eunuch held a bamboo slip, cleared his throat, and began reading the secret reports one by one to the Southern Zhao emperor, who was hunched over his memorials. At the sound of the pen falling silent, the emperor looked up, his gaze as cold as ice. Yang Lianxinjia has been hiding right under my nose. What use is the intelligence agency if they can't even catch this? The old eunuch knelt even lower, lowering his voice to a whisper. Your Majesty, this humble servant believes that Yang Lianxinjia is a foreigner yet has managed to establish a quiet foothold on the outskirts of the capital. Surely someone within the court is secretly aiding him. The emperor drummed his knuckles on the desk, replying in a low voice. And his helpers must be substantial, a good chance it's one of those aristocratic clans. Turning to the next page, the eunuch continued, Your Majesty, the ancestral spear and skull of Wei Qing were found in Qingfeng Temple. The emperor's eyes darkened. Grave robbing. Could it be linked to the Wang family? Sweat broke out on the eunuch's brow. Your humble servant dare not make baseless accusations. Ink still wet on the dragon-carved desk, the emperor fixed a cold glare and said, The Wang family has grown far too arrogant and powerful in recent years. It's time to give them a lesson. As the report neared its end, the eunuch was about to put down the scroll when the emperor's lips curled into a faint smile. Wei Yuan has a keen nosy found Yang Lianxinjia's hideout and led the siege, right? The eunuch hurried to explain. I inquired with the 6 doors. Wei Yuan acted to win the prince's favor and suddenly cared about his reputation. Earlier, he had arrested a corrupt official misusing his name at Wujia Slope. As for Yang Lianxinjia, it was a coincidence. During the siege, Wei Yuan stood by idly. The real commander was Lu Tsunxiao. The emperor chuckled. Wei Yuan, that spoiled brat, useless in both pen and sword. If he could command, pigs could climb trees. But luck favored him his first assignment, and he catches Yang Lianxinjia. A lucky fellow. With a wave of his hand, he ordered, draft the decree. For the siege and capture of Yang Lianxinjia, Wei Yuan is to be awarded 3,000 taels of gold, 30,000 taels of silver, and made of Viscount no mistakes. The others who participated shall each receive 100 taels of silver. The eunuch dipped his brush and hurriedly wrote, then paused to whisper, Your Majesty, might this gift distribution be unbalanced? Wei Yuan's share is too large, while others receive too little. The emperor paced with hands behind his back, replying, How did the Wei family of the Qi Shoulder Prince and Duke Wei fall? The eunuch bowed his head, schemed against by the treacherous official Qiao Kuei. So, is Wang Shouhe a traitor or loyal? The rumors say he is a traitor. The emperor sneered, Exactly a traitor, yet I still let him deal with the Wei family. Do you know why? The eunuch lowered his head further. Your humble servant is ignorant. The emperor slammed his palm upon the dragon desk. The dossiers jumped and settled again. Wei Buyue is too powerful, commanding 300,000 Wei troops, a thorn in my side. But now, with the great Wei beset by internal and external troubles, the situation forces me to support the Wei family to pacify the chaos. Since that's the case, I will raise up another treacherous official, Wei Yuan. Let him root out my enemies. Let the noble clans and Wei family tear at each other's throats, while I sit back and watch the tiger fight. The eunuch prostrated himself 3 times. Your Majesty's wisdom and martial prowess are unmatched as sovereign for the ages. Outside the window, the full moon hung high. The emperor stood with one hand behind his back and the other reaching toward the cold moonlight, as if to grasp the entire night within his palm. I, Southern Zhao, hold the fate of the palace in my hands, firmly seated on the 9 dragons throne, controlling all under heaven. At the Wei Duke's mansion, the recently renovated ancestral hall glowed warmly. Amidst curling sandalwood incense, Wei Buiue solemnly lifted the skull, still stained with earth, and placed it alongside the long spear on the highest ancestral altar, next to Wei Qing's memorial. As Wei Yuan toyed with the Red Moon Nine-Dragon spear, he said, "This spear is deadly too dangerous for a kid like you to handle. And those angry Vajras? You're too young to control them. Leave them all to Grandpa my spoils." Not giving them up. Wei Buiue blew his beard and glared, stroking his graying whiskers as he shouted, "The Red Moon Nine-Dragon spear can either be buried with our ancestors beneath the earth or held in the hands of Wei descendants to kill enemies and drink their blood. But it must never be seized as a trophy, at least not while I'm alive." Wei Yuan ducked behind Jiang Yue and Lung Xiushuang, showing only half his face. "I can protect myself, so I'm not giving it to you. You little bastard, refusing a toast but taking the punishment instead. Are you trying to force me to beat you?" Wei Buiue rolled up his sleeves, about to strike, but Mu Qianxiu grabbed him. "Old brother, don't get worked up. Yuan is an official of the court, now hitting a government officer is inappropriate," Mu Qianxiu advised. "You know nothing. I want the Red Moon Nine-Dragon spear too." Wei Buiue shook off Mu Qianxiu and pointed at Wei Yuan. "Fine, then I'll show you if you deserve it. Grandpa doesn't need cultivation, just my spear skills. If you can block 3 moves of mine, he'll give up the spear." "Okay." Wei Yuan nodded and told Xishuan, "Go to the training hall and bring 2 spears." After a tease time, Xishuan brought 2 long spears without spearheads, one wrapped heavily in cotton cloth near the tip. Wei Yuan took them and tossed the unwrapped one toward Wei Buiue calmly. "My spear has a 3-foot sharp edge. Grandpa, don't get hurt by my spear's sharpness with those old arms and legs." Wei Buiue was momentarily stunned, then whispered to Mu Qianxiu, "Did I hear wrong? That brat dares to pretend in front of me?" Then he boomed, "Bold. Today you'll see why I'm called Great Weiss Number 1 Spear. It's no empty name." Wei Yuan instructed Wang Xuanzi, Xishuan, and the others, "Everyone out, close the door. No eavesdropping." Knowing the young master was probably about to get beaten, they reluctantly left to preserve the deputy commander's dignity. With the room cleared, Wei Yuan struck first. Whitesnake Flick's tongue stabbed to Liang King. The spear tip sliced the air, aiming straight for Wei Buiyu's shoulder and neck. "Using the Wei family spear against me?" Wei Buiue laughed and cursed, responding with the same move. Their spears clashed, producing a ringing echo. Wei Yuan twisted his waist sharply, spinning back with a returning strike. Moon Embrace returning slash. Wei Buiue deflected effortlessly, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. That move takes 15 years of hard practice to master. That bastard's been secretly training the Wei spear. Their spear shadows flickered like lightning. Break step, lean body, return tip, skilled girl threads needle, pike at chest. The Wei spear has 981 techniques, refined from various schools, each a lethal strike, without any flourish. In Wei Yuan's hands, the moves were both powerful and fluid, like a dance of boiling blood. After 50 rounds, Wei Buiyu's face darkened from disdain to respect, never gaining an advantage. "Damn it, that brat's no joke." He gritted his teeth and lashed out with a deadly thrust. Their spears clashed again, narrowly missing each other. Wei Yuan shouted, "Back Mountain Coil's dragon, lie down on path." Wei Buiue instinctively held his spear to the left, but Wei Yuan's spear but suddenly flicked right. Smack! The spear but cracked softly against Wei Buiyu's corner of the mouth. "That's Qing Long's tail sweep, hard to defend." "You got the name wrong." Wei Buiue laughed wryly. Wei Yuan shrugged, "Grandpa, warfare is deception. All's fair in battle." "Bullshit. Who thought my own grandson would play tricks?" Wei Buiue hissed. Wei Yuan flicked his spear tip, eyes cold. "A lion fights a rabbit with all its strength. So Grandpa, you broke a major military taboo. Maybe my father and brothers did too, trusting those they thought loyal, which is why they died." Wei Buiue rubbed his stinging cheek where he had just been slapped, then looked at Mu Qianxiu. "Did that bastard just slap me in the face?" Mu Qianxiu nodded in disbelief, lowering his voice so only the 2 of them could hear. "Yes, and it was a direct hit." Wei Buiue asked again, his tone tight with anger. "Did that little punk also show off? Act all flashy?" Mu Qianxiu braced himself and answered, "Yes. And he kept a straight face the whole time." Wei Buiue trembled with fury. "Did he even lecture you after?" Mu Qianxiu could only nod again, helpless. "Yes. And you had no way to argue back." The old general's chest heaved with rage, as if the fire of his fury might singe his white beard. "Damn it," Wei Buiue growled. "Ever since traitors ruined the Wei family back in the previous dynasty, and I went into hiding on the mountain, no one in this world has ever bested me in spear fighting. But today, that punk slapped me around. Now it's time to show him what real skill is." With a flick of his wrist, his spear sliced through the air, tracing 3 brilliant arcs that flashed cold light in the dim ancestral hall. "Kid, this is the spear technique I invented after losing my son and grandson, when I faced the Hun's greatest warrior, Batuer. Today, he'll beat you first, and then teach it to you." Batuer in Manchu means warrior, a term related to the Hun language in the Altaic family. Wei Yuan understood that the old man's words were more than bragging. It was a declaration of war. Grandson, Grandpa's about to make his move. Wei Boyu's voice dropped low, his foot pressing down. The lone wolf stands tall in the desert smoke. Iron cavalry smashing Hun corpses. His spear tip thrust out silent, shadowless, leaving no trace but a chill trembling in the air, like a wind that could be felt but not seen, sharp enough to cut skin. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. Mastering the spear to such a level? I've clearly underestimated the old man. The old general's thoughts surged with longing for his lost family, his spirit rising fiercely, one final step away from the pinnacle of martial arts. Old man, your grandson will help you take that step. Wei Yuan silently resolved, abandoning his plan to take beating. He chose to reveal his trump card. He lowered his head and silver needles swiftly pierced key points on his body, awakening hidden blood energy. Raising his eyes again, a mighty murderous aura exploded forth sharp and domineering like a celestial dragon looking down on mortals, terrifying enough to stop hearts. Wujiang steps on the moon, resting under the great marsh, swiping iron armor shaking dust, eyeing the overlord of Western Shu. The overlord's spear. With a roar, Wei Yuan shot out his spear. The bamboo inwood shaft transformed, shedding its shell to become a gilded dragon, claws flashing, charging straight at Wei Boyu. Crack! The two spears clashed, and Wei Boyu's spear shattered inch by inch. He could have dodged, but didn't. Old bones brace themselves. Boom! The impact exploded inside the ancestral hall like a muffled thunder, shaking the ancestral tablets askew. Wei Yuan, already wounded, dropped to one knee, coughing blood that dripped steadily to the floor. Wei Boyu stood straight, his gray-white hair untouched by the commotion, only his hand trembling slightly. At that moment, the ancestral hall doors crashed open. Wang Xuanzi burst in with the demon cavalry and a squad of guards. Lord Wei, what's going on? Wei Boyu's voice was ice cold. Nothing. Everyone out. Wang Xuanzi glanced at Wei Yuan kneeling, bleeding, and his heart tightened. Lord Wei had gone all out, beating the air so badly. He wanted to intervene but dared not. So he saluted like a soldier and led everyone out. Silence returned to the ancestral hall. Wei Boyu looked down at the shattered spear fragments, trembling all over, but it was excitement. You've surpassed me in spear skill, damn grandson. As soon as I understand your strike, he'll take the final step. He breathed deeply, eyes burning as they fixed on Wei Yuan. Now tell Grandpa the truth. Who taught you this spear technique? A beggar hired a prostitute but refused to pay, instead using a manual on spear techniques to settle the debt. It seemed to involve a figure from long ago named Bawang Xiangyu. Under the dim yellow light of an oil lamp, Wei Boyu gasped sharply, then slapped Wei Yuan on the shoulder, muttering curses. You get two top masters from the brothel and a rare spear manual? How the hell do you always find your opportunities there? His words left Mu Qianxiu wide-eyed in shock. The two stared at each other, and Mu Qianxiu hesitantly smiled. Brother, maybe we should both visit the brothel too. Get lost. Wei Boyu cut him off with a sharp gesture, then suddenly remembered something. He yanked Wei Yuan, who was half kneeling, to his feet with a fierce look. Who else knows you can use a spear? This must be kept secret. His voice was low but brimming with uncontrollable excitement. Qi is easy to cultivate, but raising your level is difficult. You have no cultivation, yet you've broken through to the divine. Barring unforeseen events, you'll reach the peak of martial arts in 30 years. Do you understand what a martial saint means to this dynasty? Nuclear bomb, Wei Yuan blurted out. Huh? What bomb? It's brothel slang, meaning very important. Cut the nonsense slang when talking to me. Wei Boyu scolded, then turned serious. This is about your life. Tell me honestly, who else knows your spear skill? Wei Yuan pointed one by one. You, her, and she. I was only using it for the first time. Jiangnan, busy gnawing on a whole roasted suckling pig with greasy hands, was ignored. Wei Boyu's gaze landed on Lung Xiushuang. Lung Xiushuang hurriedly spoke up. I'm Wei Yuan's brother's wife via family matter. Wei Boyu nodded, then looked at Mu Qianxiu. Mu Qianxiu spread his hands. What do you want to do? Brother. I'm your sworn brother and family too. Ahem ahem. Wei Boyu coughed awkwardly. Only family can know. You bastard, remember this. Unless absolutely necessary, never use that spear technique. If you become the target of everyone's arrows, not even I can save you. With that, he hoisted the Red Moon 9 Dragon plate onto his shoulder. Wei Yuan muttered quietly. Old bastard who can't keep his word. Then he glanced at Lung Xiushuang. What are you standing there for? Carry me back to the room. You don't see I can't move. Oh, Lung Xiushuang hurried forward, picked him up, and quickly left the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was left with nothing but scattered memorial tablets and the flickering oil lamp. Wei Boyu knelt before the crooked tablets, tears of joy streaming down his face. Ancestors in heaven, our Wei family has produced a prodigy. Grandson Wei Yuan has the talent of a martial saint. Mu Qianxiu frowned and stepped forward. Brother, did you sense the aura just now when Yuan released his qi? Wei Boyu wiped his tears. His voice was hoarse but smiling. Of course. That bastard's aura told me he refuses to live under others' shelter. But you swore before the late Emperor the Wei family would never rebel. You've kept that oath, and we're close to the Emperor. Wei Buiu's smiled meaningfully. Do you know who that bastard's wife is? Leng Qiu is Nanji. Exactly. Their child will take the Nin surname when he comes into his own. Why can't he sit on the Wei throne? If I don't become emperor, damn it, let Wei Yuan be the retired emperor. That way, the oath isn't broken, and if I want to support him, so be it. Mu Qianqiu shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget it. Nan Zhao is half ignorant, half cruel, incompetent, and arrogant. Look at the state of the world, it's time to step down. The night was deep and thick with steam inside the room. The medicinal broth bubbled in the wooden bucket as Leng Qiushuang gently massaged Wei Yuan's shoulders and arms. I never thought you'd surpass Wei Zhao, the best spear user in the Great Wei. Her tone was full of admiration, but she saw Wei Yuan's brow furrow in worry. Brother Wei Yuan, why the frown? Are you upset? Wei Yuan sighed. Grandfather has transcended the mortal realm and extended his life. With his stubborn loyalty to Great Wei, he will probably oppose me in the future. But family bonds mean I can't just ignore him. What will you do? No solution. I can only take it step by step, Wei Yuan replied bitterly. Before he finished, rapid knocking came at the door. Young lord, shopkeeper Shun requests an audience. Shin coming at this hour, could something have happened to you, Cha? After Leng Qiushuang stepped behind the screen, the door opened, and Shun Wansen entered. The room was filled with the scent of sandalwood incense, steam rising gently from the wooden tub, and flickering candlelight casting shimmering reflections across the water's surface. Shin Wansen clasped his fists in salute and smiled. Young master, what refined taste to take a bath so late at night. He'll get straight to the point. He looked up to see Wei Yuan leaning back in the tub, his hair damp and small droplets of water clinging to his arms. Wei Yuan gave a slight nod, signaling him to continue. Wang Tung has gone missing, and Wang Mao is currently the frontrunner to inherit the family leadership. Shun Wansen lowered his voice. However, he ruined the Qingqi elegant garden, where the Wang family invested heavily. He needs to find another way to cover the losses and regain the family head's favor. The soft splash of water followed by Wei Yuan's raised eyebrow. So, he set his sights on you, Cha? Your insight is as sharp as ever, young master. Shun Wansen nodded repeatedly. Wang Mao kidnapped Zhang Wanfu's wife and children, using both threats and bribes to force him into giving bigger dividends. He also plans to raise more funds by guaranteeing recruits under the Wang family name conservatively. Another 5 million taels can be raised. Wei Yuan tapped the edge of the tub thoughtfully. Are you sure Zhang Wanfu won't turn against you for the sake of his wife and children? Absolutely not. Shen Wansan's smile turned cold. That woman is a courtesan he rented from a brothel in his hometown, and those children were picked up in a refugee camp. He has no real attachment to them and won't care if the Wang family sinks. Rest assured, young master, act boldly. Also, I brought the recent ledgers. With that, he pulled a ledger from his left sleeve and handed it over with both hands. Wei Yuan glanced at it, snorted coldly, and flicked his wrist, slapping the book hard against Shun Wansan's face, splashing water. Do you really think him some clueless playboy? I have men stationed at the shop's entrance to keep records. Shin Wansen clutched his forehead, quickly grinning apologetically. Young master, I grabbed the wrong ledger. This is the correct one. He pulled another ledger from his right sleeve and offered it. Wei Yuan flipped through it, skimming the summary page showing over 38 million taels raised. Closing the book, he tossed it back casually. To have raised this much, far beyond my expectations, this is serious. The court must be watching now. We had 10 days planned, but now cut it to tomorrow. Understood. Shin Wansen bowed. All is ordered. I've dispersed the silver in batches to major pawnshops across Jingjiangji, exchanging it for treasures, antiques, and famous calligraphy, then moved the goods out. I also had several casinos launder the money. Now it's all cleanly funneled into Yongfeng Bank. Wei Yuan nodded. Well done. You may leave. As Shun Wansen departed, a faint fragrance returned behind the screen, and Leng Qiushuang stepped out. She looked at the bathing tub, eyes wide with surprise. Brother Wei Yuan, what exactly have you done to raise tens of millions of taels? Our entire Wuxing sect's assassination squads have been working for decades and haven't earned a fraction of that. Wei Yuan rose and draped a robe over himself, smiling. What I'm handling isn't illegal yet, but it will be written into the Great Wei Penal Code tomorrow. By the way, have your sister use Niaoer to track where Xin Wansan is hiding the money and people. He's clever, and as counter-surveillance measures our Wei family scouts have been watching for days with no luck. After speaking, he leaned in and kissed Leng Qiushuang on the lips. I've overexerted myself today. You should go back to your room and have some of the older ladies help me with a medicinal bath. You're so beautiful. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. A flush rose on Leng Qiushuang's cheeks as she made a soft tut, twisting her slender waist and gliding away, leaving a faint trail of fragrance. The next morning, after his second medicinal bath, Wei Yuan had mostly recovered his strength. He changed into tight-fitting clothes, took up a thick, arm-length python needle, and entered the Wei family's water prison. In the cold stone chamber, the sound of flowing water mingled with clanging iron chains. Guards Yang Lianzinjia, Hanuman's Wang Xuanzi, and the 18 riders of the heavenly demons stood at alert. Wei Yuan raised his hand, signaling, "I'm here to interrogate. Everyone else leave." Yang Lianzinjia clasped his fists and spoke quietly. "Young master, apologies, but Lord Wei ordered that these two are too dangerous. No one may approach but him." Wei Yuan's gaze darkened. "What if I say my order doesn't work?" Wei Yuan raised his sword-like brows. "Jade Bei, time to fight? No. No, young master. Let's get out of here now." Wang Xuanzi's face turned pale. He hurriedly called for his men to retreat, then dashed toward the Wei family's training hall. Pushing the door open, he saw Wei Yuan clad in tight training gear, sweat soaking his collar, fiercely sparring with Mu Qianxiu. Spear sparks flew like a downpour, the clash of iron resonating loudly. "Damn it! What kind of overlord spear technique is this? I've devoted years to spear cultivation, yet I still can't grasp it." Wei Yuan swore in frustration. Wang Xuanzi didn't dare delay. "Lord Wei, the young master just broke into the water prison and forced us all to evacuate. Let him do whatever he wants later. No need to report to me," Wei Yuan said without turning, spear movements like a dragon's flight. Wang Xuanzi braced himself to add, "Lord Wei, the young master has been progressing rapidly lately. At Qingfeng Temple, he even started using close-quarters grappling moves. I believe you shouldn't give up on him completely. The young master can still be saved." "Save my ass." Wei Yuan suddenly halted, eyes blazing with fury. "I mean, let him rage all he wants. No need to report back, just back that bastard directly." Wang Xuanzi blinked, speechless. "Yeah, no more talk. Get lost. Can't you see I'm busy?" Wei Yuan waved him off and resumed attacking Mu Qianxiu. Elsewhere, in the shadowy water prison, cold mist swirling thickly, Wei Yuan sat cross-legged before Hanuman. His skin was scorched and cracked black from the intense heat, but his expression remained calm as he continuously drew in qi, purified it, then expelled the turbid energy. Yang Lianzinjia, bound to an iron pillar, snarled angrily, his broad face twitching with rage at his former disciple, now a resource for Wei Yuan's power. "Wei Yuan," he shouted hoarsely, "as Buddha's envoy, I curse you with mad possession and severed meridians, may you die an ugly death." Wei Yuan looked up with a cold sneer. "Damn it, you brainwash everyone every day. Have you brainwashed yourself too? I don't know if gods or Buddhas exist, but if they do, ordinary folk like us don't even get near the temple gates." With that, he stood and ripped out the iron nails embedded in his skin. His burnt flesh cracked with the movement, blood trickling down, but he paid no mind. He plunged a long python-shaped needle back into Hanuman's dantian, pulling qi to refine it anew. Day shifted to night and back again over a full cycle. Hanuman's cultivation was completely drained, reduced to nothing but beastly hair and brute strength. Wei Yuan drew his imperial sword, the cold gleam flashing as he severed the enraged eyes and head in one decisive stroke. Turning to Yang Lianzinjia, he threw off one cool remark. "My meridians are saturated today. Don't worry, tomorrow will drain you." As night deepened, Wei Yuan returned to his room. Lung Qiushuang approached, her eyes filling with tears at his scorched, blistered skin. "Brother Wei Yuan, I can protect you. Why do you have to push yourself so hard?" "I wasted 20 years. To catch up to others, I have to pay 100-fold price," Wei Yuan said, sinking into a wooden tub scented with herbs. The warm amber liquid rose to his shoulders, steam curling gently. After closing his eyes for a moment, he opened them again. "When I fought Yang Lianzinjia at Qingfeng Temple, I noticed your swordsmanship is quite impressive. Who taught you?" Wuxing Laomu, with the style called still water sword, Lung Qiushuang answered softly. "Perfect timing for a medicated bath. Demonstrate it for me." Before she finished speaking, Lung Qiushuang lightly tapped her waist. The soft sword shot out like a lively serpent. She moved with graceful agility, the blade flowing like silk, curving like a hook, straight like forged steel. Each strike precisely targeted weak spots, armor barely withstanding the attacks. It was clearly an elite assassination technique. Wei Yuan watched closely for a moment, then suddenly bellowed, "Stop!" Lung Qiushuang retracted her sword, puzzled. "I've never heard this sword style before, but the transitions are awkward. The feints should lead into a quick change to a bow step thrust," Wei Yuan said, pointing to adjust her footwork, wrist strength, and attack angles. Following his guidance, Lung Qiushuang altered her movements and immediately felt them become smoother like flowing clouds and water. The swordplay glided with newfound silkiness. A flicker of confusion crossed Lung Qiushuang's stunning face. Wei Yuan smiled and said, "Do you know the raccoon under the tree taught the tiger one last trick: how to climb trees? When Wuxing Laomu taught you this sword technique, she deliberately left a flaw to guard against the day you might betray your master and antagonize her. She designed that one move so she could kill you with a single strike. By the way, what weapon does that old woman use?" "Also a sword," Lung Qiushuang replied hurriedly. In the steaming medicinal bath, Wei Yuan's eyes half closed as two figures appeared vividly in his mind, fiercely dueling with swords. Based on my analysis, when you reveal that flaw, she will first flip from the back to pluck the star, then follow with Hawk's somersault, and finally strike your back with the divine dragon's head turn. His voice was low but clear. Remember, when that moment comes, still pretend to make a false move. When she executes Hawk's somersault, immediately slash across her throat with chasing wind and moon. She'll instinctively raise her sword to block that when you kick her groin in one swift motion. Master this counter technique first, then we can discuss other moves. That's it for today. You won't remember more if I say too much. Stars of admiration sparkled in Lung Kaishuang's eyes as she nodded firmly, clutching her sword to rush off toward the training hall like a gust of wind. Wei Yuan's herbal bath wasn't finished when Wei Buiyu yanked him out by the arm, water splashing everywhere. Bare-skinned, he was dragged to the training hall to demonstrate the tyrant spear for his grandfather again. At first glance, the tyrant spear's stance seemed lofty and remote, like a soaring eagle too high to reach. Only after truly grasping it did he realize its spirit was like the sun and moon suspended in the sky. An eagle could be shot down, but who could seize the sun or moon? After one full set, Wei Buiyu collapsed onto the floor, gasping. Mu Qianxiu brought silver needles for acupuncture and massage, easing the muscle tears caused by spear practice. Turtle grandson, who is this Xiang Yu? I've never heard of him on the martial world. The books say he was a leader of a rebel army. Wei Yuan wiped his sweat and replied. That must have been before the previous dynasty. That dynasty wrested the kingdom from foreign tribes. Before that there was the 5 barbarians chaos when 90 of Han people were slaughtered, scriptures burned, history broken. It's normal to have some unfamiliar figures. Wei Buiyu pondered a moment, then asked, so did this Xiang Yu end up lasting or not? He overthrew tyranny but was defeated by another rebel force, trapped at Wujiang River, and his concubine went mad and committed suicide. A true tyrant. Wei Buiyu laughed heartily and suddenly had a flash of insight. Rebel army king means the general leading soldiers in battle, right? Wei Yuan nodded meaningfully, yes. Known as the king is no match for Xiang. Generations of generals bowed before him. Nonsense. Wei Buiyu suddenly flipped over, grabbing Mu Qianqiu's sleeve. Although he was a Chu king, my Wei Duke is no less. Keep training. I don't believe anyone can surpass Wei Buiyu. Stop it. I've trained all day with you. At my age, I really need some rest. Say one more word, and I'll hit you. Wei Yuan smiled and stepped back toward the door. In his previous life, he had studied hundreds of spear techniques. Yue family spear, Zhao family spear, any of them could have benefited Wei Buiyu, but he deliberately chose the tyrant spear because his grandfather's very nature, fierce, domineering, and utterly competitive, resembled the spirit of the Chu overlord. Late at night, Wei Yuan returned to his room for another herbal bath and slept soundly until dawn. The next day, Shishun woke him, noting his skin was pale and wrinkled from soaking too long. Her, Mist Song requests an audience. Let her in. Shortly after, Song Niyun entered alone, her eyes red from crying. Tayer, she blurted out. Wei Yuan dressed under the maid's care, without even looking up. Commoners should address nobles as your excellency. Say it again, and under the Great Wei law, it's 20 strokes with a heavy rod. Only Han Chan is allowed to call me by my given name. You are not worthy. Before he finished, tears poured down Song Niyun's face as she trembled, fumbling with her clothes buttons. Moments later, naked, she knelt on the floor sobbing uncontrollably. Wei Yuan, haven't you always lusted after my body? Today, I give it to you. Just please save my Song family. Brother Wei Yuan, Shishun said you were looking for me? The door creaked open, and Song Niyun hurried into the room. Before she could speak, Lung Qiushuang also pushed the door and entered. Who is this woman? Lung Qiushuang raised an eyebrow. Wei Yuan lazily looked up, his expression cold and indifferent. A disgusting woman who came crawling to throw herself at me. Too bad. This lord finds her filthy and won't touch her. His words stabbed into Song Niyun's heart like icy daggers. She recalled the past. Wei Yuan had once been obedient to her, letting her strut arrogantly among the elite families of the capital under his noble title. But after Wei Yuan broke off their engagement, she had hoped her unborn child would secure her status, gaining support from Wang Teng and the Song family. Instead, Wang Teng was ruthlessly framed by Wei Yuan and fled in fear, disappearing without a trace. Her former close friends immediately cut ties with her, and the wealthy young ladies and gentlemen treated her like dirt, some only giving her a curt nod, most outright refusing to see her. Their father, Song Qingkong, urged on by Wang Mao, had bet everything on Yucha as a way to rebuild, borrowing money everywhere and even dipping into their burial savings. But the shop owner found dead this morning meant all their funds vanished. Desperate and heartbroken, Song Qingkong vomited blood and collapsed in bed. Now the family was so poor, they couldn't even afford medicine. In a last desperate gamble, Song Niyun had come herself, believing that if she shed her dignity, Wei Yuan would hunger to embrace her. Whether or not he renewed their engagement, would give money to save her father and let her return to high society. But she never expected Wei Yuan to be standing there with Lung Qushuang so breathtakingly beautiful. Compared to her, her own face lacked refinement, her figure lacked shape, her skin wasn't fair enough. In every way she fell short, wishing she could disappear into the ground. The ancients spoke truly. As Confucius said, sometimes the gap between people is even wider than that between man and beast. Wei Yuan wore a bright red Kirin robe, holding Lung Kaishuang's slender waist, his imposing presence towering over Song Naiyun. There was not a trace of former tenderness in his eyes, only mockery and disgust. Short on money, are you? Song Naiyun bit her lip and nodded slightly. Could you lend me some? My younger brother still has to study, and my father is gravely ill. Please, for old time's sake, lend me a little money. Sick father, studying brother, broken home. Wei Yuan sneered. That's the kind of tragic story a courtesan loves to play. He raised two fingers. I'll give you two choices. 1. Go to my paradise on earth as the Lord's former fiancé. You might barely make a top courtesan. Or 2. Go to the Wang household with your pregnant belly. Maybe with their many children, they'll pity you. You, how do you know? Song Naiyun's eyes widened in shock, stammering, no. I'm still a virgin, I'm not pregnant, I'm pure. Wei Yuan laughed coldly. I knew about your little secret long ago. This is the respectable duke's residence. There's no place here for filthy fallen women like you. Leave on your own, or shall I have my men throw you out? He turned and ordered the servants. Every spot she touched, scrub 10 times over, then disinfect with alcohol. This lord finds her revolting. Song Naiyun's legs grew weak as waves of regret surged through her. Had she seen her true position earlier, not relied on favor and pride, not been fooled by Wang Tung's sweet words to sleep with him, she wouldn't be in this state. Even if she was just a replacement, it was Wei Yuan's genuine affection. So why had she let things come to this? Wei Yuan ignored her and strode out of the room without another word. Seeing his expression, Lung Qiushuang wisely kept silent. She gently rested her head on Wei Yuan's shoulder and tightly held his arm, silently accompanying him as he hurried toward the water prison. She dismissed the guard Wang Xuanzi, then took out a snake needle and began to guide the qi within Yang Lianxinjia's body. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan was not idle. His silver needles repeatedly pierced Yang's acupoints fiercely, instantly doubling the stimulation of his pain nerves. Don't you have anything to say? Wei Yuan asked coldly. Though Yang Lianxinjia endured unbearable pain, he remained motionless, not even furrowing his brow. Instead, he let out a bold laugh. Wei Yuan, you little pup. Kill me if you want, skin me if you like, but I won't say a word. Have you ever suffered the torment of neither living nor dying? Even if I speak, so what? Do you think that will let me die in peace? He stared at Wei Yuan mockingly. Your ancestors' heads were used as wine cups by me. Even if you spare me, will Wei Boywei, the one who always boasted about Wei Qing, let me go? Whether I talk or not, the outcome is the same. It doesn't matter. Before I die, making the demon Wei family desperately want information they can't have is a kind of pleasure. A chill gripped Wei Yuan's heart. The heroic Wei family he had always heard about was called the demon Wei family by Yang Lianxinjia. Reflecting on it, the Wei family's so-called heroic honor was nothing more than Wei Boyu's brutal conquest, turning neighboring states into vassals. Naturally, those subdued harbored deep resentment. Wei Yuan reached out and touched Yang Lianxinjia's smooth, oily scalp, voice cold. Actually, you're just like Xiao Dai. Saying or not saying makes no difference. As long as you're in my hands, some people will toss and turn all night. He ruthlessly drained the last bit of qi from Yang's dantian. The energy within exploded, and Wei Yuan's cultivation smoothly ascended to the grandmaster level. Lung Qiushuang looked at Wei Yuan with eyes full of admiration and respect, as if gazing at her little star. Congratulations, brother Wei Yuan, on mastering the martial path. Now, even standing among the world's powers, you are a formidable expert. Filled with joy, Wei Yuan embraced Lung Qiushuang and kissed her fiercely. The feeling of regaining strength and the means to protect himself filled his heart, banishing all fear. After all fear stems from one's own lack of ability. Let's go. We can expect a group of troublemakers to show up soon. Just as he stepped to the entrance, thunderous hoofbeats rang outside, followed by angry shouts. Wei Yuan, come out. Wei Yuan, damn you. Come out and pay up, son of a noble. Wei Yuan, come out and settle. The gates of the Wei Manor were instantly surrounded by a throng of sons of princes and nobles. Their faces were fierce, wielding iron rods wildly, pounding the gates, demanding Wei Yuan's appearance. These men controlled about 80% of the capital's powerful clans, with two families among the four top nobles of the court. According to the capital's unspoken rules, disputes among juniors rarely involved elders unless matters exploded. Outnumbered, they rushed straight to the Wei estate. The door opened, and Wei Yuan appeared, dressed in a robe embroidered with a qilin pattern and clutching an imperial sword. He recognized the men as those so-called brothers from the banquet. Wei Yuan understood clearly. The trouble had started from that jade tea banquet. These men had suffered major losses and had come to demand repayment. Feigning confusion, he said, brothers, coming looking for me so early. What's the matter? I've been injured on official business the last few days and haven't stepped outside. Before he finished, one of the nobles flew into a rage, grabbing Wei Yuan's collar with bloodshot eyes, shouting, "Who the hell are your brothers? Enough talk, pay up." The sword slid out of its sheath halfway, revealing 3 inches of sharp blade. The chilling aura of killing intent made the young noble instinctively loosen his grip and take a step back. Shishuan quickly reached out to smooth the ruffled collar of the frightened noble. The sword's gleam reflected on Wei Yuan's smiling face. His tone was casual, but every word struck like a knife. "You may be nobles, but the old master is still alive, so your titles haven't been inherited yet. As for me, my father is still living too, but I've already been granted the title of Viscount by the Emperor and serve as deputy commander of the Six-Sided Gate. Anyone who dares to make a move would be breaking the laws of the Great Wei. I can arrest them at any time." Liang Qiu waddled over, eyeing up Wei Yuan with squinted eyes full of suspicion. "Brother Wei, last time you vouched for that Zhang Wanfus JT. Now Zhang hung himself at the shop. Everyone's money is gone. You want me to compensate?" Wei Yuan shook his sleeve. "Fine. Who in the world doesn't know I'm a man of loyalty and honor? Since I promised, he'll take responsibility." Liang Qiu immediately took out a ledger. "I bought 100 boxes, plus dividends. The total is 18,000 taels. Shishuan, go to the Wei family's accounting office and get the silver." With these words, Wei Yuan settled the matter. Another young noble stepped forward. "Wei Yuan, I lost over 60,000 taels." Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. "No, last time you only bought 10 boxes. I owe you 1,800 taels. But I later bought more, all money from selling family antiques and paintings. That's none of my concern. I only guaranteed those 10 boxes," Wei Yuan said firmly. Liang Qiu nodded in agreement. "Brother Yuan only guaranteed my share. The rest was Wang Mao persuading you to keep buying, right?" The other nobles exchanged glances, then fell silent at the thought of how powerful the Wang family has become. Still, they looked at Wei Yuan unwillingly. Suddenly, Lung Qiushuang stepped forward. In a flash, her soft sword shot out from her waist, cold light swirling. "Whoever insults Brother Wei Yuan again, you'll feel the mercy of Kaishuang's sword." The killing intent was overwhelming. The nobles all retreated to the wall. Hoofs sounded sharply. 18 cavalrymen wearing silver masks charged in on horseback. The horses didn't stop, the riders said nothing, but their fierce aura filled the courtyard. Then 108 bald, blue-eyed men filed in one after another. Bare-chested, their thick iron chains wrapped around their arms, their steps heavy and forceful like beasts chained by iron locks. The nobles turned pale and nearly dropped to their knees on the spot. Wei Yuan stood with his hands behind his back in front of the sheath. Calmly he said, "You won't dare offend the Wang family, but do you think the Wei family is made of clay?" Everyone waved their hands nervously, voices trembling. "No, we would never dare." Suddenly, another burst of urgent hoofbeats entered the courtyard. Lu Tsunxiao and Lao Shi arrived leading officers from the Six-Sided Gate, equally tense. "Foster father, there's big trouble," Lu Tsunxiao reported with a clenched fist salute. The Jade Tea owner hanged himself. Tens of millions of taels vanished. Victims include nobles, local money shops, and pawn shops. His Majesty is furious and ordered you to lead the entire Six-Sided Gate in investigating this matter. Wei Yuan pointed at a group of rich young gentlemen. "The ones you bought later were all on Wang Mao's advice, right?" The young men nodded in unison. "Good. Follow me to the Jade Tea store. He'll make sure you get justice." He quickly climbed into his sedan chair, flanked by 6 door guard constables. Behind them trailed a row of unlucky young masters wailing in protest. The large procession cut through the bustling streets, drawing crowds of onlookers since Jade Tea was outrageously expensive and out of reach for the common folk. They were happy to watch the drama unfold while munching on sunflower seeds. When they arrived at the Jade Tea headquarters, the front gate was already sealed tight by the constables. Wei Yuan stepped into the main hall and immediately spotted Zhang Wanfu hanging from a beam, his tongue stretched unnaturally long and his pale bluish face swaying in the lantern light. Old Shi hurried forward, checking eyebrows and pulse. "Suicide? No, it must be. Cough, cough." Wei Yuan interrupted with 2 clears. Old Shi instantly changed his tune. "Suicide. Reporting to Lord Wei, it's definitely suicide. Note it down." Wei Yuan ordered to Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, who stood ready with pens. Then he looked toward the 3 chief detectives just back from investigation. "Found the stolen money?" "No, Lord." The suspects were cunning. They exchanged debts for treasures, pawned the treasures, and turned the silver into chips at major gambling dens. After that, the money vanished. The trail shows the funds moved through several banks before disappearing completely. Meanwhile, LV Tsunxiao stepped forward respectfully. "Lord, we found real evidence in Zhang Wanfu's room proving bribery of officials." Pausing, he lowered his voice. "Boss, I think Zhang Wanfu was just a puppet." For Jade Tea to explode in popularity overnight in the capital, the early promoters, whether or not they're the masterminds, must be connected to this case. I questioned those young gentlemen about who placed the first order. "No need to ask, I know." "Who?" "Me." LV Kungxio's face flushed bright red. This. Wei Yuan stretched out his hand. Arrest me for harsh interrogation then? Of course not. I think we should try another breakthrough. Start with me then. Wei Yuan waved dismissively. No one would throw huge sums without a guarantor in this new scam. So find all the guarantors and the officials who took bribes during the process. I'm one guarantor, but I just lost all my guarantee money. The rest the guarantors and officials you chase after. It's best to minimize the fallout. Let the guarantors bear their own losses and get some compensation. That will also soothe public anger. The constables split up, some consoling victims and recording damages, others issuing arrest warrants. Meanwhile, Wei Yuan led Old Shur and trusted aides to raid the homes of bribed officials, armed with evidence in hand. On the way, Old Shur voiced his concern. Foster father, these officials come from powerful clans. Should we notify them first? Wei Yuan lifted his imperial authority sword high. We're paid by the emperor, loyal to the emperor, worried for the emperor's affairs. What is there to fear? Huh, really? The constables exchanged incredulous looks, hardly believing such bold words from Wei Yuan. We serve his majesty. No so-called noble family scares us. If trouble comes, I, Wei Yuan, will bear it alone. He declared solemnly, then bent close to the captains, lowering his voice. Tell the men not to be too thorough in the raids. Take anything valuable and stash it in your pockets later while divvy it up properly at headquarters. The captains all agreed enthusiastically, secretly elated. A fine leader like our foster father is a rare blessing in this life. Assign people to guard the mansions of all officials on the list. Allow no one named Su to leave. We can't let any leak slip out, and allow them to secretly move the stolen funds. Boss, don't worry. Not a single fly will get out. The constables left on orders, torchlight flickering in the darkness, their faces grim and fierce under the night sky. In front of the residence of the 5th rank Shaoqing, Wei Yuan kicked the heavy vermilion door open with a thunderous bang that echoed down half the street. Search. He flicked his sleeve sharply. Anyone who obstructs will be beaten to death on the spot. Those who resist or assault officers violating official duty will be executed immediately. Laosher led the squad into the inner courtyard. All this stolen wealth is the hard-earned people's money. Not a single coin can be spared. Wei Yuan sneered sideways. Foster father, rest assured, if I let even one treasure slip away, they'll bring back my head to you. Inside the main hall, the over 50 Shaoqing was dragged out, trembling and pointing a shaky finger at Wei Yuan. Young master, though I am but a humble Shaoqing, I have the backing of the Yang family. The Yang family? Wei Yuan stepped up and cracked him with a heavy slap that rang out. My backing is the emperor himself, ahem, the Nanzhao emperor. Your damn Yang family is nothing but chicken feathers. After about 20 minutes, Laosher rushed in carrying the ledgers. Foster father, we've confiscated 30,000 taels of gold, 100,000 taels of silver, 200,000 in silver notes, along with pearls, jade, and agate. Wei Yuan raised a hand, pointing at Shaoqing. Explain where this money came from. The Shaoqing's lips trembled, but no words came out. He was smacked hard again by Wei Yuan. Find the whole family and move on to the next house. Before leaving, Wei Yuan bent to whisper in Laosher's ear. Arrange for those several treasures to be quietly sent to the 6 Doors division. Understood. With the promise of spoils, the constables grinned wide, their enthusiasm surging. In the night, chains clattered and carts full of gold and silver sparkled under torchlight, blinding passers-by. The Shaoqing's family was escorted, trailing behind the procession. Crowds gathered, spilling onto the street. Officials have always protected each other, but I've never seen anyone dare cut off the line like this. Right? Wei Yuan is ruthless, raiding the Shaoqing's house outright. We used to complain about the Nanzhao emperor being foolish, but look now, allowing a thug like Wei Yuan into office. Maybe the real joke is on us. Wei Yuan's done a great Tina true justice Wei. Are you not afraid the Yang family will retaliate? The Duke of Wei is still alive. Do you think the Yang family dares? Voices rose and fell in the bustling crowd. Wei Yuan's squad next reached the residence of the censor on the list, ready to continue the sweep. Inside the imperial study, candlelight flickered as the Nanzhao emperor slammed his hand on the armrest. Serving my ruler's salary, being loyal, bearing my worries, what is there to fear? Wei Yuan's words strike to my heart. Tomorrow's court meeting, they'll have all officials read them aloud. The old eunuch sighed, shaking his head. Your Majesty, I'm afraid we won't see tomorrow. Those officials are rushing to file complaints at this very moment. Complain about whom? A mere 5th rank Shaoqing can't even sit the court session. There's no need for Yang Su to get involved. But Your Majesty, Wei Yuan also raided 4th rank censor Diao Rui's house. At the door, a junior eunuch hurried in with reports. Your servant reports. Wei Yuan has raided the home of 4th rank commissioner Zhao Zichuan. Then another voice. Report. Wei Yuan has raided 3rd rank Tongzhengshi Qianwang's house. Then again, report. Wei Yuan has raided 3rd rank Tianjin division commander's house. The old eunuch rubbed his temples. Your Majesty, Wei Yuan has gone too far. The officials are bound to come with accusations. Should I detain him first? The Nanzhao emperor rose, hands behind his back, smiling. Let them come with their complaints. The louder the better. Wei Yuan acts alone, not on my orders. If they want to sue, let them find Wei Buiyue. Thinking of that fiery old man, the eunuch's mouth twitched. This was the tiger general the late emperor called so, and folk called the fierce one. He dared to throw punches regardless of rank. As long as he didn't die, the emperor would never intervene. No one dared openly revenge him. Secretly, they couldn't match him, they just took the beating silently. The Nanzhao emperor stretched lazily. Summon the imperial physicians. Tell them I have a headache. During treatment, no one is to be admitted. Truly a monarch for the ages. Appointing Wei Yuan was a masterstroke indeed, huh? Wei Yuan went on to raid the homes of over a dozen officials in quick succession, all the way up to a top-ranked minister, the Grand Tutor one. The setting sun cast its last glow over the sprawling mansion. Lanterns were just lit when the large vermilion gate was roughly pushed open. Wei Yuan swaggered into the courtyard, followed by a team of constables escorting a dozen or so officials, all bound tightly and looking beaten and defeated. The noisy yet stifling scene terrified the household staff. They all turned pale and dropped to their knees, silent with fear. Hearing the commotion, Grand Tutor Wen steadied himself by holding the steward's arm and hurried to the porch. At the sight of Wei Yuan striding into the yard, the veins on Wen's forehead twitched. He remembered the humiliation of that extortion attempt and rubbed his temples in frustration. When he saw his former colleagues, tied with hemp ropes and paraded like criminals, a chill ran down his spine. If this spoiled brat lost his mind and tied him up too, it would be a disgrace beyond words. But Wen also knew the emperor wouldn't intervene, and appealing to his elders would only make things worse. Wei Yuan's grandfather was even more ruthless and brazen. Wei Yuan bowed slightly, clasping his fists. Uncle Wen, don't be afraid. I'm here because I found evidence of Zhang Wanfu bribing you. But I believe Uncle Wen has been a fair and virtuous official, absolutely clean and honest, unlikely to do such a thing, right? Hearing this, Wen's suspended heart finally dropped halfway. This young scion clearly had no intention of truly arresting him. But then Wei Yuan grinned and began rubbing his fingertips together. Uncle Wen, I brought so many men here, under the scorching sun, to clear your name. Surely you owe us a little reward? How about a meal? A meal? Wen gritted his teeth and drew a 10,000-tael silver note from his broad sleeve. Dear nephew, you must be tired from the journey. I should have hosted a banquet at the mansion, but some urgent matter forced me to invite you to a nearby restaurant instead. Wei Yuan took the note, weighed it in his hand, and continued twirling his fingers. Uncle Wen, this money's enough for just me. What about all my brothers? Do they just watch me swallow my saliva? Wen, knowing 10,000 taels wouldn't cut it, reluctantly produced another 20,000 taels and offered it. This time I was negligent. Please take your brothers out for a proper meal. Wei Yuan pocketed the money but still smiled. Just a meal? Isn't that dull without drinks? Wen's molars almost shattered as he took out another 20,000 taels. This time it's enough for drinks as well. Wei Yuan was still unyielding. Just drinks? No entertainment? Shall we have Miss Wen entertain us? I heard she plays the pipa quite well. Wei Yuan, stop being excessive. Wen's fist clenched secretly inside his sleeve. Excessive, my foot. What are you going to do about it? Wei Yuan flipped his face sharply and suddenly tossed the silver notes into the air. Everyone see this? This old bastard is openly bribing me. But I am incorruptible. Take him away. Search the house. And his daughter, she's still got some looks left. Drag her to my carriage. Time for a carriage party. That bastard. Wen felt a tight pain in his chest and finally understood the helplessness of reasoning with brute force. 200,000 taels, or I burn your bribery evidence and arrest you. Wei Yuan loudly bargained. Wen's face turned pale, his chest heaving violently. With a fierce stomp, he ordered his steward to fetch the silver notes from the treasury. A match sparked and flared as Wei Yuan burned the documents, proving the bribe in front of everyone. The 200,000 taels of shining silver slipped into his sleeve, while the 50,000 already collected was casually flung to Old Sure, divided among the brothers. Next house. Wei Yuan waved his hand, and the constables responded in unison. Including Grand Tutor Wen, Wei Yuan didn't raid the homes of 4 top-ranking officials, but extorted a sum from each before leaving. By now the sun was setting. A few constables in bullfighting robes rode up and reported the list of victims cheated by Yucha. Old Sure pulled out his trusty abacus and began calculating the report quietly to Wei Yuan. Foster father. A rough estimate shows the scam defrauded over 100 million taels. After subtracting victim dividends, official bribes, and laundering losses, the mastermind likely profited more than 40 million taels of silver. Wei Yuan cast a meaningful glance at Lao Shi. The figure of 40 million taels of silver was nearly identical to the total recorded in Shun Wansan's ledger. Although Lao Shi was mediocre in martial arts, he excelled remarkably in lightness skills, forensic examination, appraising treasures, and bookkeeping. More importantly, this man was greedy, lustful, yet loyal. His many desires made him easier to control. Wei Yuan often muttered, one cannot befriend someone without quirks. One cannot befriend someone without flaws. As long as he indulged Lao Shi's preferences, the man would give his all. In contrast, Wei Yuan regarded LV Tsunxiao with wariness, methodical and flawless, incredible in skill, but difficult to bring under one's command. In the hall, 14 squad captains who had exhausted themselves raiding families all fixed their eyes on Wei Yuan. Sir, how should we proceed with this case? We've seized over 10 million taels of silver, yet it still can't cover Yucha's deficit. Cover what? Wei Yuan closed his folding fan, his tone indifferent. That's embezzled money from officials, a separate case from Yucha's. It all must be handed over to the state treasury. He shifted his tone, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. As for Yucha, whoever vouched for it should be held accountable. The biggest guarantor is Wang Mao. Zhang Wanfa's wife and children live in the Wang mansion, and the Yucha shop is registered under the Wang family's name, bring all the victims to the Wang household. At the Jin Eho residence, the Wang family. In the cold children's training chamber, Wang Mao, stripped bare, hung upside down from a beam. The leather whip struck crisply, dipped in cold water. Good for nothing. Wang Shouhe raged. I warned you there was foul play in Yucha, but you secretly threw in 3 million taels without telling me. 3 lashes fell, leaving deep blood streaks. Father, forgive me. I know I was wrong, but the dividends were too tempting. Tempting? The whip came down again. They want your principal. How could you fall for such a childish trick? Wang Mao sobbed. I planned a backup. I brought his wife and kids to the mansion, but who knew the woman was a hired courtesan, and the child a refugee found on the streets. Wang Shouhe lashed out again in fury. Our Wang family built its fortune on grave robbery and trafficking antiques. Those street schemes of renting houses, renting wives, selling fake heirlooms? Our ancestors exhausted those tricks generations ago. I pride myself on cunning. How did I end up with you and Wang Tong? 2 useless sons? Crack, crack. The whip kept falling, blood spattering everywhere. Suddenly, the door was thrown open and a servant stumbled in. Master, something bad. Wei Yuan has arrived with constables, and the young masters deceived by Yukathire blocking the main gate. Wei Yuan again. That bad luck star. Wang Shouhe felt his scalp tingle. Officially, he dared not move against Wei Yuan. But secretly, he sent top assassins who ended up as Wei Yuan's bed warmers. Just thinking about it made him furious. Thereafter, that mother and son, he narrowed his eyes and barked, deal with them immediately. Get rid of them. After giving his orders, still displeased, he whipped Wang Mao several more times. Amid Wang Mao's heartbreaking cries, Wang Shouhe swept his sleeves and strode out with his men toward the mansion's main gate. Wei Yuan took out an official document. Uncle Wang, it's been a long time. I've been ordered to investigate the Yucha fraud case, so I hope you can cooperate. The hall was brightly lit, with several anxious servants standing on either side. Wang Shouhe stood with his hands behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed. From both a moral and logical standpoint, as your uncle, I support your investigation, Wang Shouhe said calmly but guardedly. But what does this Yucha case have to do with the Wang family? Wei Yuan flipped through the files without haste, his gaze sharp. Zhang Wanfa's wife and daughter, the Wang family secretly sheltered them, didn't you? Wang Shouhe waved his sleeve and snorted coldly. Absolutely not. If you don't believe me, search all you want. Before he finished, hurried footsteps sounded at the door. Lao Shi burst in, followed by Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. Behind them came a ragged, middle-aged woman clutching a frightened child curled up against her, and on the opposite side, the Wang household steward lay unconscious from pressure point strike. Foster father, Zhang Long saluted solemnly. You ordered us to sneak into the Wang estate, and we found out they tried to kill to cover it up. The room went instantly tense. A slight smile curved Wei Yuan's lips. Uncle Wang, the shop was rented to Zhang Wanfu by your family. My gentleman friends, your son Wang Mao, vouched for them and urged them to buy this Yucha. Now Zhang Wanfu's wife and daughter have been found under your roof. Can I infer Zhang Wanfu was one of your people? He died, but brought your family billions in silver. His last words were to make sure his wife and children were cared for. With that, Wei Yuan gave a light clap. Lu Tsunxiao immediately stepped forward, presenting a thick stack of statements to the crowd. Here are the depositions from the manager of Qinghe Yuan, listing evidence of your family laundering money through the Qinghe Yuan casino all these years. The crisp rustling of papers echoed sharply. Wei Yuan turned toward the furious young gentleman, speaking loudly. Brothers, you see for yourselves. The Wang family scammed your money and then laundered it clean with an assembly line method. If I'm right, the Wang estate hides treasures deep inside, bought with your money. These spoiled heirs, used to having everything handed to them, suddenly grew clear-headed. Some whispered, the Wang family has been grave robbing for generations. They must be hoarding lots of burial goods. Those funerary items can't see the light of day. As Wei Yuan finished, they quickly caught on. If they collectively labeled these illicit funerary goods as proceeds from the Yucha scam, they could claw back their losses. Liang Qiu pushed through the crowd, his heavy frame wiggling with each step. Panting but forcing a smile, he said, Uncle Wang, our families have been friends for generations. You'd really cheat your own people? Another finely dressed young man immediately echoed. Yes, Uncle Wang, my father served alongside yours. We're close friends. You can't steal from your nephew. The noise swelled, accusations flooding toward Wang Shouhe like a rising tide. Uncle Wang, you're really out of line here. Shut up. Wang Shouhe suddenly surged his internal energy, unleashing a thunderous Hedong lion's roar that shook the hall, causing the candle flames to flicker wildly. The group of spoiled noble sons, who had been ready to jeer moments before, instantly wilted, lowering their heads and shrinking back. No one dared to make a sound who would have guessed that this seemingly refined head of the Wang family was actually a master-level expert. His face darkened, and in a cold voice he said, "Don't trust any of Wei Yuan's lies. To be honest, even our Wang family was scammed out of millions of taels of silver." Before he finished speaking, he raised his hand and commanded, "Bring him in." Two armored guards carried in a young man, beaten badly with a bruised face and tattered clothes. It was Wang Mao, covered in blood and pitiably disheveled. Wang Shouhe pushed the battered figure forward and said coldly, "See for yourselves? Our Wang family is a victim too." Wei Yuan stepped forward with a mocking tone. "Uncle Wang, if you gave me tens of millions of taels, I'd dare ask my own father to beat me like this. Think you'd believe me? A fake act might fool others, but not me. How about this? You all can search around. If you don't find any strange treasures, he'll personally serve you tea and apologize on the spot." Wang Shi's eyes darkened sharply as he turned his head slightly. The chief guard immediately drew a golden inlaid ox horn and blew a deafening blast that rolled through the courtyard. In moments, the clanking of armor filled the air as countless Wang family guards and martial experts surged in, surrounding everyone tightly. "Try searching if you dare," Wang Shouhe shouted fiercely, his gaze cutting like a knife. Wei Yuan casually raised a gleaming imperial sword and shouted, "Hey, the imperial sword is here. Like the emperor himself has arrived. Who dares to act recklessly? Are you scared or not?" "I'm damn not scared." Wang Shouhe exploded with anger. "Stop trying to scare me with that useless thing. Even if the Nanzhao emperor himself came down, I would." "Would you what?" A deep, authoritative male voice interrupted. Then a shrill eunuch's voice pierced the air, "His Majesty has arrived." The crowd froze for a moment before falling to their knees. Only Wei Yuan remained standing, clasping his fists and loudly addressing the nobles and officials who accompanied the emperor. "I am armored, cannot perform full rites." Someone whispered with a grin, "You're barely wearing any armor at all." Nanzhao emperor glanced at Wei Yuan and unexpectedly smiled, clearly unconcerned by such minor protocol. Wang Shouhe, kneeling, looked up and forced an awkward smile. "Your Majesty, just now I only said, if you were here in person, I would obey orders and do my utmost." The Nanzhao emperor's heart was already set on weakening the Wang family, and now his tone grew even colder. He said calmly, "Wei Yuan's investigation is lawful and proper. Since all evidence points to your Wang family, Minister Wang, why not allow him to search? It will clear your name." Wang Shi's mouth twitched nervously, cold sweat trickling down. "Thighs, Your Majesty, I am loyal to you. Could you please spare the Wang family some dignity? Please don't search, is that all right?" He lowered his head in reluctant submission. After all, the family did harbor treasures dug up from graves. Wei Yuan stepped forward again, clasping his fists formally. "Your Majesty, this jade tea fraud nearly implicated all the great aristocratic and official families of the Great Wei. The ramifications are widespread. Without a swift resolution, the consequences will be dire." The emperor raised his hand to signal his decision. "Search. I trust Minister Wang is innocent." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Wei Yuan turned to the old steward and ordered, "Don't waste time. Go straight to the Wang family ancestral hall, the third floor tile in front of the spirit tablet." Suddenly, Wang Shouhe spat a mouthful of blood, his face ashen as paper. He understood now. In the so-called jade tea case, someone had to take the fall, and the Wang family had clearly become the scapegoat. The hidden mastermind had disappeared with tens of millions of taels of silver. Wei Yuan and the six sex detectives gained fame for cracking the case. The spoiled nobles and other aristocratic families compensated for their losses. The Southern Zhao Emperor received news from ending in the end. Everyone either made a huge profit or suffered no loss. At Alanli, the Wang family paid with their lives. Yi Wei, the deputy commander, shouted hoarsely, "We've made a discovery." The Wang family's tunnel hides a vast treasure trove. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Wei Yuan stood with hands on hips, throwing his head back and laughing loudly. "Huh? As expected of me, Wei Yuan, born with the sacred body of a divine detective, such a difficult case was no match for me." He puffed out his chest and shrugged proudly like a spoiled brat, then turned to the Southern Zhao Emperor and declared loudly, "Your Majesty, I deserve the credit for cracking this case." The Emperor stroked his beard, eyes narrowing into a smile. "Indeed, you are the one who solved it. With your motto, take the ruler's salary, fulfill loyalty's duty, I cannot withhold your reward." Soon, officers from the six doors dragged chest after chest of treasures into the hall. Jade seals, luminous pearls, ancient swords, golden budhast, dazzling wealth piled into a mountain of shining splendor. But the emperor's joyful expression gradually darkened as he glared fiercely at the fiercely bound Wang Shouhe. This bastard hoarded so many rare treasures. Even I envy them. Yet he never dared to offer them to me. The treasure's brilliance was blinding. Wang Shi's heart sank like ashes, and a bitter taste rose in his throat. PFT, he coughed up another mouthful of stale blood onto his robe. He knew these treasures were painstakingly collected by over a dozen tomb-robbing clans of the Great Wei, now all swept away by Wei Yuan's gang. Wei Yuan's eyes still gleamed as if ready to order more excavations. The emperor's heart trembled, and he hurriedly waved a hand. Enough, enough. Some things must be left alone. At the imperial order, Wei Yuan stopped and turned to command. Old Sure, inventory these treasures and return them to those defrauded according to their losses. Also, reclaim the funds I previously advanced. This lord is a victim too. With that, Wei Yuan drew the imperial sword with a sharp glint, pointing it coldly at Wang Shouha. Your Majesty, this dog Wang Shouha has committed grave crimes. Shall I behead him here on the spot? Stop. The emperor quickly raised a hand to intervene. I believe Minister Wang is loyal to the throne and could never commit such deeds. Wang Shouha knelt on the ground, his voice hoarse. Your Majesty, all of this is the fault of the Wang household steward. Before he could finish, Wei Yuan stepped forward, pointing at the battered Wang Mao. Your Majesty, it's all Wang Mao's doing. His uncle has already disciplined him severely. Look how badly beaten he is. PFT. Wang Shouha spat blood again. Wei Yuan was clearly squeezing the life out of him. If Wang Mao took the blame, death was inevitable. The emperor hesitated for a moment. Wei Yuan raised his voice, pressing, Your Majesty, all the people and noble clans present are watching. A mere steward could not have stirred such a storm alone. The evidence is conclusive. The mastermind behind this is Wang Mao. With a heavy sigh, the emperor nodded reluctantly. Handle it according to the law. Guards. Wei Yuan swept his sword through the air. Arrest Wang Mao and lock him in the sky prison. Tomorrow at the 3rd quarter of noon, execute him publicly at Kaishiku to serve as a warning. Yes, sir. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stepped forward, shackling the barely conscious Wang Mao tightly and dragging him away. Father, save me, father. Wang Mao's pitiful cries faded into the distance, while Wang Shi's body trembled violently as more blood spilled. The crimson stains on the green brick floor were shocking enough to soften even the emperor's heart. Minister Wang, the emperor said calmly, although this was not your intention, you failed to properly raise your sons. I must still impose punishment. The south suffers from severe drought and locust plagues. Crops have failed, and the people are impoverished. I plan to send relief. Are you willing to take on this grave responsibility? At the mention of disaster relief, a faint glimmer of survival flickered in Wang Shi's eyes. The relief funds were vast, almost enough to drain the treasury, effectively compensating the Wang family. The southern Zhao emperor had, in essence, arranged a disguised compensation for the Wang clan. The eldest son, Wang Tong, ran away from home, and his fate remains unknown. The second son, Wang Mao, was thrown into the imperial prison and is to be executed tomorrow. Over the years, the Wang family had amassed rare treasures by digging up graves, but all of these priceless goods were confiscated overnight. The palace's side hall was brightly lit as if it were daytime. Emperor Nanzhao tapped his fingers lightly on the dragon desk, feeling an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. This success was all thanks to that bold and reckless young man, Wei Yuan. Who else would dare to push the Wang family to such a dead end? Especially after that phrase, receive your ruler's salary, be loyal to his affairs, bear his worries. What is there to fear? It made the emperor regard Wei Yuan even more favorably. I have decided that, following the Jade Tea case, a new law on fundraising shall be added to the Dawei Code, he declared, looking toward Wei Yuan kneeling in the hall with a resolute voice. You solved this major case in 6 hours. I want to reward you handsomely. We just made you a viscount, but further promotion would be irregular, so we'll give you a chance. Speak now the reward you desire. As long as it's not excessive, I will grant it. Emperor Nanzhao guessed that Wei Yuan's weakness for women was well known, and having seen Nanji's beauty, he assumed the reward request would be related to romance. But Wei Yuan bowed deeply and said something quite different. Your Majesty, I have many enemies and fear for my life in the future. I respectfully request an official post with authority to command troops so I can protect myself. Command troops? The emperor's pupils shrank sharply. The 4 words he dreaded the most in his life were Wei family commanding troops. But since Wei Yuan said it openly before everyone, and the request was reasonable, Nanzhao found it difficult to refuse. At the corner of the hall, an old eunuch whispered, Your Majesty, among the corrupt officials taken down today is the commander of the Tianjin Division's guard. The Tianjin Division was Dao Weiss Weapons Workshop under the Ministry of War, strictly organized. 1 director 3rd rank, 5 deputy directors, also 3rd rank, and 1 guard commander 3rd rank. Located in the capital, they rarely saw battle, with only 200 guards supposedly commanding troops, but in reality, just a security team leader for the factory. 200 men were too few even for bandit suppression and paled in comparison to the guards serving wealthy, noble households in the city. It had nothing to do with commanding troops and asserting independence. Thinking this through, Emperor Nanzhao laughed aloud. Since you brought it up yourself, I shall fulfill your wish. From today on, you shall serve as the guard commander of the Tianjin division. 200 soldiers are enough to keep you safe in the capital. Thank you, your majesty. Wei Yuan's face looked displeased, but he kowtowed obediently and left with his troops. Outside the palace, the officials watched him leave, some sneering, others shaking their heads. He offended the Wang family and made a great achievement, but in the end only snagged a low third-rank position as a security captain with no real power and no share of the corrupt riches. At best, he might squeeze a little profit from those 200 guards. But once he stepped out the palace gates, feeling the cool night wind on his face, a small victorious smile quietly curved the corners of Wei Yuan's lips. That night, torches lit the Wei Duke's estate bright as day, and the training ground echoed with the crackling of spears like dragons in flight. Wei Buiyue wielded his tyrant spear, the spearhead cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Wang Xuanzi hurried over and carefully relayed the news from the palace. The spear sound suddenly ceased, and Wei Buiyue frowned deeply. Nearby, Mu Qianxiu sighed heavily. Yuan still acts too impulsively. When the Wang family was powerful, they targeted the Wei family everywhere. The two houses weren't on good terms, but nothing deadly. Now after this uproar, the grudge between them is completely sealed. Wei Buiyue raised his spear steadily, shaking his head seriously. You don't understand, little brother. The Wang family was raised by Nanzhao himself, precisely to keep the Wei family in check. Once the Wang family has taken enough blame for him, he will turn his hand against them, winning the people's favor, gaining the reputation of a wise ruler, and then quietly removing the commanding troops and asserting independence Wei family from his heart. Mu Qianxiu asked in confusion, Big brother, since Emperor Nanzhao supports the Wang family, why isn't he helping them this time? Why does he want to let the Wang family bleed so badly? In the modest tea house, mist curling in the air, Wei Buiyue slowly set down his teacup, his rough fingers tracing the rim as his voice dropped low. Raising a tiger only invites trouble. He overestimated himself and underestimated the cunning of the Jianghu folks. The Wang family grew too quickly and slipped beyond his control, so he had to crack down appropriately. At that, Wei Buiyue's eyes chilled, a flash of deadly intent flickering and vanishing. Though I lack concrete proof, I'm certain my descendants' deaths tie back to the Wang family. Our two clans have long been mortal enemies. If that bastard offends us, then so be it. Mu Qianxiu gasped quietly, but then heard Wei Buiyue sneer. That bastard got it right this time. But he's still too green. He thinks Emperor Nanzhao now trusts me to guard the realm, but he doesn't realize the emperor's petty and would never let him command the troops. Maybe that's for the best. ITLL teach that bastard the true danger of human hearts. Palace of Wei Yuan. Golden afternoon sunlight filtered through the carved lattice windows, spilling onto the floor as Nanji leaned on the soft couch, listening to Schwer's report on the Wang family. Princess, according to Xiao Gizi, Wei Yuan's face turned black back then. He struggled for a long time, ended up completely offending the Wang family, and only got assigned a minor third-grade post. Nanji furrowed her brow slightly, swirling her teacup before letting out a smooth sigh. Father is foolish. All of you were deceived by Wei Yuan. Schwer looked puzzled. Princess, what do you mean? Clearly, Wei Yuan got the short end of the stick. Wei Yuan's move was actually flawless. Even when I first heard it, I thought he lost big, but he made one tiny oversight. One tiny oversight. Schwer blinked. Schwer, if you were Zhang Wanfu and had to bribe officials, who would you bribe? The Minister of Finance, various regulatory offices and the city defense troops, and Nanji sipped her tea lightly. You only bribe the commander of the Heavenly Sword Division's guards if you have the money, but nowhere else to spend it. Wei Yuan knew father watched him closely, so he deliberately exposed that the post of guard commander was vacant. Then he conveniently sought an official position that would let him command troops. He figured father is petty and paranoid, so he wouldn't hand over real military power. That vacant guard commander position was the perfect nominal post. Schwer pouted, perplexed. But princess, what good is that post of guard commander? He only has 200 men under him. The 200 guards aren't the point. What matters is the Heavenly Sword Division. If I'm right, he's secretly raising his own troops. No way, Schwer exclaimed. Princess, that doesn't make sense. How would Wei Yuan even know Zhang Wanfu would bribe the guard commander? Nanji gently put down her cup, voice soft. What if Wei Yuan is the mastermind behind Yucha? In the mirror, her exquisite face reflected a hint of deep thought. Money and weapons are accounted for. That leaves only soldiers and supplies. I'm very curious how he managed to recruit troops, raise war horses, and gather provisions right under father's nose. Schwer, who had been mocking Wei Yuan, now felt her worldview shatter. No way he tricked all the nobles in the capital with Yucha, and has been planning this so meticulously. Is this really that rake of a crown prince? She grabbed Nanji's sleeve. Princess, stop drinking tea. If this is true and Wei Yuan has turned against us, why haven't you told His Majesty yet? Nanji countered. Do you think the Empress or the Princess is better? Definitely the Empress. And the Empress Dowager or the Princess? Shuer was stunned. That's obvious. Nanji smiled and shook her head. Princess, what do you mean by that? Think it over yourself. Nanji stood up with a smile and said, keep monitoring Wei Yuan closely. Not a single detail can be missed. In the grand hall of Tianshang Rinjian, 14 captains dressed in flying fish uniforms gathered around a large round table. The table was laden with a variety of delicacies: wild game from the mountains, goose wings from the clouds, cattle and sheep from the land, and fresh seafood from the ocean. There was monkey head fungus, bird's nest, shark fin soup, bear paws, dried scallops, and deer tail tips. Every dish was prepared from top quality ingredients by master chefs, making the platters exquisitely inviting. The wine decanters were filled with 20-year-old Nuger Hong, its amber color brilliant and aroma rich. Old Sher kept his eyes fixed on the dancers in the middle of the floor, girls wearing cloth stockings, moving gracefully in slow circles. A sly gleam appeared in his eyes. Godfather, can we still enjoy the girls for free tonight? Wei Yuan replied casually, do as you like. Old Sher chuckled warmly. Godfather, you're even closer to me than my own father. Wei Yuan returned a faint smile. Seeing this, Old Sher hurriedly continued. Godfather, I see your brow furrowed deep with worry. Why not share it with us so we can help carry the burden? Wei Yuan sighed. There are two things weighing on my mind. First, Wang Mao keeps pestering me to steal women. The palace eunuchs told me that since that guy was castrated, he's physically incomplete and can't be reincarnated. So the eunuchs fry and keep his precious parts to be buried with him. Don't worry, that brat will be beheaded tomorrow. I've arranged for him to be castrated first. The rest I'm feeding to the dogs. Reincarnate? More like a dog's reincarnation. Old Sher thumped his chest. Godfather, leave it to us. We'll make sure that bastard suffers thoroughly. Wei Yuan went on. Second, I've made enemies everywhere in the Wang family. I want to use my military power to protect myself, but sigh, having 200 soldiers is better than none. My worry is that if I transfer to the Tianjin Sea, I might get bullied by those guys. Old Sher's anger flared up. Who dares bully our leader? The brothers will chop him to bits. Exactly. Anyone who messes with you might as well be shitting on their own heads, and I hope it's dysentery, the watery kind. Lu Tsuanxiao, who had just taken a sip of golden broth, nearly spat it out. We're eating here. No need to say such disgusting things. Wei Yuan waved a hand with a smile. We're all gentlemen here. Fighting and killing just wouldn't do. Brothers, help me gather dirt on every official in Tianjin. That's breaking the rules, boss. The higher-ups will punish you, someone warned. Yeah, their data is encrypted. We're not even sure we can access it, another agreed. Before the words finished, Wei Yuan called over Du Sanyang and pointed to the 14 captains. Remember their faces. From now on, if you come here, food and drink are on me, and you can pick any number of girls you want in my tab. Someone responded with determination. Boss, leave it to us. We'll make life miserable for them and uncover every secret clearly and precisely. Wei Yuan rose and cupped his fists, his tone firm yet composed. Thanks to all my brothers. Eat and drink freely, and pick girls as you please. I have other important matters. I must take my leave. With that, he stood and went upstairs. Gongsun Jin, who had been waiting in the room for a long time, immediately stood up and respectfully bowed, speaking silently. Master, I have taken possession of Qingfeng Temple, which was sealed off in your name. I've also bought 100 acres of fertile land at the foot of the mountain. After speaking, Gongsun Jin frowned slightly, looking at Wei Yuan with curiosity and confusion, unable to understand why he wanted to acquire Qingfeng Temple, where multiple murders had occurred, as well as purchasing this stretch of farmland. Wei Yuan looked at Gongsun Jin with a smile and said, if you want to command your own troops, what do you need? Without hesitation, Gongsun Jin replied, weapons, soldiers, horses, money, and provisions. And what do we have now? Wei Yuan raised his eyebrows. Gongsun Jin counted off on his fingers, outlining each point. With your strength, taking Tianjin division would be just a matter of no problem with weapons. Yucha has gathered tens of millions of taels of silver for you, so money is sufficient. What's currently lacking are soldiers, horses, and provisions. Wei Yuan turned away and walked to the window. His gaze stretched beyond the eaves toward the city gates, where swirling dust and mist rolled over the path in the morning light. Today when you go outside the city, did you notice anything new? Gongsun Jin hesitated for a moment, then said, there's drought in the south and flooding in the north. The gates are packed with refugees. Aren't they all soldiers? Wei Yuan turned back, a faint smile on his lips. In an instant, Gongsun Jin grasped the meaning, his breath catching. You mean, buy rice across the entire city and distribute porridge? Wei Yuan waved his hand, pointing to the table. Make sure a bowl can hold 3 chopsticks upright. Half the grain is mixed with chaff, and 20% replaced with guanine soil. This way, we secretly stockpile provisions while keeping genuinely starving refugees fed, but the rest will inevitably leave. If anyone wants white flour buns or fatty meat soup, he paused, they'll have to sign a contract of servitude. Once signed, they get 3 taels of meat and half a gene of grain daily. They'll bring in the Wei family military instructors to teach them battlefield combat skills. Gong Sun Jin's eyes widened, his voice rising. Master, won't this reveal exactly why you secure Qingfeng Temple? Wei Yuan interrupted, tapping the fan softly on the desk. Well, renovated into a martial arts hall, the Wulin Feng. Fighting above ground, death matches below. An octagonal iron cage surrounds the ring, where fighters compete to the death. Spectators pay a high entrance fee, wear masks to conceal their faces, and can bet on the fights. He traced 8 lines in the air with his finger. Fighters are divided into 8 ranks: heaven, earth, black, yellow, universe, and chaos. Each day, they battle the next level. Beggars, refugees, even criminals on death row, whoever dares to step into the ring. The winner receives great rewards, the loser dies or is crippled. True soldiers rely on quality, not quantity. Wei Yuan retracted his finger. From victorious fighters, we select elite troops. Just 1,000 men, each clawing back from death. Their will to kill surpassing the demonic 18 riders. Silence fell. Gong Sun Jin swallowed, envisioning this 1,000-strong iron blood force. If divided into squads of 10 led by a fighter, these desperate men would fight like rabid dogs to survive. Betting on fights to raise funds and secretly recruiting soldiers, this plan is brilliant. He rubbed his hands but hesitated, though it does feel a bit underhanded. To become a leader, unless born with a silver spoon, you have to fight tooth and nail. Wei Yuan's voice turned cold. In this chaotic age, without us, they're just waiting to die. I'm giving them a way to live. Gong Sun Jin was silent for a long moment, then finally nodded solemnly. In his heart, he pictured the prosperous vision Wei Yuan described: everyone fed and clothed, fair civil exams, the poor rising up, and his eyes burned with renewed passion. By the way, master, how do you plan to manage the 100 acres of fertile farmland? Build a racecourse and start horse betting. Horse betting? Everyone inside was taken aback at first. That's right. Wei Yuan slammed his hand on the table, speaking rapidly. We'll produce a batch of anti-counterfeit number tags, and all bettors must register with their real names. There will be 1 race each day, with triple payout odds for betting on the champion. Minimum wager 1 or 2 taels of silver. The results and participant lists will be publicly posted outside the Tianshang Rinjian gate. Whether you want to go to the track or not, you can place your bets remotely. Gurgle gurgle. Amid the heated discussion, suddenly the sound of a stomach churning came from outside the door. You heir. Wei Yuan pushed open the door and saw Jiang Yuan clutching her belly, cheeks flushed. I can hear your stomach singing even through the door. If you're hungry, just let the kitchen. Young master, I think I've upset my stomach. Before she finished, Jiang Yuan turned and dashed straight to the outhouse in the courtyard. Then, clang, a shot of the window paper being smashed. The moonlight outside was cold and clear. A nun aged about 44 or 45 suddenly broke through the window. She was above average in appearance, but exuded an icy, arrogant aura. Her 2 eyebrows slanted down like a hanged ghost on a stage. With her left hand, she restrained a stranger cloaked in black, and in her right hand she held a sword behind her back, radiating intimidating power. The black cloak slid off, revealing a pale young face, none other than an old acquaintance, Wang Teng. Wang Teng pointed at Wei Yuan, trying to curry favor. Master Nun, this is Wei Yuan. That fat woman from earlier is tough to fight. To protect you, I bribed the servant to poison her roast chicken with the strongest laxative. Before he finished, the nun raised her hand and slapped him hard. Smack. Wang Teng spun several times in the air, slammed heavily into the wall, fate unknown, sliding slowly down it. I am already invincible in the world. I don't stoop to such low tricks. The nun coldly snorted. Sure enough, no good men anywhere. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes. Old mother? Wushing old mother? That familiar yet strange aura instantly matched his memory, the murderous aura he first sensed when he met Lung Qiushuang. Back when he had subdued Lung Qiushuang, he expected the Wusheng sect to retaliate, but he thought the Wusheng old mother would never dare come to the capital unless she was a fool. Now it seemed she really had come. Lightning flashed in Wei Yuan's mind. He initially planned to bolt, raising his foot, then stopped. On the windowsill, moonlight outlined a slender figure, white silk fluttering, the soft sword swaying lightly, none other than Lung Qiushuang. Qiushuang. The Wusheng old mother didn't turn her head, her voice cold and sharp. For the sake of a notorious playboy heir, you actually betrayed your sect? I never wanted to join Wusheng's sect. You forced me and my sister. Lung Qiushuang's gaze was like cold stars. I never intended to acknowledge you as my master. You coerced me. During the final test, you threatened my sister's life and made me kill 100 sisters who had fought and died together. Before their graves, I swear I will one day kill you with my own hands and destroy Wusheng's sect. Good. Your wings have grown hard, and you dare point your sword at your master. The old mother drew her sword. A cold gleam burst forth. All your martial skills are from me. Today, I will take them back. The sword light suddenly flared. The old mother swung horizontally with a forceful wind breaking the air. Lung Qiushuang's figure twisted to the side, her slim waist bending, soft sword striking back like a serpent. Two shadows crossed in the moonlight. The clash of swords and the rustle of clothes breaking the wind intertwined seamlessly. Wei Yuan had planned to take advantage of the chaos to find reinforcements, but he paused, then returned to the bedside, crossed his arms, and sat down with interest to watch the fight. Suddenly, he caught a familiar, unmistakable aura. Wei Buiyue. With Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu backing her up, Wei Yuan had no fear of the immortal matriarch. The Ji Shui sword. Lung Kaishuang's wrist trembled lightly, the soft sword flowing like a swimming dragon, suddenly thrusting at the immortal matriarch's throat from a sly and unexpected angle. Qiu Shuang, all your skills were taught by me, and yet you dare to use the Ji Shui sword against your master? The immortal matriarch sneered coldly, raising her wrist in counterattack, each move sharper and more ruthless than before. The sword light flashed sharply as they quickly engaged in a close, intense duel. Suddenly, Lung Qiushuang unleashed heavenly flying fairy, her figure tracing a graceful arc in midair like the celestial maiden diving down from cloud 9. The immortal matriarch's eyes narrowed sharply. She stepped with the 7-star footwork and shifted her body just barely in time to evade the cold blade. Supreme goodness is like water. Lung Kaishuang's sword thrust struck nothing but air, the tip stabbing hard into the wooden floor. Then she shifted her wrist, earth-spouting golden lotus. The soft sword burst up through the floor on the opposite side, aiming straight for the immortal matriarch's left ankle tendons. This precise strike exploited the weakness in the Ji Shui sword technique that Wei Yuan had once analyzed for her. As expected, the immortal matriarch leapt high and flipped, executing Su Qin back sword to hook her blade at Lung Kaishuang's back, while sneering coldly, "Foolish disciple, teaching a raccoon to become a tiger leaves always a trick to climb trees. Do you think I wouldn't save a move?" The sword's tip barely brushed Lung Kaishuang's robe, but suddenly her wrist went numb. The soft sword bent back, piercing through the wrist wielding the blade. Blood sprayed, the searing pain forcing the immortal matriarch to urgently execute Hawk's somersault, switching her sword to the left hand and slashing across Lung Kaishuang's delicate neck. But Lung Kaishuang's footwork did not falter. Her sword flashed like lightning. Chasing wind, catching moon, she sliced at the immortal matriarch's throat from a tricky angle. Sparks flew as blades clashed. She followed through with a kick to her opponent's lower abdomen. A muffled sound burst out. That kick sent the immortal matriarch's vital energy into turmoil, blood reversed flow, chest churning, nearly triggering a catastrophic internal crisis. Lung Qiushuang, what cunning! So you saw through the flaw in the Ji Shui sword I passed on to you, and even found a counter. If she hadn't overestimated her own cultivation, just slightly below Yang Lianzhenjiash would have defeated her disciple easily. But now her breath was disordered, her fighting strength plummeting, barely able to stand. Qiushuang, I killed my own master to gain my position. The cycle of heaven has come full circle. Now I die at my pupil's hand. No regrets. But before I go, he'll teach you one last ultimate skill. The immortal matriarch's gaze chilled ice cold, a desperate door die, fury flashing, and she made a furious downward slash. Lung Qiushuang stood her ground, gathering all her strength to meet the strike. Clang. The blades met, but Lung Qiushuang felt the opponent's sword was empty, as if cutting into a bundle of cotton. The immortal matriarch used the momentum to deflect the blade, her long sword flying free and shooting straight toward Wei Yuan by the bed. At the same moment, a slender dagger shot out from her sleeve. She planned to take Wei Yuan hostage and force Lung Qiushuang to surrender. Next time we meet, if I give my all, I will surely take your life. The greatest rogue of Dai Wei, a useless wretch, remains useless. If you had fled earlier, you wouldn't be here dying. The immortal matriarch's lips curled in a confident smirk as she looked down on Wei Yuan like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Do you really think I'm useless? Wei Yuan asked softly. The imperial sword was drawn, flashing once, then sheathed again. The immortal matriarch froze a half step away, a thin streak of blood appearing along her neck. In an instant, the bloodline shattered, and she collapsed to the ground, life snuffed out. Outside the window, Wei Buiyue and Mu Qianxiu, ready to intervene, quietly withdrew into the shadows once more. Wei Buiyue nodded slightly. It seemed this girl named Lung Qiushuang had truly fallen in love with that grandson of the Gui family. From now on, the old man could finally rest easy about her. No sooner had he spoken than Mu Qianxiu rolled her eyes and leaned against the corridor pillar, complaining nonstop. I told you from the start, the Wuxing old mother is crazy, wild, and reckless, thinking she's unbeatable. Other experts are too cautious to come to the capital because of you, but she doesn't fear anyone. You just had to put on airs, saying, as long as I'm here, no one will dare to come. So what happened? They came anyway. Wei Buiyue grabbed Mu Qianxiu by the back of her collar, face stern as he barked, come home and train spear with me. I refuse. This is a one-sided order. No discussion. Inside the room, candlelight flickered as Lung Qiushuang's soft sword clattered to the floor. The girl stared blankly at Wei Yuan opposite her, her voice trembling. The sword move you used just now, what was that? I felt like I saw a nearly Taoist-level technique. She pounced forward and hugged Wei Yuan's arm, her tone soft and coaxing to the bone. Wei Yuan Gij, please teach me, okay? After a moment's hesitation, Gongsun Jin nervously stepped forward, quietly grabbing Wei Yuan's other hand. The next instant, Wei Yuan pushed him away with disdain. Fine, she can act cute all she wants, but you, a grown man, coming over here to die? Keep acting cheap, and he'll cleave you with a sword. Gongsun Jin shrank back, neck pulled in, no longer daring to advance, but his eyes still gleamed brightly. Wei Yuan explained lazily. This move is actually easy to learn. First, memorize at least 1,000 sword forms, then integrate and refine them down to 500. Continue simplifying to about 250, and keep distilling until there's only one sword technique left. Then climb the mountain peak and slash at the sky tens of thousands of times. When perfected, one sword can open the heavenly gate, splitting the clouds in two. No thanks. Gongsun Jin fled hastily. Lung Xiaoshuang frowned, muttering softly. I don't think I can learn this either. Suddenly enlightened, Wei Yuan rose and rushed over to the corpse of the whooshing old mother, beginning to remove her outer robe. Quick, while it's still warm. Lung Xiaoshuang was shocked, pushing him away. I didn't know you had that kind of fetish. Don't ever touch me again. Where are you going with this? Wei Yuan rolled his eyes, pulling out silver needles and swiftly piercing her acupoints. I'm extracting the residual qi inside her body for my use. Good girl, why so dirty-minded? Do I look like a corpse herder? Lung Xiaoshuang flushed red, spat at him, then hurriedly changed the subject. I heard from sisters in the sect that after receiving the flying pigeon letter, she hurried off with Wang Tong, who was hiding in the sect. I thought she came for me, so I rushed to warn you. But then I worried she might kill you, so I followed quickly. At this, she looked deeply worried. Wei Yuan Gij, the whooshing sect still has over 1,000 zealots, all brainwashed into madness. If you kill her, they'll definitely retaliate at all costs. Wei Yuan frowned. 1,000 zealots wouldn't seriously harm him, but the biggest danger was if someone recklessly tried for a mutual destruction. Thinking of that, he felt the situation was tricky. Lung Xiaoshuang bit her lip and suggested, how about this, Del? Everyone, the whooshing old mother was killed by me. They'll leave the capital for a while and let them take their hatred out on me. No, Wei Yuan waved his hand to interrupt. I will never let my woman risk herself. His gaze swept the room. Besides, isn't there someone else here? Huh. Lung Xiaoshuang glanced around but completely ignored Wang Tong, who had long since fainted in the corner. Who else? Just say Wang Tong was murdered, and let those fanatics take their revenge on the Wang family. Inside the secret room, Lung Xiaoshuang lowered her voice. Opposite her, Wang Tong still lay unconscious with his head bowed. Brother Wei Yuan, they're fanatics, not fools, she added. Wang Tong has been hiding in the cult for ages. Everyone knows what kind of weight he carries. Does he really deserve to kill the old mother of no life? What if they see it with their own eyes? Wei Yuan said coolly, then kicked the cold corpse on the ground, blood still fresh at the old mother's throat. What a pathetic thing, he sneered. His qi isn't even half as refined as Yang Lian's Injia's. Wei Yuan bent over, yanking the black cloak off the unconscious Wang Tong. He tossed a few silver needles into Wang Tong's acupoints, sealing his meridians completely to prevent him from waking up midway and causing trouble. Throwing the cloak on himself, he pointed at Lung Xiaoshuang. Disguise powder. As she applied the powder to her skin, he manipulated her bones and muscles. Within a short while, the face in the mirror was indistinguishable from Wang Tong's. He then pointed at the nun robe taken off the old mother. You wear this too. We're going into the bustling city for a fight. They'll teach you a thing or two about swordsmanship. Finally comfortable. In the outhouse behind the tavern, the burly Jiang Yuan took a couple of steps out with pants down, suddenly clutching his stomach and doubling over. Inside the main hall, Old Sure and others had drunk for several rounds, their spirits high. One by one, they held girls close and played finger-guessing games, laughter erupting chaotically. Suddenly, Lu Tsuanxiao snapped his head up, eyes sharp. What a fierce sword chi. 2 top-tier sword masters. The other 13 unit captains straightened up on alert. The still water sword. The sound of flowing water snapped like a broken string as a sword chi burst through the window, slicing a vase and the turban inside on the table clean in two. Immediately, a woman in nun's robes, about 40, leapt down from the second floor railing wielding a sword. The old mother of no life. Old Sure recognized her instantly, and all 14 captains drew blades. The tension snapped taut. Who could have forced her into such a ragged state? Everyone was silently questioning. At that moment, a wild, uninhibited song rolled in from outside the door. Drink down all rivers in one gulp, then swallow sun and moon in the next. 1,000 cups won't bring me down, I, alone, am the wine sword immortal. A black cloak fluttered as Wang Tong strode in, smashing the large wine vat beside the door with a kick. Surging qi wrapped around the spilled wine, condensing midair into a gleaming sword aimed fiercely at Lung Xiaoshuang. Drinking hundreds of cups of finest nectar, drunken sword dance points to the void. Xiaoshuang raised her sword to block. The blades clashed, Blood and a metallic tang filled her throat, and she staggered back over 10 steps, coughing up a spray of blood. Wang Tung's steps faltered as he leaned one hand on the stair railing, a mocking gleam in his eyes. What old mother of no life? She's nothing but a scorned woman abandoned by a man, filled with hatred for all men. I thought you were formidable, but you couldn't even block a single strike from me. Hearing that, the old mother went pale and fled. Trying to run? Wang Tung mocked. Wielding the sword in this chaotic world is madness. Yet with wine I ascend to heaven, dancing among stars, and teasing sun and moon. Drunken laughter clouds the mortal realm. His footsteps staggered, but each step bloomed like a lotus, shrinking distance rapidly until he was before her. A flash of sword light carved a bloody line along her neck. You don't deserve the sword. The one worthy of the sword is only me. At the peak of the sword world, proud above alley, Wang Tung, embody heaven, the hall fell deadly silent. Guests and courtesans alike recognized the city's third greatest prodigal, but never imagined he possessed such terrifying strength. Heaven? What heaven? If heaven did not give birth to Wang Tung, swordsmanship would be an endless night. Wang Tung flicked his sleeve dramatically. A young noble swallowed nervously. I've known Wang Tung for years. He usually puts on a show, but today he's overdoing it. A friend rolled his eyes. Obviously, if you were better than him, you'd act even more ridiculously. So all his previous roguish acts were fake? Murmurs spread. The noble who knew Wang Tung steeled himself and stepped forward, timidly asking, Brother Wang, why are you suddenly this strong? Wang Tung's sword hummed as he casually drew sword flowers in the air, hands clasped behind his back. This is my true self. Usually, I just want to mingle with you all as a mere mortal. Today, no more acting. I reveal my hand. Wang Tung, a swordsmanship master. Where sea meets shore, heaven grants the boundary. A pinnacle of swordsmanship belongs to Wang Tung. The noble pressed on. Then why did you kill that nun? She looked formidable. The no-life sect and the old mother are powerful, yes. As for why I killed her, because I saved Wei Yuan. But your Wang family is sworn enemies with Wei Yuan's. Why would you save him? Why? Wang Tung sheathed his sword, chin raised proudly. I, Wang, act as I will throughout my life. I owe no explanations to anyone. After finishing his words, Wang Tung swaggered away, carrying the corpse of the old mother whooshing on his shoulder. From the shattered window frame, Lung Qiushuang quickly climbed back to the second floor and immediately knelt beside the body. With skilled efficiency, she put the blood-stained nun's robe back on old mother whooshing, then wiped away the mask of cosmetic disguise, revealing her pale and twisted true face. At the foot of the drum tower, the crowd buzzed with noise. Wang Tung slung the stripped corpse over his shoulder and strode across the bluestone pavement, climbing up to the tower. There, he hung the body upside down from the eaves by its head. The iron chains clanked loudly, causing onlookers to gasp in shock. Drawing his sword, he used the tip like a brush and the iron tiles as paper. With a few screeching strokes, he wrote 5 large characters. Murderer Wang Tung. Blood mixed with rainwater, staining the words with a terrifying grimness. Within the short span of an incense stick's burn, rumors spread as if taking flight. Have you heard? The world's greatest swordsman is really Wang Tung, the wine sword immortal. So that spoiled rich kid act was all fake. His true identity is the wine sword immortal. Wine sword immortal? Never heard of him. You must be out of touch. They say he uprooted willows at age 3 and drunkenly fought Jiangnan at 7. You mean Lu Zhishan? No, the wine sword immortal massacred the Mandarin Duck Pavilion. That was Wu Song. In any case, the wine sword immortal is awesome. Overnight, the title world's greatest sword immortal Wang Tung spread throughout the capital, ranking alongside the Liang family's golden phoenix Liang Honchan as the hottest topic in tea houses and taverns. In the imperial study, the southern Zhao emperor listened as the senior eunuch reported. Suddenly, he slammed his palm onto the dragon-engraved desk, making brush and inkstone jump. The Wang family is clearly hiding their strength. No sooner do I warn them, they let their son show his edge. They are clearly spitting in my eye. At the Jean E. Marquis mansion, the study was brightly lit. On the floor lay Wang Mao, curled up in pain with blood pooling between his legs. Wang Shouha kicked the middle-aged man who had just returned from rescuing him. The man was short and thin, face streaked with dirt and mud. The man was saved all right, but what about the goods? His family jewels are gone. Master of the gate, when I dug the tunnel to rescue young master, he was already gone. It must have been those constables. Impossible. They wouldn't dare offend the Wang family. It has to be Wei Yuan. Master, master, there's big trouble. The study door was flung open, and a breathless Wang family disciple rushed in. Young master Wang Tung has appeared. That unfilial son'll skin him alive. Wang Shouha twitched at the corner of his eye, but seeing Wang Mao's mangled injury, he gritted his teeth and changed his tune. For the family line, he must be spared. Capture that rebellious son and punish him with 100 lashes. Master, we dare not arrest him now. He has hidden his identity as the world's greatest swordsman, the wine sword immortal. Nonsense. Do I not know my own son's nature? It's true. Wang Tung just killed old Mother Wuxing and hung her corpse on the drum tower. Using his sword as a brush, he wrote murderer Wang Tung for all the city to see. Only 20 years old and able to kill old Mother Wuxing? Wang Shouhe paused, then suddenly threw his head back and laughed heartily. Huh, my son Wang Tung has the spirit of a martial saint. He abruptly fell silent and scanned the room. Everyone listen. Find my Qilin's son Wang Tung at once. Bring him home in an 8-bearer sedan chair now. At the Duke Weiss mansion, Wang Xuanzi reported the situation to Wei Buiyue, shaking his head sadly. Other families' prodigals only pretend. Sadly, our heir really is a prodigal. Wei Buiyue exchanged a look with Mu Qianxiu, both confused. Brother, are we seeing things? The timing doesn't add up. Wei Buiyue pondered a moment, then burst out laughing. That bastard is stirring up trouble eastward. As his grandfather, he'll play along and pour more fuel on the fire. Xuanzi, prepare generous gifts in going myself to the Jean E. Marquis mansion to personally thank the Wang family for saving our people. Meanwhile, in an alley by the drum tower, Wang Tung slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood Wang Shouhe, his father, wearing a kindly smile. Mother. Wang Tung started awake with a jolt, leaping from the couch. His knees buckled, and he sank to his knees, pounding his forehead on the floor with a loud thudding. Father, I was wrong. It was that bastard Wei Yuan cheating me all along. I truly was mistaken. That's a trivial matter. Wang Shouhe bowed forward, his warm palm gently stroking Wang Tung's cheek. My son Wang Tung is the true prodigy of the Wang family, destined to become a martial saint. Losing at Qinghe Elegant Court is nothing. Even if it costs the entire Wang family, what does it matter? The atmosphere in the hall instantly shifted and surged with pride. Brother, your sister is proud of you. Wang Xiaoyan's eyes gleamed. Young Master Wang Tung has concealed his talents for years. This is truly a righteous cause. Echoed the clan members of the branch line. With a son like Wang Tung, the Wang family has nothing to fear. How fortunate is our wise nephew Shouhe to have a son like Wang Tung. Several elders nodded repeatedly. Wang Tung was applauded until stars seemed to dance before his eyes. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice, smack smack, gasping in pain. Is this not a dream? Why? You never praised me like this before. Can someone tell me why this is happening? Wang Xiaoyan hurriedly recounted the events of the previous night in great detail. Hearing this, Wang Ting looked down at the long sword by his feet and murmured, I did that? I only remember that old woman slapping me. After that everything's a blank. He picked up the sword and casually performed a set of sword forms. His moves were graceful but looked like a country boy chasing sparrows away from canola flowers with a stick. At the end, he suddenly halted, lifted his head, and pronounced clearly. At the peak of the blade, proud in this world, where there is Wang Tung, there is heaven. This was that me? So bold and fierce. I never knew I was this awesome. Suddenly, a guard rushed in briskly. Master. Lord Wei Buiyue arrives bearing heavy gifts to express thanks to young Master Wang Tung for saving young Lord Wei Yuan. Wang Tung stood with the sword on his back, his nose raised high. That so-called National Guardian General Wei Buiyue is nothing but an old geezer. Seeing how awesome I am, he scared out of his wits and rushed over with gifts to apologize. With that, he flicked his sleeve and strode out. Shouhe, come with your prodigious son and let's meet this so-called National Guardian General. At the Wang residence gate, Wei Buiyue stood waiting in golden helmet and armor, with several heavy gift boxes stacked to the side. Wang Tung walked out straight-backed, sword behind his back. Wei Buiyue narrowed his eyes, his pupil sharp and killing intent spreading like a cold wind. My spear is sharp, but your sword is sharper. As hostility flared, Wang Shouhe pounded his chair's armrest. How dare you? Wang Tung is the lifeblood of the Wang family. I vow to protect him with my life. In an instant, Wang family members formed layers of protective formation, shielding Wang Tung in the center. But Wang Tung waved them off casually, pushing through and stepping boldly forward. Wei Buiyue, you claim to be the National Guardian General of the Great Wei. Do you dare to duel me, the wine-sword immortal Wang? Wei Buiyue's fists clenched tightly, blue veins bulging. The air instantly went taut. No. Mu Qianxiu hurriedly stopped Wei Buiyue, whispering counsel. To fight a junior is unwise. If you win, fine, but if you lose, your reputation will be ruined. Talents rise with each generation, the new surpass the old. You must accept the times. Wei Buiyue sighed deeply, his shoulders sagging like a hero past his prime. Master Wang, I came only to deliver gifts and thank the prodigy of the Wang family for saving my grandson's life. The child is young and foolish. If we offended you before, please forgive us. Wang Ting raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Apologize? Now you're scared? An apology is not enough. You'll hand over the realms of heaven and earth to me, and cold autumn frost as well. Only then can this matter be settled. Fine. Wei Buiyue merely nodded, then turned and left with the wind, his armor plates clinking like a distant, low bell toll. Wang Tung trembled with excitement. Never in his dreams had he imagined he could hold his ground so boldly before Wei Buiyue. Back inside the sedan chair, Wei Buiyue finally couldn't hold back his laughter. The lantern swayed as he clutched his stomach with one hand and patted the chair's wall with the other, his shoulders shaking with mirth. The third generation of the Wang family is really foolish. Qinxiu, my brother, if I stayed 1 minute longer, I swear I would have burst out laughing right then. Mu Qinxiu faced away from the sedan door, stifling a laugh in his throat, his shoulders twitching slightly. It didn't bother him to be misunderstood, but the fact that Wang Tong actually believed that nonsense was utterly ridiculous. Outside the sedan, Wang Xuanzi peeked through the curtain, speaking quickly. Lord Wei, Wang Tong was outrageously arrogant just now, but I really didn't see anything impressive about him. Wei Yuan raised a hand to stop his laughter and regained his composure. He's not strong at all. This is a good showdown rush, just watch carefully. At the Yongfeng Bank headquarters in the capital, the inner hall was screened off by a golden Namu wood partition into a quiet chamber crowded with piles of ledgers. After the divisions were settled, Shen Wansen personally escorted Wei Yuan out with great respect. As soon as they reached the outer hall, the second shop manager rushed over, breathless. Manager Shen, the shopkeeper from Dongji Rice firm, wants to meet you personally about a loan. The amount is so large I don't dare decide on my own. Shen Wansen frowned as he examined the ledgers. What's the matter with the rice firms today? This is the 8th one asking for loans, muttering to himself. He waved the second manager off. Tell shopkeeper Dong to wait. I must first attend the heir. Wei Yuan casually shook out his sleeve and asked with curiosity. So many rice firms came to borrow today? Exactly 8, including Dongji, Shen Wansen said quietly but urgently. I even checked with other banks and pawnshops. All are being pressured by rice firms for loans. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes and thought. For every rice firm in the city to borrow simultaneously, 99% chance it's to stockpile. Rice firms only buy grain, and if a large amount of grain is flooding the market simultaneously at low prices, it must be coming from the national granary. He quickly connected it to the fire last night. Nanjiao forced the Wang family to help with disaster relief. Today the Wangs were dumping national granary grain, clearly trying to recoup their losses from last night. An idea struck Wei Yuan, and he turned to Shen Wansan. Manager Shen, I need a favor. You honor me, Your Highness. Your command is an order. Shen immediately bowed. Arrange for some trustworthy men to spread out and purchase grain everywhere. Whatever the rice firms buy, they'll buy the same amount and pay cash on the spot. Shen Wansan hesitated. Your Highness, why do you need so much grain? Wei Yuan snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp clap. His voice was ice cold. This is a game of power between me and the great families. It's none of your concern. Do as I say, no questions. Yai's understood. Leaving Yongfeng Bank, the towering signboard cast a long shadow in the setting sun. Wei Yuan walked along the street with Shishun and Jiang Yue, looking distantly toward the genie home mansion, his gaze sharp as a knife. The Wang family dares to embezzle even the disaster relief grains, he muttered, lowering his voice. The whole city's rice firms are borrowing loans. How much must they be skimming off? How many will starve? It's absolutely heartless. A cold calculation flashed through Wei Yuan's mind. Disaster relief officials always take a cut, but the worst usually only pocket half. The Wang family? At minimum, 7 out of 10 parts. 70% of life-saving grain hats millions of lives. He clenched his folding fan until his knuckles turned white. Wang family, it seems bleeding you yesterday wasn't enough. This time, it'll ruin you thoroughly. In the imperial study, the senior eunuch reported cautiously. The southern Zhao emperor sat behind the dragon-decorated desk, twirling a vermilion pen, his brows deeply furrowed. Illegal bare-knuckle fighting? Gambling on horse races? The eunuch bowed low, his voice filled with worry. Your Majesty, Wei Yuan has openly set up gambling establishments in broad daylight, violating the laws of Great Wei. The emperor set down the memorial and raised a hand to interrupt. Which noble family in the realm hasn't dabbled in gambling dens or brothels? If I move against Wei Yuan, how am I to explain it to Wei Yuan? Sometimes it's better to turn a blind eye, as long as it doesn't get out of hand. He chuckled softly. The bare-knuckle fights are quite a novel idea, even requiring spectators to wear masks for secrecy. Since our people of Wei cherish martial valor, he could make a fortune from this. I almost want to see for myself those bloody duels on stage. He shook his head with a sigh. Wei Yuan is clever, but it's a shame he doesn't use his talents for righteous purposes. Instead, he's devoted to drinking, gambling, and debauchery. The eunuch bowed even lower, speaking respectfully, but with subtle meaning. But isn't this exactly what your Majesty wishes to allow? The emperor gave no reply, picking up his brush once more to review the memorial. The only sound left in the study was the soft rustle of parchment. In the Weiyang Palace, Princess Nanji leaned by the window, listening as her maid Schwerer repeated the news she had gathered from young eunuchs. Stamping her foot, Schwerer said, Princess, you still trust Wei Yuan? He's a reckless playboy, running brothels and gambling hall show. Can he compare to the talented scholar Zhu? Nanji gently stroked the pages of her book and asked calmly, among the second and third generation families in the capital, besides the Golden Phoenix Liang Hongshan, who else is richer or more influential than Wei Yuan without relying on family? Caught off guard, Schwerer hesitated, stammering, I don't think there is anyone else. The princess closed her book, her gaze sharp and steady. Bare-knuckle fighting is not just about the fighting itself. Those pretending to die on stage are backed by ruthless warriors seasoned in battle. As for the horse races, you've forgotten the most important detail: losing horses are immediately slaughtered and sold as meat. Schwerer puffed her cheeks in anger. That's exactly why he's a degenerate. Horses are so lovable, and yet they're killed just for running slow. Nanji replied unhurriedly. Only war horses are allowed on the track. When they're executed, he passes off regular draft horse meat as prime meat. Who could tell the difference? The princess slammed the book shut on the table, her eyes gleaming. I've long wondered how he managed to obtain grain and soldiers right under my father's nose. Now it's clear, plans 3 steps ahead at every turn. Wei Yuan is destined for greatness. At the Jingyi Marquis mansion, the Wang family. In the main hall, Wang Teng was stripped down to his undergarments while several imperial doctors examined him with silver needles and copper mirrors, feeling his pulse and twisting his bones. Reporting to the family head, the lead doctor, his hair white as snow, wiped his brow. The young master lacks internal qi and his bone structure is unsuitable for martial training. Wang Teng suddenly straightened up and shouted, "Nonsense! How do you explain my incredible strength last night? Obviously, you incompetent doctors can't recognize my power." He clasped his hands behind his back and lifted his head, his voice booming. "If heaven hadn't borne me, Wang Teng, the way of the sword would be an endless night." The doctors exchanged glances nervously, furtively watching the stern faces of Wang Shouhe and the rest of the Wang family nearby. The chief doctor swallowed hard. "Master, I once read in ancient medical texts about a strange condition: certain people with extremely divided personalities, when suffering head trauma or mystical encounters, may have an alternate persona emerge while the main one sleeps." Wang Shouhe gazed quietly for a long moment and finally nodded. "In this vast world, nothing is impossible. I have seen records of such cases in ancient tombs as well." Smack! Wang Teng clapped his hands and said, "That must be it. I don't even remember what happened last night, and that old hag slapped me, so it must have been a serious head injury. Everything fits perfectly." After the imperial doctors took their leave, they hurriedly walked out of the Wang residence. Once the courtyard gate shut behind them, a few of them immediately lowered their voices. "Old Xia, why haven't we heard a single whisper about this rumor before? Which ancient medical text records such a thing? I just made it up on the spot." "Made it up? What if it turns out Wang Teng is nothing special, and the Wang family retaliates against us?" "Retaliate? I'm only telling a story. I never claimed Wang Teng had this condition." Old Xia patted his chest with a relaxed tone. "Besides, didn't you see the looks on the Wang family's faces? Sometimes truthful advice isn't welcome." The leader glanced around cautiously before pulling out a thick wad of silver notes from his sleeve, casually stuffing it into everyone's arms. "Remember, keep your mouths tight." The imperial doctors quickly murmured acknowledgements, securing the silver firmly and chuckling. "We're old hands. We know what to say and what not to say." After the crowd dispersed, the leader climbed into a nearby pale-colored carriage. Inside, Schwerer reclined against the soft cushions, eyes fixed on him. "Miss Schwerer, the princess orders have been carried out," he reported. Schwerer nodded in satisfaction, tossing him a lustrous, luminous pearl. "This is the princess' reward for you. Also, in a few days, noble consort Gao may fall ill, and only your son can cure her. Once successful, the Empress Dowager will appoint your son as the deputy chief imperial doctor." The leader's face lit up with wild joy as he accepted the pearl and cupped his hands. "Thank you, Miss Schwerer." Schwerer lifted her chin in a haughty manner. "What is there to thank me for? Remember, these are all gifts from the princess. Gifts can be taken back, so take good care of yourself. You may leave now." The leader promptly disembarked. After the carriage door closed, Schwerer pouted and murmured to herself, "Why does the princess go to such lengths for this? Oh well, Her Highness is the smartest, she must have her reasons." Time to return to the palace. Meanwhile, the area near Kaishuku was already jam-packed with people, the crowd blocking every inch of the road. 14 six-screens gate captains, dressed in flying fish uniforms, stood with heads bowed on both sides of the street. The phrase "identity confirmed" barely escaped their lips before everyone wished they could bury their heads in shame. How could Wang Mao have been rescued right under their noses, only to have a death row prisoner with a similar build be executed instead? On the execution platform, Wei Yuan wore a dark red Qilin robe. His imperial sword rested across his lap, his face calm as still water. In fact, he had anticipated the Wang family's attempt to rescue, so he had old sure castrate the substitute ahead of time, completely eliminating any chance of a reversal. It is now noon. Proceed with the execution. He raised his arm and flicked the lot-casting token onto the ground. The executioner tilted his head back, doused his ghost head cleaver with strong liquor, the blade flashed coldly, and with a single strike, the head fell. Blood splattered nearly 3 meters, and the crowd erupted into a roaring cheer. Several Wang family laborers pretended to collect the body and swiftly carried it away, completing their part of the drama perfectly. Wei Yuan stood, smoothed back his robe, and turned to Old Shi and the others. "Brothers, Thank you for your hard work. Tonight, I'm hosting a banquet at Tianshang Rinjian. Lu Tsunxiao hurriedly waved him off. Apprentice heir, sorry, I just had a bowl of fried liver before coming, and my stomach's full. I can't eat anything else. Me too. Me too. Even the notoriously lecherous old sure lowered his head, making excuses. These days, they ate, drank, and even hired courtesans at the heir's expense. Yet now, when there was a small matter to handle, they all got cold feet and felt ashamed to join the fun. As the crowd dispersed, Shun hurried over and whispered in Wei Yuan's ear, Apprentice heir, young Master Zhu has returned home, bringing family and belongings. Looks like he intends to stay a while. Wei Yuan sneered contemptuously. The young Master Zhu Shun mentioned was none other than Zhu Sibo. Years ago, his father served as a personal guard to Wei Buiyue and died shielding him from a fatal arrow. The soldiers who died for their lord earned Wei Buiyue's deep gratitude. He immediately took the widow in as a sworn daughter-in-law, and the unborn Zhu Sibo became his sworn grandson. From then on, Zhu Sibo was raised in the Wei household, living a privileged life. Gifted and intelligent, he topped the imperial exams at just 15. After receiving a government residence as the new top scholar, he moved out with proper decorum. Except for weddings, festivals, and Wei Buiyue's birthday, he barely ever appeared at the Wei estate again. This return to the Marquis of Wei's mansion was no surprise to Wei Yuan. Lung Xiushuang had once personally seen Zhu Sibo at the Wang household, proving that this sworn grandson was also listed for revenge by the Wuxing sect. Fearing assassination, Zhu Sibo turned back to seek refuge in his former home. In the evening, Wei Yuan strode through the mansion gates and headed straight for the reception hall. As the curtain lifted, a rather comical scene appeared. Inside, Zhu Sibo looked neat in a green scholar's robe, his demeanor as smooth and refreshing as a bamboo branch in spring, every gesture refined and gentle. Opposite him was Wei Buiyue, freshly back from spear practice, sweat trickling down his beard to his neck. His training outfit was half open, one hand lazily hooked around his foot, the other clutching a purple clay teapot, from which he was guzzling. With a coarse cloth casually wiping his face, his brow was furrowed as he gave Zhu Sibo dismissive grunts. Oh, in clear contrast. A refined scholar full of letters beside a rugged, straightforward warrior. Wei Buiyue's impatience was not just temperament. Privately, he had uncovered faint traces linking Zhu Sibo to many plots against the Wei family, but the boy was too clean in his actions, leaving no concrete evidence. Sworn grandson and lifesaver on one hand, growing suspicion on the other, Wei Buiyue suppressed his urge to strike without proof. Isn't this my dear older brother who dreams of my death, I mean, the one who wants to die because of me? Wei Yuan laughed heartily, throwing his arms wide as he swaggered in. A flicker of shadow crossed Zhu Sibo's eyes, quickly restrained. Rising, he mirrored the gesture and embraced Wei Yuan in a brotherly hug. Good little brother, you've been quite the rising star lately. I'm proud of you. Wei Buiyue threw down his teapot, patted his thigh, and stood. I'm off for spear practice. You two of the same generation carry on chatting. With that, he slammed the door behind him, leaving sweaty footprints on the floor. The atmosphere shifted instantly as the two brothers sat facing each other. Wei Yuan smiled and suddenly asked, Little brother, is my junior apprentice brother Gong Sunjin at your residence? Why hasn't he come to see Mei as senior brother? Zhu Sibo tightened his focus imperceptibly a probe but kept his composure. That matter. That kid is such a womanizer. He's off with Xiao Dai right now. Wei Yuan cut in, diverting the topic with a sip of tea in a casual tone. Xiao Dai? Zhu Sibo's eyebrow twitched. Wei Yuan slammed his teacup back on the table, his voice light, yet sharp. Yes, the top courtesan of Qinghe Elegant Garden, the number one among the 4 great courtesans. Don't tell me my good brother knows her? Zhu Sibo smiled modestly. You joke. You don't know me well. I always steer clear of such pleasures. How could I know that lady? Yet he couldn't help but ask, but what does this courtesan look like? Could you let me satisfy my curiosity? Wei Yuan pretended reluctance, but snorted softly. Not attractive. A sorry sight. She colluded with some worthless rogue to poison me. She's now become the Wei household guard's common bathroom, crying 3 bowls of tears every day. Likely won't last long, ready to confess any minute. No sooner had he spoken than the steward Shishuan lifted the curtain and entered, followed by a woman in an ice blue long dress. Ling Qiushuang. The lady linked her slender hand around Wei Yuan's arm, her pale skin and elegant beauty softened by gentle eyes. My good brother, allow me to introduce you. Wei Yuan emphasized theatrically, your sister-in-law, Lung Qiushuang. Lung Qiushuang smiled calmly and nodded. Master Zhu, good to see you again. Zhu Sibo's expression changed instantly, like a shedding viper. Flashes of pale, red, and black crossed his face. He had seen Lung Qiushuang's unmatched grace firsthand at the Wang household, and even dreamed at night of pressing her beneath his brocade quilt. Yet her cold, formidable cultivation made such thoughts impossible. Now she leaned on the arm of the prodigal Wei Yuan, whom he had always despised. Her soft voice cut through his pride. The complex humiliation was sharper than any blade. What made it worse? When he negotiated with Wang Shouhe the assassination of Wei Yuan, Lung Xiaoshuang had been present and involved. Now that she belonged to Wei Yuan, he could not be sure if she had already betrayed the conspiracy. After all, the two young assassin girls sent to kill Wei Yuan both came from Lung Xiaoshuang's faction. So would she dare confess everything to Wei Yuan? Just as Zhu Sibo's mind was unsettled, Wei Yuan grabbed his wrist. Big brother, I need your help with something. Follow me. Wei Yuan's voice was low but firm, leaving no room for refusal. He briskly pulled Zhu Sibo through the corridor and straight down to the Wei family's coldest water prison. Dampness hit them instantly, and the flickering torchlight cast mottled shadows on the wet stone walls. Wang Xuanzi, the jailer, was about to bow his head and step aside, but Wei Yuan waved him back sharply. Not this time. Everyone watched closely. Before Wang Xuanzi could react, Wei Yuan snatched the horsewhip from his hand and pressed it into Zhu Sibo's palm, then pointed toward the bound figure in the cell monk Yang Lianxinjia, wrists broken and bloodied, submerged waist-deep in water. Big brother, do you recognize who this is? I don't usually visit temples, so how could I know a monk? Zhu Sibo tried to keep calm, but his heart pounded fierce fear. Hearing his voice, Yang Lianxinjia slowly raised his head. His bell-like eyes flashed with shock for a moment before drooping again. Wei Yuan sneered. This is Yang Lianxinjia, the former spiritual master of Tubo. You must have heard of him. This demon monk desecrated my family's ancestral tomb, made a wine bowl from my ancestor's skull, and even attempted to assassinate heir. He's unforgivable. I asked him who the mastermind is, but he refused to speak. That's why I need you to make him talk. Sweat beaded on Zhu Sibo's temple, his Adam's apple bobbing wildly. The real mastermind was him if this monk confessed. Little brother, you know him just a scholar, I don't care for violence. Before he could finish, Lung Xiaoshuang stepped out from the shadows. With a soft clink at her waist, a slender silver sword coiled around her arm like a serpent. The chill of menace made Zhu Sibo's legs tremble. With nowhere to retreat, he swung the whip down hard on Yang Lianxinjia. The whip cracked through the air, tearing flesh and staining the water red with blood. Tell me, who ordered you to kill my brother? Zhu Sibo's voice trembled. His clothes were soaked with cold sweat. Lung Xiaoshuang stood close behind, sword ready, leaving him no choice but to strike fiercely, but each lash wrist driving himself closer to ruin. After a half-incense stick's time, the whipping slowed. Zhu Sibo's strength drained. He collapsed onto the slippery floor, gasping, Brother, I'm out of strength, please stop. Wei Yuan lifted the monk's chin with his sword tip, pretending to regret. I only meant for you to whip him a bit. Why do you have to be so brutal? Look at you, covered in wounds. If you don't talk tonight, he'll have Big Brother join in tomorrow. Zhu Sibo felt his heart shatter. If he left, he faced ambushes from Wuxing sect's assassins. If he stayed, he'd be whipping the monk both ways led to death. Late at night, Wei Yuan returned to his room. Remembering Zhu Sibo's pitiful state, he couldn't help but laugh aloud. Lung Xiaoshuang helped undress him, her fingertips kneading his shoulders as she said coolly, Brother Wei Yuan, without proof, Lord Wei won't move against Zhu Sibo. Even if Yang Lianxinjia spills the truth, will father trust him? Of course not. Wei Yuan's eyes narrowed. I could kill Zhu Sibo secretly if I wished. But I've read the Six Doors case files. Our father and brothers died under suspicious circumstances. I suspect this villain is involved. He's too capable to be innocent. He'll use him as a breakthrough to uncover the whole truth. The hatred over my father's murder runs deep. I will personally deal with anyone involved. He took Lung Xiaoshuang's pale hand, bringing it under his nose to inhale. Xiaoshuang, do we still have the disguise powder? Her gaze was gentle yet sharp. Yes, we do. That night, Wei Yuan whispered softly into Lung Xiaoshuang's ear, his voice low and tender. Xiaoshuang, do you know that although I'm skilled in martial arts, the true ultimate technique is something else? Lung Xiaoshuang shook her head, her eyes sparkling. I don't know. Do you want to show me? Absolutely. Wei Yuan's words had barely fallen when he suddenly swung his palm. A gust of wind rushing forth with ethereal mist the 5 luo light smoke palm. The open door slammed shut in the wind. Then, Wei Yuan's fingertip extended sharp claws, condensing into the 5 luo light smoke claw, his movements swift and fierce. Suddenly, Lung Xiaoshuang's sheer silk dress fluttered down, leaving her helpless. Wei Yuan bit hard into her earring and effortlessly pressed her onto the hard bite of his teeth. She had no strength to resist, only lazily moved her wrists, her delicate figure bending sinuously. Pearls of sweat glistened on her skin like dewdrops. Her disheveled hair cascaded emerald green, the deep night unable to hide the fierce passion between them. As night deepened, Lung Xiaoshuang clutched her abdomen and sat up on the bed, gently tapping Wei Yuan on the shoulder with a slight scold in her voice. It's your fault it's swelling again. Wei Yuan comforted her softly. It's nothing. Zhu Sibo's martial skills aren't strong. You disguised as him, stumbling around just makes it more convincing. Lung Xiaoshuang tightened the corset around her body, and Wei Yuan, seeing her figure shrink from a D cup to an A cup, felt a sting of heartache. Rabbit, what did you do wrong to deserve this? He took out fragrant sandalwood from his bosom, using its scent to mask Lung Kaishuang's own fragrance. In moments, she transformed completely into Zhu Sibo's likeness. She called out, "Brother." Wei Yuan gave her a thumbs up, his voice indistinguishable from Zhu Sibo's. Even those who grew up with Zhu Sibo couldn't detect a flaw. "Shi Shun." Wei Yuan called loudly. Shi Shun hurried in. "Young lord. Master Zhu, you're here too." Shi Shun's eyes brightened. Wei Yuan introduced her. "This is Qiu Shuang. She's an assassin, skilled in disguise." He didn't hide anything. "Try imitating me." Shi Shun hesitated. "Isn't that reckless?" "Consider this your pardon," Wei Yuan said sternly. Shi Shun immediately lifted his chin, arrogantly declaring, "Damn it. Summon all your courtesans tonight, i.e., you taken a pill. I'm going after 3. Wei Yuan laughed and kicked him. "You beast. What kind of young lord are you?" Beside him, Lung Qiushuang nodded repeatedly. "Actually, he imitates pretty well. After all, serving you since childhood, his demeanor and voice are exactly the same." Wei Yuan sighed, slapped his forehead. "Give him the disguise." Lung Qiushuang applied the transformation on Shi Shun, and Wei Yuan began coaching him on the next steps. Soon, Shi Shun had taken Wei Yuan's form. Lung Qiushuang became Zhu Sibo, and Wei Yuan disguised himself as a burly man in his 40s, with a scar across the forehead and a thick beard. He handed Shi Shun a gelatinous tablet soaked in chicken blood. "Keep this in your mouth. When I hit you, bite down and spit blood." Shi Shun sheepishly asked, "Young lord, this stuff, did it come from the heavenly pleasure house?" "Definitely used." "Relax, it's new." "That's better." Inside the Wei family water prison, Shi Shun disguised as Wei Yuan entered steadily, holding a small leather whip, signaling Wang Xuanza and the others to back off. "Damn it, you demon monk. I told you to shut up, or I'll whip you to death." Shi Shun mercilessly lashed Yang Lianxinjia over 10 times. Yang only smiled faintly, not uttering a word. "Holy hell, you still dare laugh." Shi Shun whirled, whipping him another 10 lashes. Suddenly, a figure moved like lightning, delivering a heavy palm strike to Shi Shun's chest. Buffed Shi Shun spat fresh blood, flying back dozens of meters, collapsing. The rescuer revealed a heavily bearded face with a scar on his forehead, the burly man Wei Yuan had become. "Who are you?" Yang Lianxinjia asked. "Your savior." The burly man broke the chains with one slash, grabbed Yang's shoulder, and prepared to leave. "Wait. Not sure if that bastard young lord is dead. He tortured me relentlessly. I have to bring him back. He must die after my heart-crushing palm. Even if he dies, he'll turn his skull into Gabala. Then go quickly. Don't forget this is the Wei Duke's mansion. Wei Buiyue is formidable. Have to hurry." Yang nodded. Suddenly, he sniffed the blood Shi Shun spat. Reassured, he followed the burly man away. Outside the water prison, the burly man led Yang to a neglected, secluded corner of the Wei estate's backyard. Zhu Sibo hurried up. "King of Dharma, you've suffered. Today, I was forced to attack you. Please forgive me." Yang shook his head. "No worries. Sibo, brother, where did you find this expert?" His eyes gleamed shrewdly, still probing. Wei Yuan cursed inwardly and quickly answered, "I'm from the Wang family." He pointed to a withered well in the corner. "That's an underground passage unearthed by a treasure hunter sent by Marshal Shoa. In a moment, when the Wei army changes shifts, we can escape through that well." Zhu Sibo asked, "King of Dharma, Lord Wang wanted to know if you spoke of that incident?" "What incident?" Yang's eyes darted side to side. "The one about killing the second and third generations of the Wei family." Yang smiled coldly. "I won't say. If I do, you'll come to rescue me, but I'll surely die. If I die, the evidence falls into the hands of that old Wei dog. Then you're all doomed." Cold autumn frost reached toward her waist. She thought, since killing Yang Lianxinjia would prove the case, there was no need for elaborate schemes. One swift strike would suffice. Just as her fingertips brushed the sword hilt, Wei Yuan understood and stepped to block her, pressing her hand down. "Master Fa." Wei Yuan turned swiftly to Yang Lianxinjia, speaking rapidly. "We're all from the Jianghu. No need for roundabout words. You've lost both arms and your strength is barely a tenth of what it was. Our cooperation ends here." Yang Lianxinjia nodded silently. Both sides had always been after their own interests. Now useless, it was only natural for the other to withdraw. Wei Yuan produced a 10,000 tael silver note from his pocket and casually slipped it into the worn-out crotch of Yang's trousers. "No better place to put it. Make do." He lowered his voice. "I'll have Zhu Sibo escort you out. Once safe, give him the evidence. After that, we're clear." Yang Lianxinjia glanced at Zhu Sibo. The scholar's face was pale, and his palms sweaty. Even weakened and armless, killing a man like this remained as easy as crushing an ant. With that thought, Yang barely nodded in acknowledgement. After sending the two away, Wei Yuan turned to leave the dry well. Just then, several dark shadows swept overhead. He immediately crouched to the well bottom, sealing his aura. 9 attackers, all grandmasters, or above, 3 even great grandmasters. Facing them head-on now meant certain death. Hiding quietly was his only choice. Kuhalabiela, Gununu Kala. Strange chants rose around the well mouth. The language mixed Manchu and Mongolian accents. Wei Yuan barely caught two names, himself and Yang Lianzhenjia. Signs indicated these were assassins hired by the shadowy masterminds, and Zhu Sibo was likely their mole inside the Wei residence. Wei Yuan recalled Zhu's timid nature, smaller coward than a fly's egg. Had urged Zhu many times before to spy within the Wei mansion, but Zhu always made excuses. Only after being targeted by the Wuxing sect's death squads and pressured to interrogate Yang did Zhu risk it. The black-clad figures dispersed, and the dry well returned to stillness. Wei Yuan peered out, confirmed no one was near, and swiftly climbed free without delay, rushing toward his chamber. Clang! Clang! Spears and blades clashed, sparks flying. At the door, Wei Buya held his ground alone with a serpent spear. Jiang Yuan, robe unfastened, brandished the elite sword from the Santing school, locked in battle with 8 foes. The enemies worked with clear tactics. 2 great grandmasters kept Wei Buya tightly engaged, while the third, another great grandmaster, harried Jiang Yuan with guerrilla strikes. The opponent moved like an eel. Jiang Yuan chased and swung, stomping and yelling curses, but could not catch a single bit of his foe's clothing. Yuan, draw them away. Protect Yuan, fall back. Wei Buya called out loud. Before the words fell, 5 grandmasters slipped into the inner chamber. Blades danced wildly, aimed at the bed. The solid wooden bed frame shattered instantly. Pristine swan-white silk blankets billowed like sudden snowfall. Is heaven determined to destroy the Wei family? Unwilling to spare even the last heir Yuan, Wei Buya held upward, heart burning with sorrow. He spat blood, teetering on the edge of frenzy. Several masters froze in shock. The entire bed had been smashed to bits, yet no blood flowed. Lifting the shredded bedding, all that remained beneath the bed frame was a pillow, slashed open. Wei Buyu's heart jolted, then soared with joy. Yuan was unharmed. Before the happiness could settle, his sharp battle instincts flared in alarm. Though there was no sharp whistling through the air or shadow streaking past, he instinctively dodged to the side. In the next moment, a cold scratch appeared on his arm, blood welling out. Behind him, with a pop, a black arrow embedded itself 7 cun deep into the bluestone, its shaft barely an inch exposed, stone chips flying. Such terrifying bow strength. Without his 6th sense warning him, that arrow would have pierced his heart. Strangely, it was a silent, invisible shot, the legendary shadowless arrow. Following the arrow's path, Wei Yuan spotted an archer cloaked in black atop a rooftop about 200 meters away, drawing his bow again. The youth suddenly shouted, Milabaka, a foreign tribal language that exploded from his mouth. The archer blinked in surprise. You know my language? Suspicious, but before he could react, Wei Yuan crushed rooftop tiles with a step and brought down his massive blade like a mountain-splitting blow. The archer abandoned his bow in haste, barely avoiding the strike with a forward roll, drawing a dagger from his boot to engage Wei Yuan in close combat on the tiled roof. Below, Wei Buya glanced up at the rooftop and snorted coldly. That bastard must have sneaked out for pleasure. With the archer occupied, he wielded the Red Moon 9 Dragon's pole without restraint. His family's spear technique pushed to its limits as he faced off against 7 masters, forcing them into repeated retreats. Suddenly stomping the ground, the tiles shattered like a spiderweb, merging with his spear to become a blood-red dragon lunging into the crowd. The tyrant's spear, its sweeping blade clashed with a thunderous roar. 5 masters were torn apart instantly, limbs scattered. The remaining 2 grandmasters were gravely wounded. Just then, Jiang Yuan recognized the moment and charged in, his giant blade gleaming fiercely as he slashed down 2 grandmasters, blood splattering like rain. Wei Buya saw the grandmaster who had tangled with Jiang Yuan fleeing. His spear trembled, flashing a streak of red light, piercing the escapee through the back. The corpse dropped to the ground. With the battle's outcome sealed, Wei Buya vaulted to the roof. The archer, seeing his allies wiped out, lowered his dagger. After all, he was only a master, no match for close combat escape. Wei Buya ignored him, instead turning to the unmasked Wei Yuan and clasping fists. Old man, thanks you for your timely help. May I ask your name? Name? I'm your grandson. Wei Yuan suddenly realized his disguise was still on, quickly correcting himself and clasping fists in a rough voice. I am Changshan, Zhao Zilong. Thanks, brother Zilong, for your chivalrous aid. Wei Buya laughed heartily. Later I'll host a banquet. Hope you'll honor us with your presence. Wei Yuan waved him off, pointing at the archer. Wei Gong, if you truly want to repay me, release him. Explain yourself. Wei Buya frowned. He is a descendant of an old friend, Wei Yuan replied briefly. Wei Buya smiled faintly and gestured. Of course, you may go. Just releasing me like that? The archer muttered stiffly in crude Chinese, but was pulled away by Wei Yuan, face confused. At that moment, Mu Qianxiu hurried over. Big brother, Yang Lianzhenjia was broken out of prison. Yuaner was knocked unconscious, and when I arrived, he had woken but refused to let me check his pulse for some reason. Forget that bastard for now. Wei Buya narrowed his eyes, cold menace dripping from his tone. I'm going out. Where to? Mu Qianxiu asked quickly. After those 2, uncover their base. Anyone who dares try to kill my grandson better be ready for me to wipe out their entire nest. Wei Yuan declared fiercely before vanishing into the darkness with several others. On an open ground a kilometer away from Wei Fu, Wei Yuan released his grip and spoke in a strange language. Why do you want to kill Wei Yuan? The archer understood immediately. He suddenly looked up in shock and replied in the same language. You can speak our tribe's language? Who are you really? Answer my question first, Wei Yuan said in a low voice. Why exactly is Wei Yuan being targeted for death? He kidnapped my sister. The archer gritted his teeth. Why are you blaming all this on me? Wei Yuan was exasperated, his face darkening. Where did he kidnap your sister? At the foot of our tribe's mountain. Bro, have you lost your mind? Wei Yuan raised his hand and pointed in a direction. Your tribe lives at the northernmost edge, north of the northeast. Without considering grasslands or lakes, even on a straight road, riding a horse without rest would still take a month. Wei Yuan's crazy to travel that far just to kidnap your sister? The archer thought back over the snowy ridges and dense forests he had crossed, his expression wavering. Could it be the Chan you tricked me? Wei Yuan patted his shoulder lightly. Definitely. Your tribe keeps to itself, lives by hunting, with little outside contact. That kind of lie could only come from the Xiongnu. Who taught you the deer god language? Zibi. Zibi? Wei Yuan's eyes darkened as memories flooded back in his past life's closest circle of brothers was a hero from the deer god tribe. The deer god tribe was one of the 56 ethnic minorities of New Huaxia. In the Yuan dynasty, they were called the Northern Mountain Barbarians. During the Qing dynasty, a few dozen of them annihilated a Russian unit without casualties, earning Kangx's title of the strongest warrior nation, the empire's sharpest arrow. In the anti-Japanese alliance, they sacrificed nearly 1,000 to repel invaders, and by the end of the war, fewer than 100 remained. Zibi isn't a name, but the title for the deer god tribe's supreme archer. The last Zibi had followed Wei Yuan in countless battles and died saving him. Before dying, he joked, no shadowless arrow can fly farther than a sniper rifle. No 9-star comet volley can be as fast as a machine gun burst. If this world were still a cold weapon era, I'd lead my whole tribe to storm Washington with you. Wei Yuan. Hey. The archer nudged the dazed Wei Yuan. Mzibi. The last one was my father, before that my grandfather, before that my great-grandfather. Except for me, none of them ever left the mountains. Our tribe has only 300 people. I know them all. Tell me, who exactly taught you? Wei Yuan said nothing and snatched the bow. Without aiming, he shot arrow after arrow thwack, thwack, thwack. 9 feathered arrows sliced through the air. 50 meters away, 9 leaves were pierced dead center with pinpoint accuracy. The archer's pupils shrank. 9-star comet volley. That's our tribe's secret technique, never taught outsiders. You really know it? My brother taught me. Wei Yuan returned the bow. Satisfied now? The archer was still half in disbelief. Without a bond of life and death, no tribe member would ever reveal it. But I want to know, who is he? Wei Yuan took a deep breath, knocked another arrow, and closed his eyes. Then suddenly he opened one eye, which shone with brilliant golden light. Whoosh! The arrow streaked like lightning. The archer, whose eyes also glimmered gold, clearly saw the arrow pierce a cicada perched on a leaf 100 meters away. Its translucent wings trembled, punctured by the arrow's tip. Impossible seeing the small to know the great. That's seeing the small to know the great. The archer gasped in awe. Only the Zibi lineage in our tribe can do this secret skill. Seeing the small to know the great means discerning the essence from subtle signs. The pinnacle of archery skill. Me brother from a past life used to joke that now, just slapping on a 3x scope beats his 15 years of arduous training in perceiving minute details to grasp the truth. Wei Yuan's face was covered with disguised powder, hiding his expression, but inside he felt so embarrassed his ears were burning. Thanks to the uniqueness of his own cultivation method, he forced himself to imitate the perceiving minute details technique. He could only fake the first arrow, the second one would surely give him away. To change the topic, he quickly slung an arm around Zibi's shoulder and spoke rapidly. Brother, I've studied your shadowless arrow. Wei Yuan lowered his voice. You use that light-absorbing mushroom juice from deep in the jungle, combined with your unique archery technique. That's how your arrows are truly unseen and silent, right? Right. Zibi nodded eagerly, then whispered, but that's a secret never passed down in the Zibi clan. This is why we're brothers. Wei Yuan patted his shoulder. Stick with me, and it'll help you find your sister. You give me your tribe's map, we'll send people to connect with you. Plus spices, salt, and food supplies. If you want to move to Great Wei, that's fine too. Since arriving in Great Wei, Zibi had tasted many delicious dishes and thought to himself, no wonder the Xiongnu desperately attacked Great Wei. Everything here, food, clothing, supplies is 100 times better than at home. Grateful. He nodded. Thank you, but I have no money to pay. Money's not a problem. Wei Yuan waved it off. You're my own brother. Come with me and eat well every meal. Ever tried tofu? Or seafood? Zibi was so persuaded he was dizzy but nodded instinctively. That's true, we're the same tribe. You wouldn't lie to me. Exactly same tribe. No lies. Wei Yuan sealed the deal. Not far away, Wei Buiyue crouched in the tree branches, twitching his face muscles in disbelief. That Zhao Zilong is really tricking an honest man to the extreme. His clever schemes are loud enough to hear up here, but this perceiving minute details technique really is impressive. Mosquito bites were driving him crazy. And just as he thought about climbing down, Wei Yuan looked up and called, "Don't you get tired up in that tree? Come down." Wei Buiyue jumped down without shame, dusting off his clothes with a smile. "Brother Zilong, your archery has truly opened my eyes." Wei Yuan suddenly felt playful after all. This old guy called him a turtle grandson all the time. He lowered his voice mysteriously. Perceiving minute details is just the top level. There is a god-level skill beyond that. God level? Wei Buiyue and Zibi both pricked up their ears. Shot without shooting. Wei Yuan's eyes gleamed deeply. Zibi quickly said, "I've heard of that. It said our first-generation deer god reached this level, but no one has in hundreds of years. It's just a myth." Before he finished, Wei Yuan leapt to a nearby bird's nest and pulled out a dozing little bird. With a fingertip, he smudged on some fake death poison and released it. Then he raised an empty bow, drew back the string. Really said no arrow flew, only the whoosh of the string. The little bird flapped its wings midair, not falling. "Oh no, the poison works too slowly on birds. I miscalculated the timing." Wei Yuan muttered. Zibi and Wei Buiyue stared at each other wide-eyed. "That's the shot without shooting?" Wei Yuan flicked his sleeve, striking a profound pose. "Let the bird fly a bit longer." After a moment, the little bird suddenly twitched as if hit by an arrow, then plunged straight down from the sky. "Wow." Wei Buiyue grabbed Wei Yuan, his face flushed with excitement. "Forgive my ignorance, but wow is the only word I have to describe how awesome you are." Wei Yuan clasped one hand behind his back and said calmly, "I, Zilong, was born naturally smart with extraordinary constitution. If I hadn't been obsessed with archery, breaking through to martial sage wouldn't be a problem now." Wei Buiyue's eyes darted around before suddenly grabbing Wei Yuan's hand. "Young brother Zilong, our meeting feels like old friends reuniting. Why not follow Lu, Guan, and Zhang's example and swear brotherhood here in this forest, just the two of us?" Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. This was his own grandfather. And now he wanted to pledge sworn brotherhood with him? He nearly fell to his knees on the spot. If anyone found out he was really Wei Yuan, the old duke would beat him senseless. There'd be no way out. Seeing his stunned silence, Wei Buiyue's beard quivered as he glared and asked, "What? Do you look down on Wei Buiyue?" No, never. The name Wei Gong commands respect across the land. I, Wei Ahem, Zhao Zilong, am unworthy." Wei Yuan waved his hands nervously, his voice trembling. "You're worthy. If I say you're worthy, then you are." Wei Buiyue cut him off, then suddenly kicked him hard in the knee. With a heavy thud, Wei Yuan dropped to his knees, dirt kicking up. Then Wei Buiyue himself fell to his knees, pounding his chest and declaring loudly, "By heaven above and earth below, today Wei Buiyue and Zhao Zilong here swear to become sworn brothers. In good fortune and bad, we share together with honesty and loyalty. Not bound by birth year and month, but united." Wei Yuan jolted, quickly covering the old man's mouth. "Stop it. You're over 70, and I'm still young." True. Wei Buiyue chuckled heartily, tossing aside the unfinished phrase. "Dying together. Now that's another matter." He clapped Wei Yuan twice on the shoulder, nearly making him cough. "From now on, you're my true brother. The Duke's mansion is your homecome whenever you want. They'll make sure there's good wine and food waiting." Wei Yuan felt his head spin and nodded blankly. "Right now, all I want to do is cry." "Moved, huh?" Wei Buiyue laughed, eyebrows raised, then grabbed his wrist and lowered his voice. "Wei Yuan." "HM." Wei Yuan's chest tightened, fearing had been found out. His legs trembled, almost dropping to his knees again. But then Wei Buiyue changed tack. "You know that rascal we call Wei Yuan's grandson? From now on, he's your grandson too. You better look after him well." Wei Yuan let out a secret sigh of relief and wiped cold sweat from his brow. So he hadn't been exposed after all. It was just that old man's heavy breathing and his speech that almost scared him out of his wits. Thank goodness for that. "Hey!" Wei Yuan exclaimed in shock. "What the heck? Wei Yuan is my grandson? Am my own grandfather? Am my own grandson? What kind of nonsense is this?" The night breeze rustled through the trees, and the torches crackled nearby. Across from him, Wei Buiyue shook a sleeve and declared with full confidence, "Your family is mine, and mine is yours. My turtle grandson is naturally your turtle grandson too. I've offered sacrifices to heaven and earth. There's no backing out now. No. Wei Yuan frantically waved his hands, his face darker than the bottom of a pot. "I swear I'll be loyal. I swear when Wei Yuan dies, I die. When Wei Yuan lives, I live." Upon hearing such a fierce oath, Wei Buiyue's eyes reddened. He grabbed him in a brotherly embrace. "Good brother, you sure know how to make it official. Come on, take your Zibi brother back to the manor. Let's get drunk and settle this. We'll talk more about his people joining the Wei family army. Another day. I really have urgent matters today." Wei Yuan slipped and tried to slip away, but Wei Buiyue held him tight. "Brother Zilong, Leave me your contact. The mountains are high, the roads far. When we meet again in this world, don't lose touch." Before the words had even left his mouth, a gray and white falcon swooped down, its sharp talons landing steadily on Wei Yuan's shoulder. Quick as a flash, Wei Yuan caught the falcon and pulled from its leg a small scroll. In neat handwriting. "Already left the capital. The stuff will arrive at the latest in 3 days. This little fellow is well trained. It even found you outside the capital," Wei Yuan said, slipping the note into Wei Yuan's palm as he petted the falcon's wings. "From now on, use it to keep in touch, brother." With that, he leapt a few steps and vanished into the darkness. What the hell is going on? Wei Yuan sat down on the damp grass, overcome with helplessness, cursing himself for trying to show off and perform some great act on the spot. Well, now look at the Fed sworn brotherhood with his own real grandfather. "Hey, brother Zilong, what's wrong with you?" Zibi came over and removed his mask. In the firelight, his face revealed a dark, sincere expression about 37 or 38 years old. "Don't call me Zilong, I'm Wei Yuan." Wei Yuan wiped off his disguised powder, popped his dislocated joints back into place, and restored his original face. "What? You're really Wei Yuan?" Zibi gaped, pointing at him. "So just now you swore brotherhood with your grandfather? Vowed to protect Wei Yuan, that is, yourself?" Wei Yuan protects Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan dies, Wei Yuan dies. Wei Yuan lives, Wei Yuan lives. Enough with the tongue twisters. Wei Yuan rolled his eyes and tugged his sleeve. "Change into something clean and come back to the manor with me. My Jiang Yuan might be gorging herself. Maybe she'll share some with you." The next morning, dawn breaking faintly, the older housekeeper brought a basin of water for Wei Yuan to wash. He changed into a brand new official's robe, the dark serpent pattern gleaming coldly in the first light. He adjusted his crown and belt, sheathed his sword, and headed out with his destination being the capital's most luxurious restaurant, Heaven on Earth. The announcement had already gone out yesterday. All officers of the Heavenly Sword Division and skilled craftsmen were to attend. 200 guards were stationed in the backyard. An unlimited banquet awaited. As Wei Yuan stepped into the main hall, a wave of excited cheers greeted him. "My Lord Wei, Crown Prince." Everyone rose together to bow. Wei Yuan raised his hand to quiet them, then said loudly, "I, Wei Yuan, may have no other skills, but I do have some money. Starting today, once a week we will hold a team gathering meal, all expenses on me." Such generosity from the Crown Prince. To serve Lord Wei is our greatest honor. The flattery swept over him like a tide. The Heavenly Sword Division was the Emperor's pride. Its craftsmen usually made weapons with meager profits. Now, their patron was willing to open his purse. How could they not be loyal? After a round of toasts, everyone's spirits soared. Wei Yuan knew well. If these people could unite as one, they would become his strongest support. Just as he put down his cup, a loud and arrogant shout rang from outside the door. "Where's young Wei Yuan? Tell him to come out and kneel before me, his savior." Looking toward the doorway, he saw a tall figure standing upright, dressed in flowing white robes as pure as snow, clutching a jet-black longsword. Beside him followed Song Niyun, her eyes full of admiration. A faint hum seemed to slice through the era's sorrowful wail only a swordmaster could sense. The newcomer's face was unremarkable, long, with thick lips, a frog-like mouth, a flat-nosed bridge, and wide-set eyes, bearing some Tang dynasty features. Wang Teng. Wei Yuan hadn't expected that the man dressed like Shimin Shueishua was actually the Wang family's so-called precious treasure. The Wang family tightly guarded Wang Teng, but for a habitual playboy confined in isolation, sneaking out had long been routine. Wei Yuan recalled his own days under house arrest by Wei Yuan, when Shishuan crawled through a dog hole and workers dug a secret tunnel to the dry well behind the Wei mansion, practically the same trick. Wang Teng strode into the hall holding the black sword, deliberately slowing his pace to appear suave. "You've done a nice job decorating here," he said, looking around before nodding in approval. "From today on, this place will be renamed Qinghe Elegant Garden." Wei Yuan stared at him as if he were crazy. "You think you're entitled? Oh, you dare insult me. Do you know who I am?" Wang Teng struggled to draw his sword, striking a handsome pose and loudly chanting. "Grasping sun and moon, plucking stars. None in the world are my equal. Treading yin and yang, controlling heaven and earth. In swordsmanship, I reign supreme." He waved the sword in front of Wei Yuan. "Step back. My blade is sharp, watch your throat." Song Niyun sneered beside him. "Wei Yuan, I advise you to clear out immediately. If young Master Wang gets angry, don't think you'll be spared. Your grandfather Wei Yuan couldn't afford to offend him either. Haven't you heard of the drunken sword immortal, Wang Teng?" Two idiots. Wei Yuan took a wary step back, fearing their foolishness was contagious. While Wang Teng struggled to sheath his sword, Wei Yuan noticed the name engraved on the blade. General. The general sword? Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. During the chaotic final years of the previous dynasty, Wei family ancestor Wei Qing had unified the lands wielding spear and sword, intimidating neighboring states. The spear was the Red Moon 9 dragon halberd, and the sword originally had no name until the founding Han Emperor bestowed the Titlia recognition as first general of all ages, and thus the sword was called General. So you are the ones who desecrated my ancestors' tomb. Wei Yuan's fury surged. He stepped up to Wang Tung and asked sternly, where did you get that sword? Looks fancy, great for showing off. Stolen from the family's treasure vault. Wang Tung tapped the sword sheath. Why do you care about the sword? I'm asking if you fear me. The drunken sword immortal, Wang Tung. Hey, race your chance. Rock, paper, scissors. If you lose, Qinghe elegant garden stays with me. If I fall, I get back up where I fell, no shame. And if you lose, you dare win against me? Aren't you afraid I'll slay you? Fine, I'll give you a way out. If I lose, the sword's yours. He formed a fist. I choose rock, let's see if you dare beat me. Wei Yuan threw paper. I win. Wei Yuan swiftly seized the general's sword and turned to leave. Hey, damn it. Wei Yuan, you fatherless bastard, you actually beat me? You're forcing the drunken sword immortal to fly into a rage. One drunken slash, and he'll cleave you in two. Before the words finished, Wei Yuan slapped Wang Tung hard, knocking out 2 of his molars. Keep insulting me, and it'll be your head flying. Then he drew the sword and inspected it. A famed sword with a soul, its master unworthy, its jewel clouded, hence the sorrowful wail. From now on, you're going back to the Wei family. Wang Tung clutched his mouth, eyes wide with disbelief. Hit me? Aren't you afraid of me, the drunken sword immortal Wang Tung? No. Wei Yuan kicked him against the wall. Wang Tung immediately vomited up last night's dinner. Wei Yuan waved to the guards at the door. Don't let riffraff like this and again drag him out. The guards, now Wei family soldiers, grabbed Wang Tung without hesitation. Wait. Wang Tung wiped the spit from his mouth and stretched out a hand to Zhang Naiyun. She hurriedly pulled out a small porcelain bottle. Wang Tung shouted, Wei Yuan, consider this your formal warning. You're finished. Know what this is? Your mother's cremated ashes? To hell with you. Wang Tung pulled the cork. A powerful knockout drug. Once I take this, I won't be me anymore. I'll transform. Transform into a little bastard? No. The other meth drunken sword immortal Wang Tung will awaken. With that, he poured the powder into his mouth. Staggering immediately, he muttered, joyful with wine, mad without it. 1,000 cups won't bring me down. I alone am the drunken sword immortal. The next moment, he collapsed with thunderous snoring. Watching the sprawled fool on the floor, Wei Yuan felt only desolation. I used to be completely mesmerized by this idiot. Pathetic. Truly pathetic. Wei Yuan let out a sigh and glanced at Zhang Naiyun. Did you take the rest of the knockout drug yourself, or did I have to force it down your throat? Zhang Naiyun's legs went weak under his gaze. She dropped to her knees with a thud, her voice trembling. Ter, you can't do this to me. Fine, I'll do it myself. She shakily lifted the medicine bowl, but Wei Yuan caught her chin between 2 fingers and tipped the white porcelain bowl. The remaining drug poured down her throat, and after struggling briefly, her eyes rolled back and she collapsed. The other accomplice nearby was already unconscious. Soon, the main hall was filled with the sound of 2 heavy snores. Like 2 fools, the couple slept as soundly as dead pigs. Shishuan, strip this little bastard and carry him upstairs. If he wakes before him back, knock him out again with the stick. Wei Yuan's voice was sharp and cold. This matter is important, no mistakes allowed. Don't worry, young master. Shishuan thumped his chest confidently. I'll hold the club in my left hand and the chamber pot in my right. I'll keep an eye on their every move, whether they crap or piss. Just then, Gongsun Jin stepped over the threshold, dressed in work clothes and sporting deep dark circles under his eyes. Wei Yuan greeted him. Thanks for working around the clock lately. No trouble. Gongsun Jin rubbed his neck. We expect to finish in 7 days. 7 days? Wei Yuan frowned slightly. In his past life, even with modern machines, it took a month. Now, relying solely on manpower, only 7 days were needed. He warned quietly, speeding up the schedule is good, but this project is huge. Don't let it turn into shoddy work. Gongsun Jin just smiled and didn't argue. Wei Yuan then remembered that under this feudal dynasty, mistakes weren't punished by fines alone. If workers slacked off, not just they but their entire family could be executed. Ordinary people were cheap. Wiping out a whole clan was common law. In such a high-pressure environment, the quality couldn't be poor. Young master, I went to the Wei residence and confirmed you had gone out. Hey, race a thick stack of contracts. Shen Wanson hurriedly arrived, holding out a bundle of papers. All finalized. Over 300? Wei Yuan flipped through the documents. Black and white written terms. Tenfold penalty for breach of contract. Shen Wanson nodded. Once those grain shop and rice house owners heard no need for loans, no interest, cash payment up front with immediate resale profits, they all scrambled to sell grain. When can we collect the grain? In the capital anytime, surrounding cities by tomorrow at the latest. Wei Yuan looked up just as Du Sanyang was coming downstairs. When is the Wang family going for disaster relief? A guest here drinking flower wine said it should be tomorrow, Du Sanyang replied. The Wang family bastards are really fast at selling grain. Shen Wanson rubbed his hands nervously and quietly asked, young master, when do we go to pick up the grain? No need to pick it up. We'll have to return it soon anyway. Wei Yuan's cryptic reply left Shen Wansen confused. Then he added, "Did they mention me when receiving the grain?" "Absolutely not. I arranged 100 people from different regions to collect the grain. It was seamless." Shen Wansen puffed his chest proudly. "Good. Go back." Wei Yuan watched Shen Wansen leave and silently thought, "This guy is useful but too stubborn. I can't keep him long." At that moment, Du Sanyang took the chance to poke his waist with her finger. "Young master, I have leverage against Manager Chun of Yinchuan Stone Ink. Interested?" Yinchuan Stone Ink. Wei Yuan recalled the special petroleum-based ink, black and smudge-proof on rice paper, widely used throughout the Great Way. He looked at Du Sanyang, puzzled. What would I want with ink? He had petroleum pitch used for making ink. Don't you need that stuff to start fires? Petroleum pitch is basically crude oil. The reason the Great Wei dynasty managed to overthrow the previous regime so quickly was because they discovered the value of petroleum. After a bit of distillation, they obtained fierce fire. Oil and water separate. It ignites instantly, and even throwing water on it won't put it out. With such a deadly weapon, a mere 1,000-strong garrison of Great Wei held off armies of 100,000 enemies. For this reason, the court classified petroleum pitch extraction and fierce fire oil refining as top secrets, strictly preventing leaks. At this moment, Wei Yuan stirred his wine glass and looked with interest at Du Sanyang across from him. "How did you know I'd use this stuff?" Du Sanyang smiled slightly. "The heir procured relief grain, but the Wang family resold it at inflated prices. Tonight you'll have to burn their stockpiles of fake grain to force the Wangs to pay more for your real goods. There's enough grain to feed millions, and without fierce fire oil, it won't burn through." There was triumph at the corner of her mouth. Clearly, her recent study of merchant secrets had paid off. Wei Yuan nodded appreciatively, then lowered his voice. "Is that shopkeeper Chen reliable?" "Don't worry," Du Sanyang replied firmly. "He once bragged, drunk, to our young lady about selling small amounts of fierce fire oil to the enemy nation at high prices. Treason punishable by death for 9 clans. He won't escape it. 3 large barrels will do. Take the jade bait with you, and don't let anyone silence you." Watching Du Sanyang leave with a graceful sway, Wei Yuan chuckled softly. People often said, a prostitute is heartless, an actress unfaithful, but Du Sanyang's rebellious spirit was even fiercer than Shen Wansan's. Yet she held a trump card. Gongsun Jin. As long as Gongsun Jin was alive, Du Sanyang never dared turn against him. Relief efforts to the south were an imperial decree, and the southern Zhaodi emperor placed great importance on this mission. The Wang family's guards from the Imperial Forest Army and the Jin Ho Manor protected the grain along the way, while 6 doors detectives patrolled day and night on the perimeter. Wei Yuan's purpose was to obtain the defensive layout of the Wang family's grain storehouses from 6 doors. Bang bang bang. Dry and windy, beware of fire. 3 beats of the war drum marked midnight. The night was heavy and dark. The eaves lanterns outside the granary swung in the wind. Wang Teng, clad in a snow-white robe, carried the Grand General's sword as he stepped into the courtyard. His boots clicked sharply on the bluestone flooring. The Wang family guards immediately lined up, bowing in unison. "Young master." Wang Teng raised his chin and pointed to several wooden basins behind him. "Congee and side dishes. Shoha asked me to bring you supper." "Shoha? Wang Shoha?" Someone muttered quietly. In Great Weiss etiquette, openly naming the family head was treason, but everyone knew Wang Teng had grown so arrogant lately that even his ancestors he dared to address by given name. The guards pushed carts loaded with white porridge and followed Wang Teng into the granary. Inside, the lighting was dim, and sacks of grain piled like mountains. In a corner, for detectives dressed in flying fish uniforms, Lu Cunxiao, Lao Shi, Zhang Long, and Zhao Ha huddled together, whispering plans for infiltration. Before their discussion ended, Wang Teng strode up and kicked Lu Cunxiao's backside hard. "All of you push the carts. The Wang family is noble. The heavy work isn't for us." Cold light flashed in Lu Cunxiao's eyes. "Wang Teng, we don't answer to you." Swish. The Grand General's sword unsheathed in a flash, its blade gleaming deadly. Wang Teng shouted, "If you don't get moving, I'll cut you down myself." Lao Shi quickly stepped between them. "Don't lose your temper. Young Master Wang, we'll push the carts." Nearby, a Wang family guard crossed his arms and sneered, "If the soldier's fierce, the general's fierce too. You deserve to do the heavy lifting." Following that playboy Wei Yuan, Lao Shi bowed his head, but a faint, knowing smile played at his lips. He leaned close to Lu Cunxiao's ear in a low voice. "We were just wondering how to sneak in before. Now the chance is served up on a plate. Follow my lead later." LV Cunxiao is straightforward and blunt. "You, with your little squinty eyes, you hardly open them even in broad daylight. How am I supposed to read your expression in the middle of the night?" A metaphor, get it or not. Night was pitch black. Before the second guard post, torches flickered, casting shadows of a dozen imperial guards lined up with swords drawn. The captain in charge raised his hand and barked coldly, "No one not on the list is allowed in. All belongings must be searched." With a flash of steel, Wang Teng had his sword pressed against the man's throat, a mocking sneer on his face. "Believe it or not, he'll cut you down right here." Wang Tung, the drunken sword immortal. My signature move is drunken slash of the heavenly gate. You afraid or not? The cold blade gleamed in the torchlight, and the guard's expressions shifted suddenly. At that moment, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes hurried over. He was the Wang family steward for this visit, Wang Shi's younger brother, and therefore Wang Tung's uncle. Tengayer, what are you doing here? Wang Tung spun his sword gracefully and sheathed it with a clear whistle. His gaze was icy, sharp as a star. I, Wang Tung, don't owe you any explanation for my actions. You're the other Wang Tung? The uncle sensed the deadly aura radiating from his nephew and recalled rumors told by the chief imperial physician, Old Xia. He quickly turned to the imperial guards. He is the future hope of the Wang family. No exception she must be allowed in. The captain hesitated but respectfully clasped his fists. Lord Wang, rules can't be broken. A search is mandatory. Please cooperate. That's fine, the uncle smiled and pleaded. Wang Tung smiled faintly, lifting his chin arrogantly and spreading his arms wide. The guards searched him thoroughly from head to toe, even through his hair, confiscating any tinder or flint from LV Tsuanxiao and the others as well. This granary strictly forbids open flames. Well, hold these fire starters and return them afterward, the captain said, placing the items carefully in a wooden box. They moved on. In the distance, a patrol of Wang family guards swung lanterns. As the two groups passed, 5 suddenly broke formation, drawing soft swords from their waists, the cold blades slithering like venomous snakes toward Wang Tung. Scoundrels! Ill offer your lives to the Holy Mother. Killing intent surged like a tide. LV Tsuanxiao and the others instinctively stepped back. They were hired to guard the grain, not to risk their lives for Wang Tung. Just as the uncle raised his voice to call for help, there was a crisp metallic clang. Wang Tung drew his sword like lightning, then sheathed it just as quickly, the entire movement barely a single breath. Thud! 5 assassins dropped to the ground with their swords severed at the waist. Blood and entrails splattered, glowing red in the torchlight. Do you rats really think you can match my swordplay? Wang Tung snorted disdainfully. Tengayer, that's swordsmanship. The uncle was thrilled, thumbs raised high. He had heard tales of the other Wang Tung being peerless in swordsmanship, but seeing it firsthand was another matter. LV Tsuanxiao and his companions exchanged uneasy looks. The deadly sword intent was identical to the day they killed the no-life cult matriarch. Lao Shi and others nodded silently, whispering that if Wang Tung ever walked the martial world, had easily ranked top 5 on the sword rankings, most of whose names were already buried in the ground. Wang Tung flicked his nostrils and glanced at his uncle. How did no-life cult assassins sneak into the Wang family? Gather everyone in the northeast corner. The sword god has a lesson to give. Yes, yes. The uncle hurriedly dispatched his men. At that moment, Wei Yuan glanced sideways at the uncle. You're coming too. Stand there and listen. Me? I'm your uncle. Before he could finish, Wang Tung's hand twitched sharply, as if drawing his sword. The uncle's face drained of color. He spun around and ran toward the gathering point. Patrols, laborers, guards, soon everyone rushed to the northeast corner. The night wind stirred the torches, and the air hung heavy with the scent of blood. After everyone left, Wang Tung turned to LV Tsuanxiao, a slight smile playing on his lips, but spoke in Wei Yuan's voice. Not bad, God Captor. You already realized the sacks contained sand, not grain. Old Shi pointed at Wang Tung in disbelief, exclaiming, You are the sworn father? Human life is at stake. We absolutely cannot let the Wang family run wild. Wang Tung declared firmly, then waved his large hand, curling his fingers. In the next instant, a silent, lightning-fast arrow shot through the air. Wang Tung caught it steadily. Tied to the arrow was a fire stick. He tossed the fire stick to Lu Tsuanxiao, then lifted the inner layer of the porridge barillon. Acrid smell hit them. The bottom of the barrel was stuffed full of blazing oil. This the fire, light it quickly. They'll go lead the Wang family people away, Wang Tung said, then turned and ran swiftly. As soon as Wang Tung left, Old Shi stared at Lu Tsuanxiao in shock. What's going on here? Is he really Wang Tung or the sworn father? If he is the sworn father, is there such a masterful disguise in the world? Never mind. We're risking everything for the lives of millions. Lu Tsuanxiao picked up the porridge barrel and threw the white porridge along with the blazing oil inside fiercely toward the grain piles. I've been unlucky to know you. Getting involved in this kind of death penalty business, Old Shi grumbled, but immediately swung his own barrel toward the same spot. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu followed suit, throwing barrel after barrel onto the pile. Moments later, the pungent smell of blazing oil filled the entire granary. Lu Tsuanxiao opened the cap of the fire stick, blew gently twice, and instantly flames flickered. He threw the fire stick into the grain heap with a flick. Whoosh! A roaring blaze erupted. The blazing oil burst into flame immediately, turning the granary into a sea of fire. Old Shi grabbed a soft sword from the ground, gritted his teeth, and slashed a bleeding cut across his own shoulder. Then, with a swift motion, he stabbed half an inch into Lu Kongxiu's abdomen. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu followed suit, each marking themselves with fresh blood, then shouted loudly, Extinguish the fire. Someone help extinguish the fire. Suddenly, the camp was flooded with light as guards and imperial soldiers rushed in carrying buckets and water pumps. However, blazing oil doesn't extinguish with water. The fire only grew fiercer, spreading quickly through the entire granary. Wang Ershu, barefoot and having lost a shoe, ran over and collapsed onto the ground, staring at the raging inferno. How did it suddenly catch fire? Lord Wang, it's blazing oil. Water won't put it out. We're doing everything we can to control it, and have set up fire breaks, a guard reported urgently. Wang Ershu's gaze went vacant, his mind blank. The fire blazed high. Visible across the capital, the southern Zhao emperor would surely come in person. Meanwhile, in the depths of night, a white figure scaled rooftops and walls, slipped through a window, and entered the second floor of heaven on earth. A faint scent of knockout powder hung in the air. Wei Yuan fixed his gaze on the sleeping Wang Tong in bed. Shishuan suddenly awoke with a start. Who's there? Seeing the intruder as Wang Tong, then glancing again at the man in bed, Shishuan rubbed his eyes and suddenly realized, "You are the heir? Who else would I be?" Wei Yuan replied, removing his disguise and tossing his white robe to Shishuan. "Dress him in this." Suddenly hearing commotion outside, Shishuan peeked out. "Your Highness, look, there's a fire over there." "What fire?" Wei Yuan said dismissively. "That fire was started by me." He changed into a Qilin robe, grabbed the sleeping Wang Tong, and leapt out the window. The granary fire blazed like a beacon in the dark night. Elsewhere, in the southern Zhao Emperor's palace, the gate was smashed open and the senior eunuch burst in, panic on his face. "Your Majesty, the granary is on fire." "What?" The southern Zhao Emperor sat bolt upright. "Prepare to leave the palace at once." At a chessboard, Wang Shouhe was playing alone when the fiery glow outside lit up the sky. He sprang up, shouting, "That's the granary. Quickly prepare the sedan chair. We must get there." The fiery glow tinted half the sky red. At this moment, officials, nobles, and leading families throughout the court all gathered and hurried toward the granary. Wei Yuan casually dropped the soundly sleeping Wang Tong in a small grove near the granary, then strode briskly toward the building. Outside the granary, flames roared skyward, and the scorching waves of heat carried choking smoke and burning oil fumes. The Duke of Liang, Duke of Wei, Duke of Rome, along with numerous other lords and officials, arrived one after another. The chief commander of the six gates, Hua Manlu, and four other commanders including Wei Yuan formed a line, their black armor reflecting the firelight like a forest of shadows. "His Majesty has arrived." A sharp voice rang out. The southern Zhao Emperor descended from his dragon chariot. The courtiers dropped to their knees, but Wei Buihe remained standing tall. The emperor's face was grim as he walked forward, each step pushing back the blazing heat. "Wang Shouhe, deputy commander of the imperial guards, come here at once." The emperor's gaze cut like a blade. Wang Shouhe and the deputy commander in charge of guarding the granary fell to their knees with a thud, sweat soaking their brows instantly. "What are your imperial guards doing? When the fire broke out, why wasn't it immediately extinguished?" The deputy lowered his head to reply, "Your Majesty, the arsonist used blazing oil to set the fire. At first, we did not realize and tried to put it out with water. Once we understood it was burning oil, we switched to sand and earth, but by then the fire was beyond control." The southern Zhao Emperor suddenly turned to the Tianjin division. "How did the blazing oil leak out?" All the officials knelt except for Wei Yuan. "Your Majesty, we do not know. The usage and storage of blazing oil are carefully recorded. I would stake my entire family's lives that none leaked from the Tianjin division," they said in unison. The emperor coldly ordered the senior eunuch, "Take men yourself to the Tianjin division and inspect every barrel of blazing oil. If even a gram is missing, every officer and their family will be executed." Before he finished speaking, he violently kicked the deputy commander of the imperial guards. "Idiot. Such a massive fire, at least 1,000 jin of blazing oil. If the guards were so strict, how did all that oil get inside?" The deputy was kicked so hard he rolled to the ground. "Your Majesty, I do not know. But tonight, the eldest young master of the Wang family, Wang Tong, came by with 10 barrels of rice porridge." Wang Shouhe pounded his chest in protest. "Impossible. My son Wang Tong has been inside the residence all night. He never left." The deputy wiped blood from the corner of his mouth. "I dare not speak unrighteously. Many in the imperial guards and six gates witnessed it with their own eyes." Wang Shi's face twisted in shock as he turned, eyes falling on his younger brother. Uncle Wang nodded repeatedly. "He really did come. What's going on? There's such a huge fire." Shadows shifted as Wang Tong rubbed his sleepy eyes and stumbled forward. When he saw all the gathered officials, including the emperor, he shivered with fear. At Wang Shi's sharp command, Wang Tong collapsed to his knees. "Wang Tong pays respects to your Majesty." "Wang Tong," the emperor's voice was icy, "did you come here tonight?" "Seems like I didn't." Before he could finish, Wei Yuan stepped forward. "Your Majesty, my subordinate reports that Wang Tong's swordsmanship is unparalleled. Just now he slew 5 enemy assassins from the Wuxing sect." The deputy commander quickly confirmed, "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes." Bloodied Lu Tsuanxiao and others were supported forward to kneel and bow. Your Majesty, the young Master Wang truly fought bravely. With a single sword stroke, he cut 5 masters in half instantly. Wang Teng puffed out his chest, proudly tapping himself. That's right, I was here, it's me, the wine's word immortal, Wang Teng. In everyone's hearts, a silent curse was uttered. Wang Shi's face twitched in frustration. He slapped his forehead and thought grimly. Send this fool Wang Teng back inside and get the other Wang Teng out here instead. Dawn was just breaking, and the fire was dying down. Ashes still smoldered, the scent of burning mixed with the damp chill of the morning mist, hanging heavy in the air. The imperial guards formed ranks and rushed into the burnt, collapsed granaries, inspecting them one by one. The Nanzhao emperor stood on the outer steps, his gaze cold and sharp. He first fixed his eyes on the deputy commander of the imperial guards. Besides Wang Tong, did anyone else bring anything inside? Your Majesty, I swear no one else. The deputy commander dropped to one knee, his voice trembling with tension. The emperor then turned his gaze to Wang Shouha, his eyes cutting like blades. Explain yourself. Why, Your Majesty, it is definitely not my son Wang Tong's doing. He only delivered some plain rice porridge. Wang Shi's forehead was slick with cold sweat. Burning the relief grain was a crime unforgivable in the eyes of the realm. Without sacrificing a few scapegoats and making an example of them, they could never appease the people. In the past, the emperor would have had no hesitation burning Wang Tong. But not now. Wang Mao had become a eunuch, and Wang Tong was the last living bloodline of the Wang family, unmatched in swordsmanship, and the family's only hope for the future. Wang Shi's eyes darted sharply towards his own younger brother, the family's second uncle. His expression clearly said, someone among the convoying clan members has to take the fall. Wang's second uncle shivered, quickly stepping forward and raising his voice. Your Majesty, I have a matter to report. Speak, the Nanzhao emperor snapped. Lowering his head and avoiding his brother's gaze, Wang's second uncle said, yesterday, the Duke Weiss mansion in the capital was attacked by Han assassins. Fearing the enemy would cripple the relief efforts, I secretly moved the grain ahead of time. The burned sacks you saw, they were all just filled with sand. At those words, Wang Shouha clenched his fists tightly. The 20 million dan of grain already sold would cost a 400 million tael silver penalty to buy back far beyond the family's means. Of course, they could try to seize it by force, but once their reputation was destroyed, no merchant would ever trade with the Wang family again. This scoundrel Wang's second uncle was trading away the family's century-old honor just to save his own skin. The emperor narrowed his eyes at Wang's second uncle. Where's the grain now? That Wang's second uncle's lips trembled, unable to answer. At that moment, Wei Yuan stepped forward and cupped his fists. Your Majesty, I understand. Wang's second uncle foresaw the danger, and, not wanting to put all the eggs in one basket, dispersed the grain among all the rice shops and granaries of the capital and surrounding cities, collecting a 40 million tael deposit to prevent embezzlement. Dispersed grain and deposits? Everyone exchanged a glance, thinking, just say the Wang family sold off all the relief grain already, no need for such roundabout words. The emperor's shoulders twitched, fury nearly setting his dragon robes aflame. He could tolerate the Wang family skimming part, or even half of the relief grain, but devouring it all without leaving a grain for the starving millions would lead to widespread chaos and rebellion. The great Nan Wei he had fought tooth and nail to stabilize had been stabbed in the back by the very family he had propped up. Wang Shouha, is what Wei Yuan says true? And no, Your Majesty, it is not. Wang Shouha stammered in denial. Wei Yuan turned to the 6 doors detectives. The sand can't be burned. Go into the granary and weigh all the sand sacks. Then we'll know the truth. The emperor's eyes blazed as he glared at Wang Shouha again. Wang Shouha, should I weigh the grain myself? And no, I guarantee to gather all the relief grain by tonight. The Nanzhao emperor let out a deep breath, trying hard to quell the fury burning inside him and calm his raging heart. Before the hour, I want to see every last grain of disaster relief rice accounted for by. Before the southern Zhao emperor finished speaking, he glanced around the golden imperial hall. The assembled ministers stood in orderly ranks, each wearing expressions of respectful detachment, eyes fixed on their noses fixed on their hearts, so to speak. They were all shrewd schemers, thoroughly versed in court intrigue, forming cliques to protect their own interests, yet none truly worthy of the emperor's trust. A heavy weight settled in the emperor's chest. He longed for the rebuilding of the Wensheng First Tower, where he could personally select talented men. Even if the aristocratic clans obstructed him, he would never back down. Suddenly, his gaze landed on Wei Yuan. This spoiled, foolish scion, so clueless about worldly affairs, was just the right candidate to wade into this murky business. The emperor's voice grew stern. Wei Yuan, the inspection and weighing of disaster relief supplies shall be your responsibility. Do you accept? Yuan vows not to fail his mission. Wei Yuan stepped forward, bowed deeply, then turned to Wang Shouha with a fist salute. Uncle Wang, though Wang Tong saved my life once, I am no ingrate, but as legend says, loyalty and righteousness rarely coexist perfectly. Since the emperor entrusts me with this task, I shall devote my utmost effort. Not a single grain shall be lost. As the saying goes, when in office, attend to your duties, receive the emperor's stipend, serve his cause faithfully, and share his burdens. Each time the emperor heard such words, his heart lifted, and he nodded repeatedly. How pleasing to hear such loyalty. Wang Shouhe, however, clenched his teeth in frustration, forcing a stiff smile. Wise nephew Wei speaks truly. Uncle will support wholeheartedly and ensure a single grain won't go missing. The emperor dreaded anyone threatening his throne. Given the Wang family's recent actions, he had long wished to execute them all. Now was the perfect chance to strike. The Wang family is sworn enemy to the heretical Wuxing sect. I command you, Wang family, to exterminate that sect. Also, the Southern Relief effort, let someone else handle it. His gaze swept across the hall. Ministers, who wishes to volunteer? No one looked up. The Southern Relief operation was lucrative, but to take it on was to provoke the Wang family's wrath. Anyone daring to accept would be assassinated in secret. With the distant emperor indifferent, a death there was meaningless. Heads bowed low and breaths were deliberately muffled. No one suitable, no one suitable. The emperor sighed inwardly, again fixing his gaze on Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, how about having your Wei family take charge of the Southern Relief mission? Wei Yuan was merely a prodigal. What could he do? The emperor's true message lay in the words Wei family, hoping the obedient yet independent Wei Buiyue would step forward. After speaking, he looked sincerely at the white-bearded elder with silver brows, silently pleading. Please come forward, respected uncle. Wei Buiyue did not hesitate. Leaning on his cane, he stepped forward. Countless lives of common folk hang in the balance. How can I stand idly by? Respected uncle's righteousness. Lord Weiss integrity. The hall erupted in cheers. No. Wei Yuan suddenly stepped forward 2 paces and stood before his grandfather, voice raised and then lowered urgently. That old geezer. My grandfather cannot go. He then leaned close to the emperor's ear, whispering anxiously, my grandfather suffers chronic illness and has not yet fully recovered. This journey is perilous. If he departs, he may never return. The emperor found himself in a dilemma. Wei Buiyue was a vital pillar of the kingdom, one that could only be used sparingly. But if he didn't go, disaster victims would revolt. If he died en route, the realm of Dai would descend into chaos. Silence reigned in the hall. Suddenly, Wei Yuan again bent forward and loudly petitioned, Your Majesty, though I am a libertine, cowardly and self-interested, for my grandfather's sake, I am willing to risk my life and go on his behalf. I beg Your Majesty to permit me to honor my filial duty. The emperor raised an eyebrow, eyeing the ever-cunning heir with partial disbelief. He uttered a single word, you? All eyes turned to Wei Yuan, stunned into complete silence. This was a man infamous in the capital for being a reckless wastrel, likely to be assassinated by enemies the moment he left the city outskirts. Yet, one had to admit, despite his indulgence in lust, gambling, drinking, and debauchery, he was exceptionally devoted to his father, Wei Buiyue. It was this filial piety that made many regard him with a hint of respect. Seated on the imperial throne, the southern Zhao emperor looked toward Wei Buiyue with a questioning gaze. Father Ye, what is your opinion? Leaning on his cane, his voice hoarse but resolute, Wei Buiyue replied. The Wei family has always been loyal and brave. Wei Yuan is no exception. Rather than see him waste away in the capital's pleasures or fall victim to assassins, it's better he dies honorably in battle. As he finished speaking, he seemed to age a decade in an instant, stooping as he turned and climbed into a sedan chair already prepared by the Wei household. The emperor's heart constricted painfully. Perhaps I have truly failed you. Father Ye, failed the Wei family, suppressing his guilt. He then turned to the kneeling Wei Yuan. Yuaner, who do you plan to take with you? Your Majesty, a few brothers from the 6 gates, plus 3,000 soldiers of the Wei family. Approved. The emperor nodded immediately, adding, they'll also dispatch 1,000 imperial guards under your command to protect you. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Yuan kowtowed deeply. When will you depart? A single day's delay could cost countless civilians their lives. After tomorrow's relief supplies are tallied, I will head south. The emperor lightly patted his shoulder, unexpectedly earnest. Truly, the Wei family is full of heroes. Even a wastrel like you can stand firm when faced with right and wrong. Return alive, and you shall have whatever you desire. Inside the carriage on the return journey, Mu Qianxiu grasped Wei Buiyue's hand gently and began, Big brother, at our age, we don't have many years left. Yuaner's path stretches ahead. There are many trials he must face alone. Besides, the hatred from foreign enemies runs deep, and you've made many enemies in the martial world. This journey will be perilous. Your chronic illness hasn't healed. You won't withstand a long trek. Wei Buiyue closed his eyes with a sigh, nodding. I know that scoundrel cares for me and understands that fledglings must spread their wings, but my heart still can't let go. Mu Qianxiu smiled softly. Rest assured, big brother. I will command the Giga medical sect. Any who harm Wei Yuan will never receive treatment, while those protecting him get priority care. Only then did Wei Buiyue feel some relief. who in the martial world could guarantee no future ailments. No one would dare offend the Giga sect. In the Weiyang Palace, a young eunuch had just been scolded by Shuer and then poured out all the information had gathered to Princess Ninji. Frowning lightly, Ninji said, "A bold and risky move. Wei Yuan is daring and cautious. Having offended the Wang family in the capital, the best tactic is to lie low for now. Moreover, by claiming the banner of patriotism, anyone who dares oppose him becomes an enemy of the people. Honestly, he's risen fast, and among the noble clans, there are many clever minds. Perhaps some have already noticed something." Shuer scratched her head. "Princess, do you mean his southern journey is actually to save his own life?" "Not entirely." Ninji's eyes gleamed. "Distributing porridge near the capital outskirts. Volunteering today, he's covered loyalty, filial piety, righteousness, benevolence, and courage. That's perfect for recruiting soldiers. But he only took a limited number of people. He can recruit locally and not bring them back to the capital. As long as a few reliable Wei soldiers remain to train new recruits, when the time is right, one call from him will mean a formidable force." After saying this, Nanji rose and approached her dressing table, sitting with her back straight. "Shuer, help me get ready. I'm going to see father." Flustered, Shuer handed over a comb. "Understood. Princess, are you planning to accuse Wei Yuan?" "I'm asking father to let me join the disaster relief efforts," Ninji said with bright determination. "Wei Yuan has truly piqued my interest. I want to go with him." Her voice trailed, and a faint smile curved her lips, wisdom sparkling in her eyes. "I just hope that Wei Yuan is truly worthy of me." In the imperial study, the Nanzhao emperor, having just returned to the palace, slammed his hand on the desk and shouted angrily, "No. Going south to deliver disaster relief." Wei Yuan narrowly escaped death. "How can you, a mere woman, be expected to bear such a burden?" Nanji lifted her gaze steadily to her father and spoke calmly. "Father, everyone knows the relief grain was sold off. The great noble families have been abusing their power in their fiefs, cheating the common people. In the end, this will all be counted as your responsibility. The Wei kingdom is beset with troubles both inside and out, and the people's faith in the throne is shaken. If we don't quickly pacify the hearts of the people, troublemakers could stir up a peasant rebellion at any moment." She stepped forward, her voice growing stronger. "Though I am but a woman, I am still your daughter. For the sake of the great Wei and to solidify your reign, what sacrifice could be too great? Even my own life." After speaking, Nanji took up paper and brush from the dragon-embossed desk and wrote a fierce oath in bold strokes. "Father, I vow that you will receive only my corpse. You will never receive news of me being humiliated, taken hostage against the royal family, or bring shame to the throne." The emperor looked at the oath, his chest rising and falling. Ultimately, he was moved by his daughter's resolve and sighed, running his hand through her hair. "Truly, my worthy daughter. If only you were a son, I would have passed the throne to you." After a moment, he made his decision. "Very well. I permit you to accompany Wei Yuan south for disaster relief. I will double the 1,000 imperial guards promised to Wei Yuan to 2,000, and you shall select them personally." Late into the night, the heaven-on-earth pleasure house was gradually clearing out. In the second-floor corridor, oil lamps flickered as guests drifted away. The girls who had worked all night covered their mouths yawning and paired off to return to their quarters and rest. In a private room, Wei Yuan sat upright by a low table, wearing a plain long robe. Du Sanyang brought over hot tea with both hands. "Young master, my Jiajin hasn't come back since last night's fire. Could he be in danger?" Wei Yuan looked up to reassure her. "Don't worry, he knew about the fire in advance. He'll be fine." Before she could respond, Gong Sun Jin, dark circles under his eyes, pushed open the door. His robe still held traces of ash. Bowing to Wei Yuan, he asked, "My lord, was last night's operation successful?" "Very successful. Everything went according to plan. Ninzhao has agreed to let me lead relief efforts," Wei Yuan said lightly. Gong Sun Jin sat beside him, and Du Sanyang quickly refilled the tea. The three of them, however, all instinctively looked towards the door, as if expecting someone else. Du Sanyang whispered, with Shun Wansan side, "The Wang family can't pay tenfold compensation. Also, though those rice merchants and grain shops are widespread, 70% of the shopkeepers can't afford tenfold compensation either. Should we try to maximize our gains and settle for a smaller multiple first?" Wei Yuan waved his hand. "Sanyang, you are a skilled merchant. What you say is true. But the ambitions of a merchant don't match those of a politician. I'm not after money." She looked puzzled, but Gong Sun Jin smirked and silently mouthed, "We want control over the grain shops and rice merchants. Holding these means controlling 20 to 30% of the Wei kingdom's grain supply, which is invaluable for my future plans." Wei Yuan pulled Du Sanyang's hand in one of his and Gong Sun Jin's in the other, folding their soft hands together. "Jin can't be a profiteering merchant, Sanyang can't be a politician, but together, you are my left and right arms." Both blinked in surprise, exchanging a shy glance and lowering their eyes, cheeks slightly flushed. Wei Yuan thought wryly. Leading means win hearts and sometimes even playing matchmaker. Just then, The round-faced Shun Wansen hurried into the room, his chest rising with anger. Young master, the Wang family is bullying us, tearing up the contract unilaterally, taking the grain and refusing to pay compensation as agreed. Nowadays, most shopkeepers can't even produce the grain, nor can they afford to pay compensation. They're on their knees begging us, asking if we can settle for less with tenfold damages. Otherwise, they're willing to face a lawsuit. Not a single grain of rice or copper coin can be spared. They must either deliver the grain or pay the money. As Wei Yuan spoke, his tone suddenly shifted. Of course, there's another way. Let them hand over all the rice shops and grain depots. The shopkeepers remain the same, but going forward, profits will be split 70 to 30. Your Highness, you can head south to oversee the relief efforts confidently. I promise I'll handle things with finesse. Before he finished, Wei Yuan raised his hand to stop him. From now on, you don't get involved in this. Leave it to San Yang. What? Do San Yang? She's just a brothel madam. Smack. Gong Sun Jin's expression darkened like cold iron. He grabbed a teacup from the table and hurled it at Shun Wansan. Porcelain shattered, and tea splashed everywhere. Wei Yuan pressed down on Gong Sun Jin's hand, his face icy as he fixed his gaze on Shun Wansan. San Yang is my brother's wife. I won't tolerate anyone insulting her. If you do, you become my enemy. Shin Wansan quickly plastered a smile on his face. There's absolutely no insult meant, just a slip of the tongue. Won't happen again. Good. Don't let it happen again. You may leave. Wei Yuan waved dismissively. After Shin Wansan slunk away, Wei Yuan turned to Du Sin Yang. If that guy got involved, he'd probably steal at least 10 million taels of silver from me. Besides, all the rice shops and grain depots have people loyal to him. They could use that to squeeze me anytime. You know what to do, right? Du Sin Yang gently tapped her forehead. Transfer these rice shops and depots into the names of people we trust. I, Sin Yang, personally guarantee there will be no mistakes. Gong Sun Jin clasped his fists and spoke loudly. Congratulations, my lord. You've leveraged 40 million taels of silver to control rice shops and grain depots worth over 200 million. While I'm away in the south, the boxing gyms, horse stables, and grain shops are in your capable hands. If officials give you trouble, come find my grandfather. Rest assured, Your Highness, Gong Sun Jin smiled. When you return, we'll have a great surprise waiting. You two make things easy for me, Wei Yuan said, then left heaven and earth and returned to his manor. After working through the night, he collapsed into bed as soon as he returned, sleeping until nightfall. He was just roused when the door opened. In the lamplight, he glimpsed the visitor and froze. My dear elder brother? Why are you here? Brother Wei Yuan, it's me. A clear voice said it was Lung Qiushuang. She removed the Zhu Sibo disguise and put down 2 brocade boxes she was carrying. Mission accomplished, I got the items. Wei Yuan opened the first box to reveal a bloodied large skull, that of Yang Lianjinjia. The second contained a bulging envelope and a pure gold key about the length of a finger. He opened the envelope and found a small map made of human skin, along with a long letter written in Tibetan script. Wei Yuan traced all the text on a paper, then cut it up and scrambled the order, instructing Shishuan to ask Wang Xuansa, the palace's expert in foreign languages, to translate it. Only then did Lung Qiushuang wipe off her disguise powder, revealing a flushed but pretty face. Wei Yuan raised his hand to gently stroke her cheek. 2 days under that heavy disguise powder, it must have been tough on you. Serving you, brother Wei Yuan, is no hardship. Lung Qiushuang smiled and bowed. Go take a hot bath and change into clean clothes. Tomorrow you accompany me south to aid the disaster relief. She nodded and went to do just that. Soon she returned in plain clothes, while Shishuan came panting with the translated manuscript. Wei Yuan laid out the scattered pages and carefully pieced them together word by word. At the center of the map were the 2 characters along. The long letter was a secret account written by Yang Lianjinjia, revealing the true story behind Hero Wei's death. Wei Yingxiong led his 3 sons, including his adopted son Zhu Sibo, into battle against the Xiongnu. Before the battle, Zhu Sibo impulsively took a small squad deep into the grasslands and slaughtered an entire Xiongnu tribe of 10,000 in a single night. Afterwards, he kept all the loot of gold and silver for himself. During the plunder, he lusted after a Xiongnu girl, forcibly took her, and then allowed his guards to repeatedly assault her, leaving her dead on the spot. After the battle, it was discovered that the girl was actually a Xiongnu princess who had sneaked out of the palace to roam. Among the casualties was also the Xiongnu crown prince. Both the beloved son and daughter of the Xiongnu ruler died on the same day, and the prince's horrific fate enraged the Xiongnu Chanyu. He laid the entire blood debt squarely on Wei Yingxiong's shoulders. Seeking revenge, the Chanyu was willing to make a pact with the tiger's skin, reaching out to the Tianlang Empire, and forming an alliance with Tubo and Western Xia. The allied forces switched to wearing Xiongnu military uniforms, and the Tianlang crown prince personally commanded the troops, launching a direct assault on Wei Yingxiong. The Emperor of Nanzhao received secret intelligence and could have given early warning. But because the Wei family's military achievements threatened his own power, they commanded 500,000 elite troops under 5 leading generals, all of exceptional talent. He chose silence. He hoped to use the conflict to weaken the Wei clan, planning to reclaim military control at a later time. Meanwhile, the Wang family took advantage, orchestrating covert dealings between noble clans. They used Zhu Sibo's misdeeds as leverage to blackmail him into secretly defecting to the Xiongnu, becoming an inside agent for the allied forces within the Wei army. Though Wei Yingxiong was a masterful tactician, all his stratagems were anticipated by the enemy. His supply lines were cut, reinforcements failed to arrive, and his troops suffered defeat after defeat, retreating to border strongholds. At this critical moment, the city's defending general, Flower family's second son Hua Mange, shockingly locked the gates, refusing entry. Outside, the allied army's horns blared. Inside, gates remained sealed. Enemies surrounded them. Supplies were exhausted. Wei Yingxiong had no choice but to fight to the death. In the darkest hour, Hua Mange secretly shot a hidden arrow, fatally piercing Wei Yingxiong and his 2 beloved sons with a volley of arrows. All correspondence and concrete evidence were hidden by Yang Lianxinjia, sealed together with a treasure trove. Smack, a wooden desk shattered under Wei Yuan's palm. Having once led troops into battle himself, he could vividly imagine his father's desperate struggle alone on the battlefield, begging for aid but betrayed instead. Memories flooded in of his father lifting him high overhead as a child, and his 2 older brothers once taking him fishing and standing up for him. Thinking of this, cold, murderous intent filled his eyes. No one involved in this matter would escape his vengeance. Suddenly, Wei Yuan's cultivation was violently disrupted by external forces. His meridians reversed, his energy spiraled out of control, and he spat blood. Lung Xiaoshuang quickly caught him, willing to sacrifice her own cultivation forever, using ice gold energy to stabilize his wild, true energy and calm his mind. After a cup of tea's time, Wei Yuan regained consciousness and gently stroked Lung Kaishuang's cheek. "You silly girl." Lung Xiaoshuang softly cautioned. "Brother Wei Yuan, all this is just Yang Lianxinjia's word alone. We can't fully believe it without proof, and there are many inconsistencies." "Oh, tell me, what inconsistencies?" Wei Yuan's gaze sharpened. "If the emperor wants to curb Wei family's power because they threaten the throne, that's understandable. But why are other noble clans also targeting Wei family? What is their real goal?" Wei Yuan pondered briefly. Lung Xiaoshuang pressed. "Guess what happens when these noble clans reach a certain level? What is their ultimate aim?" Wei Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. "The throne?" Wei Yuan nodded. "My grandfather was a staunch loyalist, a real old-school patriot. If anyone ever tries to usurp the throne, the Wei family would be their biggest obstacle. After Grandpa's gone, when all the warlords rise up, my father might not be as loyal to the crown as he was. If a rebellion truly breaks out, the old aristocratic clans won't stand a chance against us. The Wei family is just too strong, which makes them wary. Sooner or later, they'll turn their weapons on us." At that, he raised the tattered map and the ancient bronze key in his hand. "Yang Lianxinjia's empty talk won't cut it. We need solid proof plus the treasure mentioned in his letter." On the map, 2 large characters stood out. "Hehuang. Hehuang? Could it be the region around northwestern Hehuang?" Wei Yuan frowned. That area was vast. But it's such a big range. Where do we even start looking? Just then, Lung Xiaoshuang suddenly exclaimed, "I know this place. Jiangnan. I won't be wrong, that's my hometown." "Then why does it say Hehuang instead of Jiangnan?" Wei Yuan pressed. "Maybe Hehuang isn't a place name, but the name of the treasure," Lung Xiaoshuang guessed. "If it really is Hehuang," Wei Yuan's eyes narrowed sharply. A spark of insight flashed through him. He grabbed Lung Kaishuang's arm and rushed toward the Wei family ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was cold and dark in the dead of night, with 2 rows of ancestral tablets still faintly illuminated by incense smoke. They hurried to the center, where Wei Yuan lifted a massive family genealogy book nearly as tall as a person. Lung Xiaoshuang was stunned by the sight. Whose genealogy could be this huge? Wei Yuan looked up proudly. Since ancient times, the martial temple honors 64 famous generals. The Wei family alone claims 14 of them, with 8 more being officers from our army. 6 of our ancestors are enshrined in the imperial temple for 2 dynasties. If we didn't keep records this big, how would we remember them all? He turned to the page about his great-grandfather, General Wei Zi. Wei Zi, supreme commander of the previous dynasty's armies, a non-imperial lord with the title Jiang, was a lifelong warrior. He's most famed for quelling the Murongshi rebellion. Back then, Murong Lu and the previous governor Shi Wengong colluded to rebel, while Tibet took advantage to launch the Rivermarsh disaster, committing massacres for 10 days straight, burning and looting. After suppressing the rebellion, Wei Zi led troops south to Hehuang, winning decisive victories against the Tibetans and cementing his rightful place in the martial temple. At the bottom corner of the page was a small note. Rivermarsh disaster. Preliminary estimates put the amount of silver embezzled around 10 billion, tail still missing to this day. Wei Yuan pondered deeply. Yang Lianxinjia's master was the Tibetan spiritual advisor who started the Rivermarsh disaster. He probably knows where the treasure is. Everything fits together perfectly. Suddenly, he clutched his chest, breathing heavily. 10 billion taels of silver. If I got my hands on that treasure, I could raise an army of 1 million men and not just weigh my family down. I'd sit on the dragon throne itself. Lung Xiaoshuang quickly pulled him back. Wei Yuan, calm down. That treasure might just be a trap. Wei Yuan tilted her chin up and gazed at her delicate face with a sly smile. My dear consort, 10 billion taels of silver is enough for me to trample every law, commit any crime, and risk anything. Haha. Before he could finish, a heavy wine jar whistled through the air and smacked him on the forehead with a loud thud. Oi, who's sneaking up on me? Wei Yuan shouted, rubbing his head and hopping around. From the darkness, an elderly figure in training clothes stepped out. It was Wei Buiyue. He cursed loudly. You damn brat, still up at this hour. What the hell are you doing shouting around the ancestral hall? Wei Yuan hurriedly pointed at the enormous genealogy book. I brought Xiaoshuang here to show her how awesome our ancestors were. HMPF, Wei Buiyue snorted coldly. If a man has to brag about his ancestors, it just means he himself is useless. With that, he threw 3 heavy brocade pouches toward Wei Yuan. What's this? You're leaving home for the first time, and I'm worried about you. So I've prepared 3 secret strategies. When the moment gets critical, open Themthiel, save your life. In the courtyard, the setting sun stretched their shadows long across the ground. Wei Yuan listened as Wei Buiyue made his solemn announcement. His forehead twitched twice, and his facial muscles twitched involuntarily. This old guy was famous as a fierce general known only for fighting and commanding troops. When did he learn any secret strategies? Wei Buiyue, oblivious to his grandson's expression, pulled out the second treasury, a heavy, dark tiger tally, its sharp carvings like blades, emanating a cold, deadly aura. This is the second treasure, the command authority over the 18 riders of the demon realm. He waved his hand and added, and I'll have Wang Xuanzi accompany you, to keep you safe. Wei Yuan cupped his fist and bowed in thanks, but couldn't hide his curiosity. Grandpa, what about the third treasure? With hands behind his back and a knowing smirk, Wei Buiyue's nostrils flared with pride as he laughed. Actually, the old man has contacts across the martial world. Guess who it is? Wei Yuan exchanged a glance with Lung Xiaoshuang nearby, who furrowed her brow slightly. Wei Yuan replied dryly, I have no idea. The world's greatest archer, Zhao Zilongth archer, who never misses. Ever heard of him? Wei Buiyue raised his voice like revealing the greatest secret on earth. Lung Xiaoshuang arched an eyebrow lightly. Zhao Zilong. Who's that? Cough. Cough. Wei Yuan awkwardly cleared his throat. I've heard the name. Wei Buiyue nodded with satisfaction. Good. Truth be told, he's my sworn brother. If I ask him, he will come protect you himself. Saying that, he drew from his sleeve a sleek, black-feathered falcon with piercing eyes. Lung Xiaoshuang rubbed her eyes and stared suspiciously at the bird. That falcon isn't Xiao Mei. Before she could finish, the falcon let out a low, mournful call. Wei Yuan's expression shifted, and he quickly covered her mouth. Wei Buiyue loosened the tether and shouted, as they say, one arrow piercing the clouds. Brother Zilong comes to meet you. Go. The falcon flapped its wings and circled twice, then let out a strange cry and flew straight back to land on Wei Yuan's shoulder, clawing at his collar. What's going on? Wei Buiyue glared, then flicked his wrist to toss the falcon out again. Yet the bird dove straight back down, perching obediently on Wei Yuan's shoulder, clearly having claimed him as its master. Wei Buiyue's face darkened. He could only grunt, just keep these 2 treasures. Grabbing the falcon by its neck, he cursed in anger, damn you. Tonight you're going into the stew pot for mushroom soup. Made me lose face. You useless bird. Muttering curses, he carried the bird away. The courtyard fell silent. Lung Xiaoshuang blinked with clear eyes, staring at the embarrassed Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan, what's really going on? That falcon in Grandpa's hand is obviously the messenger eagle Xiao Mei gave you. And who is Zhao Zilong? What's this archer who never misses? Sweat beaded on Wei Yuan's forehead as he raised a hand to block her. Please, don't ask. I'm embarrassed. Seeing she was about to speak again, he grabbed her suddenly. Lung Xiaoshuang gasped just as Wei Yuan strode back to the room, wind rushing at his feet, slamming the door shut behind them. The next moment, he pressed her down onto the soft couch, breath hot, teeth clenched in a low growl. You want listen? Let me show you how I'll break you in and make you beg for mercy, calling me daddy. After a night of passionate embrace, at dawn's first light, Wei Yuan stood up holding his waist. The perils of lust almost cost him dear life. Forced a bitter smile, then retrieved brush and ink and swiftly pinned half of Ode to the river goddess on rice paper. Without hesitation, he rolled it up and tucked it under the bed. Lung Xiaoshuang blinked, confused. Brother Wei Yuan, what are you doing? To ruin a treacherous villain's reputation, Wei Yuan replied with a calm, carefree smile. With that, he led Jiang Yuan, Zibi, Lung Xiaoshuang, Nu Cha Jingang, the 18 riders of the heavenly demons, and 1,000 Wei family soldiers commanded by Wang Xuanzi, departing the mansion with grand momentum. In the study, Wei Buiyue watched his son's retreating figure, his aged face filled with reluctance, eyes brimming with tears. Moments later, Mu Qianxiu, who had just seen Wei Yuan off, returned and saw his old friend's expression. Surprised, he said, "Old brother, why didn't you go to send Yuan off? Why are you hiding here crying?" "I'm not crying." Wei Buya wiped his eyes. "It's just the dust in my eyes." Outside the imperial city gate, Lu Tsunxiao frowned as he checked the grain ledger. "We're short 1 jin, 3 liang, 6 qian." Wang Shi's face went ashen. "You really fuss over less than 2 jin? Lord Wei's orders are clear. Not a single grain can be missing. Lu Tsunxiao won't tolerate any slip-ups." "Tsunxiao, a slight shortage isn't a big deal, just note it down. When distributing porridge, just say Uncle Wang gave less grain." Wearing a Qilin robe, Wei Yuan stepped down from the carriage and looked mockingly at Wang Shouha. His tone was deliberately attentive. "Uncle Wang, my honorable nephew has orders to handle the matter carefully. Every fraction counts." Wang Shouha ground his teeth in fury. Just then, a Wang family cook carried a half sack of rice. "Exactly 50 jin. Is this enough?" "Enough. Thank you, Uncle Wang." Wei Yuan clasped his fists and led the team away, full of spirit. Watching that proud back, Wang Shi's rage boiled over. He slammed a fist into the red city wall. "Wei Yuan, I swear I'll have you die on the road, torn apart piece by piece, your bones ground to dust." Not only had the entire grain sale payment been returned, but the Wang family's reputation was ruined, their credit destroyed, and when it came to venting anger, there was no one to blame. Wang's second uncle had long since abandoned his wife and children and fled. The procession passed through the capital, citizens lining the streets cheering. Outside the city gate, in the suburbs, the imperial guards were already assembled in a clearing, 2,000 men, standing unsteadily. Is this supposed to be the imperial guards? Everyone was stunned. Once elite troops directly under the emperor, these men ranged from early 30s to elderly, some with white-beard faces, others leaning on canes. Wang Xuanzi looked sheepish. It's the imperial guards, but they're wounded veterans assigned to logistics. The hidden ailments from past battles worsened with age, and they were kept on half pay to guard supplies. Shishuan was indignant. His Majesty is deceiving us. "Young lord, please ask Lord Wei to replace the troops." Wei Yuan waved him off and loosened his buttons. His lean but sturdy upper body was exposed to the morning breeze, skin pale, almost translucent, a clear sign of a life of comfort. He shouted loudly, "Take off your clothes." Discipline is paramount for soldiers. Though humiliated, the imperial guards gritted their teeth and removed their armor. Scars, burn marks, arrow wounds, ugly but proud marks covered their bodies. Wei Yuan's gaze hardened. Suddenly he bellowed, "Everyone, turn around." Wei Yuan selected over 100 soldiers from the group. Few bore visible wounds, but many had injuries on their backs. "I, Wei Yuan, don't need people like you. Wherever you came from, go back." His sharp rebuke echoed through the camp until it was as quiet as a pin dropping. The men exchanged uneasy glances, unsure of how to react. Wang Xuanzi simply stripped off his armor, revealing countless scars crisscrossing his chest and arms, yet his back was perfectly smooth. A true warrior only shows his back to his comrades, never to the enemy unless he's running away, Wang Xuanzi said in a low voice. "Most of these men are deserters." Wei Yuan struck his own chest, and his tone suddenly grew bold and proud. "These scars you bear are the medals I envy most." He added loudly, "Old soldiers never die, they just fade away. Don't forget, you once stood proud and fought fiercely, bleeding on the battlefield. My grandfather still led the army to push the Xiongnu back 3,000 miles well into his 70s. The wounded veterans who had long resigned themselves to a quiet life in the rear suddenly felt tears sting their eyes. Never had they expected to be entrusted with a mission again. If these words had come from Wei Buya, they would have accepted them as usual, but coming from Wei Yuan, the great playboy of the Wei dynasty, their hearts surged with new fire. Especially those from the Wei family's imperial guards, clenching their fists, straightening their backs, their once slack formation now filled with steely resolve. Rusty swords gleamed dangerously once more. "Your Majesty is gifting me 2,000 treasures, huh?" Wei Yuan laughed uproariously, tilting his head back. "Bring the wine." He stripped off his shirt and lifted a wine jar. "After we drink today, you are my personal guards. Those brats thought my age made me weak, but I still believe in you all. The old blade is not dull." To the drink. 2,000 voices roared in unison. The scent of wine mingled with the thrill of battle. Not far away, inside a soft sedan chair, Schwerer curled her lip. "He's just a playboy. What's with pretending to be a wild general?" Another woman inside shook her head gently. "Maybe this is the real him. Wei Yuan just passed the first test of mine." With that, Nanji slowly drew back the curtain. Uffed. The soldiers who had been drinking spat out their wine in surprise. "What the hell? Is that a fairy?" Bathed in sunlight, Nanji wore a pale yellow gauze dress. Her slender figure swayed like willow branches in the breeze, her bosom high and full, her slender waist delicate enough to grasp. Her skin was as smooth as creamy jade, brows fine as silken threads, lips a drop of lustrous vermilion. Every gesture was grace itself, and her eyes shone with sharp intelligence. She was clearly far more than just a pretty face. Schwer snapped loudly. You fools. Now that you see Her Highness the Princess, hurry and salute. The soldiers thundered down to one knee. Greetings, Your Highness. Wei Yuan's gaze, however, was fixed on Nanzi's chest, his lips silently clicking. That bust isn't the same as a year ago. The last time they met in Wei Yuan Palace, after the chaos he caused, had been drugged and his memory was hazy, yet he could never forget some details. Back then she could be controlled with one hand. Now, it'd probably take two. Did she really grow that much in 1 year? What on earth did she eat? Growing up this fast? If it weren't for the lack of modern technology in this era, Wei Yuan would be absolutely certain that this woman was wearing a thick padded bra, probably with steel reinforcements. Or maybe shed even had breast augmentation. A night breeze swept across the military training ground, flags fluttering loudly. Suddenly, a figure dressed in plain clothes with a light veil over her head appeared quietly. Lung Quzhuang naturally linked her slender hand with Wei Yuan's arm. As she lifted the veil, she revealed her face. A sharp intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Her beauty rivaled that of Nanji, known as the most beautiful woman in Great Wei, each possessing their own unique allure. One was elegant and graceful, wise and refined, like a blooming peony so noble that no one dared profane her. The other was icy and delicate, aloof and proud, like a snow lotus from the Tianshan mountains, pure and unapproachable. Their eyes met. Nanji thought. Her skin is slightly less firm than mine, but after all, she's a saintess of the martial world. Meanwhile, Lung Quzhuang assessed Nanji. Her bust was actually 2 sizes larger than mine. Worthy of a princess. Could it really be from eating papaya every day? Wei Yuan sensed an invisible tension crackling between the two women. Lung Quzhuang, being free-spirited and bold, made the first move with a smile as she cupped her hands toward Nanji. I have long heard of the Great Wei's most beautiful princess, whose beauty can stop fish and birds in their tracks. Seeing you in person today, you truly live up to your reputation. Nanji returned the polite bow gracefully, her voice clear. I have also heard much of the saintess Lung Quzhuang, the idol of countless heroes and the dream of thousands of youths. Your beauty indeed outshines the flowers and brings shame to the moon. Beneath the courteous words churned a subtle undercurrent of rivalry, sending shivers down Wei Yuan's spine. Suddenly, Lung Quzhuang tilted her head slightly, casual yet sharp. I almost forgot the princess is also Great Wei's top talent. Might I ask your opinion on Phoenix Seeks Its Mate? Without hesitation, she began reciting the poem Wei Yuan once composed for her. There is a beauty whose sight won't be forgotten. A day apart drives mad desire. Phoenix, oh Phoenix, return to your homeland. Soaring the 4 seas in search of your mate. As the poem ended, the air felt even colder. Wei Yuan instinctively wanted to step back, but was held firmly by Lung Quzhuang's grip. He looked helplessly to Jiangnan, who was nearby munching on half a roasted suckling pig. Raising an eyebrow, she seemed amused by the brewing duel between the two beauties and muttered with a smirk, I once bathed and gave a full-body massage to the heir. Clearly, she wanted to get involved too. Wei Yuan glanced at his personal guard Shishuan, only to find him crouching on the ground in a circle, pretending deaf and dumb. Beside them, Wang Xuanzi spat disdainfully, serves him right. 2 words, serves him right. 3 words, damn well served. Then paused. That's actually 5 words. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward. Wei Yuan had no choice but to stiffly bow to Nanji. I humbly asked the princess to report to His Majesty that Wei Yuan sincerely thanks him for his generous gift of 1,000 elite soldiers, all talents of the highest caliber. Nanji shook her delicate head, offering a faint smile. You've been praying to the wrong god. These men were all selected by me. That smile was like a lightning strike splitting the night sky. Every man present clutched his throat as though suffocating. Even the 108 expressionless angry Vajra warriors standing in formation could not help but show a fleeting look of disbelief. Such a breathtaking smile could truly exist in this world. Nanji added meaningfully. I picked over 150 deserters from the prisoner camp, finally leaving only this 1,000 elite troops. Well then, thank you very much, Your Highness. I shall take my leave now. Wei Yuan clasped his hands and turned to walk away. Please wait a moment, heir. Nanji's voice was clear and firm, impossible to refuse. What else could it be? Wei Yuan was puzzled. Just then, dust kicked up in the distance. A senior eunuch galloped over beside Emperor Nanzhao, shouting in a sharp voice that pierced the air. An imperial edict has arrived. By the emperor's decree, under the mandate of heaven, I hereby appoint Princess Nanji of Qingcheng and Deputy Commander Wei Yuan, commander of the Imperial Guard, to lead the relief mission southward to aid the people in their time of crisis. No mistakes allowed. So commanded. The golden imperial edict unfolded in the morning light, the creases of the yellow silk clearly visible. Wei Yuan stood holding the scroll, a buzzing ache filling his head. What's this? The princess is coming with us to the disaster relief? He blurted out, his voice echoing across the empty training ground. This sudden order instantly threw all his plans into chaos. Can I refuse? He asked hesitantly. No. The imperial lecturing officer snapped back, without hesitation. Nanji glided forward in her delicate palace gown, lowering her voice near Wei Yuan's ear. Though soft, there was an icy edge. Don't like the gift I'm sending you? Don't forget, the wounded won't be returning to the imperial guards after this. They're better off staying behind to train locally, right? Wei Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, his hand twitching toward his sword. The woman had clearly seen through his scheme. Relax, father knows nothing. Nanji winked, trailing gold-embroidered slippers as she stepped onto the carriage. Not far off, Lung Qiushuang watched the slender figure and leaned close to Wei Yuan, lowering her voice. Want me to take her out for you? Wei Yuan detected the personal grudge in her tone and hurriedly shook his head. No, better not. Feeling tempted by her beauty? It's understandable, you two were already betrothed. What am I, after all? No, she's a princess. If she dies, I won't survive either. To me, Nanji is just a painted corpse. Humph, your words don't match your heart. Did you see her chest just now? Your eyes nearly popped out. Lung Qiushuang snapped angrily, pinching the soft flesh at his waist. Wei Yuan gasped but dared not reply. The drums suddenly beat, and a 1,000-man procession marched out of the imperial city as the sun climbed higher, kicking up dust. Approaching the southern avenue, the carriage curtain was flung open, and a cool breeze swept in. Nanji raised her hand to greet the rider Lung Qiushuang. Qiushuang sister, it's hot today, come inside to escape the heat. Such fake concern. Who wants to ride in your shabby carriage? Lung Qiushuang scoffed inwardly, but saw Nanji produce a jade flask frosted with chill mist from her sleeve. Qiushuang sister, I have cold plum juice here. Shall we share a drink? Aye. Lung Qiushuang hesitated. Behind her, Lung Qiushue bit her lip nervously. Sister, how is there still ice in summer? We're royalty. We have ice cellars. Sister, I really want a sip. So do I. Another female soldier chimed in. Lung Qiushuang shook her head fiercely, muttering, no way can a simple plum drink beat me. Nanji seemed to read her thoughts. She lifted a small silver tray blossoming with pure white pastries, shaped like flowers. These were gifts from my mother, the Empress Dowager, and cream cakes made by foreign tribute chefs. Please have some. Lung Qiushuang bit her lip. Which saint could resist the temptation of sweets? Qiushuang sister, my carriage also carries milk tea from abroad, with chewy tapioca pearls. Milk tea? Sounds delicious. Lung Qiushuang found herself inching closer to the carriage. Nanji uncovered a small embroidered box releasing a cold mist. Inside, a large translucent ice crystal held several bright red lychees. Father's favorite consort, she loves lychees, so these ice consort smiles were rushed here from Fujian and Guangdong. Come in with Qiushue's sister to taste them. Sister, I'm going. Lung Qiushue could no longer hold back, eyes shining. You good for nothing, Lung Qiushuang muttered, then sighed finally. Fine, they'll go with you. Lung Qiushuang and Lung Qiushue slipped into the carriage together. Before long, the compartment filled with their lively laughter, bright and constant like the songs of orioles and swallows. Wei Yuan, riding nearby, furrowed his brows slightly. These two women had sharp minds. If they truly got into his backyard, he feared even trivial troubles like a fire in the back garden wouldn't happen anymore. The pounding of hooves grew urgent as Lu Tsunxiao spurred his horse to catch up and rode alongside Wei Yuan. Below, Shishuan was leading a horse, clutching a sleek black long sword tightly. Boss, was that person last night you? Wei Yuan neither nodded nor shook his head, but smiled slightly and retorted, what do you think? Yes. Lu Tsunxiao took a deep breath. Then why ask if you already know? We'll reach the capital after riding a while longer. If you want me to back out now, it's still not too late. I trust you. Wei Yuan patted his arm. By the way, Tsunxiao, take Shishuan ahead to the city up front. I have too many expensive things to buy. I'm afraid one person won't be enough. Shishuan blinked, curious but worried. Young master, spending recklessly again? What are you buying? That prescription from before, the one that strengthens righteous qi and boosts health. Get 2,000 doses. Master. Zishan's voice shot up. That contains several precious herbs. Each dose costs dozens of taels. 2,000 doses would. He counted on his fingers then muttered, regardless, it's a fortune. My mind is made up. Shishuan trembled angrily. Young master, your old bad habit of squandering money is back. Those 2,000 wounded veterans were dealt with by others. Spending so much silver improving their health is just throwing money away. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Who's the young master here, you or me? You are. You're the boss, all right. Shishuan grumbled, hugging his sword. Without me, the Wei family would have gone bankrupt by now. Being talented both in civil and military affairs, I only wish for a wise ruler to use me. For now, I can only drag this old bone to protect you, young Master Edo. Despite his complaints, he still swung up onto Lu Kungxiu's horse and led the way. After reaching the city nearest the capital, Shishuan booked the best inn in town in one go. Wei Yuan and the senior attendants took rooms, while the 3,000 soldiers laid out bedding in the courtyard. Wei Yuan ordered a large pit dug in the backyard, about a meter square, lined thoroughly with bluestone slabs on the bottom and sides. Then well water was poured in continuously until the soil was saturated and no longer absorbed water. The old soldiers gathered nearby, puzzled. Shishuan cut open bundle after bundle of mulberry paper, revealing ginseng, angelica, deer antler, Sichuan lovage, and other precious herbs spread across the ground. Goodness, so many rare medicines. One soldier's eyes widened. I usually can't bear to use even a little of these. One bundle alone must be worth dozens of taels. At least 1,000 taels, but what exactly does the young master plan to do? Shishuan clutched his chest, wincing in pain. He'll tell you these herbs cost a total of 100,000 taels of silver. Young master is having medicinal baths prepared specially for you all to strengthen your qi and build your health. 100,000 taels? The crowd exploded. Even 1,000 household manor wouldn't spend that in a year. Shishuan looked up to the sky and sighed. This reckless young master makes me, a loyal and worthy minister, fret endlessly. Though grumbling, he waved the assistants to bring boiling water, pouring it into the pit. We'll do this in turns. Everyone soaks for at least an hour. Even if the water's hot, bear with if this is silver we're spending. After all, steam swirled with a strong herbal aroma. But at the mention of 100,000 taels, the veterans shivered, hesitant to undress. The young master is spending 100,000 taels of silver for us disabled veterans? They looked at the herbal bath and then their injured limbs, voices barely audible. Are we really worthy of this? You all definitely aren't worth it. No wonder they say my heir is a spendthrift. Before he finished speaking, Wei Yuan entered wearing casual clothes. He reached out and gave Shishuan a sharp tap on the forehead. Then, right in front of everyone, he stripped down to nothing and jumped into the steaming medicinal bath. Feels fantastic. He stretched out his arms as the herbal water splashed crisply against his skin. What the hell are you all standing around for? Get in. After soaking, we'll eat meat dishes all the way. The cooks are imperial chefs I personally brought. Meat dishes? Imperial chefs? An older soldier, gray with stubble, widened his eyes, voice low but trembling. Young lord, we crippled veterans really aren't deserving. We've old warriors who once charged into battle, like Lao Huang got slapped in the street by some arrogant woman on horseback, and nobody cared. We're old, injured, can't fight for the country anymore. Who cares about us now? Young lord, you treat us too well. We don't deserve it. Wei Yuan's expression darkened, ripples spreading across the bath water as he moved. What's this? You despise me for being a playboy and won't share a bath with me? You're all big men have no balls, or just too shy because I'm so much younger. I order you all of you get in. His words, fighting for the nation, old though we are, our blood still burns. You are the true heroes, the backbone of Great Wei. If you aren't worthy, then who is? Struck everyone like a hammer to the chest. Clangs of armor rang out as dozens of old soldiers dropped to their knees. Your Highness, powerful people nowadays look down on us, but your status is so high yet you still bathe with us broken old men. We feel truly honored. Rough hands wiped over scarred, weathered skin, tears rolling down deep wrinkles. Damn it, why am I crying? Back when I followed Lord Liang, I was pierced by 3 arrows and never even winced, but now, for one who understands us, a soldier dies. A low roar caught in a sob. Several old soldiers were the first to shed their heavy armor and sweat-soaked clothes, their aged faces flushed. We've grown old and wrinkled. Otherwise, would be half the size of the young lord. Old Sue, you're talking nonsense. You weren't any bigger either when you were young. A comrade laughed loudly, breaking the awkwardness with hearty cheer. Wei Yuan slapped the water, standing up with a grin. Whoever's bigger than me tonight, no dinner for them. Damn it. In the front courtyard, Schwerer was dining with the princess when she suddenly heard laughter and splashing from the back garden. She poked her head out. Princess, the back garden is full of noise and laughter. What's going on? Nanji frowned slightly, showing her first hint of confusion. I don't know either. Lung Qiushui nudged her sister Lung Qiushuang's slender waist. Sis, why is your face turning red? What are they talking about? Kids, don't ask stupid questions, Lung Qiushuang whispered, but couldn't hide the blush on her ears. Shweta suddenly realized and her cheeks flamed as she whispered, that Wei Yuan is so improper bathing with a bunch of big men like that. Does he have a dragon son preference? Does he like men? The greatest playboy of Great Wei, the lustful Wei Yuan, a dragon son? Could believe that. Nanji lightly flicked Schwerer's forehead with a smile. Whether Wei Yuan is dragon son or not, you and Sister Qiushuang probably know best. Princess, why bring that up again? Schwerer breathed unevenly, lowering her head as if to hide in her chest, voice barely audible. Nanji sipped her milk tea, eyes gazing beyond the veranda toward the steaming back garden. She softly recited from the biographies of General Wei Gong. Those who understand the use of many and few win. Those aligned and will win. Those who prepare for the unexpected win. Those whose generals lead, but kings do not interfere, when the unity of leader and soldier is key to winning hearts. She set her cup down with resolve. Wei Yuan comes from the Wei family of generals. Though he hasn't led armies yet, the art of uniting soldiers is written deep in his bones. The hot broth churned as the veterans submerged one by one, their strong arms gripping the edge of the bath. Their eyes still glistened with moisture, but their smiles were victorious. Suddenly, the courtyard gate was flung open. Zebi, sweating heavily, sprinted to the tub and shouted, "Young lord, a troop of soldiers is arriving, quite a number of them. Just outside the capital, still within a guarded city. They shouldn't dare make a move against me." Steam rolled over the wooden tub as Wei Yuan suddenly stood up, water droplets trickling down his shoulders and back. He grabbed a dark casual robe, his voice low and sharp. "Everyone, stop washing for now. We don't know if the newcomers are friend or foe. Just in case, be ready to fight." He stepped into the inner hall. Before he even gripped the sword at his waist, Long Qiushui rushed in anxiously. A nightingale perched on her shoulder, its dark eyes darting nervously. "Brother-in-law," she lowered her voice but couldn't hide her panic. "The bird told me there's a group less than 100 meters away, around 500 people." Wei Yuan's gaze flicked to the nightingale and immediately darkened. "Got it." Before he finished speaking, a heavy pounding rattled the courtyard gate like iron hammers striking a drum's surface. Everyone drew their weapons at once, tension snapping tight in the air. "Yuan, open up." A harsh, raspy voice shouted outside. Wei Yuan flicked his wrist. "Not enemies. Eat if you want, keep soaking if you want." Shi Shun quickly pushed the doors open. There stood Liang Qiu, clad in a custom-made, oversized gilded armor that gleamed dazzlingly in the firelight. In his left hand, he hoisted a golden snake spear. His right hand rested on his hip as he clanked forward inside. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Still carrying a snake spear? You know how to use that?" Liang Qiu replied with a goofy grin. "Nope. But my grandpa used this thing in battles all over the south and north. Since it's my first time leaving the capital, gotta look impressive." Before he finished, Wei Yuan grabbed his head and shook it until his hair was tousled. "Why bring so many people? Coming with you to deliver relief aid." Wei Yuan slung an arm over him and gave his broad shoulders a couple of heavy pats. "Knowing this trip's a suicide mission, you're still willing to come? That's real brotherhood." Liang Qiu's plump face twitched, bitterness creeping into his smile. "Think I wanted to? Blame my stubborn father sent a pigeon letter to my sister," she replied, "telling father to beg the emperor to let me bring 500 Liang family soldiers with you. She gave us two choices: go with you, or wait till she comes home and breaks both my legs to keep me grounded forever." Wei Yuan chuckled darkly. "That Liang Hongshan really is something. Almost got with me once, and now she cares by sacrificing her own brother." Liang Qiu shoved Wei Yuan away at once. "Wei, warning you don't insult my sister in front of me. If you cross the line, it won't end well." "Cross the line?" Wei Yuan squinted. "Didn't I once have a marriage engagement with your sister?" "Yes." "Almost became your brother-in-law." "Yes." "Then why didn't you seal the deal?" "Was it me? Or was your sister a stone woman?" "You're definitely capable. But my sister, I'm not sure." Meanwhile, at the dining table, Lung Qiushuang leaned on the edge and quietly asked Nanji, "Nanji, does Wei Yuan have something to do with the Valkyrie?" Nanji nodded softly. They were betrothed since infancy, childhood sweethearts with a close bond. But 5 years ago, something happened. They fell out. If it weren't for Lord Wei arriving just in time, her sword would have pierced Wei Yuan's heart by half an inch. Lung Qiushuang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What happened?" Schwerer pursed her lips and puffed her cheeks, irritated. "Wei Yuan's old trick drugging people." "Drugging?" "Exactly. He drugged Liang Hongchan's junior sister and bewitched her. The whole capital knows about it. Since then, Wei Yuan turned into a notorious playboy. Liang Hongchan went to the frontier and hasn't returned, and her junior sister vanished without a trace." Lung Qiushuang shook her head quietly, protesting. "Brother Wei Yuan is not that kind of person." Schwerer clenched her fists, seething. "He is. He definitely is." Slap slap slap. Inside the water prison of the Jean Eho mansion, the dim stone chamber flickered with torchlight. The water's surface reflected a deep crimson glow. Wang Shouhe flicked his wrist, and the whip sliced through the air, each strike landing heavy and sharp on the middle-aged man across from him. Blood droplets splattered instantly. "Bring him here." His voice was cold and harsh. "Use bamboo splinters to pry off his 10 fingernails. 10 fingers connected to the heart. Let's see if that loosens his tongue." The guards quickly brought out thin, delicate strips of green bamboo. The middle-aged Mansion, the shopkeeper from Yinchuan, she was already convulsing in pain, but still struggled to plead. "No. Lord Wang, spare me. I really don't know anything." Wang Shouhe flicked up his chin with the whip's handle. "Don't know? Then tell me, where did the fierce fire oil used to burn the relief grain come from?" "The Tianjin Bureau's accounts don't miss a penny. Only you, shopkeeper Chun, could muster that kind of quantity in all of Jing City." Cold sweat dripped down Chen's forehead, yet he kept shaking his head desperately. I truly don't know." "Old mouth." Wang Shouhe sneered with a dark gleam in his eyes. "Remember, this our Wang family comes from the Jiangnan 9 gates of grave robbers. We're officials among the top 3 gates. For any insiders who dare steal private jobs or stash forbidden artifacts, we never show mercy. There are 81 tortures, and no one survived more than 18. Even if you endure them, what about the others?" At that moment, the iron door clanged open. Dozens of women were thrown into the cold water up to their knees. Their clothes had long been torn to shreds, and blood stained between their legs. Wives, daughters, cousins, even women from the 9 clans all huddled there, shivering and sobbing. Wang Shouhe turned and grinned viciously at the family members. Have you all had a taste yet? Head of the family. They've tasted already, someone teased. A few are even virgins. Qin's eyes bloodshot. He strained against the iron chains and roared, beasts. I curse you to die an awful death. Your whole Wang family will be wiped out. Whether the Wang family falls, I don't know. Wang Shouhe patted his shoulder coldly. But your Qin family is doomed to be wiped out tonight. Come, let's show them the Wang family rules. 2 servants dragged out dark torture devices. Wang Shouhe introduced them theatrically. The wooden donkey for your daughter. The red embroidered shoes, heated until red hot, and worn on the feet, quite a treat for your dear mother. And this one, dragon, tiger, leopard and spring play, strip a person naked, stuff them into a sack, then throw in rats, cats, and snakes to let them play. That one's for your virtuous wife. The tools hit the water, the hot iron hissing as steam rose. The prison was instantly pierced by piercing screams, echoing off the damp stone walls. Son, please speak. Your mother would rather die? Father, help me. Darling. The heart-wrenching cries clawed at Chen's nerves. He finally ground his teeth, voice cracked and hoarse. Lord Wang, please end it all for my family. I confess. It was Du Sanyang, head of family. A relative's eyes flashed fiercely. We'll go arrest that madam right now. No need. Wang Shouhe waved dismissively. She just runs a brothel. She couldn't be behind such a major case. Besides, Wei Yuan favors her, and that Mutino rash moves allowed. So you think that means? Wei Yuan. Wang Shouhe narrowed his eyes. I suspect this whole thing was set up by him. No way. Isn't he just a reckless rich kid? Don't be fooled by appearances. Wang Shouhe sneered. Third brother, go find old dog. Tell him Wang Shouhe wants to butcher the dog. Intercept Wei Yuan at Weihu Mountain. At noon, the scorching sun baked the earth until it nearly cracked. The relief convoy stopped in the sparse shade by the roadside to rest. Liang Qiu had tossed his gilded, jewel-encrusted armor and the Liang family's heirloom golden snake spear into the grain cart. Still, he looked as soaked and miserable as a fish pulled from the water, sweat drenched through his clothes. He wiped his face with his hand, glanced around. Even soldiers in their 50s looked better off than him. He couldn't help complaining, Brother Yuan, what's wrong with me? Why do I sweat so much? Look, my clothes are soaked through. Kidney yin deficiency, kidney yang deficiency, excessive liver fire, and severe fatty liver disease. If nothing changes, within 10 years at most, you won't be able to take off, so it's best to have a child in the next few years. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for you to have descendants later in life. And at this rate, you probably won't live past 40. Liang Qiu, wrapped in a thin robe, stared at Wei Yuan's frosty, expressionless face. His heart gave a shudder. Then he muttered stubbornly, Stop messing with me. Brother Yuan, you're not lying, are you? If I were lying, I'd be an idiot. Wei Yuan raised his hand and patted Liang Qiu's shoulder confidently. In preparing to give the old soldiers 3 more medicinal baths. Next time, you'll join them. Then, they'll teach you a cultivation method. Cultivation method, my foot. Liang Qiu puffed out his cheeks and grunted. The Liang family is a martial clan. We've never lacked techniques, but I'm as useless as my father born with broken meridians. I basically can't practice anything. The method I'm giving you doesn't require talent. Wei Yuan narrowed his eyes and pointed at himself. It mainly focuses on body tempering. It's not offensive, but purely for strengthening the body, making bones and muscles solid. Then he drew the imperial sword, its cold gleam flashing as he slashed across his protective Nu Cha diamond arm, leaving only a shallow white scar. Liang Qiu's eyes went wide. I can get to this level too? Unknown. Wei Yuan sheathed his sword. This technique is several levels higher than what those guys practice. How far you go depends entirely on you. Since this was a matter of life or death, Liang Qiu immediately stopped his flippant attitude. What are we waiting for? Let's train right now. Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow faintly. Reach the 5th level, and your abilities down there will increase 5-fold. 5-fold? Liang Qiu blurted. So that means I can last 15 minutes halfway through. He quickly covered his mouth. Wei Yuan snorted coldly. Everyone in the capital knows you're 1 or 2 minutes. Every time you visit the brothel, you somehow chatter with the girls for 20 minutes afterward. Your face is thick as a wall. Liang Qiu's big round face flushed all the way down to his neck. I'm naturally brisk and efficient. Everything I do is fast. How long to reach the 5th level? Depends on talent. Me, 1 month. Other geniuses, 1 year. Ordinary talented people, 3 years. Average people, 5 years. And utter wastes, 10 years of hard training. And me? The top waste. Wei Yuan was ruthless. If you hit level 5 within 20 years, light a candle to heaven. But at least it'll help you live a bit longer. After saying that, he bent his knees slightly and said gravely, This technique is called 8-section brocade. Remember, before practicing, you must exhaust your physical strength. So during the march later, don't ride a horse. Wear your armor and run at the back of the column. The lure of 5-fold ability hit Liang Qiu hard. Without hesitation, He put on heavy armor as extra weight and dashed at the rear of the group. But after just a dozen steps, he was gasping like a bursting bellows and collapsed flat. Brother Yuan, I'm completely exhausted. Wei Yuan reached out and took Liang Qiu's pulse, his brow twitching. Don't fake it. Exhaustion isn't just about being tired, huh? This guy is really exhausted. Liang Qiu's face turned pale. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself up and staggered through the 8-section brocade breathing exercises as Wei Yuan had taught him. Brother Yuan, this technique really works. I feel like I'm recharging. Excited, he set off running again, but only lasted 20 steps before collapsing like an empty sack. Brother Yuan, I'm exhausted again. Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. Liang Qiu's talent was utterly hopeless, his physique no better. Yet by some strange twist, practicing 8-section brocade actually had incredible effects for him. He remembered in his previous life, carrying weight on mountain runs would take him half a day to truly exhaust himself. People with very poor physical strength usually suffered serious illnesses. Such people could not endure the burdens of 8-section brocades breathing exercises. Although Liang Qiu's physical condition was worse than that of a seriously ill patient, coming from a noble family meant he regularly consumed all kinds of powerful tonics, so his health was actually quite good essentially. This guy was like a walking bug in the system. Wei Yuan couldn't help but wonder which cloud might burst rain someday. He then ordered the 5 Liang family military officers, "You stay behind to protect him. Make sure to catch up with the main group before nightfall. If you delay, everyone heading to the disaster zone might have to wait forever." By evening, sure enough, Liang Qiu and the 5 officers came galloping after them. Sweat poured down the youth's face, and he was panting like a bellows. But Wei Yuan immediately focused on his cultivation progress. "What level are you at now?" "I don't know either." Liang Qiu wiped sweat off his brow and thought for a moment. "When you told me to end my practice, the chi color was a pale orange." "Seriously? Level 2 already? That fast?" Wei Yuan's eyes widened. Then he asked, "So how many steps can you run before you collapse from exhaustion?" "About 70 steps." Wei Yuan gave a thumbs up. "Damn, kid, you're a genius." Before he finished speaking, Lu Tsuanxiao and Old Shi came riding up. "Foster father," Lu Tsuanxiao whispered, "should we push on overnight?" "Why? We're approaching Weihu Mountain," Old Shi replied. "There are no cities nearby, just about a dozen small villages scattered around. Worst of all, bandits." "Bandits?" Wei Yuan frowned. "It's only 100 kilometers from the capital. Who dares hide out under the emperor's nose?" Old Shi looked a bit aggrieved. "They really exist. We were ordered to wipe them out before, but failed." Wei Yuan's gaze shifted to Lu Tsuanxiao. Lu Tsuanxiao nodded. "The 6 doors once mobilized all forces, even pulling in 10,000 troops. The mountain's full of hot springs. The steam creates thick fog all year. Without local guides, even with a map you get lost. The bandit lair's terrain is nearly impregnable. Our first assault almost succeeded, but when we withdrew, they massacred villages and threw severed heads at the government offices. On the second attempt, villagers refused to guide us, so we got lost and fell into their traps." Wei Yuan pondered for a moment. "If that's the case, don't alarm the villagers. Find an open area to camp and rest here." Night fell and campfires flickered. Wei Yuan held some soaked fish maw and quietly slipped into Lung Kaishuang's tent to share a late-night snack with the top assassin. But the tent was empty. He intercepted an old patrol soldier. "Where's the person in the tent?" "The young master means Miss Lung? She left just now," sword at her side, radiating deadly intent as she headed north. We lowly soldiers didn't dare ask. "North?" Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. That was where Princess Nanzi's big yellow tent was, the princess' quarters. If Lung Xiushuang really intended to assassinate, all hell was about to break loose. Hurrying forward, Wei Yuan was about to approach when suddenly a scream echoed from inside the tent. "Oh no, Xiushuang, don't ruin my plan." Wei Yuan pulled back the curtain, only to freeze in place at the sight. Nanji, Shuer, and Lung Xiushuang sat around a small table sipping milk tea like sisters. A golden oriole perched on Nanji's shoulder, gently preening her hair with its beak, making her giggle softly. The other 3 girls inside the tent, already envious of the scene, froze as Wei Yuan suddenly lifted the curtain and entered. All 4 pairs of eyes turned toward him. "Were you screaming just now because of that bird?" He raised an eyebrow. "Yes." Nanji reached up to stroke the bird's beak. "Qiushui gave me this oriole, it's very obedient." She tried to adopt the dignified poise of a noble lady, but the oriole tilted its head and pecked at its feathers on her shoulder, instantly shattering her authority. Schwetter glared at Wei Yuan like he was an enemy, drawing her sword and shouting angrily. "What are you doing here? Get out, get out. I'm just warning you that there are bandits nearby. You need to be careful." Nanji pointed at Lung Xiushuang, who held a soft sword at her side. "Xiushuang's sister will protect me. Besides, Qiushui's sister's little bird can monitor movement within 100 meters. So, young master, please leave." So the outsider here, Wei Yuan sighed and backed out reluctantly, thinking to himself that Lung Kaishuang's honesty had already revealed everything to Nanji in just 2 days. Because she was cold on the outside but pure inside, he had been able to take advantage of her so easily. He returned outside the camp, just as a shadow dropped silently from a tree. Zibi, who often spent nights perched among the branches, expressionless, reported, "Young master, the night birds and insects sound different. There are enemies sneaking in." At the same moment, a nightingale slipped into Nanji's tent. Barefoot, Lung Xiushui rushed out, alarmed. "Brother-in-law, enemies are approaching from all sides. Women, stay inside the tents. Xiushuang, protect them." Wei Yuan immediately summoned Wang Xuanzi. "Change patrol shifts, replace everyone with Liang family army scouts. Hide the men inside the tents to prevent a surprise attack." Wang Xuanzi nodded and obeyed. Although the Wei family was led by Wei Buyue, and the Liang family had Liang Hongchan, who was rarely around, the Liang army had long been infiltrated by various factions, so tonight was the perfect opportunity to clear them out. At Wei Yuan's command, the camp went dark instantly. Within moments, groups of assassins dressed in black crept in silently. Poison daggers slashed the throats of patrolling Liang soldiers, and the attackers quietly dragged away the bodies before signaling with small red flags under the moonlight. 300 to 400 operators split into 3 groups of 3, moving with such silent precision it was clear they were highly trained. The 3 leaders slipped into the main tent. In the dim light, Wei Yuan sat cross-legged, holding his black general's sword, a faint smile playing on his lips. "Well, worthless playboy, no scream this time. Wei Yuan, we'll give you a chance. Leave your last words before you die." A flash of steel, and the sword sheathed again. The 3 assassins suddenly felt a chill down their necks. Their eyes shifted strangely, tracking along their shoulders, chests, groins, and feet. Then they saw themselves collapsing to the ground. Before their heads hit the floor, their eyes rounded in disbelief. Such a fast sword. Wei, never speak to the dying." Wei Yuan stepped over the headless corpses and emerged from the tent. Outside, the ambush troops immediately encircled them, and almost no one was injured. They casually tossed the mysterious attacker's lifeless body into the light. 3 perfectly intact, yet utterly dead corpses. Cold Xiushuang kicked one of them out of the tent. As the body hit the ground, a fine thread of blood appeared at the neck, rapidly expanding into a spray of fresh blood. Then, a roar like that of a primordial beast exploded through the air, and the 3 corpses burst apart into flying fragments of flesh. "How dare you disturb my sleep?" Jiang Yuan seized her Santing Hurian sword and charged out. She paused briefly, then glared fiercely, "Protecting this lattice. Meal ticket cuff protecting the young master." She strode up to Wei Yuan. "Young master, are you hurt?" "No." Wei Yuan shook his head. Before he finished speaking, the sound of pounding hooves approached rapidly, like exploding popcorn. "Brothers, break the kiln. This shipment's worth tens of millions of taels. Once we finish this job, we'll vanish from the Jianghu and live in peace." At the foot of the mountain, over 3,000 bandits waving blades, spears, and halberds shouted as they charged forward. Memories surged. His parents murdered, the bandit den starved and desperate. Jiang Yuer's eyes turned bloodshot, veins bulged on her arms. "Young master, can we kill these bastards?" "Kill at will." Wei Yuan waved his banner. Jiang Yuer swung her blade, severing the horse and rider of the 2 bandits leading the charge in half. Blood sprayed. Nanji's lips parted in shock. She had thought Liang Hongchan was unmatched in the world, but this woman was even fiercer yet. She was one of Wei Gong's subordinates? Cold Xiushuang shook her head and explained, "Her name is Jiang Yuer. Wei Yuan's elder brother bought her at a brothel for 100 taels, and she only takes orders from him." 100 taels, and you get such a fierce general? Nanji felt her worldview shaken. Wei Yuan raised that small black banner. "Leave none alive. Kill them all." 108 furious Nucha Vajras, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, bare-chested, with thick iron chains wrapped around their shoulders, howled like wolves and charged straight into an enemy force 30 times their size. Even the shortest among them was 2 meters tall, like titans descending. Horses trampled and men fell wherever they passed. Death warriors? And all high-grade. Nanji's heart trembled. Though noble families and the imperial household often kept death warriors, those reaching Nuchavajra rank were extremely rare. Here, there were 108 of them. They were completely transformed, living to serve faith, dying for faith. Thus, they feared no death. Cold Xiushuang added. Of course, above them are the ultimate death warriors, like Turbal and Hanuman. Jianghu rumors say there are even rarer ranks beyond, raised from infancy with the belief that their master's interests come above all, growing up alongside their master. They live like ordinary people but will unhesitatingly sacrifice everything, even their lives, at their master's most desperate hour. Nanji inhaled sharply, ancient names surfacing in her mind. There have been very few such death warriors in history. The most famous is Jingku. Nanji glanced at Shuer, then asked Lung Xiushuang. "These death warriors were trained by Lord Wei, right?" "No," Lung Xiushuang shook her head. "They come from Xingfu Palace. They only recognize tokens, not people." Later, Wei Yuan, our eldest brother, brought them under his command. The night was deep and dark. Zibi's single eye glowed faintly in the shadows. He raised his hand, knocked 3 arrows side by side, and released. Shoo! 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 3 arrows pierced the foreheads of the bandits ahead simultaneously. So precise. Nancy's heart skipped a beat. Almost on par with the Imperial Guard's archery master my father commands. Before she finished, the twang of bowstrings sounded again. Zebe's bow never slackened. Like the stars aligned, 9 arrows flew in rapid succession, 27 deadly shots slicing through the night. Nanji was stunned. 3 arrows at once, then a volley of 9 linked shots? Not even the Imperial Guard's archery master deserves to be his grandmaster. She turned to Leng Qiushuang. Is this the Wei family army's archery master trained by Lord Wei then? Leng Qiushuang shook her head again. I don't know much about Zebe. Only that he answers to our eldest brother, Wei Yuan, and no one else. At the same time, the Hell Demon's 18 riders charged in from the flanks. Their curved moon blades flashed cold light. Wherever they swept, heads rolled and were immediately hoisted at their horses' sides, like grim reapers harvesting souls. The legendary Hell Demon 18 riders. Nanji muttered in awe. Elsewhere, Wang Zuance's long spear trembled in his grasp as he led 1,000 Wei family troops breaking into the battle. 2,000 veteran soldiers answered the call, their hands trembling with excitement after so long without wielding weapons. Memories of a fierce oath flashed through their minds. Those brats insult my old age. But my treasured blade remains. Recalling years spent doing logistics washing clothes, cooking, they whispered uncertainly, can we still fight? Wei Yuan's voice rang loud. Can you forget who you were, reignite your passion, and fight bravely once more? The wounded soldiers paused, then roared in unison, not forgotten. Remember the vow of old, feasting on barbarian flesh when hungry, drinking Xiongnu blood when thirsty. Not forgotten. Soldiers die for those who know them. Someone shouted, thrusting a spear high. The crown prince understands us and respects us. No meat eaten in vain, no medicine soaked for nothing, no money spent lightly kill. Their battle cries shattered the forest as the old soldiers charged with raised spears. Good words. Nanji nodded, her gaze resting on Wei Yuan, standing sword in hand. The young man bit down on his silver teeth, knuckles white, clearly holding back the urge to charge ahead. Hands itching, can't help it. He turned his head and pulled from his chest a pouch marked with one of 3 strategies gifted by Wei Buiyu. Opening it, the calligraphy flew wildly across the paper. Not at the brink of life or death. Damn it, watch this. Damn. Wei Yuan flung the note away in shock. Since when did this guy learn to predict the future? He smiled wryly. Old Wei knows me too well. On the battlefield, the bandits were slaughtered mercilessly, their courage broken, until they turned and fled wildly. Wang Xuanzi flicked blood from his spear tip. Crown Prince, shall we stop? Don't chase a cornered enemy. Wei Yuan's eyes hardened. Things have come this far. How can we let the bandits return to the mountains? Chase them down. Hundreds of bandits scattered, rushing crazily into the thick forest. The soldiers in pursuit knocked arrows, but with the dense canopy blocking the sky, most arrows were stopped by thick tree trunks. Apart from Zebe, who could still pick off bandits, most shots were wasted against wood. Lu Tsunxiao sighed. Every time we hunt down bandits, it's the same scene, they can't win so they run, then double back and take winding paths to lead us astray. Wei Yuan rode alongside him, glancing toward the agile figure ahead with a smile. This time is different. Zebe comes from the deep mountains where even beasts can't escape his tracking. These petty tricks from these donkey-riding fools are nothing to him. Hooves thundered as the group swiftly plunged deeper into the forest. Vapor rose thickly, dense fog swirled, limiting visibility to less than 5 meters. Any sudden acceleration could mean crashing straight into a tree. Stay close. Zebe yelled sharply, not slowing down at all, still moving expertly through the gray-white mist. Suddenly, he pulled the reins and slowed, then raised his hand to shoot an arrow high into the air. Bang! The arrow snapped a branch, sending dry twigs and thick leaves tumbling down. Right there appeared a large pit, over 10 meters across and 7 or 8 meters deep, its bottom bristling with sharp wooden stakes. Fall in, and you'd be a blood sieve. This is the mountain guardian's trap. Oldshire gasped. How did he know there was a trap ahead from so far away? Lu Tsunxiao chimed in. His family have been hunters for generations. They're experts at setting traps. This little trick from the bandits is nothing. There's nowhere to hide from him. Along the way, countless hidden snares, pits, and barbed traps appeared, but Zebe detected each one ahead of time and dismantled them with ease. Lu Tsunxiao watched, his heart swelling. If only we had met such a master earlier, so many brothers wouldn't have died. The fog slowly lifted as they neared the heart of the forest. In the distance rose a stone wall with almost no sign of human handiwork, closely hugging the mountain city, an impregnable natural fortress. No wonder Xinhua Mountain is easy to defend but hard to attack, Wei Yuan said as he scanned left and right. Steep cliffs on both sides and behind form a natural barrier. The front was a massive stone wall dotted with watchtowers and archer towers soaring high. Bandit cavalry roared through the gate, followed by more than 300 burly shirtless men pulling on thick iron chains as a heavy stone slab slowly rose. Old Shur hurriedly reported. Foster father, we've been stopped here before. Once that slab locks down, the fortress becomes isolated. Inside there are livestock and farmland that can easily sustain themselves for a long time. And we're deep in the mountains with poor supplies, so we've failed every time. You heir, don't let them raise that stone slab. Wei Yuan ordered sharply. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Yuan threw down her great blade and sprang forward like a leopard, charging toward the stone slab half lifted. Cover you heir. Wei Yuan drew his bow and shot swiftly. The warriors raised their bows in unison, flooding the battlements with a hail of arrows, forcing the bandits in watchtowers and archer towers to duck out of sight. Jiang Yuan reached the base of the slab, gripping the bottom edge with both arms, veins bulging. I'm not letting you up. Not on my watch, she shouted. She stomped her feet hard, digging them into the hard earth, and the giant stone slab ground to a halt. Behind the wall, the bandit overseer whipped the shirtless man, roaring fiercely. Pull harder. You worthless lot, over 300 of you can't beat one woman. More and more mountain bandits charged forward, grabbing the thick iron chains and shouting battle cries as they pulled backward. Jiang Yuer's body was slowly lifted into the air, the chains scraping harshly against the stone slab with a grating metal sound. At the same time, the 108 furious Vajras who had arrived pressed firmly on the rising slab, pulling down with all their strength. 300 strong men and several hundred bandits faced off against 109 Vajras in a fierce tug-of-war, the slab jerking up and down in a relentless struggle. Crack the iron chain, as thick as an adult's arm, suddenly snapped. Everyone was thrown back by the force, stumbling and falling to the ground. In the chaos, Wang Xuanzi spurred his horse forward, pointed his spear, and shouted loudly, "Charge in." Leading the way, he breached the camp gate, followed closely by the 18 Hell Riders and 3,000 soldiers. The camp was already filled with thick smoke and the stench of blood, the clash of weapons and screams echoing endlessly. Nanji clenched her fists, her shoulders trembling slightly, her delicate face pale, but composed, as she stood not far from Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan glanced sideways and said, Liang Qiu fainted from fear in the camp, leaving only a few Liang family commanders to look after it. I worry something may happen to him. Princess, please watch over him alongside Qiu Shuang. All right, I will. Nanji responded immediately, turning to slip into the forest with Leng Qiu Shuang and the others. An incense stick later, the sounds of battle gradually subsided. Blood spattered all over. Wang Xuanzi rode up swiftly. Young lord, all the bandits in the camp have been exterminated, with 296 captured. Our casualties are as follows. Jiang Yuan has a muscle strain in his arm. The Liang family army lost 300 men, mostly patrol soldiers, killed in the initial sneak attack. The Wei family army suffered 83 casualties, and our veterans 160 killed or severely wounded. Wei Yuan's expression was as dark as still water, but his voice was firm and resolute. Besides the imperial compensation for the dead and disabled brothers, their families will each receive an additional 10 taels of silver, charged to my account. If my brothers lose heart, then who will fight for me in the future? Saying this, he spurred his horse into the camp. Before them flowed a river of blood, severed limbs scattered everywhere, a scene too brutal to behold. Over 200 bound bandits knelt in a corner, while the forcibly recruited conscripts cowered in fear with their heads down. Wei Yuan pointed at the conscripts. Where did these people come from? Lu Tsuanxiao clasped his fists and reported, Boss, they were caught from nearby mountain villages. Because they refused to pledge loyalty, they wouldn't become bandits, just forced into labor feeding livestock and farming. Good. Tsuanxiao, take this group of bandits to a remote place for individual interrogations, ordered Wei Yuan. Then he looked at Lao Shi. Your turn. Over the years you've caused havoc here, there must be something valuable. Search. At the mention of treasure, Lao Shi's eyes lit up as he immediately led men to ransack the place. Moments later, Zhang Long and Zhao Hu hurried over to report, Boss, we've identified most of their identities. The vast majority are fugitives wanted by the imperial court from all over the country who fled here to hide. Among them are the 4 beams and 8 pillars leaders who discovered they were actually death row inmates sentenced by the government. Wei Yuan raised his brows in surprise. So someone secretly replaced the death row prisoners? Zhang Long and Zhao Hu looked ashamed and whispered, most likely. But we haven't heard a single rumor all these years. 2 of them were even personally executed by us back then. Don't blame yourselves. Wei Yuan waved his hand, eyes cold. For something like this to happen unnoticed, no mere team captain has that ability. Then it can only be Zhang Long's voice trembled. Exactly. Only the supreme commander, or the 3 deputy commanders, or possibly all of them together. This place was supposed to uphold justice, yet it had turned into a den of filth and corruption. Truly, this world is like the Taiji symbol, black within white, white within black. Wei Yuan sat astride his horse, slowly riding along the narrow dirt path through the village. The crooked wooden houses, bloodstains scattered everywhere, and the panicked eyes of the mountain bandits all burned into his vision. His brow furrowed deeper with every step. The village was indeed large enough to hold 3 or 4,000 people, but if it were ever packed full, they'd have to sleep stacked like cargo on upper and lower bunks. Boss. Lu Tsunxiao came running, his chest heaving rapidly. These guys are cowards who only pick on the weak. We chopped off 2 heads, whipped a few, and they all turned into snitches overnight. Their stories line up. There aren't even 1,000 real bandits here. The other 2,000 or so? Nobody knows where they came from. What about Lone Wolf? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lone Wolf claims those 2,000 are reinforcements from another mountain gang, brought here to loot the disaster relief supplies in one big heist. Lu Tsunxiao sneered. But the local bandits say those reinforcements are well-trained, march in step, ride real cavalry horses, and don't have an ounce of bandit roughness about them. Then those are regular troops. Wei Yuan's gaze darkened. Who commands them? They're tight-lipped. We can't pry a word out of them. Simple. Wei Yuan's voice turned icy. Strip them to the waist, expose to the world, and pin a placard on each saying, "Reward of 100 taels for anyone who identifies this bandit." Within 3 days, someone will come to ransom them. If they want talk, someone will talk for them. Just then, Old Sure came panting. Lord Father, I found the treasure hideout, but there's something different inside. A large sum? Gold, silver, jewels, celebrity calligraphy, and paintings all converted to cash at market price. Over 100,000 taels. Old Sure swallowed hard. But there is something else you had better see for yourself. Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat. He followed Old Sure into the dark chamber hidden behind the cliff face. The secret room was nearly 1,000 square meters, chests and crates arranged like a military formation. The gleam off gold bars and silver ingots was so bright it hurt the eyes. But at the very center, about a dozen black iron cages drew even more attention than the treasure chests. Inside each cage, young women barely clad curled up on straw bedding. A wooden placard stood before every cage. Daughter of the magistrate of Huzhou, Li Weiner, age 28. Daughter of millionaire merchant Zhang Baiwan, Zhang Yuan. What the hell? Wei Yuan cursed under his breath. These were all daughters of wealthy merchants or officials, their identities clearly marked. Wei Yuan. Suddenly, a faint but urgent voice called from one cage. Heir, please save us. He recognized the voice as belonging to the daughter of an influential official in the capital. Because of her plain looks, he hadn't paid much attention before. The women's eyes flickered with hope, but then they all lowered their heads again. Under the rigid feudal rules, once a woman lost her purity whether by force or choice, she was branded a fallen woman. The mildest fate was confinement, the worst was being drowned in a pig cage. Wei Yuan whispered reassurance. Don't worry. As long as neither I nor you speak of this, no one will ever know what happened here. One young lady of 28 covered her pale legs, cracked and dried with bloodstains, her voice trembling. We haven't even married, yet even if outsiders don't find out, our future husbands will see on wedding night. My father will surely follow clan law and drown me in a pig cage. After she finished, the other women began to weep as well. Sure, please provide the Chinese sentences you want me to translate and polish into natural, fluent English. He'll make sure the expressions are clear, accurate, and easy to understand. After leaving the mountain stronghold, Wang Xuanzi suggested setting the place on fire. Otherwise, given the fortress' naturally advantageous terrain, new bandits would surely regroup there in the future. Wei Yuan, however, waved him off. He ordered Wang Xuanzi to leave behind 100 of the most reliable Wei family soldiers to guard the stronghold. The gold and silver stored in the secret chamber were left untouched, and even the captured daughters of nobles were kept there. Messages were sent via carrier pigeons urgently urging Gongsun Jin to bring reinforcements for takeover. With the fortress settled, over 300 laborers were rounded up on an open field. Each man was burly and strong, yet cowered meekly, fueling Wei Yuan's anger. Their wives and children had been slaughtered by bandits, and yet they dared not seek revenge, treated like beasts by mountain robbers. Yet submissive, where was the backbone of a true man? He glanced at Lao Shi and asked, according to the Great Wei laws, how should these men be sentenced? Lao Shi clasped his fists respectfully. Adoptive father, they were all abducted to serve as laborers. Though their actions border on aiding the enemy, they were compelled by circumstances. Without concrete proof of wrongdoing, they should be released and sent back home. Wei Yuan coldly pressed. What about those who obstructed our troops during the assault? Lao Shi immediately understood. By law, they are to be punished as bandits and sentenced to death. Hearing this, the laborers bowed deeply and pleaded. Sir, we were kidnapped, not bandits. My whole family was killed. I'd give anything to feast on their flesh. Before the man could finish, Wei Yuan kicked the nearest fellow to the ground and shouted, it's because of cowards like you with no guts that corrupt officials run rampant and banditry spreads unchecked. They murdered your families, and you don't even dare lift a blade? The man covered his face, sobbing. They had knives. I was scared. Fear your mother. Wei Yuan exploded, striking out furiously until the circle of men were bruised and battered, finally gasping for breath as he stopped. There are 2 choices. He raised 2 fingers, voice like ice. 1. Take the king yourself and wait for execution. 2. Join my cavalry's vanguard suicide squad. Win 1 merit, and your name is cleared. You are enrolled as a regular soldier. Earn great merit and gain rank and title. Cowards who flee battle will be executed summarily. A trembling voice asked. Is there a third option? Wei Yuan pointed at the bandit corpses being carried away. Go join their company and turn to ash. Desperation clashed with survival instinct, and all the laborers bowed their heads and shouted, we choose the second. Once arrangements were made, he summoned Zhang Long and Zhao Hu, the audit officers. Have the prisoners and bodies been accounted for? How fares the bounty? The two flipped through rosters and reported, for every bandit, 20 taels of silver per head. Among 300 fugitives with 50 tael bounties, 270 were killed and 30 captured. 100 serious criminals with 100 tael bounty, 20 notorious sea bandits with 500 tael bounties, and 5 top-tier raiders with 1,000 tael bounty each. Wei Yuan nodded. Sever the heads and send them to the authorities. Use the bounty money first to buy wine and meat for the brothers. The rest will be bonuses. He added, if any captives are verified as not wanted, they may redeem themselves by meritorious service. Following the suicide squad rules, 3 merits grant immunity from death. 5 merit brings reinstatement to the army with regular promotion rights. Dawn was approaching, and in the distance, the former encampment became faintly visible. Through the thin mist stood a group of elite imperial guards specially assigned to protect the princess, their tents tightly secured within the camp. Inside the tent, several women chatted and laughed while playing with the leaf cards. Shishuan served as the dealer, using the precious jade leaf cards that Wei Yuan had once commissioned at great expense. Just as Wei Yuan lifted the curtain and stepped inside, there was a sudden clatter. The cards scattered everywhere. Nanji reacted instantly and quickly gathered the valuable jade leaf cards, tucking them carefully into her brocade box. Those are mine, Wei Yuan said ruefully, shaking his head. Shishuan immediately snapped to attention, grinning like a proud flower. Young master, I was afraid the princess and Miss Lung would get bored, so I brought out your leaf cards for them to play. I taught them how to play myself, please praise me. Well done, Wei Yuan said calmly, but the cost of the leaf cards will come out of your monthly salary. What? Zishan's smile froze instantly. Nanji pursed her lips, stifling a laugh. Did the bandit suppression go smoothly? We suffered fewer casualties than expected. Wei Yuan pulled up a chair and sat down. Luckily, you picked this batch of veterans still as passionate as the young and rich in experience. Suddenly he remembered, what about Liang Qiu? Shuer rolled her eyes. That useless playboy? Your so-called good brother scared himself so badly he lost control and wet his pants. The Liang family soldiers dragged him to the riverside to wash his underwear. Ugh, why is he always involved in crap like this? Wei Yuan recalled the ridiculous time he had to save Liang Qiu by force-feeding him feces broth. He made up his mind never dining at the same table as him again. Let him join the kids' table now. Put him with the dogs, at least they share similar interests. Wei Yuan turned to Nanji and Leng Qiushuang. In a while, the troops will bring the bandit leader's head for the reward ceremony. The scene will be bloody. We won't go along, let's head straight to Tang City up front. At the mention of Tang City, Leng Qiushui jumped up excitedly. Brother-in-law, last time sister brought me snacks from Tang City, those chess piece baked cakes with red bean filling were so delicious. Wei Yuan smiled, not just the chess piece cakes, but also sesame candy and peanut brittle. Well then, what are we waiting for? Let's go? Shuer and Leng Qiushui happily bounced with excitement. Leng Qiushuang, who always traveled masked, found the outer city unremarkable. But Nanji was different. This was the first time she had left the imperial capital. Though she tried to maintain her composed royal demeanor, the upward curve of her lips betrayed her inner excitement completely. And so, Wei Yuan led Nanji, Shuer, Leng Qiushuang, Leng Qiushui, along with their personal bodyguard Jiang Yuan, as they stepped into Tang City, known as the northern porcelain capital. The morning market was already bustling. Stalls on both sides displayed ceramics, with vases of all sizes reflecting colorful glazes under the sunlight. Shuer approached a strangely colored vase, marveling, Princess, look. This porcelain is really interesting. It's the first time I've seen a vase with such a unique quality. The stall owner puffed out his chest proudly. My little uncle's second aunt's son's father-in-law's third uncle is the manager of the most famous kiln around here, so these pieces are absolutely top grade. Shuer forced an awkward smile. Boss, I mean, I've never seen porcelain of such low quality before. Come to think of it, items in the palace were always rare treasures from renowned kilns, so her unfamiliarity with ordinary ceramics was understandable. The stall owner snorted, you outsiders just don't know good stuff when you see it. Nanji nodded gently. Well, by two as curiosities. For those accustomed to gourmet delicacies, occasionally encountering humble farm dishes felt refreshingly novel. At that moment, a disreputable-looking man swaggered up and kicked the edge of the stall, causing the ceramics to jingle ominously. The stall owner recoiled in fright, not daring to show any anger. Leng Qiushuang's hand went to her sword hilt, but Nanji gently stopped her with an outstretched arm and a faint smile. We royals have seen plenty of things. Nothing here surprises us. The man snorted. "Am no royal supplier, just giving you all away to back down." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand forward with a careless gesture. Schwenner's face turned cold as she grabbed the man's wrist and snapped it upward with force. A crisp crack of breaking bone rang out, and the man screamed in pain, collapsing to his knees. A surge of vital energy flickered briefly enough for Wei Yuan and Lung Xiaoshuang to clearly see. A grandmaster. Both felt a chill run through them. Turns out, Schwer, who normally kept a low profile, was actually a top-tier expert. Lung Xiaoshuang quickly mouthed a message. "Schwerer seems to be the legendary elite assassin." Nanji smiled faintly and responded in lip reading. "Exactly. She's the highest-level assassin comparable to Jingku, as you said." "You can lip read too?" Lung Xiaoshuang was momentarily stunned. Schwerer straightened her back proudly, grabbing Nanji's arm. "Of course our young lady knows everything." Having purchased all the sugar figurines and brittle candy, Nanji patted the paper package in her hand. "All right, that's done. Now we need to head to the government office for some official business." Wei Yuan gave Schwerer a meaningful glance. Just as the group was about to leave, the street vendor suddenly dropped to his knees with a thud, voice laden with panic and desperation. "Please don't go. You just fought Shinjiji, the biggest casino boss in Tang City. He has over 500 henchmen, and Prince Wang backs him. If you leave now, my whole family won't survive." Nanji's tone turned icy. "Who is this Prince Wang?" "He's Wang Fa, the only son of Prefect Wang Ho. He's basically the law of Tang City." The vendor looked around nervously, lowering his voice. "There's a saying, by day, the city belongs to the Weiss, by night, it belongs to the Wangs." He leaned in close and whispered old stories. Back when the divine constable Lu Tsunxiao was passing through while fighting bandits, villagers begged him for justice. Lu was righteous and promptly arrested Wang Fa, beheading him in the capital as a warning. But the higher-ups were furious. Lu never got promoted to deputy commander. His salary was cut in half. Wang Fa was publicly executed, but the next day, he returned alive to Tang City. The family who reported him Wang Fa skinned them alive, tortured even the old grandma and 3-year-old girl to death. The vendor swallowed hard. "Do you know who stands behind Wang Fa?" Nanji's expression turned as cold as still water. "I want to hear who dares to switch criminals at the execution ground. What good would that do? You can't take them on." The vendor gave a bitter laugh. "Wang Fa's real backing is the grandson of the Duke of Wei Yuan." Damn it, Wei Yuan almost choked on his own spit, scowling as he cursed. "No matter how bad my reputation is, don't pin every mess on me." The vendor kicked Wei Yuan, doubled over in pain, then got up grimly. "Beat me if you want, just don't leave or my whole family's doom is sealed. Women might survive, but the men are finished. Prince Wang loves to skin men alive. Young master, take my advice, just kill yourself. That's the only comfortable death you have." Before anyone could respond, 9 powerful horses pulled a gilded, jade-inlaid luxury carriage recklessly through the crowded street, pedestrians screaming and scattering in all directions. A 5 or 6-year-old child holding a candied hawthorn on a stick froze in the street and was hurled high into the air by the smashing carriage. "Schwerer, save him!" Nanji shouted urgently. Schwerer tipped onto her toes, about to spring forward, but a pale blue shadow moved faster. Her light blue dress fluttering with the wind. The girl, who appeared no older than 16 or 17, landed gracefully on the street curb, catching the child steadily in her arms. She was elegant and refined, though not quite as stunning as Nanji or Lung Xiaoshuang. Still a rare and breathtaking beauty. The girl laid the unconscious boy flat on the ground and shouted, "Who knows first aid? Hurry, someone help." Wei Yuan heard the call and quickly stepped forward, rhythmically pressing down on the boy's chest with firm, confident hands. At the girl's waist, slender moxibustion needles appeared between her fingers like flowing water as she swiftly inserted them into several acupoints on the boy's body. The last needle hovered midair when Wei Yuan suddenly whispered, "Sublingual golden fluid point. 1 millimeter to the left. His heart is congenitally shifted." The girl paused briefly, feeling the boy's heart position to confirm, then gave Wei Yuan a grateful smile and carefully inserted the final needle. In an instant, the boy's eyes snapped open and he cried out loudly. The girl bent over him, gently kneading his arm and the 2 fractured ribs, then pressed twice along his spine, finally calming the frightened child. "Thank you." She withdrew the needles and stood, throwing out a black token from her bosom. The token was jet black, but gave off a faint medicinal scent. The front was inscribed with the characters Gigu, and the back bore a large character meaning medicine. "You seem to be a healer as well. Take this token to the Gigu medical sect and mention my name, Mu Cheng. They will take you as a disciple." "Mu Cheng?" Lung Xiaoshuang whispered excitedly in Wei Yuan's ear. "That's Mu Qianqi's granddaughter, the little medical fairy of the Jianghu." Surprise flickered in Wei Yuan's eyes. "Old Mu's granddaughter? Doesn't look a bit like that old. She's quite pretty." Before he finished, a sharp pain hit his waist. Lung Qiaoshuang's crisp voice mocked in his ear, "Dare betray me and Sister Nanji, and don't blame me for castrating you." "That's an order from Sister Nanji." Wei Yuan's hair stood on end. "Oh no, this woman's stealing my home." At that moment, a luxury carriage came barreling to a halt at the street corner. Mu Cheng's eye sharpened, racing horses recklessly through a busy district. Risking lives, you even respect the law? The curtain was pulled back, revealing Chen Jiji, bruised and battered, tumbling out of the carriage. Behind him, a portly young master in his 30s, adorned in gold and jade, stepped out, placing a domineering foot on Chen's shoulder. The fat young master gave Mu Cheng a single gleaming look. What a pretty little lady. Then he scanned Ling Qiushuang and Nanji. They look good too, and the two behind them are fine. Tonight, I'm going to emulate the sage and prince of playboys, Wei Yuan, and invent a new technique. Wu. Ling Qiushuang turned to Nanji, puzzled. Sister Nanji, you're so knowledgeable. What does Wu mean? Nanji was equally confused and looked at Wei Yuan. You coined the term, explain it? Wei Yuan cleared his throat, blushing. Don't ask, I've got some pride. Flunky Chen Jiji sidled up to the fat young master, grinning obsequiously. Master Wang, what does Wu mean exactly? Wang Fa put his hands on his hips and laughed wildly. Wu means 5 plus 1, huh? Tonight, I'm taking down 5 at once. Several girls scowled at Wei Yuan in unison. Furious, Wei Yuan pointed at Wang Fa. Jiang Yuan, slap him. Don't leave him a single tooth. If you miss, he'll confiscate all the sweets you're hiding. That won't do. Jiang Yuan carefully set the snacks she was holding on the ground and marched up to Wang Fa, grabbing him by the collar. Smack. The crisp slap echoed through the market, silencing the crowd. Smack. Smack. 2 more loud smacks followed, blood and teeth flying, as several large molars broke through Wang Fa's swollen cheek. Chen Jiji and his cronies rushed forward with knives and clubs, but before they got close, Jiang Yuan kicked each one away like a raging bull, sending them flying several yards, landing with bloodied faces. Jiang Yuan grabbed Wang Fa by the jaw, tossed him aside, then dashed back to retrieve the snacks, scared someone might steal them. Wei Yuan stepped forward and stomped on Wang Fa's head. You're finished. My father is the magistrate of Tang City, and my sworn elder brother is Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan slammed his foot down hard again, blood splattering onto the bluestone pavement. Damn it all, my good name has been ruined by the likes of you. Listen well, this prince here is Wei Yuan. Nanji closed her eyes, recalling something. After a long moment, she opened them and recited flawlessly, as if listing precious treasures. Wang Ho, 26 years old, when he took the imperial examination, ranked 2nd place. Recommended by the left chancellor, he was appointed magistrate of Tangqing. 5 years ago, the city's defense general retired to his hometown, and Wang Ho took over military command as well, able to freely deploy the city's troops. Hearing her speak in one breath, Wei Yuan couldn't help but silently gapper. Rumors of the prince's photographic memory were evidently true. A hint of unease stirred within him. When a woman is this intelligent, a man can't even fool her with empty promises, making her difficult to control. To truly grasp Nanji, he'd have to ensure she bore his heir, thereby holding her vulnerability. At the same time, he understood the source of Wang Fa's arrogance. His father, Wang Ho, was practically the sovereign of Tangqing. Although Tangqing was inland with some bandit troubles, few troops were needed, and the city garrison was only 1,000 strong. But under the machinations of corrupt ministers, Emperor Nanzhao had issued a ridiculous decree. Local officials simultaneously controlled military and civil affairs, concentrating all power in one man's hands, and creating a situation where no one could challenge the balance of power. As they spoke, dust rose and a squad of Tangqing soldiers appeared at the alley's entrance, spears raised. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a purple robe with a silver fish purse on his waist, none other than Magistrate Wang Ho. Who dares be so reckless as to harm my son? Wang Ho bellowed angrily, sweeping his sleeve and shouting, seize them all. Men get drawn and quartered, the women sent to my residence. Wei Yuan sneered coldly. A crooked tree bears crooked fruit. The father and son truly shared the same nature. At that moment, a hoarse voice suddenly roared, who dares to surround my lord? The crowd erupted, immediately parting a path. Old Shi, Lu Tsuanxiao, and Wang Xuanzi entered side by side. The townsfolk might not have recognized Old Shi and Wang Xuanzi, but the upright divine detective Lu Tsuanxiao was universally known. The divine detectives have arrived. Divine detectives, please save these outsiders. They're only pretty girls, yet these men want to forcibly take them. Wang Ho glanced coldly, silencing the onlookers. Detective Lu, Detective Shi, I have no imperial order to carry out a bandit suppression. You. Before he finished, Wang Xuanzi kicked him down sharply. I am vice general of the Wei family army, Wang Xuanzi. Gasp. Wang Ho sucked in a cold breath, his anger instantly replaced by fear. He scrambled to his feet and saluted. Tangqing Magistrate Wang Ho, reporting to General Wang. This operation is a joint bandit sweep by the Wei family army and the Six Doors. Go to hell with your bandit sweep. Wang Xuanzi swung his hand, slapping him across the face so hard he spun in place. Turning with Lu Tsuanxiao and Old Shi, they dropped to one knee before Wei Yuan. Greetings, my lord. Shi Xuan hurried forward, holding the imperial sword with both hands. Wei Yuan drew it, the cold blade flashing as he severed Wang Fa's head at his feet. The imperial sword is here. I am granted the authority to behead first, and report later. This sword represents the emperor himself. Kneel at once. At his shout, the crowd thudded to their knees in unison. Seeing his son's severed head, Wang Ho ground his teeth almost to splinters. Glancing at the few men around Wei Yuan, a sinister thought crossed his mind. He shouted, Tangqing garrison, obey my order. This sword must be fake. Capture the traitor at once. Kill him on the spot if he resists. Before he finished, a heavy rumble sounded behind him, armor clashing, thousands of boots pounding in unison. Wang Ho whipped around and saw over 3,000 armored soldiers pressing forward, pushing carts covered with white cloths stained fresh with blood. Wei Yuan tapped Wang Hao's shoulder lightly with the flat side of his sword. You've got some nerve, daring to kill the heir right here on the street. You really are damn fearless. This Wang Hao's face turned deathly pale. His legs involuntarily took 2 steps back, and his voice trembled. What are you waiting for? Fight them. Cover my retreat back to the mansion, now? But the city guards weren't fools. Wang Ho might be ready to die, but they still wanted to keep their heads on their shoulders. Attacking an imperial disaster relief envoy was a crime worse than insulting the emperor to his facete, meant extermination of 10 generations. Hang this corrupt official up for me. Wei Yuan's sword swept to a new target as he ordered Zhang Long and Zhao Hu. You and the Six Doors brothers handle this on the spot. If any civilians have complaints, bring them forward now. As long as they have proof, compensate whatever was stolen silver. Grain you pay it all back. Yes, sir. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu clasped their fists and immediately began coordinating their men. Wei Yuan looked at the frantic Wang Ho and smiled at Lao Shi. This guy's desperate to get back to his mansion. What do you think drives him? Running for his life? Or is there something there more important than his own survival? Time for your favorite part of the raid. Lao Shi's eyes gleamed as he grabbed Wei Yuan's arm. Foster father, what are we waiting for? Charge. Wei Yuan led 108 vengeful Vajra warriors and 500 Weijia troops to surround the Wang estate on all sides. No one inside, men, women, children, servants, maids gets out alive. Capture them all. Kill anyone who resists. His command unleashed a wave of deadly intent. Before the order finished, Lao Shi slammed open the door first. Foster father, I found the basement. Foster father, what's all this? Uffed. Blood splattered midair as Lao Shi was blasted backward, landing on his knees and coughing up blood onto the flagstones. There's a master Insidian expert at grandmaster level. His words barely finished when a middle-aged man wielding a 9-ring broadsword shot out from the doorway, moving like a streak of light. Who are you, scum, daring to lay a hand on my heir? Clang. Steel clashed as Jiang Yuan drew his sword to confront him. With a crash, the man's 9-ring broadsword shattered to pieces, and the recoil threw him flying backward halfway through his strike. What terrifying power! When did a badass like you appear on the martial world? The man's words cut off as he felt a chill in his belly. Looking down, a bloodied sword tip pierced through him from beneath. That all you've got? Lung Xiaoshuang said calmly as she drew her sword, flicked off the blood, and sheathed her soft blade. Lao Shi hobbled over on his injured leg and kicked the half-dead man several times. You hit me? Serves you right. Do you think your foster father's one to be messed with? Saying that, he reached out and peeled the thin human skin mask from the man's face. Damn. Northwestern swordsman, Blood Wolf. Lao Shi exclaimed. Foster father, he's one of the top wanted criminals of the court. Dead or alive, there's a 5,000 tael bounty on him. Leaning in, he whispered into Wei Yuan's ear, Foster father, why would a small magistrate like Wang Ho hire a grandmaster bodyguard? There's got to be something valuable downstairs. Gold. Scores of carts filled with gold that left me stunned. Lao Shi nodded eagerly, eyes dancing with excitement. We'll take a look. Wei Yuan followed him down to the mansion's basement. Torchlight revealed piles of wooden carts stacked high, each neatly loaded with giant pumpkins. This your legendary treasure? Wei Yuan raised an eyebrow. Lao Shi drew a boot dagger and sliced open the outer shell of a pumpkin. Heavy gold ingots clattered onto the stone floor, ringing out sharply. Wei Yuan pried open several more pumpkins, all stuffed with large gold bars without exception. Foster father, if all these big pumpkins were gold ingots, they'd amount to nearly 1,000,000 taels. Even if Wang Ho had been corrupt since taking office, could he have embezzled that much? In the cold, dimly lit cellar, the flickering oil lamp cast shadows over boxes of gold ingots swollen like pumpkins. At the Great Wei gold-silver exchange rate, 1 tael of gold equaled about 10 taels of silver. Wei Yuan casually gauged the weight, his fingertips numbed by the chill of the metal. Old sure, he scanned the neatly stacked wooden chests and silver notes in the corner. Excluding these pumpkins, how much gold, silver, and jewelry do we have roughly? Old Sure crouched down, fiddling with a few silver coins as he calculated silently, then replied gruffly, about 500,000 taels of silver. 500,000 taels was about the upper limit a prefect like Wang Ho could have skimmed, but the mountain of gold before them far exceeded that line. Wei Yuan sighed lightly. The gold is impure, and the ingots are irregular, definitely not official currency minted by the treasury. Old Sure frowned. Foster father, you mean someone's mining gold illegally? That's a crime punishable by exterminating the whole clan. Definitely not Wang Ho. Wei Yuan shook his head. This gold is just passing through Tang City Station. Then it's being sent on to a powerful noble family in the capital. Thinking of those invisible underground networks, he scratched his head with a wry smile. This gold is hot property. I just hope it belongs to the Wang family after all. If you've got lice, you're not afraid of a few bites. But if it belongs to another family, and they team up with the Wangs against us, the risk on this path multiplies at least fivefold. Old Sure suggested, should we hand it over to His Majesty? Turning it in would definitely offend too many people, and I can't bear to. Wei Yuan twitched at the corner of his mouth. You want to keep the gold for yourself? A man born between heaven and earth, better to face trouble heeding than to live in constant fear. We just have to be more vigilant going forward. With that, he decided immediately. Put Nukai Jiangnan in charge of guarding this place. Tonight, you take some men to Weihu Mountain. When Gongsun Jin arrives to take over, you stay and watch closely and don't trust anyone else. Old Sure nodded. Got it. Once the handover is done, they'll bring Nukai Jiangnan to catch up with the main force. The convoy carrying disaster relief supplies is already slow. Leaving the cellar, Wei Yuan rubbed his temples. Aristocratic families were bound to be enemies sooner or later, and he was still building his strength. Provoking too many was unwise. But with piles of gleaming gold all around, how could he just hand it over? Cold autumn frost approached quietly from behind and gently massaged his neck and shoulders. Wei Yuan, brother, what's weighing so heavily on your mind? He sighed deeply. People die for money, birds die for food. Even him not immune to such mundane worries. The Tang City market was crowded and noisy. 800 city guards kneeled in 2 lines, their armor clinking in the cold wind. On the gate tower, Wang Ho was stripped of his official robe and hung from a beam, his face smeared with dust and sweat. The people's anger was fierce. Rotten vegetable leaves, stinky eggs, and stones rained down, making him scream in pain. Zhang Long and Zhao, who led the constables in formation, quickly recording Wang House misdeeds onto case files. His son's crimes, abuses of power, public flayings. Every piece of evidence was there. More than 20 sheets of imperial paper filled with 300 indictments, each punishable by death. When Wei Yuan returned to the market, Zhang Long handed him the scrolls with both hands. Sir, please review. Princess Nanji stood nearby, fists clenched tightly. A former palace insider, she had known about corruption, but never imagined Tang City, so close to the capital, could be this rotten. Thinking of even more remote frontier provinces made her shudder. Wei Yuan quietly asked her, Princess, has the Great Wei realm opened your eyes? What do you want to do next? Execute them. Nanji said fiercely. Immediately. Execute Wang House entire family and leave no local merchants who colluded with him unpunished. Adjust the sentences accordingly. Wei Yuan smiled slightly. Who takes responsibility if things go wrong? I do. He'll write to Father the Emperor right now. He called over Lu Tsunxiao. The princess orders all merchants colluding with Wang Ho to be confiscated, and those most involved executed on the spot. I didn't say to confiscate. Nanji glared at Wei Yuan, who only shrugged, so she gave up. Wei Yuan pulled Lu Tsunxiao close and added in a low voice, seize all the grain from Dubai Rice Store, Wang's grain shop, and the others here whether or not they were involved. Lu Tsunxiao frowned. Boss, why not seize these few? 2 shopkeepers clearly worked with Wang Ho. Wei Yuan coughed twice. Ahem, that's my own business empire. Well, okay then. The entire Tang City was in turmoil. The once untouchable local tyrant, Wang Ho, and his whole family were hung from the city gate, despised and cursed by all the people. Along the streets and alleys, villagers shouted insults and spat endlessly. Officials and wealthy merchants were dragged in one after another. Those guilty of serious crimes were bound and brought before Wang Ho, while those with lighter offenses couldn't escape having their homes ransacked. All their gold, silver, and provisions were confiscated. But the seized goods weren't sent to the imperial storehouse. Instead, they were reserved for the future Wei household vault. Wei Yuan did not want the city to instantly collapse into chaos by losing its ruling order altogether. Citizens eagerly came forward with evidence. Wei Yuan decreed, anyone who could prove their innocence would have all confiscated property returned in full. In the midst of the commotion, Mu Cheng hurried up to Wei Yuan, clasping her fists respectfully. I never thought you, sir, were Wei Yuan. My grandfather Mu Qianxiu and Lord Wei are sworn brothers, bound by an oath of brotherhood. Wei Yuan nodded. I know. He's staying in my Wei family residence. Really? Grandfather is here in the capital? You've been away for some time, haven't you? These days, he's ordered the Giga medical sect to give me full protection. Mu Cheng's cheeks flushed bright red. I really didn't know that. Actually, I've come to make a request. We are old friends like siblings. Speak freely. She took a deep breath. One of my sworn elder brothers was thrown into Tang City prison. I came to save him. Wei Yuan glanced at the faint chi energy surrounding her. With your weak skills, you want to break him out? Of course not. Just met. Here are 36 righteous martial artists with me. Well organized. What kind of background does this elder brother have? He's the once notorious leader of the Green Forest faction across the Four River provinces, known as the Little Guan Yu of sworn loyalty and the reincarnation of Mengchong Jun for a promise kept. Xiongquahai. Never heard of him. Wei Yuan rarely cared for the underworld. He patted her shoulder. I can help, but first I need to know what crime he's charged with. If he really broke the law, I can't save him. Absolutely no wrongdoing. He was entrusted to escort a friend's son to the capital to file a grievance. He was drugged and captured the moment he arrived in Tang City. If the little sister asks, the elder brother naturally acts. Let's go to the prison. In the cold, damp cell, Wei Yuan saw from afar a towering man about 2 meters tall, in his 40s. 5 long strands of beard hung to his chest. His lips were bright and full as if painted. His phoenix eyes and thick silkworm eyebrows exuded heroic spirit. Beneath his bandit-like aura shone a fierce righteousness. He sat upright on a wooden stool, reading Wei family military strategy by Wei Buiyue, like one you studying the spring and autumn annals at night. Big brother. Mu Cheng called out loudly. Xiongquahai snapped around, catching sight of Wei Yuan and his armored soldiers nearby. He clasped his fists and growled, Sister, you're being foolish. That Wang Fa is a thug in the capital and Wei Yuan's lackey, notorious for his misdeeds. If you fall into his hands, you know what fate awaits. He pointed at Wei Yuan. You are the notorious Wang Fa. Consider this a warning. If you lay a finger on my sister, I, Xiongquahai, will hunt you down to the ends of the earth and cut you down with my sword. Big brother, stop shouting's not Wang Fa. He is my sworn brother, Wei Yuan. I asked him to come save you. Wei Yuan waved his hand. 2 prison guards, already terrified, rushed over trembling and fumbled with the locks to release Xiongquahai. The chains clattered to the ground. The iron door creaked open, yet Xiongquahai didn't take a step out. Instead, his eyes passed over Wei Yuan and fixed steadily on the cell opposite his own. Entrusted by a friend to protect his orphaned heir, I, Xiongquahai, pledge that if this young man cannot be released, I will stay here with him without hesitation. Xiongquahai's voice thundered through the cold, damp prison like a gong. Wei Yuan lazily raised his hand in a dismissive gesture. 2 trembling prison guards immediately stammered their assent and stumbled off to unlock the heavy door. The clanking chains dropped as the warped wooden door creaked open, revealing a man drenched in blood, his age impossible to tell, dragged out with labored, shallow breaths like a leaky bellows. Where's my blade? Xiongquahai growled. The guard struggled to carry over a heavy green dragon crescent blade, its blood-stained steel gleaming coldly. Xiongquahai thrust the massive weapon's tip into the stone floor, shattering pebbles with the impact. Clasping his fists together, he bellowed in a rough voice, no thanks necessary. Should my benefactor face hardship, Xiongquahai will gladly face fire and water to aid him. Pray, tell me your noble family name and country. No need, Wei Yuan replied, turning to leave. I saved you only for my little sister's sake. Remember that favor. Xiongquahai helped the grievously wounded man to his feet, his heart burning with loyalty and pride. Little sister, who is this sworn brother of yours? Mu Cheng blushed and pleaded softly, Big brother, please don't ask. I fear your hot temper might lead you to strike him down with your blade. Nonsense. Xiongquahai scowled. I, Xiongquahai, am upright and honorable. I would never harm a benefactor by my own hand. Outside the prison gates, blinding sunlight poured down. Hundreds of anxious townsfolk knelt crowding the narrow thoroughfare. My lord, my entire family was slaughtered by that corrupt official Wang Ho. Please avenge us. I will gladly shield you from sword and arrow. My lord, please accept this half-eaten candied hawthorn stick from a humble girl. A rusty basin clattered on the ground as gifts of eggs, dried food, tattered blankets, and even silver coins were offered to Wei Yuan in turn. He accepted everything graciously without refusal, even taking a bite of the hawthorn stick, bringing a bright smile to the child's face. Xiongquahai's eyes widened in astonishment, his broad hand resting heavily on Mu Cheng's shoulder. What an official who loves his people like a father. The Great Wei Empire truly has such an incorruptible magistrate. Little sister, quickly tell Muho is this man? In Mu Cheng's mind echoed Xiongquahai's usual grim saying. The brazen rogue, as ruthless as Wei Yuan, as vicious as Wei San, must be executed. She fidgeted uncomfortably, scratching the floor with her toes. Big brother, please, I beg you don't ask. Just then, a pigeon swooped down from the clear sky, perching gently on Mu Cheng's hand. She hastily broke open the bamboo scroll it carried and glanced over it, before bowing politely to Xiongquahai. Big brother, I must take my leave. Is it urgent? Let me help you. No need. Mu Cheng passed the note over. Father sent word. The Wang family was embezzling disaster relief supplies. My sworn brother reported them to the Emperor of Southern Zhao. The Emperor sent our grandfather to oversee relief, but as he is ill, my brother took up the journey south in his stead. Grandfather ordered me to accompany and protect him. Xiongquahai's blood boiled with excitement. loyalty, filial piety, righteousness, benevolence, courage, all embodied. A hero like this I must befriend. Little sister, please introduce me. Mu Chung whispered nervously. Later. At the marketplace entrance beneath the Vermilion Gate Tower, Wang Ho hung upside down from a beam, his mouth gagged with a rag. Over 100 captured men knelt in 2 rows, all tightly bound. The loyal and righteous divine detective Lu Tsunxiao stood atop a platform, his voice booming like a drum as he read aloud each charge. Zhang San, guilty of collusion with bandits and selling offices, sentenced to death. As the horns blared, executioner's blade flashed, severing heads that tumbled to the dust. Each head's fall sparked angry roars from the crowd. Xiong Kuahai gripped his blade, his voice trembling with fervor. That is Lu Tsunxiao, the official I most desire to ally with at court, this fearless and incorruptible detective. Today fate grants me 2 such heroes to meet joy beyond measure. Blood trickled into rivulets between the blue stones. From the high platform came the final sharp command. The executioner swung his blade, and where the cold steel passed, it felled Wang Hao's head last. Zhang Long and Zhao Hu stood on either side, shouting, Lord Wei commands. Build the capital's watchtower. Amid the bustling market square, dust swirled through the air. The capital referred to a high mound, and the watchtower was a turret-shaped structure. In ancient times, victorious generals would pile up enemy corpses to form such mounds, a display of military might. The Wei family's troops were already arrayed in formation, categorizing the severed heads of the Weihu mountain bandit chief and corrupt officials like Wang Ho. The gruesome pile towered high, blood staining the white stone steps and snaking downward, leaving the surrounding townsfolk hushed in fearful silence. There are many people here. Resentment is bound to stir unrest. Lord Wei orders us to erect a monument to suppress the evil spirits. Zhang Long repeated the command loud and clear. Zhao Hu brought over brush, ink, paper, and inkstone respectfully, holding them high above his head. Wei Yuan stepped forward, his robes stirring up faint dust. Grasping a wolf hair brush, he dipped it in ink and raised his wrist. Each bold character pressed deeply onto the paper. Rebel Weihu, sly and treacherous. His name fouler than filth, his heart as dark as a savage's, his appearance ugly and vile like dirt, his form as rough as wild sands. He insults the sages of antiquity and desecrates the elegant scholars of Great Wei. Of all evils, he is the root, his greed as ravenous as a glutton. He disobeys the sovereign's sacred laws, disregards the noble ways of Yao and Shun, and copies the cunning of the Huns. Neither loyal, filial, benevolent, nor righteous even among the 10 abominations, he is unforgivable. I, Yuan, despise his vulgar worldliness and loathe his words and deeds. Leading 3,000 righteous soldiers, by heaven's mandate, I punish this great evil. When our banners wave, wind and clouds change color. When we roar, mountains and rivers tremble. The fragrance of ink still lingered when the proclamation was complete. Gulp beside him, Xiong Kuohai's Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed repeatedly. What splendid prose, what fierce resolve. I never imagined this brother would conquer Weihu Mountain. Truly a great act of virtue. He dashed forward to Mu Chung, dropped to one knee, clasped his fists, and declared loudly, Little sister, I beg you to make the introduction. If I miss an opportunity to befriend such a hero, I, Xiong Kuahai, would rather draw my sword and end my own life. Mu Chung waved her hands again and again, unsettled by the drama. Big brother, don't get so worked up. He signed his own name right there in the proclamation. Signed it. Yuan? Lord Wei? Wei Yuan? Xiong Kuohai's eyes went wide. Little sister, who exactly is this Wei Yuan? Mu Chung shrugged. The very one you curse at every day? That can't be. Wang Ho and his son have always claimed to be men of Wei Yuan. I've seen it with my own eyes. Wang Ho and his son don't even know my eldest brother. Mu Chung argued seriously. Xiong Kuahai was stunned. After a long pause, a sharp slap echoed as he struck his own face hard. How dull I am. I've been deceived by villains, wronged the young master for years. The young master bears no grudge and repays evil with kindness, even saved me in my hour of peril. Mu Chung frowned, speechless. Big brother, he doesn't even know you insulted him. Stop imagining things, okay? But Xiong Kuahai had already made up his mind, clenching his fist. Little sister, it's settled. After filing the complaint to the court, I'll ride hard and fast to accompany you in protecting the young master during the disaster relief. Mu Chung smiled inwardly. Wei Yuan's journey was fraught with danger. Xiong Kuohai's loyalty and extensive connections across the martial world, together with orders from the Ghost Valley medical sect, meant anyone who dared harm Wei Yuan would face the entire Greenwood Brotherhood. Still, she reminded, Big brother, when you submit your complaint, will you really get an audience with the emperor? Xiong Kuahai scratched his head. That, I'm not sure. But I can rely on Lu Tsunxiao, the godly Captaina. He's right here, or perhaps someone in the royal family. Mu Chung raised her hand to point at Nanji, who was nearby bent over writing a letter. That's Nanji, the empire's top talent, and the enchanting princess. Going through her to submit the complaint would work just as well. At that moment, Nanji finished, carefully studied Wei Yuan's handwriting, and smiled softly. What a fine proclamation denouncing bandits and thieves. Though brief, it's powerful and stirring. Wei Yuan truly possesses genuine talent and learning. When she finished speaking, she instructed Shuer, make a rubbing of this proclamation and present it with a letter personally, pinned by me to the emperor. Oh, and include a note saying the proclamation was written by me. Many common folk wished to follow Wei Yuan and join the Wei family army. With droughts in the south and floods in the north, Tang City had not completely failed harvests, but grain production had dropped by more than half. Outside threats came from bandits who robbed money and food, while inside the city, corrupt official Wang He was greedily squeezing the people dry. Life for ordinary citizens was grim. If a household had a teenage boy of 15 or 16 the age when their appetite was greatest, the parents often swallowed rough food themselves to ensure their child ate enough. Now that the Wei army was expanding, many simply sent their sons to enlist, hoping the boys could at least have a warm meal. Wei Yuan was happy to agree. This was precisely his plan from the start. For every recruit who signed up, the Wei army would immediately send their family 1 dough of rice, 2 jin of meat, and 2 taels of silver, several times more generous than subsidies from other noble families or the imperial court. By sunset, long lines had formed at the recruitment office, and 636 new soldiers had signed up that day alone. New recruits rushed to the battlefield without training usually became nothing but cannon fodder. Wei Yuan ordered a strict, old, guiding new system. Each veteran soldier would take a novice under his wing, responsible for their food, lodging, travel, and training. In battle, new soldiers stayed at the rear handling logistics. Only when their mentor approved could they charge forward with swords drawn. If a novice earned merit in his first battle, the mentor shared the reward. But if the novice died on his first fight, the mentor would be punished and docked pay. This was exactly what Nanji had meant when she told Wei Yuan, old soldiers are gifts I give you to pass the torch generation to generation. At night, Mu Cheng vouched for them as Wei Yuan and Nan Ji met a man standing firm despite being covered in blood in the council chamber. After a quick wash and change, he revealed a handsome face in his 20s, then knelt deeply and bowed loudly. I am Qin Qingji, son of Qin Chuanpu, governor of Yangzhou. I pay respects to your highness the princess, and to your highness the heir apparent. Nanji softly raised her hand. This is not a royal court. No need for formalities. Rise and speak plainly. Qin Qingji stood, still respectful. Half a year ago, my father discovered a gold mine in Suichang producing 500 shur of gold annually. He intended to report it to His Majesty, but Governor Hua Manting of Yangzhou and Inspector Lu De conspired to frame my father as a warlord. Our entire clan was exterminated. Following my father's dying orders, I escaped with 2 letters. One entrusted to his close ally Bear Guahai of the Brotherhood Manor, the other proving Hua Manting and Lu Da's illicit mining. The evidence is well hidden otherwise. Both Bear and I would be dead. 500 shur Wei Yuan's heart sank. Roughly 30 tons of gold, worth around 1,000,000 taels at 16 liang per jin in the Great Wei, strangely matching the batch of gold bars stashed in Wang Hao's cellar. If it truly belonged to the Hua family and had been intercepted by him, it could cause an explosive scandal. The current head of the Hua family, Hua Qingwei, was the powerful left chancellor with loyal supporters throughout the court. He had 4 sons and 4 daughters. Eldest son Hua Manting was governor of Yangzhou. Third son Hua Manlu commanded the 6 doors, Wei Yuan's direct superior, and fourth son Hua Mange was a frontier general who had risen by killing Wei Yuan's father, Wei Yingxiong, stepping over the corpses of Wei Yuan's father and brothers. The daughters were even more remarkable. 2 sets of twins all entered the palace and became imperial consorts, both favored as the senior and junior Xiangfei by Emperor Nanzhao. The other 2 girls from the Hua family married into influential households, one to Wang Shoa, the other to the Duke of Rong's family, both connected to powerful elites. Thus, the Hua clan flourished, their descendants occupying important positions, firmly establishing themselves among the top 5 prominent families of the realm. However, the timeline conflicted with Qin Qingzi's account. Barring unforeseen circumstances, the old feud likely stemmed from a dispute over the division of spoils between the Hua family and Qin Chuanpu, rather than the upright resistance that Qin Qingji insisted on. Yet a father is always a hero in his son's eyes, and Qin Qingji clearly believed in his late father's innocence, convinced he was silenced for refusing to compromise his principles. Since the deceased could not defend themselves, Wei Yuan was reluctant to argue further. At that moment, Nanji next door suddenly slammed the table in anger. Rising fury fueled her actions as she quickly penned an urgent letter, sealed it with wax, and ordered it to be rushed to Nanzhou. Qin Qingji knelt and bowed deeply, tears streaming as he gave heartfelt thanks. Xiong Kuahai also clasped his fists repeatedly, praising Nanji as a heroic woman with a righteous heart. After they left, only Nanji, Shuer, and Wei Yuan remained. Nanji looked up calmly and asked, Don't you want to know what I wrote in the letter? Seeing Wei Yuan silent, she turned her head to instruct, Shuer, stand guard by the door. Don't let anyone eavesdrop. With the door shut, Nanji lowered her voice. Father dares not stir up the Hua clan lightly, otherwise the whole of Wei would shake. But secretly mining gold is a grave royal taboo he won't tolerate either. Even if we present ironclad evidence, the Hua family can assassinate, bribe, and negotiate their way to suppress any investigation. So I asked Father to give you a new appointment as a censor with authority over all city troops. Wei Yuan's eyes widened. The dog Emperor Pa His Majesty Pa actually agreed? Nanji first gave him a cold glare, then smiled slyly, her sudden radiance nearly stunning Wei Yuan. He will. I wrote in the letter that the Hua family is suspected of rebellion, and only together can we command troops across the land. As for making enemies of the Hua clan completely, that's up to you. Father will only try to mediate. Are you bold enough? I've already torn up 1,000,000 taels of gold on the line. Why fear this? Wei Yuan thought bitterly but feigned hesitation, finally clasping his fists. If offending them is necessary, I accept. As he spoke, he instinctively twitched his nostrils and eyed Nanji suspiciously. Was it really you who caused that incident a year ago? How come you still smell like a maiden's pure fragrance? He was referring to the scandal at Wei Yang Palace, involving drunken misconduct and drugging the princess. Nanzi's face instantly flushed crimson, and she snapped. I'm tired of this. You get out. Right now? Embarrassment turned to fury as she let out a fierce roar, abandoning all her former grace, like an enraged tigress. Wei Yuan slunk away sheepishly. Only then did Nanji beckon Shuer back and ask quietly, Smell me hat do you detect? Shuer leaned in and sniffed, eyes narrowing in a smile. Sweet fragrance, like deep in a bed of blossoms. Nanji rolled her eyes. Is Wei Yuan a dog with a nose, or what? To detect that I'm still intact and unspoiled. Shuer blushed, shyly saying, Wei Yuan, did he find out about what happened back then? Probably not. But starting tomorrow, he'll spray all my clothes with Baiwa, due to keep his sharp nose at bay. The flickering candlelight mingled the rich scent of the daughter's fragrance and the sweet aroma of Baiwa, due inside the tent. Nanji gently stroked Schwenner's soft hair, her voice low and tender but tinged with regret. I'm sorry. The task Father originally entrusted to me should have been my burden, but you ended up suffering in my place. Shuer lifted her head, her eyes resolute. I would gladly die for the princess. What's chastity compared to that? Though her pretty cheeks still glowed with a blush, her determination was unwavering. Outside, the sultry night breeze swept through the corridor. As Wei Yuan pushed open the door, he scratched the back of his head. His keen sense of smell, always accurate, easy to tell a virgin at first sniff. After a quick test just now, Nanji was still pure, which reassured him somewhat. Lost in thought, he was interrupted by light footsteps approaching. Lung Quzhuang came running beside him, still catching her breath. Brother Wei Yuan, I just heard Xiong Kuahai is staying behind to join the main force. Just reached Grandmaster level. Having him stay adds another sharp blade. Wei Yuan glanced at her hesitantly. Lung Quzhuang bit her lip. I advise you to send him away. He's righteous, but extreme, always standing up for those wronged. He befriends outlaws and spends money even when poor. Otherwise, how would he, the leader of 4 provinces, fall so low, losing everything, betrayed by his own men, forced to roam as a rogue? Wei Yuan waved dismissively, a glint of interest in his eyes. On the contrary, those people are the most useful. Lung Quzhuang paused. Wei Yuan smiled and countered. Is it justice when I kill and plunder? Definitely not. But what if I kill the Xiongnu invaders attacking Great Wei? That's justice. She answered without hesitation. And if I were the Xiongnu prince killing Wei soldiers? Lung Quzhuang hesitated briefly. Then that could also be justice, depending on perspective. Exactly. Justice depends on standpoint. Even corrupt officials convince themselves their parents act justly. My grandfather is a hero in both Wei and underworld circles, but a demon to neighboring states. As long as Xiong Kuahai worships me and stands with my cause, what I do is just. Under the night lamp, his pupils gleamed. Most importantly, the goodwill and connections Xiong Kuahai has built over the years will be a great asset to me. One man like him equals 100,000 troops. With that, Wei Yuan pulled Lung Quzhuang close, grabbing her slender but strong waist. Tonight, this prince will give you how about 10 billion troops? Stop joking. Lung Quzhuang raised her hand to push him away, but Wei Yuan blew gently behind her ear. Her whole body shuddered, and her faint resistance melted like silk threading through fingers. Wei Yuan swept her into a bridal carry, firmly carrying her into his chamber. Gracious and tender, easily hurt by love, the nights grow long, parting the pair. Lips untouched, yet the scent of lipstick first sensed. Slowly lifting the embroidered quilt, drawing out white wrists, moving the phoenix pillow, the sandalwood headrest. Late at night, Shi Shun rushed hastily with a bronze lamp, muttering curses. The prince is such a spendthrift. Yet his men dared not pause. Bucket after bucket of herbs were thrown into large wooden vats, paying the veterans handsomely for medicinal baths. Steam mixed with the bitter herbal scent filled the camp. Outside the city, Xiong Kuahai carried a whole jar of strong liquor and slabs of cured meat, heading straight to LV Kungxio's tent. One an official, the other a rebel, they already knew each other's names. Upon meeting, they quickly shared drinks, indulging in drunken revelry, and eventually sworn brotherhood by the fire. Meanwhile, with the Wei family army taking over the city gate, Lao Shi brought a cartload of giant pumpkins up to Weihu Mountain to supply the mountain troops, accompanied by the angry Jiangnan. At dawn the next day, as light crept softly into the sky, Liang Qiu knocked urgently on the door. In the room, Wei Yuan had planned for a morning session, but his plans were thwarted by this guy. Leng Keishuang's face flushed slightly. She quickly got dressed and opened the door. As Liang Qiu entered, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, "Damn, my brother Yuan, you must have gone at it at least 5 times last night." 5. Try 7. Wei Yuan replied proudly. "That's my Wei Qilong. Brother, I admire you." Leng Xiushuang wanted nothing more than to disappear into a hole, glaring sharply at Wei Yuan before jogging away in an awkward posture. Wei Yuan grabbed a pillow from the floor and threw it at Liang Qiu. "We've known each other since we were kids, and I've never seen you jump out of bed like that. What's going on?" Liang Qiu smiled wryly as he explained, "Brother Yuan, after yesterday's medicinal bath, I practiced the Bajuanjin Qigong early this morning. But after I finished, the air I exhaled turned a faint green." Wei Yuan was momentarily stunned. "No way 4th level? You're kidding? That's faster than me." He beckoned Liang Qiu closer, but shyly didn't dare expose his body by lifting the blanket. While feeling Liang Qiu's pulse, Wei Yuan couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! You really have cultivated to the 4th layer." Before he could finish, Wei Yuan casually drew his imperial sword and lightly sliced Liang Qiu's arm. At the 4th layer of Bajuanjin, a normal blade will only graze lightly without causing injury, but before he finished, a clear, pale yellow, oily fluid oozed from Liang Qiu's arm, followed by fresh blood. "Brother Yuan, is this blood?" Liang Qiu asked, uncertain. Seems like it. Wei Yuan barely finished when Liang Qiu suddenly shouted, "Ow, damn, it hurts." His cries quickly drew the nearby guards. Wang Xuanca arrived riding the 18 demon cavalry, followed by Jiang Yuan, munching on a roasted chicken leg, and Mu Cheng, carrying a medicinal herb cutting knife. "What happened?" Mu Cheng asked anxiously. Through tearful eyes, Liang Qiu wailed miserably, "Wei Yuan, you tricked me. You damn liar. I've been running honestly and practicing that useless Bajuanjin Qigong, and it's all been for nothing." Mu Cheng's pretty face darkened. She grabbed Liang Qiu's wrist firmly and said seriously, Someone that heavy having such good physical fitness is rarely rare. Why don't you practice here in front of me again? He'll check your pulse." Her voice left no room for refusal. Grimacing, Liang Qiu ran 3 laps around the room, then collapsed, panting heavily. "I'm exhausted." He struggled to his feet and slowly followed Wei Yuan's breathing exercises. After the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, Liang Qiu exhaled one last breath that still carried faint green impurities. He looked at Mu Cheng and said, "Take a look, little medical fairy. Now I only trust you." Mu Cheng checked his pulse and nodded. "There's progress. You're definitely advancing your Bodas cultivation. I can clearly feel the qi spreading into your flesh and flowing toward a specific spot." "Where exactly?" Liang Qiu asked curiously. Mu Cheng blushed slightly and whispered, "The Huan Tiao acupoint." Wei Yuan interrupted impatiently. "Where's that?" "Your butt." He motioned for Liang Qiu to turn around. "Bend over." Wei Yuan lightly sliced with his sword. A tear appeared in Liang Qiu's pants, but the blade left no mark on his skin. "Did it cut you?" Liang Qiu glanced back and asked. "Cut through, but I don't feel anything." Liang Qiu sounded a bit scared. "Brother Yuan, be gentle, maybe a little more pressure at most. I don't want to see blood, please have mercy." "To hell with your whining." Wei Yuan snapped, drawing his sword for another chop. Clang, the clear metallic ring echoed through the room. Liang Qiu's pants were cut wide open, but only a pale imprint remained on his buttocks. "Okay, now I'm starting to feel some pain." Liang Qiu gritted his teeth, finally sensing the pressure the sword brought to bear. Under normal circumstances, when someone cultivates to the 5th layer of the 8 brocade Qigong, their physical strength can rival that of Nu Cha Jin Gang, and by the 6th layer, they have already surpassed him. But Wei Yuan chose to concentrate his energy on specific parts of his body. So if you talk about localized hardness, even at the 4th layer, he was more terrifying than others at the 6th. Liang Qiu's big, fleshy face lit up with a broad grin. "So that means it works, right?" Just after saying that, he drooped his head. "But what use is having a tough butt? When I fight, I can't just charge forward with my backside, can I?" Wei Yuan raised his hand and patted his shoulder, his tone teasingly irritating. "You're just a pile of crap and filth mentally. So having a strong defense there is only good for you, stops you from being scared out of your wits every time." Liang Qiu stomped his foot in anger. "Wei Yuan, they'll take you on now. I can't win. They'll just sit on you and squash you flat." In the capital, inside the Golden Pavilion, officials from the left prime minister's faction knelt in unison, loudly accusing. Wei Yuan abused his power executed the upright official Wang Ho, and has thrown Tang City into chaos. Left Prime Minister Hua Qingguo stepped forward, folding his fists and speaking gravely. Your Majesty, please punish this playboy Wei Yuan severely to uphold the emperor's authority. After speaking, he bowed deeply. We earnestly implore your Majesty to impose harsh penalties on Wei Yuan. Ministers from the Hua family and Wang family factions also knelt down, creating a powerful scene. The Emperor of Nanzhao sat on the nine-dragon throne, expression unreadable as if waiting for something. A court attendant announced loudly. The Marquis of Qingkong and Duke Wei pay their respects. The frail and aged Wei Buyue, clad in armor, entered the hall and strode to Hua Qingguo. He slapped down a thick stack of letters with a loud thud onto Hua's chest. Your Majesty, these are the 300 grave crimes Wang Ho committed, uncovered by my grandson Koff, beloved grandson in Tang City. Everyone deserves death. Turning, he cupped his hands to the emperor and continued sharply. Wang Ho dared to harass my Wei family's granddaughter-in-law, the current princess, openly shouting insults. This is a true disgrace to the royal house. Wei Boyu's voice grew even darker. Most importantly, Wang Hao's son Wang Fa was publicly beheaded years ago. Yet today he's alive and well. Who is protecting him behind the scenes? Still burning with rage, he kicked Hua Qingguo hard. Wang Ho was pushed forward by you. Hua Qingguo won't get away. Wang Shouhe quickly waved his hand, signaling officials from the Wang family to stand and distance themselves from the Hua faction. Hua Qingguo wanted to retort, but he feared the old tiger Wei Buyue, and was also burdened by the stack of letters signed by thousands of commoners and ironclad evidence against Wang Ho over the years. If Wang Ho wasn't dead, Hua would have liked nothing more than to kill the scoundrel himself, never cleaned up his own mess, and now suffered the consequences. Suddenly, the Emperor of Nanzhao spoke. Coincidentally, I have a letter here as well. He handed the letter to the senior eunuch. Read it. The eunuch loudly recited, a summons to suppress bandits, Wei Yuan. A notorious tiger of treachery, cunning and sly Yuan despises the mundane world and detests their words and deeds. Leading 3,000 righteous soldiers, he obeys heaven's will to punish great evil. When his banner waves, the skies and clouds change color. When he shouts, mountains and rivers crumble. Every word struck with powerful resonance. The civil officials listened with blood stirring, many applauding on the spot. Excellent writing. What a stirring and heroic proclamation against the bandits. Wei Buyue beamed with pride, his whiskers almost curling upward. Haha, everyone says our old Wei family are rough warriors, but Luke, me grandson, is a great scholar. Just look at that talent. The hall full of officials, and even the emperor himself, wore dark expressions. With Wei Yuan's rotten conduct, all he could really do was scribble crooked poems about toads and frogs. This proclamation was almost certainly penned by Nanji, the top talent of the Great Wei. The emperor wanted to point this out, but seeing Wei Boyu's childlike joy, he held back from spoiling the old man's fun. Well, let's just indulge the elderly a little, and let him have his moment of happiness. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.